The young man opened his eyes to find everything had changed. His surroundings were filled with continuous screams. Seeing the panicked crowd and the eerie scene, Han-Soo smiled. He was truly back in the past. Now everything was within his grasp. Han-Soo watched as the chaos worsened. In his heart, he thought they were scared for a good reason. It's their first time in this strange world, the otherworldly realm, where different elements are consumed. A place ruled by hell. Anyone who comes here gets skills, but the bizarre monsters have turned it into a nightmare. This is a violent and lawless world. Anyone who descends to hell is transported to this otherworldly realm. When people from the outside arrive, the gate to hell opens and a fierce battle begins. I have 5 years to become strong, but all my skills and power are gone now. Forget it. He guessed it's time for it to appear. Sure enough, not long after, a crack appeared in the sky. A bizarre creature emerged. Hello, I'm Assistant Fairy. I'm here to help everyone with quick registration. Listen up, everyone. Han-Soo looked at Fairy's cheerful smile and secretly despised him, thinking what a fake. The quick registration he mentioned means everyone should rush in and fight each other. Fairy continued enthusiastically. First, welcome to the otherworldly realm. From now on, you'll all have unexpected opportunities. A man interrupted impatiently. Wait, what's this otherworldly realm? Stop talking nonsense, take me home. Listen to my explanation. Fairy's smile faded into a scary expression, saying here everyone has infinite freedom. Rules, order, or morality. Have you ever dreamed of a world without any rules? Not only that, the physical limitations holding you back will disappear. Your strength can reach infinity like heroes in movies. This is your chance to do everything you imagine. Great, Cat, let me give an example. For instance, Fairy flicked her fingers and shot a beam of light at the man who had spoken earlier, sending him off to meet his ancestors. Sorry, I hate those big-headed guys, Fairy said smugly. The crowd was scared and ran in all directions screaming. Seeing this, Fairy aimed at the fleeing crowd and shot a few bright beams. Then she looked angry, saying, as I told you, I hate things that are too stable. When many people fell down, the crowd finally realized the situation and stood still, no one daring to make a sound out of fear. Silence enveloped the space. Fairy then brightened up again, saying she pulled out a stone and explained it was ancient language. When you destroy any living thing, you'll get it. There are 8 more similar ancient languages that will appear randomly in different colors. But if you grow stronger, you can get better ancient languages. This is an ancient language to enhance strength. Anyone wants one? A hand raised. It was Han-Soo. Fairy stared at Han-Soo in surprise for a moment before flying around him happily, saying good job, very enthusiastic. Give me your hand. Han-Soo's expressionless face opened his palm as Fairy said. Hearing this, the ancient language hovered in Han-Soo's hand. Round him, silver light appeared just like the color of the ancient language on his hand. Clever, right? The ancient language has its own rules. Scientifically speaking, a person's muscle weight limit is 117.1 kilograms, but it increased to 120.3 kilograms now. Moreover, the ancient language. Han-Soo sighed inwardly, boring, always hearing things he already knows. Fairy was distracted by Han-Soo's indifferent look while talking about old stuff. So it flew away to another place and continued spreading knowledge to everyone. Different ancient languages have different effects. Your science can't explain the full potential of these abilities. I want to show you one more example. Anyone wants to try? Saying this, Fairy gave a creepy smile that made the crowd shudder. Oh, that's it. No matter what happens, just remember this. Ancient texts or power enhancements don't really matter. Everything is useful, so collect as many ancient texts as you can if you want to survive. Now, the ancient texts from the deceased bodies are rising up. At first, everyone looks calm, but a few seconds later, they're like hungry tigers, fighting each other for the ancient texts. Fairy watches this with great interest from above. Just as it's getting intense, it says, "Look at that boy's reaction. We don't need to explain anything more. Let's collect these ancient texts then." Yes, all the ancient texts fly straight into Fairy's hands and disappear. Oh, by the way, if you touch your right hand, you'll see how many ancient texts you have. People love to measure everything, right? Usually it's 10. That's good enough. Strength 11, HP 9, Intuition 8. Hansu checks his stats. He thinks to himself that his strength has increased by 1. If you collect more ancient texts after hunting, your mana and magic power will also increase. It doesn't matter what you get, it's initially unfair. Fairy continues, I'll give you a special favor. Forget about the past and enjoy this new life. As he says that, everyone gets a dagger in their hand. When I leave, training will begin. Everyone try your best. While people are still stunned, someone shouts in panic, look behind you. They all turn around and see a group of soldiers slowly approaching them. Just as everyone isn't sure how to handle the situation, a girl steps forward calmly, telling everyone to stay calm. Don't agitate them and step back slowly. People follow her advice because it makes sense. Unfortunately, they can't retreat far when suddenly a young man manages to squeeze through the wall, shocking everyone. How did you get out there? The young man replies, I don't know either. I just somehow passed through. At that moment, someone notices the number 49 appearing on the wall. Another person tries to pass through and succeeds. The number on the wall drops to 48. Could it be that only 50 people can leave? Someone proposes a theory, leading to chaos as everyone fights for the chance to pass through. Hansu's eyes, what a mess! We need to stay calm and fight together. All of us must survive. We might get some injuries, but it will be less severe than dying. When 40 people died under the soldiers' attack, only 10 survived. But this time is different. First, I need to complete this area and move on to the next level. With my current stats, it feels a bit uncomfortable, but I'm lucky. Hansu checks his stats. His dexterity has increased by 0.1. Dexterity not only speeds up the player's perception of time. A 0.1 increase means the player can perform actions faster. Like now, Hasu could dispatch a soldier in one swift move. This feels a bit awkward with my body from 10 years ago, but I'm lucky. Hansu checks his stats. His dexterity has increased by 0.1. Dexterity not only speeds up the player's perception of time. A 0.1 increase in perception means the player can perform actions much faster. Like now, Hasu could send a soldier flying with one swift move. As expected, the remaining soldiers, seeing blood, went wild and attacked, but they all fell under Hasu's blade. Many people who witnessed this gained strength. They no longer fought to leave the wall, but bravely took up weapons to fight the soldiers. Seeing this, Hansu feels a bit more at ease. It's not time for relaxation now. Including here, there are still many travelers left. If you count the whole world, the number is countless. In the first year, people will be protected in the guide area for 3 months. Once the 3-month protection period ends, we'll have to fight waves 52 and 53. But no matter what you think, this is an opportunity to become stronger. Kenyon sending me here was the right choice. Every battle has its end, and it will be the Gopin team that gets wiped out. The survivors sit on the ground, panting, their eyes filled with fear as they look at Hansu. He must have fought and defeated all of them just using that short sword. Truly a monster. Shortly after the battle ended, Fairy appeared again, looking slightly surprised and said, you did well. You must have had it tough, but there are still quite a few participants left. So you've probably figured out how to survive now, right? Let's remove this barrier then. Just keep doing what you're doing. I still have work in other areas. So, good luck! With Fairy's words, the crowd's anger dissipated as he disappeared. While the city was quiet, Hansu stood alone at a corner checking his stats. Strength 14.3, Agility 10.9, HP 10.1, Intuition 11.2. This is already enough for training. I found something quite useful too. Hanzo glanced at the sword in his hand and put it away, then continued thinking about his action plan. First, I need to find a way to become stronger as quickly as possible. Ars, Candy, Kendian, what would they do if it were them? Hanzo remembered that once Kendian mentioned the hidden dungeon, lurking in the training area and being the hardest dungeon. I couldn't complete that dungeon. No one could pass through it, Kendian said with regret. So you've only just passed a bit of that hidden dungeon, but are already this strong? That's right, isn't my presence here as a member of Wakizi proof enough? Kendian smiled proudly and then seriously continued. If I could go back in time, I would definitely try to clear that dungeon first. If I can do it, I might be able to defeat you, Hansu. One thing we can be certain of is that the higher the difficulty and the more impossible it is to complete, the greater the reward upon success will be. Thinking this, Hansu made up his mind. His goal was decided. If I want to do that, I need to handle some things first. The first floor of the training room is where 100 people gather and act together. They can operate in the allowed area once a week for 3 months and must complete this hunting mission. After completing the second level, the safe zone will be opened up, allowing interaction with those who came before. Currently, there are 2 hidden pieces on the first floor of the training room, and no one has made it to the end yet. To reach the deepest part of the hidden dungeon, I need to get this piece. It's the only way to become stronger quickly. But first, I need to get the nearest hidden piece. Let's see, it must be around here. While Hansu was searching aimlessly, he noticed a quarrel not far away. It seems a beautiful girl is being forced by a group of thugs to join them under the pretense of helping each other survive this training period, but she refused. I don't have time for this. I need to find the hidden piece because it will disappear in a week. Thinking this, Hansu turned away and ignored it, but fate had other plans. Just as he was about to leave, someone called him back. Hey, Hansu, you're Hansu, right? Typical timing. Hansu sighed inwardly, but replied politely, I know who I am. The young man's words froze him in place. At this moment, a blonde-haired youth approached aggressively to question. Hey, Hansu, are you crazy? We were together right before we came here. How do you know my name? How does he know my name? After rummaging through his memory, Hansu finally realized they were classmates from university. The blonde-haired youth was named Jin Tai-sung, and the one with the tattooed hand was Sang Jin. They went on the same trip together, but then they both disappeared, so he had forgotten them. We'll go with him. Zumihi is the beautiful girl from earlier. Seeing Hansu, she took the opportunity to push away one of the thugs and firmly said before rushing straight to Hansu. Hansu silently looked at Zumihi. Her appearance would surely bring trouble. The thug who was pushed by Zumihi turned his anger on Hansu, but when he realized who Hansu was, he hesitated a bit. That bastard had given him and the others a hard time before alone. But if we attack him while he's weakened now, thinking this, the thug glanced at his subordinates. They immediately understood each other with a sinister smile. Now, that scumbag approaches Hansu's group without hesitation to provoke them. You should listen until the other person finishes speaking. I don't know who he is, but he looks pretty injured. With such an appearance, can he really do anything? Come here while I'm still talking nicely, the sooner the better. You guys should come over before I go there. Hansu wasn't afraid and replied that this kind of person is everywhere. Becoming a fragrance after the first battle without knowing who your opponent is, while deluding yourself that you can defeat them. As Hansu spoke, he slowly approached the scumbag with an ominous expression asking, do you understand what I'm saying? Then he pushed the scumbag aside and walked arrogantly past him. You bastard! The scumbag clenched his teeth in anger. What else do you want to say? Hansu asked while drawing out his sword, preparing for the scumbag to experience a festival. Then, the leader of that group appeared with goodwill, saying we're not bad guys. Why don't you join us? Looking at our current situation, cooperation would be better than not, right? Hansu stared at the leader and assessed him with this gaze. He has fully adapted to this place. There's no reason to hide his true nature and act like a wild spirit. In the end, he is an unlawful actor. Should I deal with him now? Kadian's words resurfaced in Hansu's mind. Ares said, there's no need to kill unnecessarily, but don't be merciful to snakes that will harm us in this great battle. Then Ares' voice echoed again, don't distance yourself from others and try your best to protect and care for them. Ares saved countless lives. I just didn't have the time to deal with these guys now. They'll destroy themselves when left alone here anyway. Thinking this, Hanzo said it's fine and turned away to leave. That bastard, the scumbag, wanted to show off but was stopped by his leader. Sung-ho, that punk isn't important, our target is? Establish order in this place among strange creatures, and especially that damn fairy. But there's still something I like about it. Thinking to himself, the leader said with joy, here, might makes right. Shouldn't we seize this opportunity? Let's go, Sung-ho. At that moment, Sung-ho didn't say anything and obediently followed his leader. How can humans be more terrifying than a pin tree like that? Tae-dong watched as the scumbags left, following Hansu while assessing him. I know Hansu is strange, but has he always been like this? He's just a lonely kid who often sits in one corner, so I didn't think much of him. Suddenly remembering something, Tae-sung questioned Hansu. Hey, Hansu, why do you act as if we're strangers? Hansu made up an excuse about losing his memory. His answer drew a look from Tae-sung that was 3 parts judgment and 7 parts skepticism. Seriously? Why does he talk like that? Is he acting like an old man? Mihi laughed at Hansu's behavior and Tae-sung's words. Again, Hansu silently looked at Mihi. It's a pity, she could have lived a comfortable life. But here, beauty is a double-edged sword. If used well, it can be a powerful weapon. Well, they'll probably be fine. Besides Mihi, Tae-sung, and Sang-jin, there are a couple of other friends in the group. They followed Hansu closely. Looking at the desolate scene before them, the blonde-haired girl couldn't help asking, we've been silent all this time. Mihi agreed with her. Hansu, where are we going? You'll know when you see it, and then he stopped walking. The first destination is the subway station that contains a hidden piece, the Southern Railway Station. Southern Railway Station, but why here? I shouldn't get bothered explaining trivial matters. If not for what Ares said, I would have gone alone. There's no other choice now. To avoid having to explain a lot in the future, introverted youth Hansu decides to speak from a spiritual perspective. I have a premonition. Mihi repeats, premonition. Hanzo replies, yes, when I recall, I was thinking about this place. I have super strength. Everyone gasps in unison, super strength. Seeing everyone's reaction, Hanzo whispers, we have a sage here. Super strength isn't that hard to achieve. The blonde-haired girl asks her friend quietly behind, are you sure following him will be okay? Although the blonde-haired girl spoke softly, Hanzo still heard and turned to smile at her. No need to follow. I'm someone who likes to act alone. If you want to stay in one place and watch, it's up to the two of you. Tae-dong sees Hansu's indifferent attitude and secretly feels jealous. Even if he is what he is, looking at him still makes her uncomfortable. It really can't be tolerated, but now we have to endure in this situation. The group descends into the station. Tae-sung approaches friendly and pats Hansu's shoulder. Hey, are you sure we're going to a safe place? This place looks a bit strange. Hansu replies, no, we're meeting some friends who have been here for a while. Tae-sung asks again, what kind of friends? Who would live in such a place? Are they people you know? Just then, Hansu suddenly says, wait, what's going on? Mihi opens her mouth but seems to see something scary and yells, Tae-sung, dodge! Tae-sung turns around suspiciously and sees Hansu holding a dagger above his head. Tae-sung looks pale as the dagger approaches him and screams, what's going on? But then he realizes that Hansu's target was actually a giant worm right under his feet. Hansu pulls out the dagger from the worm, picks up a rock, and starts explaining that this is a dungeon modeled after Laga Gangnam, and these green worms crawl out when they sense vibrations in the earth. They hate sunlight, so rarely come to the surface. If bitten by them, everyone's flesh will easily rot and decay. So be careful, once bitten, you'll faint and die before you can react. I'll explain a simple way to fight against them. After a while, following Hansu's instructions, the group gradually adapted and killed several green worms themselves. Hansu stands aside observing. He notices for people performing well. Among them is Sang-jin, who has been holding his dagger all along. He catches my attention as well. Hansu approaches Sang-jin and reminds him, if you're not confident, just stay on intact stone slabs and stab where there's water on the ground. Be careful to watch your hand. Not far away, Mihi just killed a green worm. She stands up, wipes her sweat, and tells the blonde-haired girl it should be where the ground is raised. The blonde-haired girl responds thoughtfully, like a mouse-licking game. Seeing this, Sang-jin clutches his dagger tightly, encouraging himself. I can do this. I must do this. Suddenly, water appears behind Sang-jin's feet. A green worm emerges from it and rushes towards him. Sang-jin is too scared to do anything else. Fortunately, Hansu pushes him out of the way and kills the worm with 2 quick slashes. After surviving the incident, Sang-jin smiles at Hansu. Thanks, Hansu. Good job. Hansu doesn't respond but walks away. In his heart, he thinks that Sang-jin's inability to participate in combat is no longer a matter of discussion. He will become a burden sooner or later. At this moment, Taesung approaches and asks Hansu, "Did you know something was going to happen? How do you know if you tell me?" Hansu interrupts, "I told you already, this is my superpower." Everyone is speechless with what Hansu says. They focus on hunting the monsters instead. Soon, all green worms around are eliminated. Hanzo approaches a dead worm and picks up its rock while noticing everyone staring at him. Standing up, he turns to ask, "Why aren't you picking them up?" Mihi speaks for the group. "We think it's better if you take all the rocks and protect us. Since you're protecting us from this place, please take them all. We can't be as strong as superheroes just by taking more rocks. So take everything in return. You'll protect us." Tae-dung sighs and says, "Take what you've hunted. If you want to follow me, at least follow the basic rules." People who have roamed and explored this abyss for decades created these fundamental principles to coexist. I take what I hunt. In group hunting, shared prey is divided based on contribution and priority level. In cases of life-threatening situations, good relationships can easily be destroyed. They'll realize soon enough how wicked and cruel this place is. Hansu looks seriously at the group, nodding that one should believe in their own abilities most of all. If useless, they'll be eliminated quickly. It's a rule. Everyone was stunned for a moment before Mihi reacted first, heading to a deep green area. The others exchanged glances and started dividing up the ancient relics among themselves. Hansu thought to himself, soon enough, they would get used to that. They wouldn't need to be told. They'd fight to obtain the relics on their own. Suddenly, Taesung shouted, "Look, there's a strange relic here." As everyone gathered around, Taesung held up a purple relic, the essence of the gnome tribe cool. Taesung grinned at his system message, thinking that if he got this, he'd have new superpowers. His eyes full of ambition, Taesung thought, with it, I'll get those powers. Then Taesung glanced at Hansu, who was emotionless from a distance. Earlier, he said sharing items was just for show. If I ask now to share the relics, he'll make things difficult for me. Thinking this, Taesung asked Hansu, "Is this old man's relic really his? You agreed, so you won't change your mind later, right?" Hansu nodded, deep in thought. The essence of the Lunakruna tribe. It's good at the start because it boosts defense and regeneration. Anyone playing this game needs both those things, which is why many seek it out. Plus, it leans towards passive relics. However, it makes users hungrier. But with strength, you can just take food from others, so no need to worry about hunger. A skill's level determines its power and proficiency. Individuals with sharp minds and a large number of common skills might have around 100. Kenyon has over 1,000 skills alone. But we're different. Hansu remembered a time when several differently colored relics were laid out in front of him. He picked up an orange one and absorbed it, while Ears tried the green one and regretfully said something. As I thought, each person can only have a maximum of 7 skills. If we knew this earlier, we would have learned stronger ones. Each person gets only 7 skills. That's a killer rule for players. But Hansu possesses an immense power, making those limits irrelevant. Thanks to his great strength, Hansu has evolved countless skills infinitely. The Dororo Spirit Essence initially sped up regeneration, but later evolved to rival Kink's Immortality spell. And the Gauntlet step by step then matched Kendion's Space Correction technique. Ears called Hanzo a liar because only he could infinitely evolve 7 skills. That's why he could catch up and stand alongside them despite being 20 years behind. Hanzo thought that skills define who you are. They made him step in for them to return here. So, no mistakes at the end. Didn't ours say so? Choose your 7 skills carefully. If everything goes as planned, we'll leave this training area. Taesung decided not to wait and used the Cool Tribe Essence. The system announced an increase in physical resistance stats. Skill, Gnome Tribe Cool Proficiency 1.0%. Taesung tapped his hand to open his personal info screen. Jin Taesung, Strength 11.1, Exact 10.1, Endurance 12.5 plus 1.5, Senses 10.3, Physical Resistance 10.7 plus 0.7. Looking at the stats, Taesung was happy. I got more physical resistance now. Other stats also increased significantly. Then Taesung turned to Hansu and sarcastically said, "You fool. Such a tasty one, I'll never give it up. Just wait, sooner or later, I'll catch up with you." Hansu didn't know what Taesung was thinking and didn't care. He waved his hand and said, "Come on, let's go." Taesung ran over, friendly, and patted Hansu's shoulder. "Oh, from now on, it'll be dangerous ahead, so we should stick together. The stronger ones should go in front to protect us." Hansu and his group entered the convenience store and split up to find what they needed. Hansu walked around checking things out. Thinking to himself, he said that there's usually a convenience store on the second floor of the train station. Is this the usual stuff? Taesung picked up a dagger, hesitating. Should I grab different types of weapons too? At a row of kitchenware, Hansu whispered to himself that it felt more like a supermarket than a convenience store, but everything they needed was really here. Noticing Hansu taking out a pot, Michael curiously asked Hansu, "What are you doing?" Hansu placed the pot on the stove and took out a bag saying, "I'm cooking." He opened the bag and poured the liquid inside into the pot. Mai saw that liquid and whispered in surprise, "Is that green slime blood?" She suddenly remembered that earlier Hansu often collected some monster parts in bags. At the time, I was confused about what he was doing. Now Hansu took out a piece of demon skin, tearing it into small pieces and putting them in the pot. He thought to himself that demon skin would become very toxic. When it comes into contact with green blood, demons evolve to resist the green slime and its toxins very strongly. While Hansu was focused on his concoction, Taesung suddenly approached and sniffed around. "This smells so good. Can I have a piece too?" Hansu remained expressionless as he said, "It's for reading." Hearing that, Taesung stepped back 3 meters and shouted in surprise, "What? If it's for reading, you should have warned me first." Hansu slightly frowned and rebutted, "I came here after smelling the scent." Mihei approached and smiled at Hansu, asking, "We never thought of cooking that. How do you know how to do this?" "Superpower, my brain is full of knowledge." Taesung gritted his teeth in anger, clearly avoiding the question. Damn it. Actually, Hansu thought his head was about to explode from remembering all these things. He recalled the training sessions with Canadian. Back then, Hansu struggled sitting there as if his soul wanted to leave his body. As shown on the board, Canadian continued jumping even when returning to the past. Without knowledge, it would be useless. The amount of information obtained is most important. Not only collecting items, but also increasing their power is crucial too. If you don't have a brain, you won't understand why it's important, right? But you can't share this information with anyone. Remember well, knowledge from the future will drive the collapse of the abyss. You must not become Prometheus in Greek mythology, who could foresee the future. Use this knowledge only when really needed. Reviving his spirit, Hansu whispered to himself about the poison. If you don't know the exact ratio and cooking time, it will be useless. That's good enough! Once the poison was fully prepared, Hansu poured it into an empty bottle. He then sprayed a little of the toxin onto his weapons from the bottle. Maihei stood aside, nervously asking, "Can we use that?" Hansu replied, "Yes, each time you use it will be half the strength or physical power." T-Sung angrily shouted, "Hey, you're being cheap. I can give it to you for free, but in the long run, this might not be a good idea." Hansu said that because he clearly understood that one-sided relationships are very easy to break. Mihei spoke up, "I'll give it to you later. Can I use it first?" Hansu turned around and stared at Maihei for a moment before handing her a bottle of the poison. At the same time, he reminded her carefully, "If it gets on your hand, it will hurt a lot." Seeing this, T-Sung silently cursed, "If he's doing that, I can't steal anything anymore." Failing to steal, T-Sung said, "Can I use it first and return the physical power later?" Sangjin also spoke up, "Me too." Hansu didn't refuse anyone. He let them use the poison bottles as they wished. Meanwhile, he started preparing other things. Not long after, Hansu had two backpacks full of items. He whispered to himself that this preparation was enough. The others were also ready and approached. "We're all set now." Hansu turned around but said nothing, just staring at them intently. Seeing him like that, one person asked, "What are you looking at us for?" Hansu pointed to the large bags on their backs and said, "Are you planning to use these as bait for others?" Then Hansu demonstrated how to tron some items down and told them, "If you don't want to carry and fight, tron it like this. Moreover, if you take everything away like that, others will chase after you with the desire to live. Leave something for others." Mihei's eyes sparkled as she looked at Hansu. "At first, I thought he was just silent, but he's really good. Can I get superpowers like that?" Maihei wonders. She sits down to learn as Hansu does, determined in her heart. "Millions of people went missing yesterday, but no one can return. I have to survive here until the end of my life. I have to survive. At all costs, to survive I must do my part, and if there's Hansu." Looking at Hansu again, Maihei hesitates not as she rushes over, following him. Seeing this, Taesung speaks up irritably, "That bastard, acting like he owns the place." Then Taesung throws his backpack to Sangjin forcefully, regardless of whether he agrees or not, and chases Hansu asking more questions. "Can we get those superpowers you mentioned?" Hansu answers, "We can." Hearing this, the three exclaim in unison, "Really?" Hansu confirms, "Yes." Kenyan told Hansu that among those who came to this world, a few had developed special abilities they didn't actually have. The exact quote was, "Be careful with those who come to this world. A few of them have developed special abilities they don't actually possess. Especially these abilities are very diverse, and among them, there are truly dangerous individuals. They have extremely prominent traits. Their survival rate is higher than others. So if anyone's not useful, just get rid of them. Get rid of them." Mispronouncing the last word, Hansu's gaze becomes sharper, his demeanor darker, causing Taesung to flinch behind him. What's wrong with him? Immediately after, Taesung smiles and speaks up. "By the way, you really should get over that. Are you still mad about me reporting on you?" Hansu takes a step forward, turning to look at Taesung. "I don't like talking much because I don't have many things to say." Saying this, Hansu continues walking inside him. He thinks of 5 years ago when he first arrived here. Fighting against creatures that never came, hope turned into despair, and despair overshadowed everything. Taesung follows, looking at Hansu's back and muttering to himself, "What did he hit his head on while fighting? Why act like this? Isn't it because of that damn superpower? Then I won't have to bow down to him anymore. I'll wait until I'm stronger. Then Mihei and I will go out. I'll get rid of Sangjin, Sai, and Hansu. Again, I will." Still lost in thought, Hansu suddenly reaches out and shouts, "Wait." Taesung asks, "What's that?" Hansu doesn't respond. He sits down and uses his hand to pick up some sticky substance from the ground to examine it. "What is this?" "Slime." "This isn't slime from a sword creature. It doesn't have an acidic smell, nor does it look dry inside. So it's not a zombie with a sword either. Therefore, the only possibility is a land-dwelling mermaid. This must be evidence of a subterranean fisherman. They're not fast, but if they use their venom to paralyze us, it won't be hard for them to skin us alive. But I have a plan. Chuckling, Hansu shakes off the dust from his knees and stands up. Behind him, Taesung complains, "Don't keep acting alone like that. According to me, you'll be surprised by what this is. Come help me." Saying this, Hansu returns to the convenience store. Michael and the others don't understand, but follow to assist. Very quickly, homemade bombs appear in front of them. Although there's no kerosene here, according to Hansu, it should be enough. Michael asks, "Flame bombs? Don't tell me these are from the convenience store we just left." Taesung picks up one and says, "This is also a superpower, convenient for you. You must like this place more than our original world, right? Meaning you can do anything you want if I have the power to do so." Hansu looks at Taesung, his mind struggling with whether he should get rid of the guy in front of him. Meeting Hansu's somewhat different gaze, Taesung asks, "Why are you looking at me like that? What did I say wrong?" Taking a deep breath, Hansu put down his thoughts and drew on the ground saying, "I'll present the plan. Listen carefully. When one person throws a bomb, the other two will advance to attack. The one in front gets priority for the ancient relics." Taesung laughed confidently. "Then I'll go first. Those who are better should be up front protecting us, right?" Hansu asked again, "Who's throwing the bomb?" Mihei and Sang-jin raised their hands in unison. "Change it," Hansu said. "Let's decide who will throw it." A bit for Mihei. But while Sang-jin was still thinking, Hansu decided, "So the two of you can switch off." After deciding, they started moving again. Sang-jin wondered how much further we need to go. "Now there's no way out for us anymore. I'm following because I don't want to be left behind." But do they all agree with this? Sang-jin looked at everyone. When he saw Mihei, he was surprised to find her body trembling slightly. Hansu reminded them, "Alert, they're here." Following that, strange sounds began echoing. Hansu ordered, "Mahi, go to the source of the sound with the bottle. Don't be weak, you can do it. Arm yourself." Mahi took out a homemade bomb from her bag, lit it, and threw it towards the sound. The homemade bomb hit a monster, exploded, and burned it to ashes. Mahi cheered, "I did it. We'll attack together, be careful. Don't let their venom touch us." Briefly reminding Taesung and Sang-jin, Hansu led the way towards the monsters with his weapon. Inside Taesung, he was envious. That bastard took all the ancient relics for himself. I can't keep losing to him. Suddenly, a monster attacked from Taesung's side, making him shout in surprise, "Get away from me, you scum." Instinctively, Taesung swung his weapon and chopped at the monster. Damn it, almost slipped. As he was worried, he noticed the monster lying on the ground. He couldn't help but praise his poison-tipped weapon. This works well." Hansu asked, "The venom I gave you is worth the ancient relics, right?" Taesung didn't respond. He looked at his weapon with greedy eyes and thought, "With this, I can catch up to that bastard soon." So Taesung enthusiastically joined in the battle with Hansu. Mihei and Sang-jin were doing well with what Hansu had assigned them. Thus, the fight tipped towards the four of Hansu. The number of monsters was decreasing. Hansu thought, as expected, bringing fire bombs in a venomous and flammable battle is a smart choice. The blade's edge is worn out, but it doesn't matter. I prepared the poison for this reason. While fighting, Taesung was drawn by some ancient relics on the ground. "These relics are mine." Greedily reaching out to pick up a few relics, he didn't notice a monster spitting venom at him. As a result, his foot got poisoned and he fell down. Taesung cursed inwardly, "Enemy, everyone's watching. This is so embarrassing." More monsters emerged from the darkness, heading towards Taesung. Taedong screamed in fear, "Die already, you damn bastards. Get away from me and save me." Seeing Taedong's peril, Mahi decided to use her firebomb for rescue but found she was out of them. So she quickly said to Sang-jin, "Sang-jin, switch with me." "Okay, hold on." Sang-jin tried lighting the firebomb in his hand, but the lighter seemed to have a problem. It wouldn't light up. Sang-jin kept striking matches, praying silently, "Light up, please." Finally, he succeeded in striking a match. But before he could light it, a monster suddenly crawled towards his feet. Sang-jin was startled and dropped the firebomb, breaking it. Taesung shouted angrily, "You damn fool! I told you to throw the bomb, not destroy it." Fortunately, Han-soo had dealt with the monsters and came to rescue. Han-soo chopped down the monster that was about to attack Sang-jin and said calmly, "Stay calm and follow the plan. Follow the plan, there won't be any problems. Take a break and go collect your relics." Taesung heaved a sigh of relief and said, "I thought I was going to die. It seems my skills saved me. My leg is already healing." Han-soo told Taesung, "If you improve your stamina and rest, you'll recover faster. I'm taking back the ancient texts." Seeing what he got, Taesung was unhappy. "That's all I have left. This damn calculation is too precise." Then Taesung noticed Sang-jin, and a bad idea popped up in his head. "If I take these ancient texts as well." With that, Taesung laughed and approached Sang-jin to question him. "Choi Sang-jin, the Choi family's tradition is so heartless. What are you?" Without waiting for Sang-jin to finish, Taesung grabbed his throat with one hand. Sang-jin, this fool, you couldn't even throw a burning bomb. Didn't you forget that I almost died because of you just now?" Sang-jin tried to defend himself. "It's because." Maihee approached and scolded, "Jin Taesung, what are you doing? Let him go. Otherwise, he'll die." Since Maihee spoke up, Taesung had to throw Jin down and say, "Your fate tomorrow, you bastard." Taesung sat in front of Sang-jin. He grabbed Sang-jin's hair as a warning. "From now on, look carefully. How can you not take it seriously? You were crawling on the ground with your head down just recently. Seems like you've forgotten your place, huh? Just follow in your father's footsteps and support others for life without causing trouble." Then Taesung turned his gaze to Sang-jin's ancient texts. "I'm taking these things." As he reached out, a dagger was shot towards him, stopping between him and the ancient texts. Taesung quickly retracted his hand and shouted, "Ouch, what is this mouth?" The one who threw the dagger was Han-soo. He looked at Taesung and said, "That's not yours." Taedong stood up and laughed. "Are you planning to give these useless things to him? Haven't you seen it's no different from throwing them in a trash can? What good can they do? Come on, we can share the ancient texts. Honestly, without this guy, we would be fine anyway, right? Am I wrong?" Han-soo calmly replied, "We need to divide them fairly. From the start, you shouldn't have touched someone else's livelihood tools." Knowing it won't change anything, Taesung walked around him with a disdainful snort. "What kind of fishing rod is that mouth? Don't regret later." Han-soo reminded Sang-jin he should also watch over his own share. Maihee observed everything from the side and approached, shyly asking, "Hey Han-soo, are you bothered by us? Considering the situation now, I just thought seeing others fight might bother you a lot." Han-soo replied, "For me, this is already good enough. If you do anything wrong, I won't complain at all." Maihee asked again, "So are we going to stick together until the end?" Han-soo, "It's just that your actions seem like you're ready to leave anytime." Han-soo didn't turn back. As he walked, he said, "Whether or not to follow me is up to you. You guys are doing great, so don't worry." Looking at the ancient texts from the monsters, Han-soo thought about how most of them fell off as strength and stamina. Seems we can't ignore the characteristics of these creatures. Not bad either, since strength and stamina are important now. These are also the stats I need. Han-soo raised his hand to open his personal panel. Strength 25.3, Stamina 20 for 0.5, Skill level 14.1. Just add half of it. Han-soo whispered and took out a vitality ancient substance to absorb. On his personal board, Han-soo's vitality index changed to 20 for 0.8. The system announced that he had achieved the first performance goal. With the system announcement, Fairy suddenly appeared in front of Han-soo shouting, "Your total vitality and strength have surpassed 50. Congratulations, you've become the first traveler." Maihee was scared by Fairy's sudden appearance and shouted, "How did that thing appear here? Where did it come from?" Han-soo smirked and whispered, "Got it to show up, huh?" Fairy flew close to Han-soo. Seeing his face clearly, it exclaimed, "Aren't you the traveler who raised his hand before? I was wondering who had progressed so quickly. Looks like my assessment is correct. We always admire those who strive. Then for the most active traveler, I'll give a small gift. You're curious about what it is, right? Should I tell you? Suddenly, Michael raised his hand and spoke up. So, isn't it? Isn't that unfair? Our initial body stats were different from the start. Why should you be so afraid? Because once we start, we won't touch each other. We wouldn't kill you just because we don't like you. As it spoke, Fairy flew to Mihei and leaned close to her hand, laughing like a devil whispered. But there will be exceptions eventually, right? And you could be one of them. Mihei's face turned pale with fear. Seeing this, Fairy laughed loudly. Of course, I'm just joking. Joking like this never gets old, haha. Immediately after, Fairy retracted her smile and looked at Mihel. What is it? Isn't that unfair? Come on, you know very well. You have something better than others to the point where no one can catch up with you, right? But you didn't give it up to be level with others. Life has always been unfair. Ignoring Mihei's thoughts, Fairy laughed and flew to Hansu saying, talking about this nonsense is a waste of time. Now it's your turn to receive the reward. Hansu whispered, I know what the reward is. Fairy continued, when the total index surpasses a certain number, the reward is 3 optional ancient substances. Which one do you want? It's either accuracy, sensory perception, or healing ancient substance. Although it can only be used once, if someone's stomach has a hole, it can heal and treat most poisons as well. This is like having an extra life. But when your limbs are cut off, it won't help. Hansu silently added that it would be useless in such cases. The 3 of them heard the effects of the healing ancient substance and their eyes lit up. So this means you can survive at least one dangerous situation. All 3 looked at Hansu with hopeful eyes, thinking he might give them one if things got worse. Ignoring them, Hansu asked Fairy, do you have any magical immunity ancient substances? Fairy was surprised but still smiled and answered, of course, I do. Hansu continued observing Fairy, noticing no unusual expression. He thought, she doesn't really care much about this level. So it means you can still handle this level. The healing ancient substance is good, but magical immunity to Marfab is hard to find in training phase, except for special cases like numbness or increased vitality, which only affect action speed and recovery. While physical resistance and Marfab are more basic defensive or immunity abilities, I can use experience to counter some physical attacks, but magic attacks are different. After a while, when Hansu received the reward as requested, his personal board changed. As for Hansu, strength 25.3, physical strength 20 for 0.8, accuracy 14.1, sensory perception 15.2, magic immunity 13. Hansu wondered, is this enough to avoid immediate death? After the reward ceremony, Fairy bid farewell and said it was time for him to leave since he had finished his task. Besides, I relied on that person, so in the future, make sure to do well and be a good opera. Mii's 3 friends exclaimed, Appa, is that girl? Let's go! He instructed everyone to continue their journey, but noticed their strange expressions and asked what was wrong with them. They avoided his gaze and said nothing. Soon after, the 4-person group arrived at level 3. Mihi, who had just defeated a monster, sighed. It's easier than before. Suddenly, she noticed Hansu's actions. He was making something again, probably another poison, right? But his actions seemed the same as before. Curious, Mihi approached and asked, you have many ancient languages. Why is your speed not changing? She believed her eyes. Pleased with herself, Hansu raised his wrist and said it was because of this. Michael curiously asked, what is that? The others paused their actions and paid attention to him. Hansu demonstrated while explaining he could collect ancient languages like this. Raise your hand and think about the ancient languages you've obtained. Michael exclaimed in surprise, wow, how did you do that? Hansu replied, with my super ability, I should try it once. Eager to follow, Michael picked up an ancient language, but Hansu said it wouldn't help much. Confused, he asked, why not? First, it will slow down the hunting process, so you won't be able to collect many. Second, if I die, these languages become useless. All the ancient languages collected this way would fall out if I died. Sang-jin curiously asked, "Why do you collect them?" "To use them for exchange later." In his mind, he added, "Although it's hard now, once some rules are established, they could replace money in the training area." Hansu advised, "You can't do that, just pick them up one by one." Tae-dong was unhappy and questioned, "Is this because we followed your advice? You can look down on us, but what if I can do it too?" Hansu sighed inwardly. These people don't even know where they are standing. Once you go down and get eaten alive, you'll wake up. And before that, some adjustments need to be made. Looking at his weapon, Hansu turned around and seriously looked at the three of them. "Listen carefully. Whether you follow me or collect ancient languages, do whatever you want. I don't care. But now I need you to listen to me and hand over all your weapons to me." Unexpectedly, Tae-sung strongly objected. "Are you thinking like a thief? You have your own weapon. Why do you still want more of mine?" "Oh, what I meant was yours. We can't win against the monsters with this." Throwing his weapon on the ground, Hansu continued, "My sword is too dull to use anymore. I also need a new saber. Do you understand?" Tae-sung roared even louder. "Did you think that means I agree? This guy is really ridiculous. If you take all our weapons, how will we fight? We also have to fight the monsters. What do you want us to do? Hide behind you?" At this moment, Sang-jin suddenly said, "If that's the case, I'll hand over my weapon too." Before he could finish speaking, Tae-sung cut him off. "You! Bang!" Hansu didn't want to argue and asked instead, "Do you want to fight the monster below?" Tae-sung answered without hesitation, "Fine, why bother? Just leave it to me. I've always hated that look of disdain in your eyes, so this time let me show you." Tae-sung's response surprised Hansu a bit. I thought he would refuse, but didn't expect him to agree so quickly. Alright, he doesn't know what kind of monster is down there. But my limit only goes so far. Thinking this, Hansu gave everyone the choices. 1. I'll leave and you guys handle the monsters. 2. You guys step aside and watch me face it alone. What do you want? Sang-jin was firm. He would stay out of the way. Mihei had a similar response. She agreed to. If he says so, that monster must be very dangerous. Tae-sung tried to persuade them, saying they should cooperate and help each other in danger. That coward wants to abandon his friends and take all the rewards for himself. Are you going to let him do that? He doesn't care if Sang-jin fails and withdraws, but if Mihei does too, it will be tough for him. Friends, huh? That's a nice word. Although I have some memories of being friends with you before. You should be glad that Candian didn't come back here. Now he must be wandering in the spatial region. I can't stay here too long. I need to get there as soon as possible. Hansu listened to Tae-sung's nonsensical talk for a while. Finally, he couldn't hold back and reminded them, "Enough already. Go down and think about it more. If I knew you would argue like this, I wouldn't have said anything. We finally made progress. You should have done that earlier instead of talking nonsense." Thinking Tae-sung had compromised, he gloated. In his opinion, the way he tried to go down alone showed he knew something important was below. Only a fool would miss such an opportunity. What if luck brings us good items? But not long after going down, he was the first one running out. Michael ran right behind him, scared and shouting, "I told you so. I told you that monster downstairs must be dangerous. Never mind, run away." Tae-sung also reminded them. Thinking of the huge monster they just saw, Tae-sung wondered how he knew it came from a completely different spatial region. It's unbelievable he wants to fight it alone. His nerves must be abnormal. After Tae-sung and others ran away, Hansu faced the giant snake alone. As soon as he saw it crawling closer and stopping its head up high, Hansu immediately covered his ears. Then the monster roared loudly and shot a beam of light straight at where Hansu was standing. Having prepared for this, Hansu almost instantly dodged to one side, successfully avoiding the giant snake's attack. I predicted this move. My magic resistance helped me withstand it. Song Sung emphasized that its magic power is quite strong, making even a sturdy sword hard to pierce. This isn't an easy opponent, but I know its weakness. Its scales are tough, but the area between them is very weak. Knowing this weakness, Hansu dodged and precisely aimed at it, throwing 1 star. The monster screamed in pain, then fiercely attacked Hansu, taking advantage of his dizziness from the shockwave and poison gas. He used its tail to knock him into the wall behind. Finally, it reacted when hit its weak point. This is its nest area, so even its physical resistance is quite high here. I'm still weak against the poison it spits out. Now Hansu has 5 daggers. That's why there are many, because Taesung offered them before running away. So Hansu didn't rush. He sat up from the rubble and stared at the monster, thinking to himself with a bit of joy until his goal was achieved. Meanwhile, Mihei stopped suddenly, her worried eyes looking into the cave. Despite fighting far away, the sound still echoed here. Is it okay for Hansu to fight alone? Taesung noticed Mihei's unusual behavior and asked, Mihei, why aren't you going further? We have no daggers on us, so we need to run fast towards the convenience store where Uncle hides. Mihei was silent. After some internal struggle, she decided to return and help Hansu. These fools ignored what I said all along. Though angry, Taesung, for his pride, still acted chivalrously with Mihei and returned. Hansu, are you okay? Before Mihei could finish her sentence, she was stunned by a scene in front of her. The left hand of Hansu was freed as he stabbed the snake's weak point with his poison knife after it bit him. The snake let out a painful scream and Hansu's arm was released. Alright, finally I've stabbed 3 times into its body. Earlier, it took him longer to get bitten, but thanks to his clothes, it wasn't too bad. Luckily, he increased his endurance, so hopefully it will heal faster now. In the later stages, these creatures will evolve to a new level. Their attack and recovery abilities will significantly increase. At that time, using poison won't be effective anymore as they'll use their strength and special abilities, making them harder to defeat. That's why using poison at this stage is so effective now. If not for the poison paralyzing it, I wouldn't have been able to get here. It would have been much easier. Watching the creature slowly succumb to the poison and lose its resistance, Hansu used his knife to give 1 final stab, causing the creature to weaken significantly. Hansu, are you okay? Mihei called out loudly and ran to Hansu's side. Hansu was too focused on fighting earlier that he didn't notice her call until now. He didn't react much though. He silently walked towards his backpack and asked, Are you guys still here? I came back because I was worried about you, but it seems unnecessary now. How's your arm? It's just a minor injury. It's already healed, so don't worry. I can't believe that guy could fight off a creature like this all by himself. Taesung looked at the dead creature on the ground and then at Hansu, his eyes showing some confusion. I knew he was strong, but is there such a big difference between us? How can I catch up to him? At that moment, Hansu suddenly cried out while collecting rewards from the dead snake. What's wrong, Hansu? Mihei asked curiously. Hansu silently looked at the ancient language stone in his hand. Maybe because this is a relatively strong creature, so the reward is Great Abyss 3. If I had a magic soul crystal, it would be more effective. It needs magic to activate, so I can't use it now. Seeing the ancient language stone, Taesung ran over and asked Hansu if he intended to use it. Considering its size, that's a good one. I'm jealous. Hansu honestly replied, No, I won't be using it. You can use 7 soul crystals, so keeping it around isn't useful. And you don't like emitting sound waves from your mouth either. Sangjin, looking hopeful, asked, Can I use it then? You won't be able to utilize its effects. Know where you belong. Taesung pushed Sangjin aside and with a greedy look at Hansu said, If you're going to give it to that guy, stop. Give it to me instead. Sangjin rubbed his cheek where Taesung's elbow had hit him and complained, You already have one. Do you think using this soul crystal will be effective? The guy behind me just now was secretly following me. If I had the strength like you, I could fight off that creature too. In fact, I could do better than you. Taedong felt humiliated and angrily said, Much better. Didn't I hit you enough earlier? Do you want me to break your neck so you'll wake up? Mihei stepped in to stop the argument. Hansu laughed and said, I never said I would give it to anyone. I want to sell it. If anyone buys now, I will offer a 5% discount. Let's see who can make the final purchase. With these words, Hansu immediately silenced Taesung and Sangjin. After regaining composure, Taesung asked hesitantly, "Can I pay in installments? If so, let one of you represent all three of us." Hansu gave them some time to discuss. A moment later, he approached and asked, "Have you decided yet?" Mihei nodded and said, "Then I'll take it." Just as expected, they don't trust each other, so only one is continuing the transaction now. More importantly, I noticed earlier that he secretly collected magic soul crystals. Since he killed the creature himself and collected them, there's no reason to hide, but it wasn't surprising. The more hidden things a person has, the better, due to survival instinct. It seems he has potential in that area as well. After collecting all items, Mihei handed over 1 speed soul crystal, 3 sense soul crystals, and 7 endurance and strength soul crystals to Hansu. Since I said there would be a 5% discount, it only costs 6 strength soul crystals now. With that, Hansu returned 1 soul crystal to Mihei. Mi forced a smile and replied, "You're really meticulous. Don't say I'm bad like that all the time. If you get used to receiving free stuff in this situation, sooner or later you'll have to die. In this world, nothing is free." Hansu said wisely and walked away. Let's start doing that now, right? The snake's appearance shows there's a Zooterium round here. Sure enough, not long after, Hansu found the Zooterium. He carefully broke off a piece of Zooterium, then gathered some great saw and started preparing something. Throughout this process, Mihei and Sangjin followed closely, observing every move Hansu made and guessing his intentions. Even Taesung couldn't hide his curiosity when he saw Hansu put the collected materials into a pot to cook. What are you going to use it for? Are you making poison again? No, this time it will be something else. So, while the saber-toothed snake is strong, but not enough to make a weapon, this time he needs to create something different. Weapon 11 out of 130 can be crafted from monster parts and materials found in the guided area. Weapon 1 to 11 has limited damage range, making it hard to cause bleeding. But if you can accurately identify your opponent's weakness and have enough confidence to strike there, this needle is the perfect choice. Looking at his just-made creation, Hansu felt a bit disappointed. The tip of the needle is a bit blunt. Well, I made it by hand, so I can't expect more. Hansu tested the needle with a dagger to check its quality. Seeing that the needle wasn't damaged at all, he felt relieved. It's good enough. At least it has to be as strong as this. Considering how long alchemists have tried to create weapons, this is the best weapon that can be made from basic materials in the guided area. I need something to pierce through its scales. For the monster I need to defeat to get the second hidden piece. Hansu wrapped one end of the needle with cloth as a handle and finished making the new weapon. Miss Kolizad, this is stronger than 1 to 17. If you can defeat it, we'll make an even better weapon. But this isn't bad either. It's the best choice now. Taesung observed from the side and thought about how much effort Hansu put into making that. It must be much better than his current weapon. Thinking to himself, Taesung offered to buy Hansu's sword. This is hard to use. If you're interested, I'll sell it. But now I can't make more as I used up all the materials earlier. Taesung's hatred grew, so he used up everything alone. What a selfish bastard. No, there must be better things ahead, and patience is rewarded with books. Taesung comforted himself and followed Hansu along. This place seems to be the final point. It has electricity, and the train station is very clean. More importantly, seeing that name always in a fighting stance, but now calm, it looks like we won't have to fight anymore. We can finally enjoy our rewards. Taesung was secretly happy when Hansu asked why they were getting on the train, as he and Mihei and Sangjin followed him. Only one person gets on here. Get off now. Seeing them still standing there, Hansu turned back to remind them, can't hear you. There's only room for one person, so get off. Sangjin spoke up. Maybe you're mistaken. Really suspicious. How do you know this train can only take one person? Taesung chimed in. What law allows you to go? After all the battles we've been through together, Why are you being so selfish and thinking only of yourself now? You got here with our help. Oh my god, is this the legendary hypocrite who stole and cried foul? I hope the author will soon make him disappear. It's giving me a headache. Back to business. Han suicide after Tessiang's cold words. Helping out. Huh. You fools, seizing opportunities is smart, but of course, there's no rule saying I have to go first. There are no laws in this world. Han Su pulled out the new sword and threatened, either you get off or deal with me here. If you choose the latter, write a letter to the UN later. They might listen. Saying that, he pushed Tessiang's neck with the sword, smiling without showing it. How do you want this? You bastard! Is he serious? He talks like an old man who does crazy things, but if all of us attack him, there might be a chance to win. If we win, we'll take everything from him. If we lose, just apologize and that's it. He won't punish all three of you, right? Worth betting on. Tisung was calculating when he caught Han Su's sharp gaze. So not long after, the train started with only Hansu as the passenger. After regaining consciousness, Tisung blamed himself continuously, muttering, if he had moved even a little, he would have been killed right there. He can do more than that. Why did I freeze up just because of his gaze? We shouldn't push him away like this. We owe him for making it this far with us. We shouldn't have provoked him like that. Let's keep going, I need to keep moving forward. When Mihei said these words, West Sung secretly mocked them, foolish minds. That's why you guys won't be able to do it. Where has that desire for power gone? We're not here to become stronger. The price isn't important. I'll get stronger. While waiting for the train at the next station, Hansu thought, if he gathered all the information available here, this is what he collected. 1. The subway will stop at 20 stations during the journey. 2. Holy relics found at each station are random. 3. Once you pass a station, you can't go back to it. It's a structure that causes spiritual conflict. Even if you reach the end point, there's no guarantee of a good outcome, so caution is necessary. Currently at the 12th station, Lurun's ring, Kento's claw, Ograng's steel glove. I've collected 8 weapons. Perhaps that's because they are weapons that can be collected with a hidden piece, so their quality is quite high. The Lurun ring combines sensory stats to weaken monster weaknesses, but I already know all the monster's weaknesses, so it's not useful for me. I have many weapons, so I'm hoping for something different. Maybe something that increases mobility. With it, I can move freely in battle, or at least. Hanzo stepped off the ship, surprised by what appeared before his eyes. Maniac's cigarettes. Maniac's cigarettes. When you put a cigarette to your mouth, your ancient stats start increasing. When you smoke, they continue to rise. After smoking and inhaling all the smoke, all ancient stats increase by 20% with an effect lasting 10 minutes. Hansu couldn't help but be skeptical. Though it can't be used outside the training area, it's still a useful item. Holding the cigarette pack, Hansu suddenly thought of her. Are you going to smoke again? I told you not to every time you smoked. You look much older, you know. Keep doing this and you'll destroy that handsome face of yours. Don't worry, this time it will be different. Hansu whispered to himself, then returned to the original station. When he came back, Mihei's group had already left. Hansu didn't bother and went to a convenience store alone, picking up the pot from last time for weapon crafting. There are still 4 days until the next hidden piece appears. In the next 2 days, you have 2 choices. Focus on hunting and collecting ancient stats or take on the remaining missions. No need to think about it again. Let's see, I've completed a few side quests along the way. I don't know what I'll get from those, but now I just have to concentrate on tasks with high rewards among the remaining missions. One has promising rewards and a short completion time, the Artifact Stone with Image Follower. It increases my basic stats by 10, including its own bonus stats and healing critical wounds. Such promising rewards and relics are quite rare, not only in training, but also in the Red Danger Zone later on. But who would have thought that such a foolish mission could be activated in this world? Ah, there she is, Envy Erin. A member of the team, she was pulled into the abyss while volunteering in prison. I heard that her most trusted people were there, But when training began, they all betrayed and her anger awakened her power. In just 7 weeks, she tore apart and exterminated everyone there, extracting their hearts. Then she tried to end herself, and this mission appeared. Thinking about it, Hansu decided to skip this mission. It doesn't fit with me and also contradicts my goal of saving as many people as possible. It must be late now. Some nighttime limited missions will appear. Wait a minute, at night, Hansu suddenly remembered, with this, the food bag from Fuhao Kishi. I'll start with that first. After all, I need to ensure I have enough stamina. I'll use it under the moonlight for protection, but first, I need to eat. Hansu looked at the empty convenience store. Even the food he had stored on the ground was taken by bandits. The moon will rise soon. Why are they still doing this foolish thing? Let's see how brave they can be. Meanwhile, the scoundrels, after cleaning everything in the convenience store, were transporting it out of the station. Mihi's group reunited with the blonde girl and her friend. They just stood by as the scoundrels carried their food outside. After a while, the blonde friend complained, "Why did they take everything? Should we stop them now? We were in such a hurry to escape when we heard them coming that I couldn't keep anything. They even took my share too. How could they take everything so quickly?" Mahi worried we could be stronger. Sang-jin added, "They have too many people. Even with higher stats, we'd face danger if they gang up on us. Hansu hasn't returned yet, so don't rush." The blonde friend's face was blank as she turned to whisper to her friend, "I've never heard him talk that much before." "Neither have I," the other replied. Mahi looked at them, suddenly questioning something in her mind. "I can't believe they know the location of the convenience store. I thought we had time, but this is too fast. Let's go, hurry up." Sungo ordered his subordinates. Upon seeing Mihi's group, he laughed and waved, causing them to jump in surprise. Did he just wave at us? They tried to provoke by boasting that they took everything. There's no need to respond to him. "Let's go," T-Sung Chuzi said and turned to leave. In his heart, blood. Fool! Why did he wave at us? After all, I've been doing pretty well. Why did Sung-ho wave at Tae-sung? Simply because not long ago, it was Tae-sung who actively sought out the cab blueies and personally led them to the convenience store. And why did he do that? Because he underestimated Hansu, thinking you'd have to fight with these guys for food. Since you can't easily defeat many people, you'll need his help. Remember back then, after Tae-sung's offer of assistance, Sung-ho laughed in his face and asked why we should trust him. It seems like he's setting us up to fight with Hansu. With his a cool goblin tribe essence, Tae-sung acts recklessly, not fearing Sung-ho at all, lecturing him if he understands the situation. "Just follow me." "What are you saying, you bastard? Do you recognize our boss who helped you?" Before Sung-ho could finish his sentence, Tae-sung physically affected him, causing him to fall flat on the ground. Standing there, Tae-sung looked down at him arrogantly, saying, "3 of you are still not in my league, you bastards. Why would I set a trap for weaklings like you? Think carefully, I'm giving you an opportunity." Back to reality, after the others left, Mihai decided to stay at a store near the station to wait for Hansu. Seeing Hansu through the window, Mihai was relieved and called him back. All her worries instantly lifted. Tae-sung, seeing Hansu, sneered with a sinister smile, "No need to worry. Moreover, no one knows I set that trap. Even if I get caught, I'll have an excuse." As soon as Hansu entered the store, Michael immediately informed him of their current situation. "We're in trouble. While we were bringing Jijin and Yangyu here, they were taking all the items from the convenience store." Calmly, Hansu replied, "I know, I saw on my way here. How much food is left?" Tae-sung laughed and said, "Not much. We tried to gather as much as possible, but you know, a lot happened. Now that you're here, we just need to take it back from them, right? Of course, it'll be hard for you to handle all of them alone. I can help if you want." Hansu ignored him and just sat at the table, eating first. Tae-sung was furious seeing Hansu smile, immediately approached him demanding, "Wait, that won't do. You have no shame. We risked our lives to keep this food. Shouldn't you be offering something in return? Give me something. If I like what you offer, I'll reconsider." Mihai was surprised by this. "Tae-sung, what's going on? We're giving this to everyone. Taesung argued, so we just give it to him without any reason. We've risked our lives for the food, you should do the same. Even among friends, there should be fairness. Hansu didn't lift a finger when we struggled to gather food. No one told you to expect something for free? Jiangyu and Jixian nodded in agreement. Taesung was more excited as things went according to plan. This is my chance. If I can bring everyone over, this guy won't be a problem anymore. Let's see how long he can keep that sour face. Thinking of this, Taesung smugly turned to Hansu, eagerly waiting for him to give in. Shameful, I have nothing to offer you for the food. What should I do now? Taesung was just waiting for this moment and immediately made his request. Come on, you can share more than enough. Share what you've got with us. Jiziel asked curiously. What did he say? What have you gotten from there? He just went into some secret places. He must have found something good. He should share it with us, right? Taesung turned to explain and handed Han-su an energy bar, smiling and saying, so come on, share it because you'll be traveling with us anyway. Why do you have to act like that? Don't do that. Han-su glanced at Taesung, sighed, and said he had learned well. What do you mean? Stop changing topics and answer me. But Han-su didn't bother to reply and grabbed his backpack before leaving the store. It's not that I brought them because I needed them. After all, I don't need their ancient language anyway. Ears, I came here for what you said. I've done everything possible. For Kangti specifically, he would have lost his mind from round 3 already. No need to wait until now. So what if that's the case? Stay safe. Wish you strength in the future. Hansu pushed open the door and stepped out decisively. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Jixian hurried to step forward to soothe everyone. Come on, guys, don't argue. We got here without any trouble, so why stir things up now? We'll bring him back. Let's go, Mihei. If he wants to leave, let him. We shouldn't stop him. Taedong spoke boldly, muttering inwardly that it was fine either way. Go away and show off until the end. Damn you! He acts like that, but if we give him free stuff, he'll just leave. What do we need him for? We can handle this ourselves. Just as Taesung was talking, he suddenly noticed Mihei moving towards the door. What are you doing, Mihei? Are you leaving us to follow that guy? Mihei seemed a bit agitated, but quickly decisively grabbed Hansu's sleeve and said she would go too. Hansu, can I come with you? But Hansu didn't even turn around as he said he couldn't take her along. Really? Of course, just as Mihei let go in disappointment, Hansu added, but didn't I say before that it depends on you if you want to follow? Mihei's face immediately brightened with understanding. No, you can't go! Taesung shouted loudly. He hadn't gotten their ancient language yet. I could give you my ancient language, but Sang-jin hasn't, right? He was worried inside, thinking I would let him go. I might let everyone leave, but not you. Fine then, because I'll be going with them too. Suddenly, Sang-jin spoke up and slowly walked towards Hansu. But when he passed Taesung, he was stopped. Do you know what you're saying? You can't just act like this. Do you really think my father will let your father escape unscathed? I've raised a stray dog. Do you have the nerve to come back now? Crazy. Don't you know who your boss is? I should. Taedong didn't finish as Sang-jin pushed him away and asked what he would do. We can't go out right now. The others don't know we're still alive, so how will you tell my father? At this point, it doesn't matter anymore. I have no reason to follow your orders like before. Do you understand? Taedong looked at Sang-jin and Mihei as they left, acting crazy, saying it was fine either way. Go away, all of you. We'll have enough food eventually anyway. You think things will be different somewhere else? In the end, you'll come back here too, so let's see what happens. As Hansu's group walked a bit, Sang-jin worriedly told Mihei about the food. Are we sure we shouldn't take some with us? We don't have much in our bags. But you're right. A clothing store on the side of the road caught Hansu's attention. He admired a brand new coat on display, then put it on instead of his tattered solo with the giant snake outfit, and addressed the two behind him nonchalantly. It would be meaningless anyway. We have work to do, so let's go. Seeing Mihei and Sang-jin's doubtful expressions, Hansu kindly explained that it was because it was almost midnight. Midnight came around again. Maihi pointed up at the sky in surprise, noticing something strange about the moon. Everyone looked up at the moon, which seemed normal until I appeared on its surface and slowly opened. Before Maihi could fully recover from her shock, Sangjin's scream echoed. What's going on? The food turned into sand. Impossible, all the food we bought. Maihi quickly opened her backpack to check. Where there was food before, now only sand remained. What is this? It's glowing! Following Sangjin's gaze, Mihei felt even more astonished. Was that a person? They're glowing, their positions are showing up. Mihei raised her hands to look at them. Are we glowing too? Sangjin looked at himself, then at Mihei, and hypothesized. I think standing next to each other might not show it. But the people over there are glowing through walls. Mihei thought of a terrifying idea. Everyone can see each other now, and that means we'll have to fight. Sangjin recalled what Hansu said earlier and asked hesitantly, Hansu, did you know this was going to happen? Hansu smiled and replied, well, come on. Just because I have superpowers doesn't mean I can predict everything. But you look so calm about it. Sangjin thought as the argument continued from afar. Green beans, who's talking out of turn? Who took all the food? You ate it all, didn't you? I'll deal with you. Hand over all the food here. We don't have any either. Hanzu sighed inwardly. This is indeed a world of trash. That's why I told everyone not to take it all. Once that moon appears, which only exists in this world, everything will vanish. Meanwhile, Tangjong also realized their stock of food had disappeared mysteriously. What do we do now? Should we go find more food? By now, everyone has probably taken all the food from the convenience store. Tangjong clenched his fists as Jixian and Yanggu spoke. He knew this was coming. Did he just play with us? That bastard has superpowers. At that moment, Jixian noticed something and called out to Tang Sung. Tang Sung, outside. Outside, the group of killers were searching for people. Where's that scoundrel? How dare he trick us? Go find him! Tangdong quickly hid behind a wall, worried they might overpower them if they joined forces. Should we flee and take them one by one? Urgent situation. Jixian came up with an idea to approach Hansu. Tangdong reluctantly agreed. His suggestion was that they should go back to the half-awake person who abandoned them and beg for help from him. Do you have any self-respect? Yixian countered. What do you want us to do? Can you handle 5 of them? Staying here won't help anyway. Think it through. If we can't find them, they'll follow Hansu. We can support them if they're in danger, right? Yangu agreed with Yixian. Yeah, we might as well use their strength to our advantage. If we talk to them, we might get something out of it. They have a point. A temporary alliance isn't such a bad idea. I don't like it, but using this opportunity to exploit him could be beneficial. Thinking about it, Tangdong agreed with Jixian's suggestion, but as he stepped out the door, something blinded his foot. What is this? It's moving, it won't let go. Hey, pull me along. Jixian and Yang were about to step in when they suddenly stopped, their eyes filled with fear looking at Tangsheng behind them. Hurry up. What are you two looking at? Fools, you sure? If you try dragging it along, you might end up in a wheelchair. Or do you want to come back here? I just wanted to talk. The group leader spoke menacingly. Jixian and Yangu immediately ran away after hearing this, leaving Tangsheng alone to fend for himself. Hey, you two dogs! Tangsheng shouted. The group leader slowly approached Tangsheng. Oh my god, why are you so harsh? You're still young. He looked at Tangsheng's legs, which were glowing brightly. What do you think of it? It's called Orin's Trap. While you were busy doing tricks, I had already prepared them. If we fight together, what fun would that be? Alright, let's chat enough. But why are there only 3 of us now? Where are the others? Seeing Tangsheng not responding, the group leader immediately raised his foot, making Tangsheng jump in fear. He just kicked the ground and didn't kick Tangsheng himself, but that was enough to make him tremble with fear. Speak up now, I'll tell you everything I know. Ask anything, I can show you where they are. I'm so glad you understand. Alright, There's someone who needs to talk to you first. The group leader turned and looked at Sung-ho. Let's finish this up and move on. Sung-ho smiled and greeted Tang-sheng if they had met before. Are you okay? If I didn't do the same to you, I'd be furious. Tang-sheng gritted his teeth thinking about that trash. If those bastards hadn't abandoned me. Since it will work with us, let's handle it within our control. The group leader left after saying this. Did you hear that? Beat him up in a controlled manner. Sung-ho reminded his subordinates and they all rushed to beat Tang-sheng up. Tang-dung hugged his head. Seeing Jixian and Yang-yu running away, he gritted his teeth thinking, why did they abandon me? I'll deal with the whole family of you guys. Jixian and Yang-yu quickly found Han-su and his group, who were enjoying their meal by the fire. What are you doing? Are you running away or something? It seems fine. Let's eat together. Jixian tried to act natural as he approached the steaming pots of food. They must have known all the food has disappeared already, right? Han-su sat up and pointed his sword at them, warning them not to come closer while chewing on his food. What? Why are you so young? We're not fighting over you. It's Tang-sheng. If I go in, what will you do? Han-su replied with a sly smile. My superpower said you won't be safe either. Ian Gil looked grim and asked, did your superpower just say that nonsense to me? Han-su turned back to the food and said it also told him other things. Like, will you face danger? Hey, you're quick. A familiar voice made Jixian and Yang-yu turn around in surprise. They saw the followers led by their leader standing not far away, looking at them with interest. Amidst this mission involving rich people's spoiled food that makes one want to vomit, Hansu still indulges himself, calmly savoring the delicious meat while others look on in confusion. Meanwhile, Taesung, looking ragged as if he had just fought the world, is visibly angry at Jixian. Despite Jixian's explanation, Taesung remains agitated. His hatred burns even hotter than the fire-cooking dinner. Behind them, someone silences Taesung by blocking his throat. Calm down, they say. New recruit, maybe you need to calm down a bit, their leader reminds him. Then he turns to greet the Han-su group. Happy to see them again. Young man, you have that skill. Where did you find that meat? Be a good boy and tell me. Ignoring what the leader said, Han-su chews on the meat while saying nonchalantly, it's everywhere, so I don't need to explain how it looks like, do I? Seeing Han-su eat the meat happily, others are skeptical. Can he really eat that? I've had people try it, but my followers all lost water due to the poison. But they just ate it as if nothing happened. The leader of the followers says this seems like a way to safely process it. Again, Hansu seems to predict the future. Ignoring the question, he answers, if you cook it with demon blood, it will be edible. Try it, I only said that much. The leader of the followers looks at Hansu as if saying, there are still many things I haven't told you yet. Then he remembers that guy mentioned having superpowers. Han also says his superpower helped him get a valuable item from the train station. Today seems like a good day to fight with him. Though we have a battle schedule, our side can intimidate them with meat. And besides, the opponent is just a 20-year-old kid. He might be used to fighting monsters, but not necessarily humans. The leader chuckles. Then he calls Taesung, asking him to do something for his new recruit. Order him to go and try it out. Talk to your friends, ask them a favor. What's the harm in that? Hearing this, Taesung curses internally. Who wants to be friends with him? Why is he giving orders now? He sighs. But doing so will benefit him by not causing trouble in front of everyone here. Seeing their intentions, Hanzo stands up slowly. Even Yumiha stands up tensely. Taesung steps forward and says, he's right. Let's talk for a bit. Yumiha protests, no, don't come closer, don't cross that line. But Taesung insists, advancing and shouting, take your mouth off mine. We're the same, you bastard, just stay there. He even speeds up, it's over now, Han-su mutters. You choose death. He thinks to himself, don't blame me. Ears then swings his weapon decisively. Taesung suddenly falls down with a oh. What did you do? You hit my head. He collapses on the ground, shivering. Why? Why? Only when he sees his leg far behind does Taesung painfully clutch it and scream. My leg! Ow! Crazy! You're crazy, man! The others are once again silenced by Hansu's actions. Even Jixian and Yangyu are surprised. Tisung continues to scream, "Damn it, my leg, where is your humanity? How could you do this to me just for a piece of meat? Just because of one piece of meat?" Clearly, Maihi tried to stop him, but he didn't listen. Now she can only sigh. Maybe only Maihi knew Hansu would act like this because Sang-jin was equally surprised by it. Tisung then turns to Sang and tells the leader, "Think about it. He does this just to not share food. If he were stronger, you'd be dead. He would kill all of you for a piece of neck." Tisung urges them to act now. "You should kill him. You're foolish to try making friends with him." The leader of the followers hears this and immediately turns to his subordinates, "Prepare yourselves." But Sungho is now scared by Hansu's threat. He immediately says, "Boss." Sungho remains silent, calming himself as he looks at Hansu, thinking he wasn't wrong. He doesn't want to fight now, but if he gets stronger later, he can easily defeat us. Our side is well-equipped and his body glows under the moonlight. Therefore, he won't be able to escape. We need to deal with him right away. He stared at Hansu's cold face and thought, "Damn it, what kind of college student has eyes like that? What did he go through to get such a look?" Hansu didn't need to say anything. His face showed sophistication. "Go if you're scared." Seeing the others rushing forward, Hansu recalled, Ars and Kendian often argued, even though they decided to cooperate. Ars said he shouldn't create enmity. But Kendian said that if enemies were right in front of them, they had to crush them completely or face retaliation later. Both agreed with that view. Hansu's lips twitched slightly. Then, he raised his hand and pulled out some ancient words, his smile losing its humanity. This expression made the others immediately panic. "You're trying to play a cat and mouse game. The fight is over. Just cut it short, guys." They rushed forward, shouting in unison, "Kill him!" Hazu tightened his weapon and warned them for the last time because they had provoked this. Before nightfall, he would end their lives. He then leaped, soaring through the air, saying, "Let me show you some techniques." Sungho only realized too late that he had stumbled upon a god scythe, his spirit shaken as he wondered how it moved so fast. Just when Hansu rushed in and cut down half of them, 360 strategies said flight was the best option. Don't run or you'll die. The remaining ones recognized this and fled for their lives. Only the leader remained, defiantly standing his ground. He suddenly realized Hansu had collected all the ancient words, shouting, "Don't run, we're more in number, we can overwhelm you." But his subordinates weren't that stupid. "Go if you're scared, I'll go home." With eyes wide open, only to remain, the leader knew he was on the edge of a knife. Despite knowing death was near, pride still mattered. He tried to stand tall and challenge. "Do you think I'll back down? You little punk! Think again. Do you think killing people will make you live in peace? This is different from killing monsters. What you're doing now is killing people, killing people. How can a kid like you easily accomplish that?" Hansu wouldn't let him jump again. A sharp sword cut the leader in half. Hansu landed so fast that by the time he hit the ground, the attack was just starting to register. He soared and exploded like a balloon. After the tense battle, the battlefield was covered with bodies and blood. The fallen enemies lay scattered, their last gasps echoing in the air. A sharp cracking sound echoed as something was impaled, splattering blood everywhere, startling Jiangui and Jixian nearby. Hansu calmly approached, checking each body on the ground. For those still moving, he would add a few more to ensure they joined their ancestors quickly. He teased, his eyes challenging, looking at Yangyu and Jixian and asking, "Do you want to fight again?" Seeing this, both paled in fear. They could only remain silent, staring at each other nervously. Hansu said nothing, just turned around, swinging his staff with practiced ease. The two immediately cowered and ran away without looking back. He retracted the staff and walked towards them with the cold confidence of a seasoned swordsman. They fled, not daring to look back. Retracting his staff, Hansu approached with a cold demeanor. He sat down, helped Maihi up, and put the meat in his mouth. Maihi looked confused, as if asking what he was doing. Hansu chewed the meat loudly, then turned to Maihi and said, "You're staring at me like that. I won't share my food with you." Maihi blushed and stammered, "No, nothing." They sat down to rest, eating from two enormous pots of stew. The sky was clear but lacked any romance. From afar, a bright light appeared and a spherical object slowly descended. It looked like an eyeball scanning the city. Then it quickly closed and vanished into thin air. They moved swiftly. Hansu walked with discomfort from eating too much, feeling like he might vomit. In his mind, conflicting thoughts rose. He had messed up every human-related mission. But holding the small bag in his hand, Hansu smiled inwardly. At least he had secured food for 2 weeks. The bag had magical properties, preserving food from moonlight and storing items in a secondary space. With confidence, Hansu led the way. Sangjin and Mihei followed hesitantly, unsure what to say. The atmosphere became tense to an uncomfortable degree. Finally, Mihei could take it no longer. She stopped and asked, "Do you think everything is okay if we don't kill them all?" Hansu nodded slowly, his face darkening as he remained silent. After a moment, he lifted his head, sighed, and said sarcastically, "A girl like you is truly terrifying. He's afraid of you always." Hearing this, Mihei's face flushed red, and she stammered in response, "No, I was just worried about you." Hansu didn't say anything else. Standing there, he knew that even if they tried to stand up, they couldn't do anything. The more powerful Hansu became, the less effective their resistance efforts were. The journey continued as the two quickly followed Hansu's footsteps. They felt relieved, no longer needing to worry about others. If Hansu wanted to kill them for the ancient language, that would only make him stronger. Hansu put his hand in his pocket and silently assessed Maihi. Her expression showed she had begun to understand the dangerous situation here. He also guessed that she had a clear understanding of everything. Even though he was ahead, he still kept glancing back at her. In his mind, thoughts revolved around saving as many people as possible, reducing conflicts, and unifying the forces to create rules. He understood that to achieve this goal, killing people just for the ancient language wasn't an option. While killing people and using their ancient language might bring strength, it couldn't compensate for what they lost. Hansu realized that if he continued to kill indiscriminately, his image would only be seen as a ruthless killer in others' eyes. To enforce rules and control the situation, someone powerful needed to step forward, and he knew he couldn't afford any mistakes. The tension increased as Hansu's thoughts filled his mind. He knew that sooner or later, someone would find those ancient languages and change everything. Suddenly, Sangjin stopped and declared he wouldn't continue anymore. Maihi was surprised and asked incredulously, "What did you say?" Sangjin answered straightforwardly, without fear or hesitation, "I think I won't go with you guys anymore." Maihi was shocked, unable to understand why he made such a decision. Hansu showed no surprise. Instead, he calmly said, "Do what you want." Those simple words carried respect for Sangjin's decision. Hearing this, Sangjin turned and quickly left, running away from the group as if trying to escape impending doom. After Sangjin left, Hansu quietly asked Maihi, "Why don't you do what you want?" This question surprised Maihi. Hansu looked straight at her with cold eyes and continued, "Are you not afraid of me?" Maihi was still stunned, unable to believe what was happening. She avoided Hansu's gaze but admitted, "I am scared." But, looking at Hansu standing amidst the battlefield of death, she thought that as long as they didn't cross the line, everything would be fine. Maihi lowered her head sadly and approached Hansu, saying if she left now, she might never return later. So she decided to follow him all the way. Hansu looked at her with eyes that had seen too much but still held a bit of affection. After Maihi's words, her mood became complicated and her eyebrows furrowed. Despite this, Hansu laughed loudly, turned around, and walked away, then let's go. And so, the two continued their journey. Meanwhile, those whom Hansu had knocked out were starting to regain consciousness. Jin Taesung woke up, groggily getting up, cursing loudly, "This useless thing. Just a mouthy one. If not for that dog, I would have killed all of you already." He was injured by Hansu and could only crawl on the ground with his leg disabled. Vowing to kill those bastards when he recovered, Jin Taesung said, "I won't spare any of them." With a wounded body and exhausted, Jin Taesung crawled on the ground, full of hatred. "Mai-hee, I will not forgive you." Despite his battered face, he still spoke boldly until suddenly he stopped. In front of him appeared a figure, none other than Sang-jin. "What a useless brain! Where have you been?" He was overjoyed, thinking this was his chance. "Help me up, Sang-jin," he shouted, but Sang-jin stood still. "Hurry up! You can't leave me here. We have to cooperate." He's pushing hard, hitting Sang-jin's psychology. "This is your chance to get stronger." From afar, the leader of the minions has also woken up. Damn it, he turned around and started bickering. "Who are you cursing? You're acting like a half-dead person." He threw a knife at Sang-jin and ordered him to kill it. "Kill it. You're good, you fool. I'll split the profits with you." Sang-jin picked up the knife, his eyes sharp. He continued giving instructions. "Kill that one, I'll share with you." But as Sang-jin approached, he started to look scared. "Why are you doing this?" Sang-jin grabbed him by the collar and pulled him up. He screamed loudly, tears and snot streaming down his face. "What did you do that for? Let me go." Sang-jin's face darkened as he got closer. "Now I understand." Looking at his expression, the other guy wondered why it suddenly became so strong. He stared him in the face and cursed like a madman, wiping his face without pausing to catch his breath. "We should have taken this opportunity sooner. Isn't that right?" He easily got scared and started yelling. "What are you mumbling? Let me go." His eyes widened with a cold glare, unable to hold back anymore. He tried to grab Sang-jin's jeans, but it was Sang-jin who struck first, stabbing the knife into his body. The other guy cursed loudly, "F***, you dog son of a bitch. You said I should know my place, now it's your turn." He stared at him and cursed fiercely. "This worthless piece of trash. Can't you see me laughing when you used my father to intimidate me?" Sang-jin released him, looked at his hand, then laughed loudly. The knife, drenched in blood, slowly fell to the ground. Sang-jin fell down, his mind in a mess. He tried to steady himself, not letting emotions get the better of him over such a trivial matter. His eyes shifted towards the scattered ancient stones on the ground. "This is just chicken feed," he thought, but couldn't shake off these thoughts. "Why didn't you stop me? Han-soo!" He stood up and continued walking towards the leader of the minions. "Leader Huang Huo, Vyi Vang Van Jin, can we talk? If you let me live, we can cooperate, we'll be stronger together." Sang-jin's mind was in turmoil. Did I really deserve this treatment? He thought back to past events, feeling the waves of emotion within him. "If I had enough courage to fight with you, if I wasn't so weak, you wouldn't have left me behind." Han-soo, he tightly bound the ancient stones, his eyes full of determination. "I will prove that I can be as strong as you. If I use these fools to catch up with you, and I won't spare anyone." He was finished off. Sang-jin turned and left, his mind focused on one thing. He would look at me differently now. The city lay in ruins, empty of all life. Black crows like demons swooped down with their huge mouths, tearing anything that remained. Amidst the black rain of crows, Mihei stood there, her white eyes filled with fear as she watched the mad creatures dance above her head. She took a deep breath and screamed, her voice echoing so loudly it startled the crows, making them think they were hearing Jane's faulty version. With one scream, she rendered them unconscious, causing them to fall from the sky. Suddenly, a huge crow appeared behind, diving straight at her. A green light flashed and Han-soo appeared, slicing the bird's beak in half, instantly incapacitating it. Mihei felt a chill, fearing she would become roasted meat if not for his help. After dealing with the crow, Han-soo gave her some ancient stones as a reward and taught her that relying on others and acting alone are two completely different things. If a skill has flaws, then having teammates carry the burden is necessary. But remember, this is a 50-50 relationship. I'll keep half of the ancient stones. You need to accurately assess your strengths and weaknesses. Mihei looked at the system screen with attention, thinking to herself, it's been 2 days already. Today is the 3rd day since we arrived here. She kept pressing, deciding to buy skills from Hansu to speed up magic recovery and durability. Without these skills, keeping up with Hansu would be tough. Liang around worriedly, trying not to rely too much on Hansu. Maihi sighed tiredly as Hansu's info board appeared. His stats had increased from before. He was happy with the results. I've weighed 42 fruits already. The best way is to keep all stats at a similar level. Since Manhua has slightly weaker strength and durability, there's no need to spend much effort balancing her stats. Suddenly, a chirpy voice echoed, "Hello, Tesmic 123. Can you hear me? All levels down, start from the starting point. Being late will result in penalties." Maihi and Hansu listened intently, recognizing it was Tai's voice. Hansu immediately responded affirmatively and started moving. They walked side by side, their footsteps echoing in the silent space. Mihei felt a bit tense. She glanced at Hansu. He sensed her gaze and felt slightly embarrassed. If there's something to say, just say it. Her cheeks flushed red as she hesitated, unable to speak. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes tightly, gathered courage, then shouted loudly, "Hansu, have you got a girlfriend?" The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. The air was thick with tension. After asking, Mihei felt her question was impolite and wondered if it was too personal. Although she knew she shouldn't think that way, seeing Hansu's somewhat reluctant expression made her feel flustered. Her hands fidgeted nervously. Actually, she wanted to ask something else. Watching Mihei stand there awkwardly beside him, Hansu felt helpless, but thought she seemed shy yet comfortable in how she spoke. He imagined King Tai would find this question amusing, even if it was just a social one. Hansu remembered how shaken and speechless Mihei had been at first. She looked like a lost deer and said, "No, nothing." Such a simple question made Hansu overthink so much. "Girlfriend, she's just someone I've never met before. I can't afford to lose her again." Finally, he answered, "I don't remember." Hansu's answer left Mihei feeling like her heart had dropped. The conversation ended here as they continued their journey in silence. Eventually, Mihei and Hansu arrived at the starting point where everyone was gathered like ants. She recognized many familiar faces. It felt like she was on a real-life version of a reality show. But the atmosphere around them was strangely eerie. Suddenly, a golden-toothed demon flew past and loudly said, "Have all the explorers checked in?" Everyone gathered too quickly, looking as if they were fried chickens. It looked around with a sardonic expression before continuing, "Let's get straight to the point. I have good news for you." The demon pointed at its finger. "First, if you survive for the next 72 hours, you can leave this place." It flew while speaking with a smug expression. "Good news? Let's give it a round of applause." But everyone was silent, standing still, unsure how to react. The demon's eyes almost popped out. It asked, "No reaction at all?" Finally, they clapped together to avoid making the demon feel 1000% awkward, despite their genuine excitement. The demon was happy and replied, "Glad you're enjoying yourselves." It continued acting up. "Now let's introduce this event star." Suddenly, the palace began to shake like a storm. Everyone was disoriented. "This is the most important location for this event," the demon explained. Everyone shouted, "What's going on?" From afar, a large building appeared. It's the magic altar. Maihi saw that and felt surprised. It was an altar. A large claw emerged from the altar along with a big tooth. The demon continued, "There's a cute pet waiting for all of you. It looks so small and adorable." The demon flew forward and asked, "Have you seen it?" It introduced further, "This little one is the meat-eating monster. Line 60 is reached." Everyone feels a chill down their spine, faces pale with fear. The golden-toothed demon continues, "Especially for you guys, we've starved it all day." Footsteps echo from inside the altar, showing the creature is impatient to escape. Fairy knocks on the altar, chuckling. "This altar looks cool, but is actually weak. It could shatter at any moment. Look at those stone fragments falling." The creature inside the altar keeps screaming. Fairy continues, wondering how many will survive if this boy escapes. People below stare in horror at the starving monster before them. If the altar collapses, do we have to fight that monster? With his golden teeth, Fairy grins and says, Now I'll announce the second piece of news. It found a pillow to rest its head on and sleep soundly. Fortunately, there's a way to put it to sleep. If it sleeps, the altar will be safe. It won't escape, right? Fairy sends kisses down to those below and asks, "Do you wonder what that method is? Anyone guess? If you do well, I'll bless you." People below feel even more scared than the monster in the altar. We don't need it. Hearing this, Fairy's enthusiasm drops. Truly a dull group of performers. I'll tell you. He laughs, showing a cunning expression. This method is simple. 5 people per day. Just feed it 5 people each day. That's an effective and efficient solution. Everyone is alarmed by this news. It takes 72 hours, meaning you need to feed it 3 times, right? Hanzo observes the situation and thinks 1/4 of the 60 people present could become sleeping pills for the monster if Fairy's plan is carried out. Fairy explains that everyone can choose to continue fighting or give up. For those struggling with a decision, Fairy has prepared a video. With a snap of his fingers, a green screen appears, showing people who fought the monster before. They scream in pain, their bodies covered in wounds. The red-eyed monster bites and chews on some of them. These quickly become the monster's meal. Fairy emphasizes that this video illustrates how people from different regions chose to fight the monster and the consequences of those decisions. People start discussing fighting back, thinking it's irrational. Suddenly, someone bravely raises their hand, catching everyone's attention. This person asks how they will choose who sacrifices themselves. The question leaves everyone confused and uncomfortable. Fairy lazily answers that choices like forced selection or drawing lots are up to them. He stresses that the only thing needed is to sacrifice living people. Then he announces they have an hour to think and sets a timer for them. In 24 hours, they must choose more sacrifices. As the screen activates and the countdown begins, Fairy disappears, leaving everyone in suspense. Mahi is slightly scared and turns to Hansu, asking what to do now. Calm and unflustered, Hansu replies that the result has already been decided. The person who asked before suggests a fair way. 5 people on the first day and 5 more on the second. Hearing this, Hansu laughs and asks why they should do it like this. Others remain silent. She stands behind, trembling. Sangjin steps forward, looking straight at everyone and says a stylish sentence. Why be fair? A normal day, but not really when Sangjin, who usually feels inferior, suddenly turns into the top dog. While everyone around Jun holds their breaths for the giant monster, Sangjin walks up with no sign of tension, as if strolling in a park. What did you say? Someone in the group jumps up, shocked by Sangjin's calmness. But Sangjin isn't bothered. He simply replies, "Everything I said is right. I just said it. Is there any reason to be fair?" The other person falls silent, but tries not to show weakness. So what do you want us to do? You can't just say things without a solution. Sangjin remains calm as he says, "Why not?" then turns and walks towards an electric pole. Placing his hand on the pole, seemingly planning something big, he says, "We have a simpler way." With that, he smashes the pole without hesitation, breaking it in 2. The people standing there look even more scared, shocked to the point of losing their sense of direction. The broken pole falls to the ground with a loud thud. Sangjin looked at them with an expression that said, "See, how strong are they?" He didn't stop there. He continued his performance by targeting the weakest and most useless ones first. Just throw 5 of them in, right? Then he turned to look at them as if choosing who would be lunch for the monster. Seeing their teammates' faces pale, Sangjin felt satisfied, even smiling because he was so cool. He kept going. Now wasn't the time to waste time. We had to sacrifice the weak so the strong could survive. Fighting the monster, forget it. We don't need to do that. We need to cooperate for a greater purpose. And we don't need people like you for that. Then Sangjin gave a friendly glance at one of his teammates. But he didn't stop there. He continued, clearly suggesting they should throw the weak ones in first as sacrifices, right? Now, Sangjin turned to Hansu, who had been standing silently until now. What do you think about this? Sangjin asked Hansu, hoping for a supportive response from his strongest teammate. Hansu looked at Sang-jin with a calm face, but perhaps thinking, he's scared of me. But before he could say anything, Sang-jin continued to defend himself. I'm not weak anymore. Hansu, you saw that, right? Now I'm much stronger. I'll help you because I don't want to make you my enemy. I'll get even stronger, and for that, I need your help this time. I'm sure you'll make the right decision because my opinion is perfect. Hansu crossed his arms and sighed, that's not bad. But let me suggest something. If everyone listens to me, we can all survive without sacrificing anyone. We don't need to sacrifice anyone. When Hansu said this, the others looked like they had just seen a miracle in the desert and started talking excitedly. Is there really a way? Only Sang-jin began to worry, thinking, don't say it's. Suddenly, a red hat guy spoke faster than he thought. Are you saying we should fight together with that monster? That's unrealistic. After seeing that scene, you should understand now. Even if we try to overpower it in numbers, fighting the resurrecting creature is like a cruel joke. Its strength regenerates every time it eats someone. The group didn't understand why they had to fight such a difficult enemy. Then Hansu, with his calm face, said, ha ha, who said you have to fight? The red hat guy immediately got angry and asked, are you saying you'll go alone? And then Hansu shut him up, proudly saying, exactly, that's precisely what I meant. Of course, everyone started talking excitedly, but not laughing. Suddenly, an old bald man shouted, what are you talking about? These aren't goblins. He even calculated the time as if timing it. We have less than 1 hour to decide what action to take. Despite Hansu's interruption, everyone was now excited. Sang-jin sat there feeling a mix of emotions, muttering to himself, I thought I almost matched his strength, but now he's so strong that he can defeat the monster alone. He seemed lost in his own world where only Hansu existed. Suddenly, Hansu said, I'll fight it, but not now. Sang-jin immediately saw hope and asked, so you need help too? But Hansu was frustrated. Stop, enough talking. You guys keep interrupting my words. It's like trying to chew a pig's heart, it's hard. Sang-jin got angry but tried to stay calm and asked again, so what's your proposal? Hansu then fell silent in thought. Mihei beside him started thinking that Hansu would fight alongside her, but she quickly dismissed the idea. No way he'd do that. After some thought, Hansu said, it's simple, if everyone gives me all their stats points, I'll be responsible for killing the monster. Immediately, the others started talking excitedly. Some doubted it, while others wondered about 60 stat points. Suddenly, an old bald man shouted again, what are you saying? These aren't goblins. One of them said, is that really possible with only 60 stats? Who would ever give ancient texts to someone else? Hanzo ignored the vowel sound in his ear and calculated in his head. Strength 100, stamina 100, speed 50, perception 50. If I can boost all these stats and use item recovery skills with some tricks, maybe I can win. The second hidden piece. Even Canyon Erest couldn't defeat it. Only the furious King Clementine found out about this. Even he, who had an innate ability and fought together, barely survived to face that monster. This hidden piece must be obtained. I've grown stronger and faster than before. Thinking this, Hansu subconsciously clenched his fists, showing his resolve. He spoke up, I don't care who gave it to me. When I gather enough to defeat the monster, I'll go to the altar and face it immediately. Any more restrictions would only weaken us. About 20 minutes have passed now. On the other side, the bald old man started reacting, growling. A weak person like you shouldn't have so many ancient texts. If we had that much, we'd be much stronger. He turned to the crowd and shouted, you monkeys, give me your ancient texts. I'll fight or draw straws to decide who will sacrifice themselves. Or do it this way if we can't decide. But no one bothered to respond. They just looked at him like he was a monkey in a zoo. Another person stood up, their voice cold, selfish scoundrel. The bald old man turned angrily and asked, what? Who said that? Behind him, a tall, muscular man stepped forward with a sneer. Right, it's you. You were the first one thrown in there. If we start with the weak ones, why should we give ancient texts to someone as weak as you? The gap between the leader and the last person is like heaven and earth. Or maybe because you only have a few so you don't want to give them up. The tall man advanced further, his eyes threatening. Clearly, he's just trying to hide as someone weak. You can't help us here at all. The bald old man trembled and tried to stay calm. How dare you say that? You dog. But the other continued, don't be stupid, old man. Or do you want to have your limbs cut off and thrown in there? As he drew his weapon, the bald old man stepped back in shock. How do you treat an elder like that? Don't you know what respect is? Don't you know what democracy is? The bald old man shouted, but the tall man just laughed. Fine then, let's have a vote to see if we should save someone like you or sacrifice him. Of course, anonymous voting as you like your democracy. Realizing his weakness, the bald old man ran to Hansu for help. Can you easily take ancient texts from him? If you kill a few strong ones, you'll have enough without risking it. Before he could finish, a powerful punch sent him flying. What did you say? Want to die? Turns out it was a man in a hat. The bald old man tried to cry for help. Save me, I'll give you all my ancient texts. I have a family, please be merciful. A touching scene, but no one cared. The man in the hat stepped forward and said, let's put him first. If the monster isn't satisfied, we're all dead. Hansu ignored it. He looked at his watch. Only 38 minutes left. He sighed, shut up, go home and argue. The chaos made Hansu speechless. They never knew when to retreat or advance. As always, this kind of conflict happens without surprise. We need to resolve this conflict. Hansu spoke up, everyone fell silent, and the crowd immediately stopped. I gave everyone a few choices to find the one who needs to be sacrificed if no one wants to hand over the ancient language texts. This is for the weakest among you. Hansu designated 5 people, including the bald man, the wear-upon hat guy, and a family of 3. They all seemed reluctant, questioning how they could possibly sacrifice themselves. Some shouted in protest, but Hansu just coldly laughed because he deserved it. The clock kept ticking, showing 29 minutes and 56 seconds left. The steady ticking created a sense of dread. Standing before the altar at Nanga, Dumihi stood there with a worried expression. If you keep acting like this, maybe I should go with you, a familiar voice said from beside her. Maybe he will let me come along too. Sang-jin spoke up, causing Mihei to softly call out his name. You still don't know what kind of person Hansu is. There was a hint of mockery in Sang-jin's voice as he said this. These words froze Sang-jin for a few seconds. His face turned stiff. I want to go with him too. Mihei sighed, her eyes gazing into the distance, no longer teasing Sang-jin. But how can we follow him forever, right? Her voice softened as she became more serious. Sang-jin was silent, feeling a fear of being left behind. Sang-jin asked Mihei, so what are you going to do now? Just sit here and wait for him? No waiting, Mihei quickly replied. If I did that, Hansu would yell at me. She turned around and smiled, and I'd be no different from the others. Her voice had a hint of bitterness. Elsewhere, King Hansu stood before a group trembling like leaves. He coldly asked while others were busy, what are you doing? Hansu didn't care if they were exhausted or not. He said that having made the choice, they must take responsibility. His eyes stared at the shaking group with a stern and cold expression. It's not because of your weakness, it's because of your weakness that you can't keep up with them. Hansu crossed his arms, his voice firm. If you want to survive, each of you needs to bring out 2 ancient language texts, all 15 of you. Looking at Mihei, he said in a cool tone, I can only help so much. Your job is to hunt and return what you borrowed within the next 72 hours. If anyone runs away without returning it, just let me know. He smirked and casually added, if you dare, give it a try. Mihei heard this and turned around to leave. But before she left, she reminded Sang-jin, Hansu always keeps his word, so he will handle this himself for sure. That means I have to speed up now. Her eyes became sharp with determination as she chased after the grad. Sang-jin replied, you just need to stay with us. The others also like having you along. These words made Mihei pause. She turned back and smiled awkwardly, thanking him but still not convinced. "I'll get back to you later." Sang-jin stood there, lost in thought as a voice interrupted his emotions. A man with long tied-back hair spoke up, followed by a group of menacing figures. Facing their intimidating looks, Sang-jin simply replied but secretly guessed the intentions of this group. He didn't need to see her fight to know that since their last meeting, she had become more domineering. He silently clenched his fists and told himself he needed to show them too. This wasn't enough. He needed to be stronger. Sang-jin stood there, lost in thought until a voice cut through his emotions. A man with long tied-back hair spoke up, followed by a group of menacing figures. Facing their intimidating looks, Sang-jin simply replied but secretly guessed the intentions of this group. He didn't need to see her fight to know that since their last meeting, she had become more domineering. Sang-jin stood there, lost in thought until a voice cut through his emotions. A man with long tied-back hair spoke up, followed by a group of menacing figures. Facing their intimidating looks, Sang-jin simply replied but secretly guessed the intentions of this group. Before he could fully assess the situation, a well-dressed man stepped forward and gently patted the long-haired man's shoulder, saying it was okay bro, no need to stress. The man confidently introduced himself as Park Soo-lin and asked Sang-jin if he was the leader of that group. Sang-jin hesitated, saying they were just friends, but Park Soo-lin insisted Sang-jin was the leader because everyone listened to him. He threw a challenge at Sang-jin and suggested they chat about Hansu, whom he had seen earlier. Elsewhere, Hansu was inspecting tools on the ground next to a magical altar wall leading to another space. He checked his equipment, muttering that the poison from the battery root was useless and needed a paralyzing drug. He picked up a small bottle and a staff, thinking he had enough for now. Then Hansu looked at a rosary, an item to restore stamina, which he had obtained while hunting, deciding to put it in his inventory. He quietly descended the stairs. Now his stats were unbalanced, but there was no turning back. To fight the terrifying monster before him, he knew his current state wasn't equipped enough. The monster had a strange shape, a bull's head, a horse's face, but a dragon-like body and legs, making it look ugly beyond measure. Hansu didn't care much, just pulling out a cigarette from his pocket. He knew he would have to spam this often and quickly grabbed one. It had been a long time since he felt like this, and he thought that was understandable. Looking at the wind blowing back up, Hansu knelt down on one knee, his hand hanging down. A suitable ancient language appeared in his mind. When the ancient language stats surpassed 100, colors would mix to create a unique ancient language, starting from no color and gradually turning red, amber, and gold. Currently, Hansu's stats included 0.01% colorless strength, 0.01% colorless agility, 50.5% dexterity, 50.6% nerves, 26.4% magic, and 15.6% anti-magic. All these stats were affected by the maniac's cigarettes, fluctuating up to 20% depending on the situation. King Hansu realized that a normal ancient language with 99.9% stats was no different from one with 0.01%, but at higher levels, the difference became more significant. He observed the monster and thought it hadn't appeared in the first training round yet, but colorless ancient language was still enough to handle it. Hansu thought that if he had better quality dwarf essence, dealing with this monster would be much easier. As he approached, cursing the noxious king, he picked up his weapon. With himself as the only one who completed the hidden mission, he was sure the reward would be substantial. He looked at the monster, noticing its appearance, and prepared for a duel strategy. He raised his weapon, ready to use a skill from the mysterious door leading to another space where others were entering. Park Soo-yeon reminded everyone to stay quiet as they entered and cheerfully greeted Sang-jin. He asked if Sang-jin felt uncomfortable not bringing anyone in despite the surrounding atmosphere seeming gloomy. Sang-jin softly replied, then hurriedly asked for directions to help Hansu. The monster's raised abilities weren't just innate, but also skillfully used by them. The fierce monster clashed with Hansu, sending a powerful ground strike that made the dust and sand fly everywhere. Hansu quickly dodged the attack. The monster, not to be underestimated, had its eyes bulging out, staring directly at Hansu, making him dizzy for 5 seconds. Seizing the opportunity, the monster used its massive hand to grab Hansu with incredible speed, creating a powerful wind strong enough to blow everything away. But Hansu wasn't inexperienced. He quickly sidestepped and landed softly on the ground. He understood how the monster fought, using fear to paralyze its prey. By eating the prey's spinal cord, the predator race's skills would heal the monster after spewing blood. Using a blood-sucking skill from living creatures made it impossible for him to defeat it. King Hansu realized that minor wounds couldn't harm the monster and decided to focus on limiting its movement. He observed the veins on the monster's body, knowing that causing pain to major nerves would be effective. Again, the monster grabbed Hansu, who dodged, not attacking immediately, but waiting for an opportunity, stabbing his staff into vital points to paralyze it and achieve better results. Finally, Hansu saw the perfect moment. As if he had just found gold, he determinedly stabbed his staff into a crucial point between the monster's joints. Instantly, the ugly monster screamed like a pig being prodded as pain spread throughout its body. "This should be good enough," Hansu said with immense confidence. "Let's see when it will fall." The countdown clock showed 12 minutes and 1 second in Hansu's arena. Another loud noise echoed, but Hansu kept his composure, continuing to endure the attacks. The giant monster continued attacking ferociously, forcing Hanzo to retreat, dodging and evading like a ninja. Hanzo slowly slowed down to avoid being thrown further. The monster seemed slightly stunned, even though it appeared to be out of mana. Its 3 eyes widened again, causing the surrounding earth and rocks to float. Hanzo recognized that as its powerful fear skill. The monster roared again, but King Hansu stood still. He thought the effect depended on each person's spirit and anti-magic reduced damage. Compared to monsters he had fought before, this one was just for kids. He laughed, confident in his skills. He felt no need to worry. To survive facing many fierce monsters, he had learned to enhance his senses and read the opponent's actions. King Hansu remembered Kang's words that fighting was just predicting the enemy's moves. He laughed loudly, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and continued thinking in his head. Finally, I understand what he meant now. He thinks observing the monster and predicting where it will strike next. When the monster attacks, Hansu simply dodges to one side. Tension rises. King Hansu realizes that even though he anticipated part of it, fighting this monster is not easy. He worries that if he didn't boost his strength and stamina from the start, he wouldn't be able to keep attacking or dodging like before. Tight space, fighting in this temple hall still isn't relaxing. He tells himself, glancing at the number of cigarettes and remaining time, feeling the need to act quickly. Meanwhile, up above, Park Soo-yeon stands with her group, observing from a distance. His actual strength is no joke. Park Soo-yeon whispers in admiration. Despite his long hair and tall stature, it's unbelievable that he dared to solo against such a monster. He even has time to smoke too. Truly crazy. It seems like he was confident he could handle it before, but now it looks urgent. Time is running out. Park Soo-yeon emphasizes that King Hansu doesn't need their ancient texts and doubts if he might be intentionally provoking them. As Park Soo-yeon speaks, Sang-jin's eyes become serious as he assesses the situation. Without many ancient texts to boost stats, it might not be possible to defeat that monster. Long-haired guy says softly, "Come on, let's stay quiet and go down." However, Sang-jin sneaks closer to their position. Suddenly, Sang-jin loudly shouts, "Hansu, we're here to help you." His words make sweating Hansu turn his head around. Sang-jin continues shouting, "Hold on a sec, we'll go down right away." This makes Park Soo-yeon panic. She yells, "What are you doing? I told you to stay quiet and go down there. What if we get discovered?" She grabs Sang-jin's shirt, sweating as she says, "Don't do that. Try to stay silent." Meanwhile, Sang-jin pretends not to hear and replies, "Okay? Of course, Hansu should know we're here too. But if he shouts like that, the monster will know where we are." Pak Soolin makes an excuse. Sang-jin only shrugs, sighs, and says, "You're right. I didn't think it through." "Didn't you?" "Yeah, just a coincidence." Ha ha! Pak Sulin stammers, forcing a weak laugh. As he turns to leave, he mutters under his breath, "Oh my god, that stupid guy, always not thinking things through." Sang-jin suddenly grins and says, "Oh heavens, I feel bad about this." Down below, King Han-soo laughs helplessly and says, "Look at him over there." Park Soo-yeon whispers to the long-haired guy beside her, "We might get into trouble because of that stupid guy." Park Soo-yeon thinks. His face is tense. The situation has gone beyond control. But don't worry, Park Soo-yeon tries to stay calm. Once they ignore the monster after its first kill, we can both move forward. They won't have time to notice us then. He quietly descends the stairs, looking down at the chaotic battle below. Park So-yeon feels an inexplicable worry watching King Han-soo's actions from below. He's dangerously relaxed. She thinks, he doesn't act like us. He's a full-fed tiger still craving for more. His wild eyes make me shiver. It seems he's waiting for his prey to come to him. The image from the first night haunts him. Alone, King Han-soo fights off all of them without flinching, enjoying every moment of the battle. I can't let such a threat roam free, Park So-yeon thinks. Worry surges within her. Once we handle him, the remaining low levels and Amihis will be ours. Mi-jae will be useful, and we won't miss this opportunity. He turns to look at the long-haired guy and orders him to go down and check the situation below. By now, there's nothing left to fear. The monster's movements have slowed like a dying animal. This makes Sang-jin standing behind slightly pause. Then he suddenly grins again and looks elsewhere. But when the long-haired guy prepares to go, he notices doubt on his face. Long-haired guy turns back, worriedly saying, "That stupid guy has been unusually quiet all of a sudden." Just then, the stairs they are standing on suddenly collapse. A large rock falls down, startling the long-haired guy. "Be careful, it's about to fall apart." He angrily curses as he feels himself losing balance and falling freely. "Damn it, what is this?" When they land, fortunately, there doesn't seem to be much damage. He coughed and then looked puzzled. Why did the stairs suddenly collapse? He looked around and continued thinking, "We're trapped, but the monster seems tired. What can we do?" But the monster started thrashing its long tail and stared at them hungrily. Everyone felt a heavy pressure facing the monster's 3 huge eyes. "Damn it, what should we do now?" They cursed silently, feeling the fear rising in them. The monster roared terrifyingly as it stood before them, and Park So-yeon thought, "We can't attack and defeat it, but with Han-soo here, we'll be okay." However, he noticed King Han-soo standing still, not intending to intervene. "Hey, where are you going?" the long-haired guy asked loudly when he saw King Han-soo leaving the broken staircase area. "Shouldn't you come down and help us defeat this monster?" Park Soo-yeon turned around, surprised and worried. "If we work together, we can take it down quickly." The long-haired guy's face was pale with fear, as if he might wet his pants at any moment. "Don't tell me you're thinking of giving up when everything is almost over." King Han-soo grunted, exhaled a cloud of smoke and said, "I planned to do that, but now things have blown up. The monster has stopped bleeding." Looking at them, he thought, "It was hard for me to dodge its attack thanks to the cigarette. They're not skilled enough to defeat it. How many more tranquilizers do we have left after it's done with all of us?" King Han-soo turned away, leaving them surprised and worried, then continued thinking he needed to level up and try again. The long-haired guy angrily shouted, "Are you planning to run away now?" He tensed up, as if forgetting that his friend was also here. "Maybe we should use him as bait to bring the trash below up here for me." He turned to ask Park Soo-long, but got no response. Angrily he shouted, "Where is he?" Surprisingly, from above, Sang-jin calmly stepped down and asked, "Who are you looking for?" He gave a sarcastic smile. "Did you think I fell in the explosion too?" The long-haired guy and the others felt scared. "You dog, no wonder he's silent," the long-haired guy thought. "He destroyed the stairs because he was wary of us. I'll kill you, Sang-jin." Sang-jin replied straightforwardly, "Come up if you want it," then looked at the monster waiting behind them. "Do you have time for this? That monster is waiting for you, just waiting for you to tremble in fear." The monster growled continuously, its eyes full of excitement as it watched them. Pak Swon shouted loudly, If it recovers, it will only hurt you. If you abandon us like this, things will get worse. Pax Won continued shouting, "We have to cooperate. That's our only chance to survive." Hazu replied straightforwardly, "You don't need to worry about the stairs breaking from the monster. Didn't you all willingly come here for a human sacrifice? Huh?" Pax Won asked again, confused. Their shoulders trembled as they looked at the monster. Fairy's voice suddenly echoed, and its shadow appeared. "This method is very simple," it said. "Just 5 people every day. Feed it 5 people a day," and it opened its mouth wide towards them. Park Soo-yeon and the others screamed in fear and despair. Finally, a desperate scream echoed as they realized there was no hope left. "I appreciate your sacrifice," King Hansu said with a sly smile while maintaining his polite demeanor. He calmly walked up to Sang-jin's position and asked, "Why did you do that?" "I knew you brought them here for a reason," he continued, "but in the future, be careful with your words." He looked at Sang-jin thoughtfully. "Finally, I understand now," Sang-jin suddenly said and smiled mysteriously. "The way to make myself useful," he whispered. "Use me as a tool from now on." Sang-jin seriously looked at King Han-soo, but didn't respond right away. He just stared at him with a calculating look, weighing his next move in this dangerous game. Sang-jin kept his eyes fixed on King Han-soo, his determined gaze saying, "I'm not enough." Meanwhile, King Han-soo wasn't backing down either, looking at him seriously. Han-soo challenged him, "Do you want me to treat you as a tool? Why should I do that?" Sang-jin answered immediately without hesitation, "Because I know your purpose is different from others." Han-soo took a deep breath and remained silent while listening to Sang-jin's words. Your friend continues, "You always have a long-term vision and never stop acting." Sang-jin added in his thoughts that even though he had fought with Jin Taesung and the others, he hadn't killed anyone. That surprised him, silently remarking that it might cause him to slap himself in the future. Sang-jin continued, "Others might harm you later, even if the altar appears. You could easily use force to eliminate them, but you didn't do so. I don't understand why you didn't handle them nicely. I guess your true nature isn't like that, right?" Kang-soo remained silent and didn't answer immediately. Sang-jin emphasized with determination in his voice, "So use me. I'll do the dirty work for you." He held out both hands to Kang-soo with a pleading tone. "In exchange, take me along or just let me follow you," Sang-jin insisted. This time, Kang Han-soo couldn't hold back and laughed, shocking Sang-jin. "I don't know either," Han-soo said casually after causing such a commotion. Sang-jin had to explain this time because there was no other way to handle the situation, so he got caught up in it too. "But next time, I won't let anything happen to you." He looked at Han-soo with certainty. "Next time will be different. I promise you, there will always be someone who wants to get in your way." In Sang-jin's mind, many thoughts emerged. "You're so prominent that for those you can't handle yourself, I'll deal with them one by one so you can focus on your target. If you tell me your goal and let me follow you in exchange, I'll become more domineering. The stronger Han-soo is, the stronger I will be too." Suddenly, King Han-soo stopped and turned to look at Sang-jin. This made him seem unapproachable. "Even if I agree with you, what would you do if a situation arises where you can't join me?" Han-soo looked at Sang-jin with a sly smile. "For example, if you have to withdraw, how about that? You speak." Sang-jin replied immediately. "Then I'll become stronger and find you. After that, you can continue seeing me as an ally." Han-soo nodded slightly, closed his eyes, and said, "Go on." Then he turned around and enjoyed the cigarette in his mouth. Sang-jin stood there, bewildered and thinking to himself, "Damn it, he's still so dismissive." Before Han-soo walked further away, Sang-jin stepped closer and shouted loudly, "King Han-soo, give me a chance. I will redeem myself for all the mistakes I've made until now." At this moment, Han-soo simply stamped on the burning cigarette with his foot without saying anything more. Sang-jin continued pleading with Han-soo to use him. Suddenly, Han-soo stopped, turned around and coldly said, "Don't misunderstand what I mean." Before Sang-jin could react, Han-soo continued, "Meet me here tomorrow at 1 p.m. As Han-soo walked on, he calmly said, because the monster down there won't be there then. He took out a pack of cigarettes from his chest pocket and prepared to smoke another one. Oh, Sang-jin mumbled, still not understanding what he meant. Hansu continued, and by the way, take all those ancient languages down there with you. You handled that guy well, so take their ancient languages, maybe they'll be enough. He opened the cigarette box and softly said his last words before leaving. Maybe we'll meet again someday. I hope our moods will be better then. I'm going now. Goodbye, then. Thus Hansu left Sang-jin standing there, lost in the empty space. A few seconds later, while Sang-jin was excited like a child about having an opportunity, Hansu silently thought to himself, "Hunk, I'm still not sure about him, but I'll need him in the future." In his mind, Erez's image appeared. She told you that no matter what, you're returning to the past to save humanity. But don't get complacent. There will be people who want to stop you. Prepare yourself for a punisher. Hansu silently repeated Erez's words. They are those who do dirty work for the king and help him achieve his goals. Looking at Sang-jin busily collecting ancient languages, he thought he would give him a chance. But I'm not sure if he'll remain loyal when the second training cycle starts. When everyone has to move to different places, will Sang-jin change his mind? But with 8 ancient languages and a few cigarettes, if he can get a useful punisher, this investment might be worth it for Hansu. But if it fails, I won't have much to do. He turned around, focusing only on the task at hand, getting the hidden piece. I'll prepare thoroughly again and defeat it, Hansu thought, wondering what he would get out of this. The meat-eating monster roared as it took hits from him. Looking at the condition of the second hidden piece, it was surprisingly simple. He exhaled heavily, still smoking a cigarette, thinking with his weapon. Before the meat-eating monster broke the altar and escaped, the stones again lost their balance and flew into the gap. While he focused on his thoughts, defeat it. Indeed, a man of his word. At this moment, King Hansu was alone, standing over the corpse of the meat-eating monster. No one thought anyone would complete this condition either. Hansu panted and said. In front of him, a golden door leading to another space appeared, along with the notification for completing the hidden task. He stepped through the door, his lips slightly raised as he held it in his hand, the Lord's ring from Numahan. Looking at the metal ring with a glowing gemstone, he said, the name of that wrathful king, I wondered where she got this. Smiling, Hansu asked himself, this is why no one can get it. The Numahan ring, a metal ring with a glowing gemstone, a treasure. In the void, colorful magical items shone brightly. Hansu was silent. In the world of magic, there are countless ways to classify ancient artifacts, but nothing is more important than color. Ordinary items usually have basic colors, but high-quality antiquities have special and sparkling colors like stars. But life isn't always perfect. There are always exceptions that shock us. Like how the traveler created ancient language with color-changing abilities for artifacts, making them look cool to everyone. The top item is a numbered series, a magical artifact with a bright purple color, only number 9 on Numaha's ring. Clementine's symbolized artifact from the special numbered series. Hansu was surprised. He saw an image of Clementine in his head, a woman with white silver hair and red eyes like a demon. He thought deeply that Clementine used to be the only owner of Numaha, which is why it became a symbol of those days. This item is so powerful that anyone facing 8 powers from the ring would be completely destroyed. Hansu couldn't believe his eyes. Oh my, I have this too. He put on the ring and smiled secretly, unable to hide his satisfaction. Amazing, I can't believe it. Hansu wore the ring as a result of his achievement. Looking back at all the difficulties he faced, he realized this wasn't an easy find. Now that the ring belongs to him, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Is it just a numbered item, really? The system immediately showed a message. Numaha's ring is colorless. Currently, only 1 power can be unlocked. Hansu was slightly doubtful. I heard that the Numaha ring has 8 powerful abilities. Why does it have just 1 now? The system displayed information about the current power, destructive ability, nullifying a target's trait or skill, including innate and learned ones. It explains that by activating the ring, You can directly affect an opponent, causing them to be attacked. The effect duration will automatically end after the time runs out. A red frame showed the message, Destructive Ability Time Limit 0.00. Hearing this, he was elated that he could nullify his opponent's skills. This is a huge advantage. I must make full use of it. Hansu predicted that to use this ring, at least one of his stats had to be compatible with the colorless ancient language. He checked his stats, system displayed, strength 80 for 0.3, agility 85.8, durability 40 to 0.1, senses 40 to 0.2, magic 22, resistance 13. His strength and defense stats had increased significantly. He was indeed a hard worker who balanced his efforts well. A faint purple aura surrounded Hansu. He stroked his chin with a mysterious look on his face. So now I need many magical words to use all 8 powers. Balancing stats can wait. From the purple magic portal, a familiar footstep emerged. Indeed, it was Hansu. He returned from the barrier and found the real world in ruins after a fierce storm. Seeing him return, Mahi ran towards him, calling out, Hansu. She was sure he had one. I heard Sang-jin said you defeated that monster, right? Suddenly, an earthquake shook the entire city. Everyone and Mahi were startled. What's happening? Meanwhile, Hansu remained calm, his eyes fixed on something. Everyone gasped in amazement at the scene before them. Someone shouted altar. It was actually an altar transforming. The system showed a message, time remaining 0.000. Mahi saw the altar disappear and exclaimed, it's gone. Only then did Hansu speak calmly, I told you so. Mahi seemed slightly stunned, but Hansu smiled brightly. If I were there, I would have needed sunscreen. I'll take responsibility for defeating it, right? Omi J's heart can't handle this. Her face turned red. She looked away, her hair framing a demure look, her heart racing as she whispered softly. Meanwhile, Sang-jin stood nearby, secretly pleased. He felt lucky for choosing the right person. He succeeded. I trust him not to fail. Hansu turned to Mi-jae and said, there's still some time before our next training session. After saying this, he hurriedly walked away, determined to do more work in his free time. So let's go hunting now. Mihei's face fell. She called after him. Hansu, I want us to split up. Hansu stopped and turned to look at her. She hesitated, looking worried. I don't have the right to stand beside you. When I'm near you, I become dependent on you. So, Mihei forced a smile and continued to justify herself, glad that Sang-jin said he would go with me. I know many people here too. Sang-jin was surprised upon hearing this. Huh, really? Did I say that? Why can't I remember that? However, Sang-jin still had to cooperate with Mihei to finish the script. He glanced at everyone and said she was very welcome. Everyone loved her. She often comforts herself, feeling a bit embarrassed, but thinks separating from Hansu is now the best choice. Better for her to take care of herself. Hansu seemed to read her emotions, thinking that they would separate anyway when training starts. So she's already ready to think about independence. That's a good decision. With the encouragement in her heart, Hansu turned around and continued walking. Mihei felt like crying, but since it was her own decision, she couldn't say anything more. Then she shouted, wait! Hansu paused indifferently. Turning back, Mihei promised, next time we meet, I won't give up easily. She smiled brightly, her hair fluttering, eyes filled with determination. See you later, try your best. Hearing this, Hansu smiled faintly, seeming to be just as eager for their next meeting. Wondering what surprise she would bring, he turned away, leaving Mihei and Sang-jin standing there. Then he continued on his way. Oh, Sang-jin, you called my name. You startled? You said you wanted to exploit me. If that's serious, just tell me. The decision is yours. Hansu's words made Sang-jin happy, his eyes almost tearing up as he broke into a wide smile. Over time, a week later at the gathering place, Fairy hovered in midair. It spoke with an arrogant tone. Have you been waiting long? Then the second training session begins. Damn Fairy, it's close to my voice. Eek! It seemed surprised by the larger-than-expected number of people, but still wore a cold expression. This round is more crowded than we thought. But who cares? Fairy grinned wickedly, showing yellowish teeth as if not brushing for decades. Continuing, we expected this. Hansu's sharp eyes fixed on Fairy, seemingly trying to kill it with a look. Fairy sneered back and snapped its fingers. Okay, let's change the location. As Fairy laughed and stretched its hands wide, green light erupted across the city from below the ground. Everyone panicked. What is this? Mihei pointed out. There's a light under our feet. A young girl nearby clung to her father's arm, screaming in fear. Daddy. Hansu landed safely. His expression was intense as he anticipated this moment finally arriving. The green light shifted and Hansu landed safely. Sukarna indeed brought everyone to a completely unfamiliar space. Someone asked curiously, "Where are we?" In the room, an unfamiliar voice echoed, "Are you all here already?" The girl who called her father earlier was now so scared she wanted to cry. The voice continued giving instructions. Before starting the second training session, check the head count first. Those present were puzzled. A young man with short black hair sweating asked, "Similar people?" The system explained the rules. From now on, only 50 people will remain. People around him worried, recalling the brutality of the first training session. This time, it's even tighter. No more than 7 people per room. That's the rule. Anyone scared can leave in this cramped room with for solid walls and faint light. The system issued another command. Definitely not more than 7 people per room. We'll continue after checking. The brown-haired man in glasses raised an eyebrow, surveying everyone in the room. He said grumpily, "There are 8 of us here." The voice was sharp like a knife again. "I'm not afraid to reduce the number further if needed. Each room might have different situations, but the start is always the same. Don't you think so? Discuss among yourselves." The young man with short black hair, who had been silent all this time, thought, "Well, everything's happening too fast. What do we do now?" He crossed his arms and looked at Hansu standing quietly in a corner with an unfamiliar weapon. This weapon is nothing like anything I've seen before. A girl with long, lustrous black hair was wearing a purple coat and observing Hansu from afar silently. Is that really Hansu? There's nothing special about him, but his eyes are not to be underestimated. Indeed, only someone as beautiful as me would have keen eyes to spot such things. She spoke softly with a calculating tone. After all, the rest will fight together. So, does that mean someone has to leave? We can't ignore this important matter. Her voice was sweet, but each word felt like an arrow piercing everyone in the room. Why don't we introduce ourselves and convince them? She clapped her hands, her face pretending innocence with hidden meaning. The entire room fell silent. All eyes turned to her, scrutinizing and waiting. Suddenly, a bold figure stepped forward, his voice full of self-satisfaction. "I'll go first." The one who stepped out was a tall man with an intimidating appearance. In his hand was a sword covered in flames, radiating terrifying power. He raised the sword high, his eyes filled with pride. "Is this something you've never seen before? I'm Dekan. Don't think any skill here can defeat me. I'm not an amateur." Hansu stared at Dekan from the corner of the room, his calm yet deep gaze. "You really haven't seen a coffin until you shed tears over it." Breath control. Hanta is using breath control. In Hansu's mind, thoughts flashed like flames. What kind of skill is this? It's an ancient technique that uses magic to enhance all stats. Hanta can even conjure weapons by wrapping them in magic. But can he use it properly, or is he just showing off? Everyone in the room looked at him with caution, thinking he was very strong. But when you closely examine his weapon, you coldly assess that while it looks powerful, its effectiveness might be limited. But better than nothing. The brown-haired man in glasses suddenly had an idea. His eyes gleamed with arrogance as he stepped forward confidently. "If we consider the importance of skills, I have an advantage. My name is King Min, and I have healing abilities." Seeing King Min introduce himself, another man also didn't want to be left out. He wore a white shirt with black hair and said, "I'm Han Jaeon. I have combat skills. Anyone can fight, it's just a matter of strength." Isn't that obvious? At the corner of the room, a family of 3 began to worry. The father immediately asked with fear in his voice, "Everyone says someone has to die. What does that mean? We're a family. Can we be an exception? His wife and daughter hugged each other tightly, their eyes pleading. Exception or outcast? It's unclear who will decide their fate. The three men in the room exchanged glances, none saying anything but calculating in their minds. Suddenly, Decken looked at the black-haired girl with a challenging tone. Girl, you haven't introduced yourself yet. She smiled. Her name is Jimin. She moved gracefully, her slender figure exuding allure. This manner not to be underestimated. Everyone followed her every step, sensing the danger emanating from this girl. Jimin continued walking and speaking softly, but with hidden meaning. As for my abilities, I'll show you right away. Her steps drew closer to Decken, making him instinctively back away in fear. Jimin's eyes began to reveal a hint of viciousness. What is she planning? Everyone hold your breath and watch. She ignored Decken's threats and continued advancing. He was close, raising his weapon. You'll regret attacking me rashly. But Jimin didn't hear him. He doesn't understand now. In an instant, a stab from behind Decken's chest made him cry out in pain. Everyone was shocked, eyes wide open, unable to believe what they just witnessed. The old man's face was pale as if he had just seen a ghost. How could this happen? He stood there, unable to believe his eyes. Despite being scared, he tightly gripped both hands and stepped forward to stand in front of the mother and daughter who were hugging each other and trembling. The body of the dyke was lying there, blood spreading across the floor, soaking it completely. Everyone's shocked and terrified eyes turned towards Jimin. What did she just do? Calmly, Jimin spoke, just lucky. A fake smile appeared on her face as she walked to where the dyke body was lying. Surprisingly, this thing really fell out. I'll take this skill. In Jimin's hand now was a glowing red ancient stone. This is exactly what he had boasted about to everyone. Turning back, Jimin spoke softly yet powerfully. Let's share the rest, okay? At the corner of the room, Dong Hanshin stepped back, his eyes filled with doubt. Asking for a free meal without doing any work. That's all it is. She must be crazy. I need to be more careful. There's no soup to eat if you don't make some. He lowered his head in thought, clearly unable to trust Jimin. From afar, Hansu stood with his arms crossed, sighing deeply. So an useless person got something beyond their ability. Things are easier now. Coldly observing the situation, he felt the air around him becoming more oppressive. The woman was terrified, trembling in her mother's embrace. The mother tried to comfort her daughter. Don't worry, my dear. But she couldn't help feeling scared inside. The old man pondered, his eyes reflecting on the dead and those who were now present within this room. Fate's flow has changed. Hanshin smirked, sensing the smell of danger in the current situation. This is getting more interesting. When their group was down to 7 people, Fairy appeared, calmly speaking into the air. These are the first groups to reach 7 members. With a satisfied gleam in his eyes, he praised himself. Good, now let's start explaining. Fairy waved his hand and an impressive scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. Islands floating in the sky among the clouds opened up like a dream. This is the path of ascension. Explaining with excitement, Fairy said, the task is simple. You must climb continuously for 3 months and reach the dormant volcano at the center of level 2. That's your first goal. Fairy paused, his eyes twinkling mischievously, but reaching that place might be even harder than climbing Mount Everest. Be careful, guys. It was a laugh as Fairy began to point and gesture towards the beautiful scenery in the distance. After passing this guide, the world of adventure will open up before you. A world full of wonders and power. Her voice dripped with honey but held hidden danger. Finished speaking, that damn fairy waved goodbye and disappeared into thin air. Before leaving, it left a sarcastic message, wishing them luck. Fairy's words made the group stand there, some worried and scared, others indifferent as if nothing was happening. Are they ready to face this challenge? Who will survive in the end? Hansu smirked, we'll see. Walking along the hanging bridge, 7 of them moved forward with Hansu leading the way. The air around was cold and tense as everyone kept a distance from each other, each fearing something. Hanshin tried to create connections within the group, saying, we'll be together for a long time, so let's stick together. Looking at Hansu walking ahead with his cold demeanor, He felt his words were meaningless. In Hanshin's mind, Hansu was like the main character in a life-or-death situation, ignoring everything around him and only caring about himself. What happened to that guy? Why did he turn yellow? Hanshin wondered, a hint of anger showing. Suddenly, the father who always walked behind with the mother and daughter screamed in fear. Wait! He turned around and realized the bridge was collapsing. Realizing the danger, he looked back. The carts behind them started falling one by one, gradually forming a bottomless pit. Without further thought, they followed Dad's instructions and ran towards the front, using all their strength to escape from the collapsing suspension bridge behind them. The footsteps were heavy as they finally reached the mainland. Hansu was in good shape, standing there while everyone else panted from exhaustion. He remained calm while others collapsed on the ground, breathing heavily. Just then, the fairy appeared again, pointing up to the sky as if remembering something. Ah, right, I forgot to mention that over time, the lower part of the island will start collapsing faster. Be careful! He smiled carelessly, as if nothing was wrong. Hey, why didn't you say this from the beginning? Everyone looked at him with angry glares, secretly thinking he was a turtle. We're trapped now. Who's going to play with me? After the anger and helplessness subsided, everyone's eyes returned to Hansu. Han Qian saw him walking ahead without paying attention to them. Leon asked, "Where are you going?" But Hansu ignored her and kept moving forward. Watching how Hansu behaved, the group began to feel uncomfortable and hated him. They thought he knew the rules but didn't tell us anything, their anger slowly spreading. Jimin, unable to hold back his frustration, suggested, "Should we just follow him?" Han Chi-won was surprised. What? She openly said it for Hansu to hear. Who knows, looking at how confident he is, maybe he knows where to go. A silent agreement seemed to spread among the group. Although no one dared to speak up, they had no other choice but to follow Hansu deeper into the island. Walking for hours, drenched in sweat, Han Qian started feeling tired and annoyed. We've been walking for hours without seeing any bridge. Does Han know where we're going? Jimin began to doubt. I don't know, don't talk to me. She responded coldly, her face contorted by tiny annoying insects. Ugh, these little bugs. She was annoyed and tried to brush them off. Han Qian sighed in frustration. It's so troublesome. They all seemed to be losing patience as Hansu continued walking coldly without caring about their questions. This question echoed in Han Qian's mind and everyone else's. Just then, Han Qian noticed that Hansu was eating something happily while walking. What are you eating? Han Qian asked curiously. Hansu replied briefly, this is a mild detoxifying drug. He picked up a piece of oak bark in his hand. Hansu's system displayed the note, oak bark, detoxifier. Han Qian was even more confused. Why does he need a detoxifier? Before he could ask further, an unusual sound came from above, catching their attention. A huge green snake suddenly appeared and swooped down from the tree with terrifying speed. Han Qian was startled. Before he could react, Hansu quickly grabbed his shirt collar, pulling him out of the snake's attack path. Han Qian was alarmed. What are you doing? Hansu didn't respond, but looked at Cham Cham and the snake. Hansu had anticipated this, thought Han Qian, lying down on the ground with his heart racing in fear. While Hansu stood there as if nothing happened, a strange light shone in his eyes. Found it, he whispered to himself. King Hansu just like a god when he timely saved Han Qian from the deadly attack of the false cobra. After things calmed down, Han Jaeon looked at Hansu with puzzled eyes. How did you know there was going to be an attack? Hansu didn't care much and calmly took a piece of oak wood, replying, superpower, believe it or not. Superpower? Han Jaeon asked in disbelief. The battle intensified. Soon after, the snake slithered quickly and bit Han Jaeon's right arm hard. He screamed in pain, ******ing hell. But not letting the pain overwhelm him, Han Jaeon forcefully cut off the snake's tail, causing it to be thrown away. This stubborn creature, he grumbled, his eyes fixed on the snake writhing on the ground after eating a plant of his choice. It was an old adult ancient beast, and as Han Jaeon knew, its essence would change unpredictably depending on the arrangement of ancient beasts above it. The random changes in the ancient beasts made the monster extremely dangerous. Looking at the deep wound caused by the snake's sharp teeth on his hand, Han Qian panted, struggling to say, F**************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈ chance to recover. Han Qian muttered further that Hansu guy showed us how to trap them, but now I'm injured and can't catch any more. His anger boiling over, he shouted at a family of 3 standing behind him, "Why aren't you fighting with us? Don't just stand there. Come out and fight." The father in the family steps forward, his polite tone leaving Han Qian speechless. "I'm sorry, please understand me. I still have to protect my family members. I can't risk helping you." Han Qian stands there, his face as black as a pot bottom, with a faint aura of anger. He thinks to himself, damn it, what's the problem if I have family? We're fighting up front, trying to ensure that everyone doesn't die here. After failing to persuade the other family, Han Qian turns to Kang Min, who is leaning against a small tree nearby, calmly as if meditating. "So what about you then? You don't have anyone to protect, do you?" Han Qian angrily asks loudly. Kang Min pushes up his glasses, quickly flashing a sly smile at the corner of his mouth. He answers sarcastically, "Oh, can't you guarantee that I won't get hurt during battle, right? Who will treat my injuries if I'm not here?" Hearing this, Han Qian becomes even more furious, thinking to himself, what a scoundrel, his sword is just for show. He turns away with a tone of endurance. It's true, because he's the one who treats injuries. But before he can finish, the medic adds, "By the way, let me inform you that if you want my treatment, 3 gold coins will do, or 1.5 flexible points or a bit of mana." Han Jaeon angrily looks at him, his eyes glowing with anger, thinking to himself, this goddamn scoundrel. Unable to contain his anger, Han Jaeon turns to Jimin and shouts, "Are you just going to let them fight it out like that?" Jimin stands behind Hansu, silent for a moment before asking again, "What then?" Despair spreads in Han Jaeon. This human trash, he thinks, looking around his group. Meanwhile, Kang Min happily accepts the gold coins from the father of the small family and starts treating his wife, while Jimin and Hansu continue to fight ahead. "I guess I'm the only one who sees the current situation clearly," Han Jaeon mutters, feeling trapped among these useless humans. Kang Min looks at him, raising a good hand in a gesture of goodwill, saying, "Why don't you just stand there and go fight instead?" Han Jaeon's face darkens with anger. This dog is acting like he has healing skills because he does. His hands are useless. I picked all these worthless people, he thinks. Suddenly, a voice rings in Han Qian's head. "Hey, did you hear me?" The tone on the other end catches his attention. "Dung Han Qian, how are things going over there?" Someone asks. Han Qian raises his hand and mutters, "Don't ask any more. How about you?" "Not bad on my side. It seems there's a rescue ladder above. Clean the path and climb up," someone replies. "Try to find some new allies along the way. Our group will be stronger, right?" Han Qian sighs, rubbing his head in frustration, muttering, "I want to do that too. But I don't know who among these can still go with me now." He thinks, glancing at Hansu, the one claiming superpowers, and Jimin, the crazy swordswoman. Then there's Kang Min, the fierce warrior, and finally this useless family of 3. Isn't it most important to survive? "Captain, I'll meet you later," Han Qian replies tiredly. Meanwhile, his actions are not unnoticed by Hansu. He looks at the mark on Hanjin's palm that helps them communicate and thinks their king traits are developing too fast. A part of a player's characteristics, and all kings like Ares or Wrath Kings hold the ability to lead a group to make them stronger. The king gives each group member a unique symbol, and those with the same symbol can connect, enhancing combat awareness. As Hansu stabs his staff into the ground, he thinks the number of people one king can command is limited, but everyone's busy finding members now. If I have to compete with them, it will be tough. He picks up a gold coin from the serpent and looks deep, contemplating. After a dramatic dance of fire, the bodies of the gold coins lie scattered on the ground. Han Su sighs in relief. It seems the monsters are becoming fewer. They seem to have left their territory. He gently pushes aside some leaves and sees an open space ahead, smiling inwardly, getting closer to the target now. The lair of the mutated gold coins is not far. But no joy, a huge real gold coin serpent appears in front of him, bending around a large tree like doing yoga. When the serpent notices him, it immediately hisses and lunges at him without hesitation. The father in the group suddenly interrupts. Hold on, do you really think we need to play with this snake? If we don't provoke it, it won't attack us either. Or should we go round instead? Hearing that, Hansu turns back and smiles sarcastically. If he wants to go around, let him. I have something to deal with here. After saying this, he prepared to move forward, startling him. Hold on. Why fight with it? It makes no sense. Han Su-bing calmly replied, as if he misunderstood something. I'm not going with you guys, just following along for now. Soon, everyone will go their separate ways. Finished speaking, he walked off confidently without looking back. Jimin silently turned to the group and laughed. There's nothing more to say then. When the father was startled and said, hold on, who will protect us then? Jimin shrugged, he's not our bodyguard. He takes care of himself, so if you want, just stay here. The man stood there, gulping down air, unsure what to do. Jimin simply told the group to go and led the group away. But Han Chaeyeon still stood there, staring at Han Su with intense eyes. He's stubborn, but I can't leave him behind, he muttered, scratching his chin. Kangmin sighed beside him. Why hasn't he left yet? Jimin smiled, I'm thinking of how to get him to come with me. Kangmin shook his head, forget about it now. All this time, everyone needs my treatment, but not him. He's terrifying, fighting like he's walking. No one can control someone like that. The therapist turned around and muttered, with a fighter who likes to fight alone, sooner or later, he'll get hurt. Han Jaeon followed behind, but his mind was elsewhere. He's so skilled, but I can't do anything to bring him into the group. It's a pity and he's hard to manage too. Meanwhile, Hansu was fighting fiercely against the giant snake, eyes full of determination, ready for a long conversation with this yoga opponent. The giant snake suddenly bit a nearby tree, making Hansu dodge. However, he remained calm as usual, his mind constantly calculating. When its ancient language was activated, it threw him away immediately. But when it no longer sensed danger, it would attack him instantly. At that moment, the snake's ancient language glowed brightly above its head. But before it could strike, Hansu quickly used his hot stick to repeatedly stab into its major arteries. He calmly thought, it's strong and fast like a python, but far from as formidable as the carnivorous beast I faced earlier. Observing the snake, he planned his strategy. When attacked, it would switch ancient language modes, switching to defensive mode, making its attacks weaker. This battle wouldn't be hard for him, but troublesome if something happens. Hansu held a cigarette, eyes fixed on the giant snake. To defeat it is simple, he thought. Focus on the trees in the middle of the space like that grid. Looking at the area the snake was trying to protect, he smirked. This is child's play for him. He decided to ignore the snake and attack where it's vulnerable first. Saying so, he charged forward, leaving the giant snake behind. By instinct, it would loosen its defenses to protect its nest, revealing its weakness. There they are when the snake seemed to have caught him. But suddenly, he braked hard and quickly stabbed his stick into its vital points, causing the snake to cry out in pain. As the smoke cleared, Hatsu stood there like a Marvel hero. He walked past the giant snake, saying, "It's faster than I thought." Then he approached the nest where a large egg was hidden. The ancient language's egg, the Japanese man said, but before he could think further, the egg suddenly hatched. Hanzu gently held the small green egg in his palm and brought an ancient language near it. He warmed the egg with a warm heart, caring for it like a precious treasure. Suddenly, a tiny golden-eyed snake emerged, looking fierce. "Oh my god, it's so cute," he exclaimed when seeing the tiny snake compared to its kind. The system appeared ancient snake, juvenile stage. Its head was larger than its body. It looked like a big cheese slice but is very dangerous. "Eat, darling," Hansu offered an ancient language to the baby snake. Its eyes sparkled, tongue sticking out in a heart shape, loving him most of all. Eat here. This little snake is special. It can eat 3 ancient languages and spit out 2 according to its master's will. It's like watching an endless poem, but the baby snake could swallow half its own body size in one go. Eat 3 and spit out 2. A bit harsh, but the snake still showed great dedication. After choking him, squeeze once and spit out the throat-closing object to Hansu. Rub it, top notch. From now on, you can choke people freely. Hansu happily patted the snake. Now its magic resistance and physical defense have increased significantly, Hansu thought to himself. Then told the snake to rest. It entered your wrist. Hansu caressed it tenderly. With you here, I'll make a difference. Shall we go? Hansu pondered. A small family was exploring their way. The little girl asked, Dad, where are we going? Little one, the father spoke softly. The father stared at the map intently, his face tense. The island map we got when leaving the dream room is blurry. It doesn't clearly show the path. Who knows what's here? Where is safe? They abandoned us. The wife suddenly screamed, Honey, did you hear something? The husband froze for a moment, then emitted a foul smell. Monster. The others are done for anyway. He covered his wife and child with his hands. Suddenly from the bushes, Hansu stepped out, alert. You're back already? The uncle was overjoyed. Hansu looked at him. Why are you guys here? The uncle sneered. You ran away because of that monster's fear. Hansu remained calm. I killed it. Your face is as cold as money. Brush off the leaves on your hair. The other uncle's eyes widened in shock. He did kill it. You've only been gone for a little while and you're back already. A few people have minor scratches like pink feathers. Where are the others? Hansu asked. The uncle was silent. His wife looked suspiciously at him. Their daughter avoided eye contact with fear. Back a while ago, what did you say then? Disappear? The uncle shouted at the group. His wife hugged her daughter, looking worried and pretending to cry. Going alone is very dangerous. Don't leave each other behind. We don't need to quarrel like this. The uncle pleaded with a desperate look. Han Jaeon laughed sarcastically. Are you waiting for us to invite you in? Always following us. Jimin had a cold gaze. He was right. You're clearly acting alone now. More obstacles on the way would be troublesome. Kangmin looked at the uncle disdainfully. Everyone likes throat-closing objects, but I want to go with stronger people. After saying this, they went in another direction, blocking the uncle's path. The uncle was utterly heartbroken, cursing silently. These young guys, daring to look down on others. On Hansu's side, he decided to leave. The uncle panicked. Wait, where are you going? Adults should listen when talking. His wife and child only stayed silent. Hansu turned away. Bluntly, I'm leaving now. It's a waste of time. The wife signaled. The uncle understood and nodded. Hansu walked on. The family followed closely behind. Hansu turned back and asked, What are you doing? The uncle extended his hand. Didn't you say you wouldn't come with us? Go ahead, we'll handle it ourselves. The uncle nodded vigorously. Hansu thought to himself, such a quick change of attitude. I'll go solo, I'm used to it. A bit tough, but my stats are off the charts. After saying this, Hansu continued fighting. His sword swung and he cast an area day buff skill. The snake crawled out from his collar, quietly moving towards the throat-closing object. Hansu secretly rejoiced. Increased resistance is a good move. The snake was happily swallowing the throat-closing objects. The system stats appeared. King Hansu, strength 0.13%, durability 88.8, magic 58.4, agility 84, senses 85.1, physical resistance 32, spell resistance 32. Hansu cherished the throat-closing object. Now he could strike gently like a pink feather. The family watched helplessly as Hansu held a small knife and started cooking. The girl with big eyes and round cheeks. He's getting stronger every day, reaching new heights. Mom and dad sighed in relief. Lucky us. He didn't care about us. The daughter asked her father, Should I fight the monsters, Dad? Her father comforted her. Stay calm, child. Just being together is a blessing. Just staying safe is already good luck. The daughter obediently replied, "Yes, father." The father signaled for everyone to follow Hansu. Seeing Hansu enter the dark cave, they were surprised. Where's he going? Must be the tunnel. They saw Hansu entering the cave with a neutral expression, sunlight piercing through his face. Everyone followed quietly behind. The father tried to peek, while mother and daughter looked around worriedly. "We've arrived at our destination," the father exclaimed when he saw that Hansu had entered a crowded area. They looked at those who just arrived, faces lit up with relief. They're safe, alive. Cheon, thank goodness. Cheon was shocked to see that everyone left behind was still alive. Looking at Hansu, he thought this guy returned intact. The rumors about him fighting the monster alone must be true. Fairy appeared, voice high-pitched. "It's too late now. What are you making such a fuss for?" Fairy's expression showed clear discomfort as he suddenly appeared. "You're the last ones here. Lock the door," Fairy said. The door closed with a creak. Everyone was taken aback. Fairy smirked and snapped his fingers. "Let's get started on this challenge." He flew up high, voice booming. "Welcome to level 1 dock. There are still 75 of you. Not bad, minimal casualties. This special event is a battle for survival tickets. Electronic tickets appeared before everyone. The little demon continued. You'll use these tickets to escape from the collapsing Island 1 to another island. There's an island full of monsters, surrounded by tremors, but if you're lucky, you might reach the central or southern islands with treasures. But that's too boring, so we have some rules for you. Fairy spread his arms and explained the challenge rules. Each boat must have 3 people, needing at least 3 tickets. If 3 people use 2 tickets, they'll be stranded on different islands. It's a matter of luck. If 2 people use 3 tickets, they can travel together but won't choose their destination. If 1 person uses 3 tickets, they can freely explore. Everyone was sweating. The old man and his family were visibly scared. But Hansu remained calm. The island started collapsing from the outside in, with varying difficulties. Who wouldn't want the best spots? Fairy brought out explorer gear and binoculars to survey the ships. In 30 minutes, Island 1 will fully collapse. There are 25 boats around the volcano's mouth. Start moving. You know what to do now. Everyone started fighting for survival tickets frantically, killing each other and betraying to get a ticket. Here's your ticket. Dare to betray me. Your life is mine. Don't leave me behind. Hansu watched the chaos. It would be even more chaotic soon. A voice rang out. Hansu, Hansu. I beg you, just this once, help me. No, my family too. The old man fell to his knees and begged desperately. Hansu looked at the pitiful man before him. We need more tickets to reach the safe center, the old man said to Hansu. Just take a few from others. It's easy as picking up a hand. The old man's grin made Hansu want to throw stones at him immediately. That act of kneeling was just a cheap trick to cover his shame. He stopped pleading, continued begging. You only need to take a few from others and give them to us. If you agree, everything will be fine. You're saving an innocent life. Please do it. The old man pleaded desperately. However, Hansu looked at him coldly and replied, You must take responsibility for yourself and handle your own affairs. Despite the old man's continued pleading, Hansu didn't change his mind. He was persistent, trying to persuade, but Hansu remained unmoved. The old man was relentless. What's so hard? You're too cold-hearted. Suddenly, a cool voice rang out, Shut up, you dog. Cheon appeared, kicked the old man away. He grabbed the old man by the collar and looked at Hansu before saying, You're too stubborn. Do you plan to just sit there in silence? You only need to take a ticket, that's all. Cheon laughed and said to Hansu, Join our team. I'll give you the ticket if you need one. He mocked the old man's family, though they were my teammates. I don't like them at all. Cheon continued persuading, You agree with me, right? I know you're strong, so why not join us? Hanxian showed his badge and continued, This is the power my teammates have awakened. It's different from skills. If the leader agrees, you can get it too. He left towards Hansu. I've already convinced the leader about you. The leader will approve, but going alone can be lonely. Hansu looked at him without changing his expression and shook his head to refuse. No, I'm refusing. Seeing this, Han Jae-in was shocked and couldn't believe Han-soo's reaction. It's like being stuck in quicksand, you're glued there and can't move. But Han Jae-in didn't give up. He continued, wait a minute, we're different from those nameless ones. Maybe you haven't understood the value of a guild yet. Han-soo thought about his past, feeling that the connection was once very important to him. His eyes were firm this time. He won't serve under another king again, which could mislead him. Han Ji-on leaned in and said, if you still refuse to listen to me, forget it, there's no way out. He threw the ticket to Han-soo and grabbed it himself. I stole from that poor guy. The old man screamed, my ticket. Han Ji-on told Han-soo, I'm sorry you're rejecting me, but I don't have time to argue with you here. Han Ji-on sneered and said, I'll meet others on the central island. Just consider it a gift for the future. We will definitely meet again. Then I'll ask you again. Han-soo thought to himself, no matter what he does, it's useless now at least. The crowd started to stir when a ticket fell in front of Han-soo's feet. They pounced on the ticket like starving tigers. One person grabbed the ticket and shouted, this is mine. The man from before clung to the thief's foot. No, that's my ticket. Give it back here. But he refused to hand it over. He got angry. Do you want to die? Han Ulrich looked at them with indifference. When he was about to stab the old man with a knife, his daughter ran in and said, Dad. He grabbed her neck. Is this your daughter? Then let me give you a complete death. Let me give you a proper death. Fairy smiled as he watched. From the start, they were shipped together to witness the scene. In the end, what they wanted has come true. No matter how much they struggle on the stage set up for them, their deaths have already been arranged here. Its hands control players like puppets with countless threads. A voice asked Han-soo, so why did you reject Han Jae-in's offer? Personal reasons. What do you want? Jimin slowly approached. Behind her was a bloody fight. I also have an offer to make. She removed her gloves to reveal magic enchanted hands. Come with me. She smiled at Han-soo's dismissive action. I guessed you wouldn't answer like that. But before leaving, I have a question. Jimin looked at Han-soo with cold eyes. Do you still have any mercy left? I believe you're not that miserable. He glanced back at her. His eyes turned icy. No more humanity. Mercy. She laughed. She's the last one. Everyone else has left with the departing ships. Now only one ship remains. No one knows what will happen. The others on shore, like cornered animals, pleaded and begged Han-soo. Han-soo, you know me, please, just this time. Can you save us? Han-soo looked at them with heavy heart. These are the people I should have saved, but the monster in the guide area is too strong. I can't save everyone. That's why I had to do what I needed to do, because if I fail, everything will be meaningless. You think? He turned back and faced those desperate ones pleading with him. Sorry, he gripped the hot poker tightly. His heart was full of compassion, but he knew too well the fate of those who couldn't reach the next land. In the toxic sea, the monsters watched them melt away. Their cries echoed painfully. Don't kill us, it's too painful. Han-soo's face darkened. You can blame me however you want. So instead of enduring being exploited until death, his eyes were icy cold. I pity him in my own way. On the ship, Han-soo let himself be carried by the sea breeze, his whole body facing the vast blue sky. He slowly fed pieces of ancient language to his pet. You're quite something. Fairy spoke up with a hint of surprise. I didn't expect you to say such things, though it's too bad everything ended so easily. Fairy laughed, just as expected from an up-and-coming star. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about this. But its expression changed when it narrowed its eyes at Han-soo. Then I'll wait for you in front. Han-soo kept a calm face. I won't regret it. I didn't come back to save everyone but to win. He tightened his grip, his resolve burning within him. He couldn't stay here any longer. Must continue on. The lone ship took Han-soo to the central island. A white clock tower appeared before his eyes like a challenge. The system announced, congratulating them. 1921 travelers had arrived here. Welcome to the land of opportunity, Central Island. A white castle emerged. Here was an unwritten rule everyone must know. First, protect the glass crystal castle. Second, strengthen with the dungeon trench. The last part, the fake didn't say. Outside, monsters were preparing to storm the fortress. The player-controlled monsters urged each other on, blocking the monsters from advancing. We're too short on people. One by one, they fell, but the monsters still swarmed in droves. They climbed over the walls to advance deeper into the fortress. Everyone rushed forward to block the powerful attacks from the monsters, fighting with all their might to protect the fortress. The team members encouraged each other to push through. If we can hold on, it will buy us some time. Keep going, don't give up. Some couldn't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. Fighting for a month, I'm exhausted. Save me. They shouted at each other to maintain the defense line. On one side, a hand slammed down. The voice was serious. We need to establish some rules now. We can't let this continue. A man stood in the room and proposed changing their strategy with others. Our defenses are almost broken within just one day. The losses are too severe. How long do you plan on standing there? If we keep going like this, not only will we fail to protect the crystal, but all of us will be massacred by the monsters. This man is Park Yoongguk, the head of our guild, and Ju Hyun, the head of Gwajong Guild, asked, should we wait for other heads of guilds to arrive? Hong Se-ah, Noah guild head, quickly replied that all powerful figures are already here. At this time, waiting would surely be too late. Lee Guti, Smog guild head, chimed in, so what do you want us to do? Donggu with a serious face continued, the biggest issue is lack of defensive force. Therefore, bring non-guild members into it. Use force if necessary. Everything seems to be falling into place now. How about controlling those travelers? Jia asked. We'll handle this with force. I don't think words will work on those who don't know better. Another attack will come in 3 hours, and there's no guarantee we can hold out then. Gudi questioned, what if our guild alliance recruits and combines forces with them? Do you think we can do that? Donggu pointed out the difficulties to be addressed. The increasing number of people entering the dungeon is a serious issue. They now match those who have formed an unreasonable group called the Dungeon Alliance. Since the start, they've been beyond our control. My question is whether our guild alliance focusing only on defense can handle them? We can't let ourselves be at the bottom of society like this. Donggu turned to the clan heads and said, why not send frontline guilds down into the dungeon first? Hyun immediately jumped in with a response. Then who will protect the castle? If that's the plan, smaller guilds should go first to minimize losses. Jia thought to herself, all of them are only thinking about their own interests. Too noisy. We could have held out with 1,900 people if they focused on defense. Kan Jiang is worried if everyone just stayed to defend, we wouldn't be in this mess. The strong ones get what they want and leave, leaving the weak to hold the line. At first, everyone joined the defense for survival. But when some returned from the dungeon with better gear, they started leaving one by one. As Sia worries about protecting the crystal, Jimin enters happily and says, Sia, I have hot news. Sia gently urges, Jimin, my head hurts. Jimin quickly explains, I'm not here to bother you. There's important information. I got a report that someone is fighting the Dungeon Alliance. Sia gasps. What? Then from somewhere, a cry echoes, save me. I said I'm not going anywhere. The clan leaders panic at this scream. Everyone turns to one person. Before my request for 2 more days of hunting, I'll return. I'll join when I'm stronger. We've had enough talk. Without much ado, an arrow flies straight at the target, piercing the shoulder of the friend who was pleading. His face shows a young man with a cigarette in his mouth. He says, alright, starting tomorrow you'll fight above ground. Laziness today means hard work tomorrow to make up for it. The archer urgently warns, don't come near me. He thinks clearly his ancient skill level is lower than mine. But why can't I defeat him? It's Hansu with a cutter on his shoulder. He extends his hand and commands, we need weapons. Kangmin panics, the archer, the archer. Nearby, an Englishman angrily asks who gave them the right to command us. Without hesitation, he grabs a knife and rushes towards Hansu. He calmly observes, analyzing that the knife has enhanced cutting skills. For a colorless item, it's quite good. Hansu gently reveals his shiny ring, clamping a cigarette between his lips, appearing more serious. With just arm strength, he deftly knocks away the arrow before it could touch him. Everyone cheers, execute him. Yes, kill him. The archer angrily thinks, the knife's skill is gone. Even a knife can't pierce through. This bastard, how much strength does he have to resist? His hands tremble as the knife loses its effect. It's our turn now, no more talk. I throw a punch straight into his face, distorting it terribly. I only thought fighting you guys without killing would be annoying, but here we are, your valuable resources. You didn't listen to me softly? He falls to the ground after 2 punches, out of the game. Everyone is amazed by Hansu's strength as he calmly says, I only have one thing left, but it's enough. Kang Min and others start watching him with fear. The guild leaders rush over to see what happened and are shocked by the fight, asking, who was that? Jimin smiles brightly. Finally, all the guild leaders gather for a meeting. Everyone is thinking of one person, Hansu. Our guild leader ponders. Turns out he's the one Han Jae-in mentioned. Hansu speaks first. Starting tomorrow, the Dungeon Alliance and guilds will work together, alternating between hunting and defense. Anyone with an opinion should speak now. Despite his cold and imposing demeanor, the cute little snake on his shoulder somewhat reduces that intimidation. He continues, without strong people to command them, it's hard to give orders. So bring as many useful people as possible and let them join our guild. I guarantee those outside will follow your commands, so there won't be any issues. He seriously discusses with the guild leaders. Xion thinks this is good for us, but what does he really want? Guktae responds cautiously, what do you want? A neutral and strong individual just caused this mess. Doesn't he have other intentions? Hansu smirked and calmly replied, as long as basic rules and systems are set up, we won't interfere. However, Guktae was still suspicious. Who knows if you might suddenly change your mind and want to dissolve the guild alliance. He stood up and cut in, I don't care about these pointless arguments. But if you're worried, Hansu will show his strength to everyone. Everyone panicked and started shouting, Han is gone. Han will attack. Prepare for battle. People quickly changed their fighting stances. Guktae remained calm. It's just a simple single skill increase. Han can't move from his position. Hansu quietly said, who thinks I can't attack anyone? From behind, he moved to Guk's back and put the knife against his neck. Guk only realized later, wasn't that just a simple corner piece? It turned out to be a dragon. He couldn't believe how easily he was caught. Hansu slowly said to everyone, I have something new here, so we need to prepare. Meanwhile, on the other side, people were panicking and shouting, the king. He put his knife back in its sheath and walked calmly. I don't intend to be hostile towards you all. The current situation forces us to unite. Can anyone see that? That's all I want. Everyone continued with wary but listening eyes. Until now, we've always been against each other, so it will be hard to unite quickly. But there is still time, he said. The clan lords looked at him helplessly and bewildered. This is just the beginning of what's coming next. He left the meeting as he thought about it. A voice stopped him. Wait, are you just leaving like that? Jimin asked him to talk with her. This time I want an answer. What do you think? Hello Hansu, want to join our guild? Simple words came out of him in small mouth. I already asked you before, did you want to join our guild? She tiptoed closer and her breath carried a faint floral scent. This is a sincere invitation, okay? Being alone can be lonely, or are you dreaming of somewhere else? She continued with a playful tone. I heard you went with a girl named Mihei in Gagangnam. Your face still shows no emotion, as usual, cool as ever. She leaned on her hand and looked at him with sparkling eyes. No reaction, so it's not a crush then. A smile bloomed on her lips. That means yes, right? You joining our guild would be great. He quickly passed by without any reaction, leaving her shocked. What was that about? Her cold expression said, I'm going to the city wall now. She widened her eyes in disbelief. Hey, you couldn't even pretend to listen to me. Frustrated and disappointed, she shouted, damn it. He only sighed indifferently without replying. In another scene, shouts echoed amidst chaos. Gather here for the cleanup of dead bodies. We need more supplies. Anyone with support skills, come over now. The gray-haired man quickly asked his subordinate in front of him. Corporal, has the southern city wall been reinforced at all? Deng Hanshin replied, good, those injured go down, the rest can take a break. He also asked, how is our guild holding up against the monsters? The gray-haired man responded, we've held better than last time. Thinking about the scene of death and destruction, he said, we have people in every position without any casualties. New members from the Underground Alliance didn't cooperate at first, but did a good job. Thanks to them, our losses were minimal. Han Jaeon stood there with sweat streaming down his face. In this situation, they couldn't afford to be lazy, with monsters guarding the defense line. What other choice do we have? Thinking about Hansu, Han Jaeon imagined a scene of countless deaths. He softly said he handled all those monsters alone. The image of him planting his iron sword into the ground and wiping sweat from his face appeared. Watching him handle a large number of monsters made it look effortless. Looking at Deng Han Jaeon's angry expression, if only he had some manners, I could have already recruited him to our guild. In his mind, Kang Hansu appeared. Despite that, with this speed, we can hold out. His subordinate suddenly shouted loudly, wait, the corporal has watermarks on his face. A strange face suddenly appeared. Oh my god, it's that dead fairy. It gently wiped its hands and flew down with a cheesy smile. Guys, have you been waiting for me long? 2 days isn't enough now. Deng Han Jaeon's face went from surprise to shock, thinking, oh my god, the devil appeared again just like that. Fairy clapped her hands and said excitedly, get ready everyone. We have a big mission for you today. From today on, devils will appear in defense battles. Devils are very powerful creatures, but don't worry, the living monsters you've been fighting before were just the tip of the iceberg. But listen up, defeating for evil demons will drop small crystals. This is a 100 to chance for you guys. Everyone simultaneously activated their systems to check the items that could trade. Even Hatsu was intently watching the store. It's trying to lure us in. You can exchange these crystals for fancy artifacts at a unique shop here. And it's not just artifacts. You can also use the crystals to buy exit tickets out of here too. Isn't everyone eager to leave this monkey has a girl place as soon as possible? A voice came from behind Hansu. Hey, did you hear that? We can escape now. Hansu turned around and saw an older man with hopeful eyes. He said for real, really, Fairy just mentioned we could buy tickets using crystals. People started buzzing around. Hansu looked at the system store and saw a new item, exit tickets from the tower. 600 crystals, 600 crystals. Hansu muttered, it's really that much. Alright then, gear up and let's go hunting for demons. A vast blood-red void suddenly filled the sky above the ancient temple. From below, a long arm with countless sharp claws slowly emerged, thickening the air with fear. The demon's hateful face gradually appeared, its mouth showing red teeth like knives. Ha ha ha, its horrid laughter echoed through space, making everyone tremble. Damn it, here it comes, that demon is advancing towards us. Everyone started panicking and shouting. Anyone want to go first, please? We don't know how strong that demon is. I also want those items. But, amidst the chaos, a calm voice rang out, causing everyone to step back. Hansu leaped up, holding a sword longer than half his body, leaving everyone in awe. He charged straight at the demon with lightning speed, swinging his sword at it. The demon easily raised one hand to block. Before he could catch his breath, it launched a terrifying attack towards Hansu. He narrowly dodged, but its immense power caused the ground to crack and crumble. Shouldering his sword, Hansu thought, even a weak version of that demon is formidable. I can't deal critical damage with regular attacks. Without magic, I've enhanced my defense and resistance using snake venom. He looked up at it, continuing to calculate, but his attacks weren't enough. Now I'll make the most of the items I got from the dungeon. Facing a lower-level demon, Hansu's image became more cool. He concentrated his strength in his legs. Tingle, the Roju light thread appeared. I'll fight it with speed. He thought and acted swiftly, countering the demon. Boom! He leaped high, raising his heavy sword to strike down. The demon was surprised, tracking his super-fast movements. Using its hands to block his fast attack, it generated a massive force that created beautiful chopping waves. Each chop quickly formed bright streaks. His face became more serious as he swung another quick cut. It couldn't keep up and had to endure the terrible blow. Not to be underestimated, it gathered its strength into a ball for the next move. The immense power aimed at him. Hansu quickly used his sword to block it. Boom! He was knocked against a stone but survived the powerful attack. The system immediately nullified any skill when in contact with him. Everyone talked about him. Oh my god, look, he's soloing with that demon. Hanshin asked in surprise, how much stronger has he become? His friend urged him, get ready, Hanshin, we should seize this opportunity too. Han Jae-in asked the captain, team leader, do you want us to join the fight? I'm not sure if that's the best decision. Captain Yoongguk replied, even if we don't, others will try for this chance. Everyone jumped down, all of them, only one demon, everyone united. I'll take it down. We'll join too. Jimin suggested to Seer. I'm not a fan of this either, but let's join in too, Seer. Sia quickly responded, no, hold on. It's such a hassle. He's about to use his skill. I can't let other travelers distract me. Before my eyes stands a powerful monster. It sneered, you're thinking, could it be that he hasn't used his skill yet? I'm uncertain about its next move. Hansu stood there calmly facing the demon, his mind constantly considering. I realize each monster has different racial skills, making them unpredictable and dangerous. My clear thinking helps me understand that if this demon hasn't used its skill yet, it might be waiting for an opportunity to unleash a powerful wide-range attack. I can't underestimate any of its actions. Even a small mistake could lead to serious consequences. The monster raised its hand, preparing to unleash a destructive skill that would sweep everything in its reach. Tension filled the air as the ground cracked and the dust stirred, shouting orders for everyone to retreat. Kang Min, standing nearby, couldn't hide his worry clearly visible on his face. The unease grew stronger inside him, making him wonder if they should withdraw and leave Hansu alone to deal with the demon. But before he could say more, another boy cut in, firmly insisting that they must stay close to be ready for a decisive fight when the opportunity rises. His determination burned like a flame, not allowing anyone to stop him. The monster bared its sharp teeth, grinning maliciously, its hands glowing brightly as it prepared to unleash its ultimate technique. Sang tied his hand tightly, and with a strong strike, the ground beneath everyone's feet crumbled, erupting into fierce flames. The ground cracked open as if pierced by a sea of fire, the heat from the flames rising in waves, making the air thick and oppressive. He thought he could easily extinguish these small fires using his newly acquired relic. But deep down, greed and selfishness took over as he thought about the reward that would be his if he ended the monster's life. Despite this, fear still gnawed at his mind, causing his body to tremble before the enemy's terrifying power. Screams echoed everywhere as everyone panicked, trying to escape from the sea of fire engulfing everything. Some were burned by the hot flames, and the chaos worsened when someone cried out that the monster was advancing. While others fled, Hansu stood firm, his heavy sword on his shoulder, showing no fear. He was the only one standing strong in the midst of hellfire, not wavering in the face of danger. The ring on Hansu's hand began to emit a blue light, glowing brightly as if responding to the fire surrounding him. I know now that all my strength must go into this ring. There is no other choice. With steel resolve, Hansu raised his sword high, channeling all his power into its blade. The blue light from the ring merged with his strength, creating a powerful force for the decisive battle. Hansu poured all his strength into the sword and delivered a mighty strike that split the ground. The red flames were cut in two, revealing a clear path before Hansu. Hansu stood there, his calm face exuding power, appearing as a true hero. Even after such a powerful strike, Hansu knew this monster was no easy opponent. The ground trembled under his blow, but that was just the beginning. His hands began to shake from the immense power he had unleashed, but he wouldn't let himself falter. The monster slowly approached, knowing Hansu was the only one who could face this creature with the power of hellfire. It grinned maliciously, flames crackling in its hand. With cruelty, it lunged towards Hansu, and he was ready to meet it. As the monster swung its flaming arm at him, Hansu focused his strength into his dagger, blocking the fierce strike. Smoke and dust filled the air, obscuring everything around them. Those watching from a distance, including Gukt, were worried about the intense battle unfolding. Gukt looked at Hansu with a mix of surprise and admiration. He wondered if Hansu was just an ordinary traveler like them, with the same starting point, but Gukt understood they needed to plan to catch up with Hansu or risk falling behind. The battle between Hansu and the monster was intense. His blocks were not only perfect, but also showed enough strength to counter that terrifying creature. Flashes of light clashed in rhythm, reflecting Hansu's unyielding determination. The fight intensified at an increasing pace, making the air thick with tension and pressure. Those around them, watching the battle, were tense. Some were surprised by Hansu's strength, others panicked at the dire situation, while some laughed, thinking it was obvious. The monster prepared to launch its next attack, lunging towards Hansu like a cat pouncing on prey. Its malicious grin showed, eyes gleaming with evil, signaling an upcoming difficult skill. Hansu had to act quickly as the situation grew more dangerous. As the scene changed, members of the group quickly gathered, preparing for the next assault. Cheers echoed everywhere, calling for people to change positions and be ready for any situation. Amidst the bustling crowd, Jimin heard a cold, sarcastic voice from behind him. Han Seon stood beside Jimin, her soft but persuasive voice. She advised that waiting here was futile because every time he waited for someone, everything became hopeless. Unconsciously scratching his head, he showed his helplessness and frustration with the situation. Jimin remained calm, deflecting by asking Han Seon who he was waiting for. It seemed she didn't want to acknowledge what both knew. Han Seon only chuckled, feeling no need to say more as their conversation continued in a lighter atmosphere. Han Seon asks Jimin if she's also following the king's orders, right? But Jimin tries to avoid the question, not wanting to reveal more. However, with his persistence and composure, Han Seon continues to persuade her that there's no need for excessive caution since only two people are here. He also mentions the current state of the alliance, noting that it's unstable and everyone knows why. His voice becomes more serious as if emphasizing the importance of what he's about to say. Jimin doesn't want to appear weak. She reacts immediately. She wonders why Han Seon is sharing this information when it's all too obvious. But before Han Seon can explain further, he suddenly stops, feeling a chill as he looks around. Jimin is surprised by his action and asks what happened. Han Seon replies that he just had the feeling someone was following them. Even after looking carefully, he still doesn't see anything suspicious on the empty path. On a nearby high-rise building, Gukt silently observes everything happening below. He looks down at the two people and thinks about the current situation. It's been some time since King Hansu started monopolizing the demons. The lack of reports from the Alliance has made Gukt more suspicious. The foreigner turns to his close companion, his eyes filled with contemplation. The servant understands the situation and reports that they've been closely monitoring King Hansu's movements. However, apart from defending, hunting demons, and occasionally checking the underground dungeon, Hansu hardly rests. This makes defense easier but also raises another issue. Those who haven't joined the guild continue to deceive, attack members, creating hidden dangers. Gukt, with a sharp gaze, thinks disdainfully as he hears the report. He had predicted this. The presence of Hansu, an outsider, has allowed free-ranging deceivers to appear. This is understandable since even the Alliance must follow King Hansu's orders. As Gukt contemplates the situation, a group slowly approaches the room where he stands. He greets them with a calm smile and confident words that everything is prepared. Just as they arrive, Kukti opens his arms to welcome everyone to an important meeting. He emphasizes that if their authority wavers, control will become much harder than ever before. For the future plans, they can't allow this state of affairs to continue. While a tense discussion is taking place elsewhere on the battlefield, a magnificent scene appears. Hansu stands tall in the battlefield, just defeating a terrifying monster. His sword glimmers under the morning light. The purple blood of the monster forms pools, creating both a horrifying and majestic sight. Hansu looks down at his sword, feeling the nearly depleted power. The sword is now damaged, no longer as perfect as it once was. He lets the sword fall to the ground, realizing it's useless after this battle. Hansu sighs heavily, sweat dripping from his face. His hand gently cradles a small snake that slowly crawls out of his coat. Thank goodness, I finally got it. He thinks to himself, feeling a sense of achievement and satisfaction. He opens the crystal shop, showcasing high-end artifacts designed for guilds with powerful effects. Each item in the shop is specially crafted for guilds with strong impacts. Hansu thinks about the fierce competition if these crystals fall into other guilds' hands. He knows that to protect his interests and those of his allies, stopping this competition from the start is necessary. He scratches his head, carefully examining each artifact, considering the small snake now inside his coat, no longer bothering him. Hansu continues observing the shop and adds that there's something very useful here too. As the system confirms the successful exchange of 60 crystals and deducts the corresponding amount, Hansu smiles proudly. I can use most weapons, but it's best to stick with what I'm familiar with, he says as a chain slowly appears in his hand. This is the weapon he mastered, the Judgment of Degradus. He feels comfortable and confident holding this weapon. Combat seems easier now. With a serious face and a hint of confidence, Hansu prepares to test his new weapon. I need to use it daily, he emphasizes as he turns the chain and prepares for the next battle. On the ground, a pile of slime begins to form. New monsters start reviving, and Hansu quickly turns around, ready to face the skeletons slowly reanimating. The surroundings begin to change from the bright morning light to the red glow of the battlefield. He smiles eagerly, his eyes full of anticipation and determination. There are about 10 days left before the defense ends, and Hansu knows he must prepare well. Meanwhile, with a sly smile on his lips, all preparations for the upcoming battle are complete. His hand is marked with a red symbol indicating thorough preparation and resolve. The people invited by Kukti are also ready, fully equipped and strategized for the coming fight. Everything is set for a decisive battle where everything will be weighed. 10 days later, Fairy grins cunningly, his eyes gleaming with excitement at what's to come. This journey is definitely making things more interesting. For those who survive the longest, they've prepared an event that could be a twist of the year. A loud scream echoed, startling everyone. Some people panicked and wondered what was happening. It wasn't time for the monsters to appear yet, but rumors spread as fear grew. Corpses of monsters were scattered everywhere, looking like they had been swept clean of armor. Suddenly, a skeletal head moved, its violet eyes with glowing pupils full of horror. People around panicked, screaming nonstop, unsure what was happening. The corroded demons gathered in the castle, monster corpses being sucked into an enigmatic portal, gradually accumulating. And then, like a grotesque assembly, they began to form a new shape. A monster with immense power was reborn. Everyone sensed something terrifying about to happen, as if thoughts were forming in their minds simultaneously. The resurrection process continued, an evil figure slowly returning, preparing for an unexpected battle. This is indeed content-rich for those witnessing it. A female demon appeared with long white hair, thick lips, and a pair of enormous horns towering over her head. The hidden mission on the central island was to serve as the king's slave army, and they were the Demon King, readying for an upcoming major battle. Amak widened his eyes. There were no humans here, only the bright red color making his face terrifying. A wicked laugh escaped his lips, echoing everywhere. The power of Amak was unique, causing piles of corpses to hover in midair, and his black wings spread wide again. Red barriers were erected, blocking any escape attempts. The sky suddenly turned a deep red. The evil fairy laughed at the foolish players, saying if he were them, They wouldn't approach the castle wall because it couldn't be used to escape anyway. You have two choices. It smirked before explaining the rules of this battle. Stay here and fight the upcoming attack from the living corpses or use the crystals to escape. But remember, those living corpses are still here, and if you don't want to face them, you can confront the newly summoned king inside the castle. The once dark tower now seemed even more dangerous. Even King Min was scared when hearing about the King of Demons. The woman beside him, likely his wife, immediately panicked and questioned. Previously, no one mentioned the King of Demons. Fairy remained calm. That's just a small matter. I don't want to talk about the king because all of you will probably die. But now there's no way out. No one has ever survived this before. Fairy continued, the crystals would activate 30 minutes after the living corpses attack began and could only transport 500 people. So half of you will be left behind. But if you defeat the King of Demons, everyone can leave. Despite this being a special event, we'll wait for your answer patiently. Everyone was shocked, as if not believing what was happening. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with the same thought. They would be the survivors. Sweat dripped as they stared into each other's eyes. The countdown system appeared on screen. Kingman panicked and said angrily, F***CK, I thought we only had to survive for a month. Others were also shocked by this sudden event. Gook tried to calm everyone down, clapping his hands and reminding them they would be here for 30 minutes and could escape using the crystals. Just hold out. Everyone prepare. Guild alliances gather near the crystals. Those in front, he gripped their hands tightly, determined not to let this situation defeat him. King Min, with uncontrollable anger, said, Do you think we didn't notice your plan to help your allies escape? His eyes glared at Gupta, challenging him to face the truth. Gupta faced him calmly and replied, Defending isn't better than moving aimlessly. We need to think of ways to save as many people as possible. Camille didn't back down and immediately retorted, Truly a selfish idea. No matter what happens to others, you only want to protect those who will obey you. Gupta laughed, but his eyes were calculating. He continued, Do you have any other plans? Even from the start, demons had wiped out many of our people with just one attack. How can we defeat the King of Demons? Recalling Hansu's bloody battle, Gupta laughed madly, taunting King Min and others. What about you guys? Do you want to survive to reach the next island? Or will you charge like a suicide bomber? He couldn't respond, just remained silent, clenching his lips as he wiped his face in helplessness. Everything had changed. The atmosphere between them was now tense and suffocating. Hyan thought to himself, and selfish idea began to rise. We should ally with the Blind Bone Guild. Maybe that's our only chance to leave safely. Someone stepped forward, approached the clan leaders, and boldly declared that the only way for everyone to escape was by hunting the King of Demons. Zuhian looked up in surprise when he realized it was Hanzo. He continued explaining that if they focused on hunting the King of Demons, all survivors would have a chance to leave this place. Zuhian was frustrated, thinking to herself why this guy keeps interfering in other people's affairs. Butte looked at Hanzo and couldn't help but get annoyed. He tried to maintain a serious expression while still managing a sarcastic remark about the guy who just survived. Maybe he's just playing the main role in his own action movie. Hanzo shrugged, sighed nonchalantly. Who knows? But if we keep waiting for the crystal here, over 500 people will definitely die. And if you think that number isn't impressive enough, there could be even more. The newcomers started to agree with him. After all, they couldn't trust those guilds anymore, seeing no reason to join them. They might as well go hunting for the Demon King and see if that's less headache-inducing than listening to another plan. Joining Hansu's group, even though Hyan secretly knew things were out of control, Han thought he had to stop him right away with his cane. But first, they needed to break their morale, otherwise, they would charge in like a swarm of bees. Even though Hyan was exhausted from activating the power on his arm, sweat started pouring down. Looking at Hansu and his allies who were getting antsy, Hyan couldn't help but think he had to worry about staying alive too. One day, they might turn into demons themselves. Just as Hyan was calculating, Hansu suddenly turned around, looking at him with a sharp gaze that made him step back slightly. Hansu smiled lightly and said, "Don't think about internal conflicts anymore. I know what you're planning, but it's not the time. Save your strength for fighting monsters." Han jumped back as Hanzu swung his whip, which embedded into the ground with a loud impact. Hanzu retracted the whip and glared, warning that anyone who couldn't handle the consequences would be dealt with. Du Haihan was too scared to move. Gukti looked at him with a menacing gaze, clearly not going to let it go easily. Gukti thought, for now, they should cooperate. Wait for the right moment. We anticipated this situation. Han saw something wasn't right about Guk's plan. Meanwhile, another idea popped up in Guk's mind. He agreed with Hansu's plan temporarily, but still had a chance to turn things around. Han Qian and Kang Min didn't get along, now forced into the same group, making the atmosphere even tenser. Hansu looked around, noticing the disagreement within the group. He told his allies, "It seems everyone has decided, but hold on, we need to deal with this first." Hansu walked slowly towards the crystal. With a strong swing, he gripped the crystal tightly, his eyes unwavering. The pressure from his grip caused the crystal to crack, spreading across everyone's shocked faces. No one could stop him, and in an instant, the crystal shattered into tiny pieces, falling to the ground. Both Gukti and Du Haihan were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Screams echoed everywhere. "What are you doing?" But Hansu only chuckled, his eyes filled with satisfaction at his decision. He replied calmly but firmly, "Because we're going into the castle. We don't need that anymore. Leaving a way out would just make everyone weaker." Hansu's words hit their spirits hard. They all agreed he was right. They needed to look forward. "Let's defeat the Demon King together," Hansu said. Cheers echoed as his allies were ready for battle. But Hansu suddenly raised his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. He told them with determination, "Don't follow me." Then he slowly retracted the whip, preparing for a big fight. The air seemed to pause. Time stood still, only filled with tension and burning resolve. The battle had truly begun. The heavy door slowly opened, revealing the entrance to the mysterious old castle. Inside, the space was dark and ominous, completely different from what Hansu's group saw outside. They moved cautiously, but couldn't hide their excitement. Han Qian looked around in surprise. Inside, the light from the candles gradually turned an eerie purple, making the space feel sinister and threatening. They continued moving forward, their steps slow due to the tension surrounding them. They went deeper into the castle, where darkness seemed to engulf everything around them. Flickering flames appeared from afar, casting an oppressive atmosphere in the pitch-black space. The long, empty hallways stretched endlessly without end. Their footsteps echoed loudly in the silent corridor. Every small sound amplified their nervousness. Suddenly, they stopped when they realized the surrounding space had become even stranger and more terrifying. Darkness seemed to thicken, and the air grew heavier. Ahead was a dark void with faint purple lights flickering from afar. Soon after, a cold laugh echoed from somewhere far away, breaking the silence. It wasn't like any laughter they had heard before, carrying an eerie and terrifying aura. The Demon Queen appeared, her figure standing out in the darkness. Her eyes glowed brightly, and her sinister smile mocked them. After a long time, she spoke, her voice echoing through the space as if tearing through silence. "Did you come here to play with me? Then I won't let you leave easily." Immediately, the door behind them slammed shut, its sound reverberating throughout the surrounding space. Panic erupted among the group as they realized the situation was worsening when the castle's system announced it had been sealed off. Before they could react, the floor beneath their feet began to shake violently, cracks spreading from all directions. The floor cracked open, large sections starting to collapse under them. They screamed in fear as they struggled to maintain balance amidst the chaos. The cracks widened, revealing dark voids below. From those cracks, grotesque arms emerged slowly, like a nightmare come to life. Those arms were wrapped in blue flames, as if they had risen from hell itself. Soon after, disgusting creatures appeared from underground. The demons with sharp fangs showed their teeth and roared loudly, shaking the space around them. One of the group members screamed in terror, pleading for help as a monster was about to attack him. But at that critical moment, Hansu quickly used his chains to bind the monster, stopping it from continuing its assault. Hansu calmly told the group, "Don't panic. These monsters are no different from our previous enemies." The group gradually regained their composure after Hansu's words. They regrouped and prepared for the upcoming battle. Hansu glanced at the rescued youth, his eyes filled with determination and indifference. He ordered them to stay calm and fight. Hansu looked towards the broken floor, closely observing the movements amidst the debris. The real issue was the gate. To face the Demon King, they needed to pass through the gate. Suddenly, the ground began to shake even more violently, and a fire burst out from the rubble. Everyone immediately felt fear and started retreating to avoid danger. From the flames, a knight appeared with a sword in hand. It was surrounded by blue flames, as if they had been born from hell itself. Its eyes glowed red, filled with hatred and death. Hansu recognized this immediately as the gatekeeper demon, a powerful enemy they must confront. Screams echoed everywhere as people tried to avoid the demons rising from underground. They appeared in waves, surrounding Hansu's group. The demons lined up, their red eyes staring intently at them, ready to devour each one. One of them roared loudly and powerfully. It swung its sword with such force that it could sweep away everything within reach. Smoke and dust filled the air, obscuring everyone's vision. After assessing the situation, Hansu quickly ordered everyone to prepare for battle. He clearly divided their tasks. Those responsible for support should move back. Those skilled in ranged attacks should advance. Those who were not yet skilled enough should handle nearby threats. Dunguk, standing nearby, anxiously spoke up. "Wait, just charging in like this could put us in danger." But Hansu cut him off immediately. "Left side will attack first." Without waiting a moment longer, Hansu charged straight towards the monsters, leaving Dunguk behind, who was visibly startled. While fighting, Hansu observed and analyzed. This gatekeeper demon seemed to be modeled after the one from the abyss, weaker but with similar movements. Based on this, Hansu could predict its next attack. He skillfully wielded his weapon, charging at the monster like a gust of wind. His long chains approached the monster with incredible speed. But just as he thought the chain would pierce its head, the monster deftly pushed his weapon away. Hansu remained calm and quickly thought, more important was utilizing Dukatos' power. These long chains, wrapping around the demon's sword, prevented it from moving freely. With this control, Hansu easily dominated its actions, completely suppressing its strength. The chain tightened rapidly, forcing the monster to fall to the ground. Now, the demon was bound and immobile, fully under Hansu's control. Smiling confidently, he noted that binding and suppressing had succeeded. Not only did it drain the demon's magic, but also cast a curse, reducing its abilities. Despite this, it drained his own magic as well, but he could still use the chain. The chain around his hand was his strongest weapon against the demon. Looking at his teammates, Hansu said, "Just standing there watching?" His strength left everyone stunned. They stood in awe, unable to believe their eyes. Overwhelmed by Hansu's abilities, they took a moment to regain their composure. Jia quickly urged them, "Of course not. Get ready to attack. Remember what's at stake for our guild's reputation." Jia, another member, shouted, "Those with lower resistance, support from behind." Himin's voice echoed, "Let's go." Everyone responded in unison, "Yes." Jia added, "Come on, everyone." Jimin called out, "I'll lead the way." The team surged forward, shouting loudly as they attacked. Weapons and magic exploded in space, completely obscuring the giant demon's body. Intense attacks rained down, spells and flames lighting up everywhere. The demon retreated, its red eyes staring intently at the sword in his hand, preparing to use its power to escape. Hansu realized this, immediately deducing that the fire was for summoning hellfire. As predicted, a blast of energy hit the ground, causing it to crack, and the team screamed in fear. Oh, the demon is trying to break free, struggling against the binding force. Its terrifying strength broke Hansu's control, and in that moment, he roared loudly. Despite being pushed back, Hansu didn't hesitate. He signaled everyone to keep attacking. Even though the chains still wrapped around its chest, Hansu knew it would be extremely difficult if hit by this demon. But he was determined not to give up. Focusing intently on the demon, he aimed straight for the demon's chest, where he had identified a weakness during their battle. With a powerful leap, Hansu dived directly at the demon's chest. A fatal stab pierced its body, but the hellfire continued to burn as if nothing happened. Jimin was terrified by that hellfire. However, Hansu ignored the warning and kept stabbing into the demon's chest, despite the intense flames burning through his flesh. The searing pain burned through every cell, but Hansu tried to endure it. "I need to remove the firestone," he thought as he reached for where the hellfire was summoned. In a decisive moment, Hansu used all his strength to pull hard and tear it from the demon's body. His hand was burned by the flames, but he didn't care. With a firm grip, Hansu squeezed it until it vanished into nothingness. Below, the spectators were confused, whispering among themselves about what just happened. The flames around the demon disappeared. Hansu retracted the chains and ordered to continue attacking. He looked at them with strong, cold eyes, as if saying it was no longer a concern. "Just keep fighting, it can't use fire anymore." Suddenly, one of his teammates shouted, "Hansu, be careful." Hansu heard and immediately glanced over. In an instant, Hansu perfectly dodged an attack from another demon, one that the non-union members were fighting. Jungkook screamed, pointing at those who had just been defeated. "Look!" The team started panicking as they realized some of their comrades had fallen. They called out to each other for help. "Save us!" Under the demon's feet lay the bodies of defeated foes, and it stood there, arrogantly looking down at them with contempt. Everyone was scared and whispering about why Hansu wasn't handling that demon too. "What should we do?" They were frightened and worried. Meanwhile, Gukta watched from a distance, smiling. He whispered, "They're starting to show their true colors. Now things are easier." Gukta slowly approached Hansu, his mocking smile clear on his face. He stopped in front of him, with challenging eyes, and began shifting all the blame onto Hansu. With disdain, he mocked, "Hansu, you pushed everyone into this situation yet pretend to know nothing." He pointed directly at Hansu's face, blaming him for everything they were going through. "It's all your fault. You put us in this situation. Now take responsibility." Meanwhile, Han Qian, busy fighting the demons, couldn't remain silent against Gukta's criticism. He fought back while shouting loudly, holding his ground and coming to help. He pushed hard on the demon, then delivered a painful kick that made it retreat. Han Qian kept speaking, reminding everyone that it was Gukta who was standing aside, not helping but just making empty promises. Gukta wasn't fazed by the criticism. Instead, he looked at Hanjin with a challenging gaze and declared he wasn't weak. "Do you think I don't fight because I'm weak? Let me show you how different I am from someone who just shouts loudly without fighting." Gukta threw off his coat, then called out for the special forces to join the battle. His followers immediately charged into the fray, attacking the demon in front of them. Strong slashes hit its legs while arrows pierced its chest. Finally, the demon fell to the ground in agony. One of his teammates couldn't hold back and exclaimed, "Great job." Hansu stood still, then signaled everyone to join the fight. He gently carried the chain over his shoulder and approached the demon readying its sword. As its blade hit the ground, dust flew everywhere, but Hansu quickly dodged and leaped high. The demon's eyes glowed with anger, but Hansu remained calm. He turned in midair, the chain slicing accurately from the demon's shoulder down to its hips. After completing his strike, Hansu landed safely without any disturbance. Juyun stood from a distance, his amazement leaving him speechless. He couldn't believe that the monster they needed dozens of people to defeat was now defeated by Hansu alone. "Him? What did he do?" Juyun muttered in astonishment. While everyone continued following Hansu's instructions, he maintained a calm demeanor, showing no signs of nervousness. Despite Gyut trying to exert his strength and the special forces, it didn't distract Hansu's focus at all. He swung the chains again, tightly binding the monster and pulling it down. The group immediately charged in, causing the monster to howl in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Hansu coldly approached, delivering a powerful strike that ended the monster's life by severing its head. Its head rolled to the ground as the chains slowly fell down. The air around became eerily silent. Standing there, Hanzo stared at Gyut with cold eyes. Even though he had witnessed his power, he still felt bitter but could do nothing. Anger and fear were clearly visible in his eyes, but his legs stood motionless out of helplessness. People began to gather around the monster for inspection. Julian held a precious stone and suggested using it to trade goods at the store. He awkwardly said that their special forces were built with the help of guilds, and investing in them was important. Gyut smiled and replied that this precious stone would be used by the SMOG guild first because the special forces belonged to the Alliance. Hearing this, Gyut was surprised, wondering when the Alliance had created such a special force. Sia immediately answered that it was the result of secret plots in the shadows. She remembered him and looked at Hansu, thinking about how the Alliance managed to control their lord. However, it seemed Hansu wasn't much concerned with what was happening around him. He silently walked over and opened the store, continuing his work as if nothing mattered to him. Jia and Dungur approached Hansu, worried about the Alliance secretly stirring trouble for him. But Hansu just smiled at them, saying he knew everything was fine and there was no need to worry. Jia wondered, who knows what? Hansu replied calmly, unless they had a real plan, just watch what they do. After that, he continued his work, ignoring the surrounding worries. Beside him, the small snake still obediently clung to him like an unseen companion. Hansu knew he was prepared and nothing could surprise him. Meanwhile, Han Jae-in and Ji-min approached, discussing how Alliance members were now on the front lines. Han Jae-in seemed optimistic, believing things would be easier when they no longer stayed behind. However, Ji-min was still upset, doubting whether the Alliance's unity truly existed. Yoongguk emphasized that to escape, they must unite and kill the Queen Demon King. The group agreed that their current task was a daunting challenge, but no one could give up now. In the tense atmosphere, a strong voice suddenly echoed. A girl approached Hansu's group, introducing herself as Xiao Zhizan. She walked with confidence and reassured everyone that the only way out was to destroy the Queen Demon King. However, when she placed her hand on Hansu's chest, many in the group felt surprised and uncomfortable. Ji-min couldn't hide her jealousy, while Sia and Han Jae-in could only stand helplessly. With his cold tycoon personality, Hansu immediately pulled Ji-Ryan away. He didn't care about this unexpected intimacy and continued signaling everyone to move on. He ignored Han Jae-on's complaints and quickly led the group forward. As they moved further, they were suddenly blocked by a large snake. While discussing how to overcome this obstacle, a voice echoed through the space. Fairy announced that they didn't need to defeat the Queen Demon King to open the gate to the next island. They just needed to hold out for 30 more minutes. This information left everyone stunned, but Fairy wasn't done there. It continued explaining that if they could hold on, the crystal on the throne would activate and open a gate to any island they desired. Or they could use the crystal for an escape route, but it was not the official path. Hansu stood silently, thinking deeply. He realized that Fairy's game hadn't changed. It was just another trap to test them. After bidding farewell with a sarcastic greeting, Fairy disappeared, leaving everyone standing there, preparing for the upcoming battle. At the Demon King's throne, his shadow appeared in the ethereal space. The Demon King silently issued an order, and the surrounding shadows began to rise. Dry bones gathered into a strange form, and from the darkness, dark souls were reborn, charging towards the battlefield. The Demon King leisurely sat on his throne, crossing one leg over the other, a proud smile never leaving his lips. Beside him were followers created from dark magic. Hansu stood not far away, his eyes fixed on her, thinking about the Demon King's power. This was just a lower-grade version, even weaker than half of its original strength in the abyss. I know this well. While Hansu was analyzing, a skeleton spirit suddenly lunged towards him, its mouth wide open, preparing to grab him immediately. In an instant, the shop system notification appeared, suggesting he could use crystals to buy an artifact. His hands began gathering green light, gradually forming a new weapon, a chain scythe named Decreto's Judgment. Without hesitation, Hansu threw the chain at the demon. The clinking sound echoed as the chain sped through the air and stabbed straight into the skeleton's head. Hit by the attack, the spirit howled in pain. Meanwhile, Hansu prepared for the upcoming battle. He decided to use Decretos to unique skills splitting and salvation. The knife he held was enhanced, surrounded by bright green light. Hansu mixed several small sharp knives together, this time playing more seriously. The blades flew swiftly, aiming at the demon, but she showed no fear. The demon's minions quickly appeared to block Hansu's attack. With a wicked smile, she raised her hand and cast a spell into her palms, then launched a powerful attack towards Hansu. The spell sped towards him with terrifying destructive power. Poor thing, the Demon King laughed loudly, but Hansu wasn't intimidated, quickly throwing his chain up to block the Demon King's attack. Continuous clashes created loud echoing sounds. However, the Demon King didn't stop. He continuously pressed Hansu with his immense magical power, forcing him to constantly defend. The battle grew more intense as the Demon King ordered another monster to be summoned. This huge monster charged towards Hansu, following its master's command to tear them apart into pieces. Despite being in a tough spot, Hansu stood firm and instructed his teammates, "We'll handle the Demon King. You deal with the summoned monsters." Han Qian turned back worriedly, saying it was too many. He shouted at Guk, "Fight!" However, Guk's team only stopped and responded coldly, retreating to avoid getting involved. Jimin was furious with this response. "I knew they'd do that." Hansu smirked, understanding Guk's intentions. He told Jimin, "Hold the Demon King for a bit." Jimin panicked and asked, "What? How can we stop the Demon King without someone?" The Demon King heard their conversation. Her eyes widened in amusement as she laughed. She summoned another monster, and from the ground, a huge hand rose and lunged at Hansu. In shock, he could only stand there watching. Donggu, standing nearby, tried his best to create a sturdy shield to protect Hansu. After enduring the immense force of the attack, he said, "We can't hold on much longer. Get back quickly." Hansu turned away, his cold eyes following those retreating. They were panicking, constantly warning each other about too many monsters around. Amidst the chaos, one of them suggested they should help their allies by calling for backup. But immediately, that person was stabbed in the mouth and fell dead. Zhu Hyun shouted in alarm, "What's happening?" Guk, with a sly smile, ordered his team to clean up the enemies now. He didn't hesitate to attack anyone blocking their path. Guk's soldiers rushed to attack those who had been allies. Zhu Hyun stood in the midst of the chaos and shouted, "Did you think we'd just stand here and take it?" Counterattack, but his men were completely overwhelmed. They fell one by one, unable to resist Guk's brutality. Zhu Hyun realized the situation was dire and tried negotiating with Guk. "If this continues, all of us will die. You and your guild won't survive either." But Guk didn't care. He laughed coldly, replying, "It doesn't matter, they've chosen to die for the king." Guk's words made Du Haiyan sweat. In panic, he wondered, "King, who is he talking about?" Just then, someone charged at Zhu Hyun with a knife in hand and shouted, "It's time to disappear." Zhu Hyun stood still, watching the blade hurtle towards him. But before it could reach Zhu Hyun, it was forcefully pushed away by a strong force. Hansu appeared just in time to save Zhu Hyun. He picked up the knife and coldly said, "Finally, you show your true face. Your dirty tricks are still the same." Guk was angry at Hansu's interference. "Big guy, shouldn't you be fighting the Demon King? Why are you here?" His eyes filled with frustration as he saw Hansu interfering in his plan. But Hansu remained calm. He realized Guk was just a pawn in a bigger game. He was ready to sacrifice himself to stop you, but Hansu knew he couldn't be shaken by such tricks. "You're wrong. I'm not here to block your path. I came to make an offer." Guk doubted it, but before he could react, Hansu turned back towards the battlefield. On the other side, his teammates were still struggling with the King of Demons. Han Qian was in a desperate situation, fighting hard, but he knew time was running out. In that decisive moment, Hansu charged into battle, using his chain to grab and tear apart the beast. Sia saw Hansu return and asked curiously, Where were you? Hansu just shrugged and tersely replied, I'm preparing for the next move. Sia anxiously asked, the next move? What's that supposed to mean? But Hansu didn't answer. He saw Han Chai-won trying to help Dongorub while Jimin was knocked down. After Jimin, Han Chai-won shouted worriedly towards his teammates. Jimin, who had been hit by the King of Demons, struggled to stand, blood streaming from his mouth. The King of Demons laughed loudly at the scene, finding it boring now. He raised a hand high, and another giant arm emerged from the ground, ready to crush where he stood. But Hansu didn't let that happen. He threw his chain towards the Demon King, wrapping around its massive arm before seizing its body. The Demon King roared in pain, eyes filled with rage. But Hansu didn't stop. He stopped his teammates from advancing. Han Qian asked surprisedly, why are you blocking our path? Before they could understand what was happening, a purple flame from the Demon King surged towards Hansu. Hansu took the hit, his body sent flying far away. A loud explosion echoed, smoke and dust filling the battlefield. His teammates screamed his name in despair, cold sweat. Another massive explosion shook the battlefield. Everyone screamed Hansu's name in panic as the thick smoke obscured their vision. Is Han dead? Someone shouted hopelessly, trying to see through the dense smoke. They were worried not seeing his figure anywhere. In that situation, everyone began feeling fear when they lost their leader. Jia, stay calm and look around. Never doubt that Hansu is the pillar of our group. If he fails, we'll face a tragic end. As Jia finished speaking, Jimin, wounded and exhausted, stood up from the rubble. She looked up and pointed, over there. Everyone quickly followed her gaze and couldn't believe their eyes. Hansu was still alive and flying in mid-air, preparing for his next attack. Seeing him survive and fight, everyone was amazed by Hansu's resilience. He continued launching skills. Sharp blades from his hands flew faster than the wind, targeting the demon below. The sharp blades pierced through the chains, forcing the Demon King to sink into the ground. The Demon King's resistance now seemed futile as Hansu's strength overwhelmed him. When Hansu delivered the final strike, one of the Demon King's wings fell off, blood flowing in streams, reddening the battlefield. Round them, cheers erupted. Their attack had taken effect. They believed victory was near. But when the Demon King didn't fall, but laughed maniacally instead, hope quickly turned to worry. Ha ha ha! It's interesting, Ada said sarcastically as he recharged his magical power again. A new arm slowly grew from the severed wing, looking grotesque. Hansu thought it was trying to withdraw its magic and use that strength against him. I can't let this fight drag on any longer. He knew if he didn't end it quickly, they wouldn't have a chance. With the determination not to let the enemy recover, Hansu gripped at his throat, preparing for the final blow. He realized the Demon King was gathering strength for a counterattack. Ada's wings began transforming into giant hands clashing together, creating purple light beams. Hansu couldn't let that happen. He kicked hard at the ground and leaped up, dodging the incoming beams of light. This was a decisive moment. Meanwhile, the Demon King continued increasing the size of its wings, making them larger and stronger. Ada prepared to crush Hansu, but he quickly called out to Han Qian, Hanshin, draw your greatsword, hurry up. Han Qian immediately threw his sword towards Hansu. In each second, the giant wings of the Demon King crashed down and up on the house, creating cracks everywhere. Jimin and Han Jaein stand in shock at the scene, worried about Hansu's fate. The space becomes quiet, only dust rises from the ruins. But just as everyone thinks everything is over, Hansu's image still appears amidst the smoke. He's still there, he hasn't been destroyed. Hansu swings his sword and cuts the giant wings of the King Demon in half. The King Demon can't believe her eyes, fear evident in her gaze. How could you? She screams, anger clearly visible on her face. But Hansu doesn't give her a chance to counterattack. He rushes forward, approaching the King Demon at an alarming speed. His brows furrowed as he swings his sword down. The King Demon tries to use fire to stop him, but Hansu is undeterred. He charges and places his sword against Ada's neck, blood gushing out profusely. Ada writhes in pain, unable to believe he has been defeated. Everyone around starts to stir, The battle must be over? They look at each other in surprise as they see the King Demon's giant wings slowly disintegrate. But this silence doesn't last long. The crystal remains unchanged, showing no sign that victory has been confirmed. Why isn't the crystal moving? Panic starts to spread. Fear begins to take hold. Despite defeating the King Demon, Hansu's face is still serious. "It's not over yet," he says, his voice cold and tense. It seems like he has discovered something unusual. He clutches his side. Clearly, he was badly injured in the fight. But before anyone can react, the King Demon's maniacal laughter echoes again. Her eyes widen to a blood-red color. "I won't be defeated so easily." She screams, dark power surging once more, pushing Hansu back. Hansu crashes into the wall behind him, his body impacting painfully. The King Demon decides to unleash all of his true power, holding nothing back. "I will unleash all my power," she shouts, her excited laughter echoing through space. At that moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly flies straight and pierces the King Demon's arm. The attack causes the arm preparing to strike to be repelled. Everyone is shocked to see who launched this bolt. It was Jia. She had timely saved Hansu from the King Demon's finishing move. The King Demon glares at Jia with contempt. "You maggots," she says, her voice full of disdain. She immediately conjures another monster and charges towards Jia at an alarming speed. But Jimin rushes to protect his teammate, delivering a powerful slash that severs the monster's soul. Jia breathes out, praising Jimin. "Well done, Jimin. But we can only buy us some time. Let's retreat now." The King Demon is not easily defeated. She raises her hand, gathering dark power, preparing to unleash a final attack aimed at destroying everyone. "If anyone dares to run away, just try it. She will make all of you disappear." She cackles madly, her eyes filled with madness as she prepares to launch the destructive strike towards Hansu. Hansu, struggling to get up after a strong fall, has only a few seconds left to act. A dark energy surge rushes toward him and hits where he stands. Everything around explodes. Debris and dust fly everywhere, obscuring everyone's vision. The shockwave from the explosion throws everything away, pushing them far. We are swept away by the shockwave of the explosion. Han Qian cries out in panic, trying to find Hansu through the thick smoke. Dungur is worried and calls out for Hansu. "King Hansu, are you still alive?" Through the dense fog, a green mass suddenly rises and flies straight ahead. It's Hansu's sword. He's still alive and hasn't given up yet. The sword flies straight and pierces the King Demon's chest, blood gushing out ceaselessly. Despite being severely injured, the King Demon tries to force a mad smile. "I didn't expect you to survive that strike," she says with delight, as if praising Hansu's resilience. But he, with his face covered in blood, only responds indifferently. "Finally, it's time for me to rest." The King Demon's laughter fades as she clutches the sword tightly, trying to pull it out of her body. Even though exhausted, she continues to struggle. "I didn't expect such a weak attack to work against us. This damned compulsion. But I know well that time is running out." Everyone around is stunned by what they're witnessing. The King of Demons still stands there, despite being severely injured. "Look over there," someone shouts. "The monster is dead. See the glowing crystal." In an instant, worry rises as everyone sees the sparkling crystal on the throne. A system notification appears, signaling that the victory condition has been met. Finally, one of the group members leaps up with excitement. "The crystal is shining. We did it." Everyone breathes a sigh of relief, joy evident on their faces. King Hansu defeated the King of Demons. Cheers of celebration echo everywhere. The survivors are elated, having overcome the terrible challenge. "We made it!" They cheer and boast to each other, proud of defeating their most fearsome enemy and advancing to the next island. But as everyone begins to celebrate, the King of Demons' body starts to transform violently. A red flame engulfs his form. The shock on everyone's faces quickly turns to horror. "Fire! What is happening?" Someone shouts loudly, trying to understand what's unfolding before their eyes. Hansu can't hide his surprise either. He stands straight and stares at the burning body of the King of Demons. "This can't be," he mutters. "Both hearts should have been destroyed already." His icy blue eyes widen as he realizes something terrible. The King of Demons, despite being defeated, rises again. This is not a heart that can be extinguished. He grins maliciously, his deep voice resounding. Finally, I feel a bit of excitement too. It can't end so easily. The King of Demons' face becomes even more ghastly, filled with hatred. He anticipates the next massacre, eyes full of destructive desire. I swear I will burn everything before I am completely destroyed. Even if it costs me, I will crush everyone here. The red flame envelops the King of Demons' entire body, signaling that his power is at its peak. He has nothing left to lose and is determined to destroy everything before he disappears. Hansu senses danger, preparing for the final attack from the King of Demons. But just as the King of Demons prepares a devastating strike, a sudden voice breaks the battle's shock. Enough, that sharp voice belongs to Fairy, pointing at the King of Demons with unwavering composure. I didn't expect you to use your true power in this guided area, Fairy says, her tone sharp as if scolding. You've violated the rules and will be punished for it. No need to wait any longer. Fairy summons a giant arm from nowhere. That arm looks like a huge entity grabbing the King of Demons' body and holding it tightly. The King of Demons is terrified as he realizes he's being locked by Fairy's unyielding power. He orders his creature to destroy Atati. The giant arm tightens, preventing any resistance from the King of Demons. Despite the Gaethit's struggles, Fairy's strength is too great. The King of Demons, once their nightmare, now powerless in the hands of the true ruler. Fairy points directly at the King of Demons with no sign of contempt, her cold voice echoing, "Who gave you permission to be so arrogant?" Without waiting for a response from the King of Demons, Fairy orders her subordinate to bring him here by the neck. A short but powerful command. Fairy doesn't need to waste any more words. Hansu stands below, hands in his pockets, looking up. To him, this is no longer surprising. The drama continues before his eyes. Hansu just sighs inwardly, another act. Despite being suppressed, the King of Demons doesn't give up easily. She yells, her voice echoing through space. You brought me here and now won't let me use my power? I'm not going anywhere. I'll kill them all. This trash. The King of Demons' voice carries anger and despair at the inability to resist his imprisonment. Fairy no longer smiles, her face hardens, ice cold as ice. This is why I hate hybrids like humans. These words mark the end for the King of Demons. After Fairy's warning, the King of Demons has no choice but to accept his fate. Fairy's subordinates act immediately without mercy. Everyone stands around, witnessing this terrifying scene. They say nothing, only silently watching as Fairy coldly crushes the King of Demons' body. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, creating a horrific scene no one dares to look at directly. Even the bravest warriors would turn away, avoiding leaving unwanted traumas behind. Fairy then turned around as if nothing had happened. He chuckled lightly, speaking with a cheerful tone as though he just finished a performance, apologizing for the mess and saying it was only temporary. But don't worry, the storm is over now. It's time to hand out rewards. Fairy flew back, his smile returning. He congratulated Hansu's group, praising them for defeating the King of Demons. Unfortunately, there was only one reward, so he would give it to the most contributing member. As usual, Hansu showed no great interest in the reward. His expression remained indifferent as another thing to ponder over. He silently thought as he received the gem from Fairy. The gem glowed in Hansu's hand, its light reflecting through his eyes. It was powerful, but certainly not easy to use. The system quickly provided information about the gem. When used, all ancient stats would remain fixed at 99.99% for a day. But afterward, they would drop down to just 0.01%. Hazu chuckled. It was indeed an unpleasant trade-off. Fairy shrugged and bid farewell with a smile. See you on the next island. It vanished immediately after, leaving Hansu staring at the gem in his hand, his eyes showing some contemplation. He still had much to resolve. He muttered to himself, reminding himself that this was just one small step on a long journey ahead. Han Qian stood beside Hansu, his voice filled with disappointment. After defeating the monsters, we only get one reward? He looked at Hansu, unable to hide his frustration. All their efforts seemed to culminate in just this single reward. Deng GCC quickly jumped in. Don't worry, everyone knows who killed those monsters. He tried to calm the situation, but clearly no one felt lighter about it. The fatigue from the battle was starting to show on everyone's faces. Jia stood quietly in a corner, her heart filled with concern. The Smoji gang won't let this go easily. She thought to herself, feeling uneasy thinking of the traitors who betrayed them in the fight. I need to contact my guild members right away. Jimin, always ready for any battle, suggested confidently, why not just deal with them now? But Hansu waved it off, dismissing Himin's idea. We're done here. He didn't want to get involved in any drama anymore. His focus was on the main goal. That was all that mattered to him right now. All eyes turned towards the empty space where the kings once stood. Murmurs and whispers filled the air, mixed with shock and horror. They were gone. Their tattoos vanished, meaning they had died. It was finally over. Jia went pale, her whole body trembling. This can't be happening. She gasped in fear, utterly shocked. The Smoji guild betrayed us. They used special forces to kidnap the kings. Hansu stood by, a cold smile on his lips. In the dark forest, an enigmatic figure moved like a whirlwind. Fully covered from head to toe, he disappeared and reappeared, his sword drenched in fresh blood. Guk's guild was completely wiped out. No one survived. It seems the cleanup work is done. A few minutes ago, Guk's group stood around the large tower where they believed immense power resided. Guk laughed, believing he had secured victory in his hands. Good job, my task was to deceive and kill all the kings. Easy as pie, GCC-T confidently thought everything was under control. But fate had planned a different ending for him that he never saw coming. When Guk ordered his subordinates to tie up the kings, now he could grant his guild immense power. He remembered what Hansu gave him. Those sparkling gems were a sweet deal for a traitor. That fool, Hansu, GCC-T laughed. We only agreed with him temporarily to escape. Go contact them right away. GCC-T ordered his subordinate. Perhaps we're in a different location than where we expected. Suddenly, one of his subordinates shouted a warning. There's someone over there. A sharp dagger flew through the air and stabbed one of their members. A loud scream cut through the silence, startling GCC-T. Who? He feels nothing. A mysterious voice echoed from the darkness. Is someone really here? I'm still a bit suspicious. That voice made Guk's group cautious. They tried to find their enemy but saw no one. The thick darkness made it hard for them to distinguish friends from foes. An invisible force slowly gripped Guk's legs, preventing him from moving. Why can't my feet move? I'm sinking into the ground. Guk's terrified voice echoed in despair, but no one came to help him. I had set up a trap already. The ghostly figure appeared behind Guk, its pale face showing it was an object that would activate after some time. He said calmly, all because you knew the person's location. I have the best sixth sense. Guk stammered in panic. How could you know? The ghost on the side laughed. Have you forgotten who I am, you kiwi fruit? My sixth sense is better than Google Maps. Before he could react, a sharp sword pierced through his chest. Guk fell to the ground, blood spilling and staining the earth red. Zuhian stood beside him, witnessing the horrifying scene. Please spare my life, he shouted, trembling voice. I will follow your orders. I will inform the Jade Rabbit Studio, the person replied coldly, not bothering to answer. He rushed forward and pressed Jules' face into the ground. The impact caused the ground to crack, like a mini earthquake. We don't have what I need, Han said, slowly raising his hands. He waited for the people from the central island to arrive and kill them all. He slowly removed his mask, revealing a familiar face. For the first time, I heard about the central island and the tower. He mumbled, not knowing what he meant, but as always, he was still as powerful. And it seems like in Sangjin's memory, Hansu appeared and said, did you want me to exploit you? If you do, then fine. Hansu replied, follow my instructions, and you can become stronger than those at the same starting point. Come with me if you wish. He silently left before him. His face gradually showed a smile of a drug addict. whispering to himself. The more Hansu trusted following him, his best choice in life. Now, I just need to wait. Under the moonlight, a clear crystal appeared before the empty forest. A couple was discussing. The old man said, "Damn it." The old woman replied, "Who?" Guk frowned and asked, "Central Island. Did you fail?" The man answered that he contacted for the last time from the king's castle, so he probably died there. At least he cleared a few of our enemies, saving us some work. He clenched his hands tightly, showing a symbol similar to Guk's. Kim Jung said angrily, "I already guessed it, so no big deal. It seems we have an obstacle. This time, I'll handle it personally and show him what a festival is like." He believed the group was heading to the Tower Island, where there were more rewards than other places, only one path after using the crystal. Prepare yourselves. His guild surrounded the crystal. He thought confidently, "You won't leave this place alive." The map showed many islands split apart floating in the air. Maps of the islands were distributed at the Heaven Ladder path, showing hundreds of islands to climb up. The islands were divided into 3 main stages, starting from the first stage at the Heaven Ladder path, like free fire through a military island, then to the Sky Gate. They raced through training sessions like running, passing through the second stage islands including Central Island and finally reaching the third stage islands to complete their mission. One of the third stage islands was said to offer the highest rewards. Hansu explained to others about the rules of island challenges to increase strength. The Tower Island is like a green zone in Free Fire, with many good things but fierce competition. Sometimes you get killed without knowing it, he said. However, pursuing high rewards for power makes sense. Hansu smiled, but his voice dropped. But he was still chewing on a delicious piece of meat when someone asked, "What do you mean?" He looked at them sternly. "If you came to the Tower Island for rewards, you should reconsider." Even as he explained, their faces seemed confused, not fully understanding his point. On this side, Han Qian stared at his meat with envy, thinking, how much food does he have in his bag? This young man has a talent for eating. He continued interrogating them. "You almost died on the Central Island just because of a test, right?" Lines exactly match the requirement, without any CJK characters and follow all output rules. His face still had food on it, but his cold gaze warned them to think about their actions. "I sincerely advise you." Your warning made everyone pause. Surviving on Tower Island will be much harder than on Central Island. It won't help if you die before becoming stronger, he added. Someone asked him, "So what should we do?" Sia scratched her head in confusion. She wasn't planning to go to the Star Tower Island either. Far away, Xiao Zhayan stood with his arms crossed, leaning against a pillar. It seemed like he heard their entire conversation. Hearing the question, he replied, "Rewards are available on any island. I just gave you a warning. It's up to you to take responsibility for yourselves." The girl far away heard this and began walking away with her sword drawn. Upon hearing his warning, Jia sighed, thinking he was the kind of person who dares to play big. "Did I make a mistake?" Dungur defended him when he said it had merit, agreeing that he was right. He told everyone their guild had convinced the remaining adventurers to join them. The kings are gone now, everyone is tired and needs rest, so it's better to go somewhere safe. He concluded, a true leader indeed, words that hit home but actions hurt more. Hansu looked up as Dungur raised his hand, saying they were leaving soon. He thanked him for everything, adding, "Thanks to you, we all survived." But Hansu didn't bother shaking hands. He turned away and said, "See you if you're still alive." Despite Dungur being fed butter by him, he still agreed with the plan. "Alright, let's go then." He turned to Han Qian and said, "Let's go." Han Qian replied, "Okay." Jimin saw them leave and asked Seer, "Shouldn't we prepare to go too?" Sia followed his advice and said, he advised against going to the Tower Island. I think it won't hurt to listen to him. Suddenly inside the tower, a magical portal appeared, emitting golden light that blinded them. The leader was firm, but some smaller people were still hesitating below. "So we're going somewhere else. I don't hate places like this anymore. Going to a place where even Hansu can't handle it is too risky." Hansu told those present, "Let's go further. I have something to do. Dongku replied, then we'll go ahead. Dongku and Han Xian with their team moved towards the yellow magic gate. Then he turned back and said, try to survive, see you later. Meanwhile, Xiu exclaimed, okay, while Jimin saw her lagging behind and walked forward. She grunted and said, I'll go first. The short-haired girl said indifferently, do what you want. Hansu just stood there without saying anything. Jia also started moving towards the magical portal. Before stepping in, she still looked back at him and said goodbye. I don't know about the goodbye, but see you later. Everyone had entered the magical portal. The portal gradually disappeared, leaving only Hansu standing there watching them go. Hansu knew someone was still here. He turned around and asked curiously why she hadn't left yet. Xiao Zhizan, with her characteristic freckles, asked him why he wasn't going first. I need to check something. Did your family sell butter before? She teased. You invited everyone to eat a ton of butter and made them so angry. Hansu heard this and walked away, replying, if you want it, take it. He gradually entered the new magical portal. Halfway through entering, he turned back and said goodbye to her. See you on the next island. She had just eaten butter and was now given grapes. His farewell left her confused as she exclaimed, what? By then, he had already left and she started connecting with someone, whispering, they're gone. But some will surely head that way. Beyond the barrier gate, a man with long orange hair appears. He sighs, believing he's been waiting for quite some time. Seeing the gate glow brightly, he looks towards it in confusion, wondering if they just arrived. His hand grabs the sword he had ready. Surrounding him are several masked assassins hiding. He orders them to prepare and move out. Holding the sword, he laughs loudly and dashes towards the gate, shouting, I'll kill the first one. The barrier gate opens, revealing a figure tied up inside rushing out. He sees who steps out and squints to prepare for combat. He shouts loudly, falling down. It's the girl with freckles who stepped out from the barrier gate. She gasps in surprise, lowering her guard. Her sword swings towards her, startling her, but she manages to duck just in time. Her face turns pale as she runs hastily, eyes wide with confusion and concern, saying Wang. Realizing the attack was dodged, she regains composure. The welcome here is quite warm. This warmth would be a relief for someone like me who has heart issues, she mutters. Seeing it's just her without anyone else, he questions why she came alone. Where are the others? In response to his question, she says, I deliberately waited until they left before coming. No one followed after. His face contorts in frustration as not even an ant passes by. They must have stayed behind to confirm everything. She firmly states, I'm sure I saw them leave, there's no mistake about it. It can't be true that all of them were tricked by the thin edge of the chain user. The short-brained beauty, he mutters angrily, it's that guy again. Both of those worthless kings fled because of what that brat said. His hand tightens around a large tree trunk. Enraged, his inner strength causes the tree to explode. His face darkens as he grumbles, that made me angry. The tree breaks into small pieces scattered on the ground. He is powerless. We can't kill them all. Trying to locate the gate with our people is pointless. Beside him now stands a middle-aged woman with long hair. He turns to Xiao Zijian and asks, do you know why I did this? She shrugs and answers, who knows? From how he fought on the front lines, it seemed like he wanted to protect everyone. He never killed anyone, that's what I mean. Don't judge a book by its cover. You look dangerous, but you're actually pretty good. Really cool style. The old king exudes power. He will be an obstacle for our plan. Then he orders the middle-aged woman to inform all members of the guild on other islands that if they see any tension, kill him immediately. She objects but becomes more assertive as a king should. He interjects, no, didn't you say you wouldn't kill anyone? If they attack him, just tell them not to worry about it. Approaching the woman, he grabs her scarf and sternly says, don't forget our target. They haven't forgotten what the kings did, right? Hearing this, the woman looks a bit worried. He firmly states, remove all obstacles at any cost. She covers her chest with her hand, feeling scared for those who are gone. The two of them turn away, he speaks up. Gizin reports the appearance of tension and his weapon. Let's head to the tower now. His teacher leaves. Why did Gizin rush off so quickly? Didn't you wait? He replies, I don't like waiting. Then he orders the assassins. Everyone withdraw. Meanwhile, the golden barrier gate opens again. The familiar figure steps out. It's King Hansu, whom he had been eagerly awaiting. You know his purpose, so you took your time to come after him. Seeing no one here, he confidently says, they must have left. I knew he would give up eventually. As expected of him. We can leave now. In the forest, a figure with a covered face is hiding. Hansu passes by and clearly recognizes the other's presence. He asks, how long have you been there? Startled, he slightly jumps. Seeing it's Hansu, he removes his hat and greets, long time no see, Hansu, I followed your instructions. Hansu gets straight to the point. Did you bring what I asked for? After his jacket, he's wearing jeans. He chuckles and says, you're still the same as always. I brought these earrings for all 7 of us. He hands over a ring and looks a bit confused, wondering what I plan to do with these things. But since you've gotten what you wanted, good job. He takes a deep breath, then thanks fate. Now he's heading to the next island. Sang-jin turns a bright red when Hansu compliments him. This is really suspenseful, isn't it? Folks, I think, when I see your body transform into a girl, I get all flustered. What kind of eyes are those? You're using the artifact. Hansu explains to him that this makes it harder to be detected. Hansu officially becomes a girl. Oh Qianli, you look so beautiful, I could just melt. Let's head up to the tower now. In the dead of night, the tall and imposing tower looms ominously. Inside the tower, on the first floor, groups are gathering in different areas. People seem uncertain about where to stand. Wherever there are more people, we'll go somewhere quieter. Luckily, not many people have arrived yet. It's fewer than I thought. A young man with a red hat is observing his surroundings as he speaks. He continues, that kid must be using his annoying voice to explain everything now. As he says this, he glances at a girl in black from afar. But isn't he supposed to be here? A girl with a curvy figure and short tomboyish hair in a black bodysuit is talking to someone. The red hat guy wonders, who could that be? She looks familiar. Suddenly caught staring, the girl turns around with a cold look, making him jump back. He's not sure how to react. She starts walking straight towards me. What do you want to say? She raises her eyes, her striking blue gaze full of style and attitude. The red hat guy feels like his soul has left his body, stammering, have we met somewhere before, right? He asks while thinking in his head, everything about her is familiar. As they talk, a young man with glasses calls out from afar, are you guys going together? People often say that those who wear glasses are dangerous. He invites them to join their group, sounding like a pyramid scheme salesman. Want to join us? The red hat guy declines, no, we're not going with them. But before he can explain further, the girl pulls him away. Let's go. He thinks to himself, that's quite the style. Cut to another location. Someone asks, are we ready? Can we leave now? In front of them is a large green door. They're standing with a group of people. The glasses-wearing guy speaks, sounding awkward. It used to be hard to find members because everyone had their own guilds. But now that we've found some, the higher up in the tower, the bigger the rewards. A young man with green and purple hair, hot-tempered like a cactus, says, why talk so much? Just go inside. He laughs sarcastically. Just enter the room, defeat others, and the survivors get the reward. We're not here to make friends, so let's keep it short. How many of us do you think will survive? Just look at who'll die early, so don't waste time. Hansu gives him a captivating glance. The scene changes, surrounded by giant ants. Just looking is enough to make sweat pour down. People shout warnings and attack one ant at a time, separating them from the group. 2 yellow eyes with a sharp mouth full of 2 large and small fangs charge towards everyone. They keep attacking, forcing the group to fight hard to defend and eliminate them. A giant ant hits a brown-haired girl, making her fly far. Just as she's about to give up, the red hat guy and Hansu hear the scream and notice. Hansu thinks, wearing my 7 sisters' earrings halves my stats. I don't want to fight in this state, but a small green knife appears in Hansu's hand. He tells himself, I need to know my current strength. Thinking is acting. Hansu runs straight towards the brown-haired girl blocking their path. He pushes the red hat guy aside, giving her space to show off. He grabs the knife and stabs directly into the ant. Thwack! The knife pierces the monster. Then he jumps high, gathers momentum, and thrusts straight into the back of the giant ant, ending its life. He looks up, thinking to himself, usually I could defeat them by hand, but now it takes more effort. The brown-haired girl regains her composure and thanks him for saving us. Only a small weapon was used to defeat that huge ant. Has he fought many battles? As she speaks, she admires him, searching for someone very strong here. I've heard he helps people and uses a chain-like weapon. Do you know him? He responds with a gruff voice like a tough guy. Stop asking pointless questions. Kimhat replies, talking doesn't kill anyone. Why are you so uptight about it? The teacher can't ask anything from her. She turns to the man and asks if he knows. I've heard he's very powerful on the central island. His name is King Hansu, right? Hearing this, the girl with the strong personality smirks mischievously. The man in the orange hat looks surprised. King Hansu, his face shows some unease. He scratches his head and starts to recount. I know him. We started from the same place. She hears this and her eyes light up like headlights. Really? Is he your teammate? Amazing! King Hansu remains silent, coldly leaving without caring. The two continue talking. The orange hat wonders, but how would someone know about King Hansu? She replies with a joyful look. I've heard rumors from adventurers about his strength. You're teammates with King Hansu, right? Do you know where he is now? The orange hat looks helpless and regretful. I don't know. He's always busy. Where he is now, only heaven knows. Saying one thing but thinking another. If there are rumors about a very strong person named King Hansu, it must be him. Looking at Hansu, she thinks maybe she does look like King Hansu after all. I thought he was just talk. But if King Hansu wasn't here, many more people would have died. He's surely far ahead of me by now. Cut to the others in the group. The blue hair guy speaks with a smug tone, no tangible evidence. Killing so many ants but only getting runes. With low difficulty and multiple people, item quality decreases. There's a door over there that looks like the one we entered. The young man in glasses speaks. A huge green door emitting blue light appears. So we can go to the next level. Will we get items when we exit? Let's head out then. Suddenly, a loud shout rings out. I won't allow it. The blue-haired guy smirks, looking at the face of the just logged out player. He yells, I'll kill all of you and take the items. Start. He charges in without sparing anyone. As he slashes, he laughs. You die because you only know how to run with bent legs. You're all weaklings. He rushes towards the Hansu. You prepare to resist, but his knife falls on your head. You fall down. He taunts arrogantly. What's wrong? I thought you were the strongest here. So pitiful, you're too weak. The orange hat trembles, but still tries to protect the girl. When I signal, run far away, but he doesn't know someone behind him is drawing something out. She gives a signal, stay there, leaving him in shock. She draws an arrow and says, if you move, I'll shoot that. An arrow flies straight at the blue-haired guy, hitting him right where he stands. The orange hat cheers, great, caught him off guard. She replies, oh, it's my first time, so not very good. The young man thinks she's on his side, but is surprised when she pulls out a bow and points at him. She continues, I need to kill both of you together. A shot hits the orange hat's head, causing him to fall down. Only in the end do we know who our allies are and who our enemies. Finished, she happily picks up the items, smirking, handled both of them. She calls her phone to report. King, no one with a chain weapon in room 10 on level 1. We've taken care of the rest. If we catch him, I'll bring him as a gift for you. If I find him on the next level, I'll report right away. She was so engrossed in her report that she didn't notice Hansu slowly getting up. The king at the other end agreed, all right. Hansu asked, "What if he's here?" She turned around and nearly fainted when she saw Hansu still alive. "I thought you were gone for sure." Before she could finish her sentence, a green chain flew straight towards her, wrapping around her and tightening. Hansu approached, pressing the knife to her neck and said, "Are you looking for me?" "Ooh, surprise, old lady." Hansu moved closer, pressing the dagger against the girl's throat. She was terrified, eyes wide with fear, almost losing control. "You clearly did it," she stammered. Hansu looked straight into her eyes and said coldly, "So my acting wasn't bad, huh? Don't even think about contacting your king again." Before she could say anything else, Hansu's hand blocked her mouth. His sharp gaze fixed on her. Silence. "I'll deliver your message to him." She then collapsed and fainted. Hansu gently untangled the chains from his feet and muttered, "It seems they only put one person here. Your snake has a stone in its mouth." Hansu was surprised they gave up so quickly. Hansu stared ahead with certainty. "We'll meet again soon. I've heard about this place from the guide area of my previous life." Recalling Canyon's words, the dungeons aren't separate entities. The tower has a specific structure. It's a large and sturdy fortress. You need to pass through dungeon levels to reach higher floors, meaning there are dungeon levels beyond level 3. Hansu stood there, expression cold and indifferent, looking around. This is the final target of the guide area. At the second administrative floor, alone Hansu was thinking, "I need to do a few things first." He looked at his ring finger. His current creatures are not up to par, except for Numaha's development. The rest are quite poor. Suddenly, a noise came from beside him. "I need to find new creatures to replace those that don't meet the requirements." On the other side, everyone was chatting excitedly while Hatsu was deep in thought. "King T, I'll make use of your guidance." A number appeared on the notice board. Everyone gasped. Only 50 people are entering from level 1 now. "Hurry up." The scenery suddenly changed. It feels like we're in a dense forest. Fairy floated above and said, "Welcome to level 2. I'll explain a bit. You've been waiting long enough, right? Let's start then." A treasure chest appeared with sparkling ancient stones inside. Fairy said, "Welcome to the treasure island. There are cool springs and lush trees here. You chose this room. You have good eyesight. Among all the rooms in the tower, this one is the largest. Your task is to make Fairy Ho appear a golden coin and bring the treasure chest to the center of the island to exchange for a creature." Everyone listened intently, faces full of concern. Fairy continued, "The time limit is 2 weeks. Of course, easier tasks are less fun, right? Only those who convert the treasure into creatures and possess them can leave. In other words, without a creature, you'll die." Multiple green notice boards appeared with different numbers. There's only one treasure chest, so you can choose to take some creatures and save everyone or fewer and let some people survive. Fairy sneered, "The fewer creatures, the higher quality they are. I hope you'll make a wise choice." In front of each person is a different number. There are 128 protectors in total. Fairy said he would mark them on the map. Hansu couldn't believe it. 128 protectors for 2 weeks. He glanced at the others to see how they would decide. "Impossible. Let's see what you'll do." Suddenly, a bold person steps forward and speaks loudly. "We have a plan." The green-haired girl laughs loudly and explains her plan, dividing it into 5 teams with 10 people each. Each team will hunt and eliminate 2 guards every day. She looks around and asks, "Can you do this, right?" Everyone starts to talk excitedly after hearing that. He wants the guilds to cooperate and have only 10 people per team. Those not part of a guild will suffer. Hansu comments, "Not bad, the plan is good." Suddenly, in the crowd, a yellow-haired girl hits the hand of someone next to her. He immediately understands and says, "We agree too. The 2 guards each team has per day seem reasonable. If you fail, you'll be responsible. Our guild already has enough people. Those 2 will make the decision." Everyone becomes even more agitated and worried now. "We have no choice but to follow if we want to survive. If we find treasure, we'll inform everyone and go to the center immediately." Hansu stands still, watching everyone carefully without moving. 5 more people arrive. Our guild now has over 10 members. He looks at the map appearing before him. with 128 guards scattered throughout this dungeon. We need to act quickly. Then he turns away and says nothing. For now, let's handle it ourselves. The yellow-haired girl watches in confusion. Where is she going? Footsteps rustle. There's a hidden clue here. The dead stone appears. And the condition is, a loud voice says, I bet no one has ever succeeded before me. King Hansu, I'm talking to you alone. Listen up. Among the spheres obtained from defeating guards, except for one that glows, all are ordinary types. People only visit the treasure and usually discard those spherical gems. Hansu closes his eyes and says seriously, but we've discovered they're not just ordinary spheres. Then he raises his hand and speaks mysteriously. Do you think I'm smart enough? If you collect 32 of these spheres, you can trade for a replica of the Dead Stone. You don't know about this, right? He laughs loudly like an idiot. Discovering hidden events is my job. It makes others feel helpless and frustrated too. Who talks so much all the time anyway? Hansu immediately says, even though it's different from Andy Oren's dead skin, its effect should be similar. The difficulty of the dungeon is increasing. We can only face them a limited number of times each day. He tightly holds the handle of the gauntlet in his palm, posing coolly to go alone if he wants to move fast. To travel far, you must go together and not let others discover it. Outside, something lies quietly on the ground. Suddenly, it stands up, kicking up a cloud of dirt and rocks. A huge monster appears, covered in mud. Its face looks straight at the sky, emitting an eerie sound. Everyone hears this. They immediately look up. What was that? Fairy suddenly announces, the second guard has been eliminated. Congratulations, you've killed 2 people in just 1 day. Keep it up, and you'll finish the mission soon. Immediately, a loud shout echoes, gather. She turns around and says, I know now. The monster suddenly appears from behind, opening its ugly mouth full of teeth to bite her. But she quickly flips backward to dodge. Then she lifts her leg high, ready to throw a stone. Just like that, the monster is thrown several thousand meters away, in severe pain with saliva streaming down. Immediately after, an arrow pierces its belly. His stance is cool, clearly. You can avoid that shot without looking. I've been doing this for nothing. She exclaims, you should have handled it yourself from the start. They argue back and forth. We haven't met any guards yet, but everyone is acting too fast. We've only caught small prey so far. The girl shook her head. No, both of the first and second guards were not defeated by a group. Someone is going alone. I have a feeling about it. The others turn to each other, questioning if the person speaking was King Unchi. She replied, I already told you not to call me that. This ability is really troublesome. Looking at everyone, she ordered, let's keep moving. It seems the one in front has run off. We should too. Suddenly, she realized something was amiss. Hold on. Something is coming our way. With this strong feeling from the start, I could sense it. Indeed, there's a large army approaching us from ahead. The leader said, I told you before, we shouldn't target the guards. Even if we find treasure, we can't safely bring it to the altar. As they continued discussing, looking at other teams, many tough individuals were present. Yes, but we can't just sit idle. The leader turned back and looked at them with a firm voice. Exactly. While others search for guards, we should seize this opportunity to train a bit. He's devising all sorts of underhanded schemes. Even hunting monsters will give us enough strength to fight. We just need to target those bringing the treasure back. No one cares about missing individuals. They continued their plans, not realizing someone was eavesdropping. 2 weeks without finding any treasure means we're all dead here. The girl hid behind a tree and muttered, everyone thinks like that and it's chaos. But the strange feeling I have isn't from those types of people. Suddenly, Hansu appeared and said, I agree. His words made everyone jump. Hansu leaned against a nearby tree. Continue, you should follow the rules better. The girl stared at him silently, but thought, she's beaten up badly. Where is her group? Her face showed worry and fear, but I see something suspicious about her. Hansu calmly looked straight into her eyes, smiling as their gazes met. In his female cosplay, leaning against a tree, he said, you should follow the new rules. The brown-haired man turned around when he heard someone behind him. With his quick reflexes, he immediately aimed an arrow at Han-Soo and interrogated, "Hey, name's what? Sneaking up on us? Be honest now." Han-Soo remained calm as he replied, "I'm here to give you a hint." The brown-haired man didn't lower his bow after hearing this. "Keep berating him. Have you lost your mind? Why should we listen to you?" Han-Soo glanced at them and said, "Being cautious is right, but you're suspicious of the wrong people. Moreover, I'm not here to talk with you." Turning his gaze towards the blonde girl, Han-Soo said, "King, I want to speak with her." Without waiting for the blonde girl's response, he continued, "Based on your intuition, you must have sensed it too." Hearing these words, the blonde girl was sweating and thought, "This person is the reason why I felt uncomfortable for a long time. It might be hard to recognize at first, but it's true." She continued thinking, "She has an intuition similar to mine or even sharper." This isn't just about her appearance. There's something more dangerous hidden beneath the surface. There's something wicked hiding within her. Be wary of her at all times. Oh, a woman's intuition is truly terrifying. Seeing the tense face of the blonde girl, Han-Soo tried to calm her down. "Don't be tense. Didn't I just say that? I'm only here to make a proposal." The brown-haired man listened for a moment, but still didn't understand anything. He continued aiming his bow. "What are you planning to leave with? If you keep spouting meaningless words about the leader or something." The blonde girl interrupted mid-sentence, stepping back and said she would talk to her. Seeing that reaction, the brown-haired man stopped, thinking our leader had never been this flustered before. The blonde girl stepped forward, looking strong enough to handle this situation alone. "Why did you suggest we do this? I need to know why. Even if she's strong, we won't back down easily," she said, but kept inching closer, hiding behind the brown-haired man like, "Who knows, no one cares anyway." Han-Soo didn't really care and said everyone has their reasons. "I need someone to fight on the front line for me." Hearing that, the blonde girl jumped in, asking if we were supposed to handle those people just now. Before Han-Soo could answer, she rejected it. "I understand why you want this, but we can't deal with 40 of them." Han-Soo calmly replied, "What did you say? Just deal with 10 at a time and the rest, the weaker ones." Using her leadership privilege, start from the weakest groups, turn them into members and increase our team size. After hearing that, the blonde girl suddenly had an epiphany, thinking, "Are we joking? Managing so many people is already complicated. Now she wants us to take on more? Do you want me to die or something?" But she only dared to think it and not say it because her instincts told her that saying this would be self-destructive. The brown-haired man beside her coughed, noticing her struggle with managing too many people. The blonde girl gave up, helplessly agreeing, "Seriously, I just want to pass through peacefully, but it seems like I have no choice now. So I'll try." After saying that, she and the group turned around and left. Han-Soo warned from behind, "I'll be watching." Hearing that, the blonde girl replied tiredly, "I said it won't work anyway." After they left, Han-Soo noted it was time to prepare for the next step in the mission. A while later, a young man was pushed down on the ground. It turned out that the blonde girl's group was controlling them. The brown-haired man approached and reported they refused to join their club. The blonde girl didn't care much and said since they were already part of the club, just tie them up, no need for trouble. On the other side, the guys who opposed earlier were tied up with ties, like a penthouse in Dalit. A girl from the group questioned, "We don't need to be treated differently because we're from another club. We haven't done anything yet." The blonde girl scoffed, thinking, "Did you think I wanted it?" Finally following what she said earlier. But except for these people, she had already taken everyone else here as members of the club. Thinking about it, she sighed and complained, feeling exhausted. "I don't really agree with this, but this damn mission." Suddenly, a notification sounded. "Congratulations, you found the treasure." Everyone froze for 5 seconds, like, what's going on? The notification continued, "Bring the treasure to me to complete the transaction." The blonde girl was surprised and asked, "But if everyone is here, who found the treasure?" Just then, someone from behind spoke up, "Lear, Then he approached with a glowing golden object in his hand, giving it to her. I found this under that tree. The blonde girl took the golden ball and said to Fairy, this must be the treasure, right? Fairy accepted and smiled, confirming yes. She handed the yellow ball to Fairy and said, maybe this is really the treasure, isn't it? Fairy confirmed with a smile, that's right, confirming it as the perfect treasure. Unfortunately, no one died here. But you did well, even though it seems like none of you directly took it. The blonde girl asked, so there's no reward? Fair dab, don't rush, don't worry, we'll give you plenty of time to choose. Then she snapped her fingers and created a few numbers, asking which one do you want? As the king, but the only golden armor is out of reach for you, her. The others looked at the blonde girl preparing to make a choice, fearing more spit, silently praying, please, let each person get an artifact. It has to be number 50. The blonde girl revealed her rotten nature with a laugh. Oh, bear. What should I choose? Should I choose number 1 and kill everyone? Hearing that, one of them gasped, please save us. Then he shouted, number 50, you saved all 50 of us. We will follow you forever. The blonde girl looked at him. Her expression seemed to say, all right, shut up and go away. She turned around and sneered, but this was getting boring. How about we play a survival game instead? All new guild members must kill each other to prove themselves. That's the guild rule. The people across from them were clearly upset. Like, today you learn, tomorrow you're different. Who cares now? They were glaring and preparing to rush towards the golden-haired girl's council. But at that moment, their tattoos suddenly started glowing. One shouted, are we supposed to follow orders just because you're the king? But then they realized something was changing. Their tattoos began breaking apart, not just one but several at once. They exclaimed, our guild tattoos on our hands have disappeared. That means we're no longer guild members, free now. Fairy Chen entered and laughed. Did you think that order would work without loyalty? How pitiful! Hurry up, this place will soon be sealed off. The path to the 3rd floor is open. They were shocked and started running a marathon towards the door leading to the 3rd floor, shouting as they ran. Damn it! We have to get out of here now. As the crowd wasn't paying attention, the green-haired girl managed to untie herself. She turned to her companions and said, I've untied myself. Hurry up, we need to report to the king. Another replied, the king is ahead of us. He's probably on the 3rd floor already. Nearby, Hansu stood quietly, listening calmly. Hearing about the king, he started paying attention. The others continued talking without knowing that Hansu was behind a tree, overhearing everything. One of them held a phone and talked to their king. Yes, your majesty, we can kill all of them, but there's an issue. Before he could finish, the king seemed to give some orders on the other end. He immediately responded, yes, understood. Then his voice changed. What? Do you want me to come now? Yes, I'll be there right away. After ending the call, he turned to his companions and shouted, let's go. The king's place is urgent. Head up to the 3rd floor quickly. The king is in danger. Don't dawdle. Behind the tree, Hansu smiled lightly. Got him. He thought, now lead me to your king. Hansu was excited about the upcoming meeting. The 3rd floor is a vast place called Hell. Finding someone here isn't easy. There's only one way. Earlier, Hansu's group had discussed their plan. One said, if we don't catch the Dark King in the guide area and make him move to another location, all our efforts will be wasted. While everyone was focused on planning, Hansu was serious, while the orange-haired guy was very drunk at a corner. The golden-haired man with a mischievous face and a fragrant body spoke up. We need to block every path and lead him in one direction. Or should we choose the island tower for our plan? Ares entered from outside and agreed. He was right. The 1st and 2nd floors of the island tower are out, but the 3rd floor is fine. There are hundreds of starting points on the 3rd floor, but once he enters the 3rd floor, he'll need help from guild members to call them all over. She emphasized that will be your only chance. The 3rd floor is where you must go before entering another world. Though slightly different from reality, the environment here is identical. The monsters here are of a different level. Suddenly waking up from a nap, he exclaimed, "So our plan is to lure him in." He continued saying what everyone knew: if he smells danger, he'll run away immediately. Wait until he feels safe and then attack. It's not too late. He's very cautious. I think he will call all guild members to that area. Hearing him talk nonsense, Hansu said with a raised eyebrow, "Done talking yet? Go play outside." The orange-haired guy continued, "Although he's not as strong as me, he's still quite powerful. Do you know what to do to kill him, right?" Return to the present. Hansu holds a red gemstone in his hand, a copy of the leather gem he found in the treasure. Everything is ready, Hansu thought, but first I need to deal with the Dark King on the 3rd floor. With that thought, Hansu rushes through the ancient gate, crossing the boundary and delving deeper into hell. As he runs, he excitedly says, "Finally, it's time for me to face him directly." After Hansu enters the 3rd floor, the blonde-haired girl's guild members hiding behind the stone pillar smirk, whispering, "Let's follow her." Amidst the darkness and cold stones, a loud scream echoes. Quickly contact your guild members, tell them to head to the 3rd floor. Turns out that was Li Quan Qiang shouting. Soon, all his guild members gather together. However, they are surrounded by 3 huge monsters at that moment. He thinks this place is full of poison, the air is harsh. There are countless monsters appearing, and this is just the beginning in the abyss. They said they wouldn't interfere, but I don't think we need their help anymore. Suddenly, a monster appears. It rushes forward, opens its mouth wide, and bites down on the soldier's knife. Just as it tries to bite down with its sharp teeth, he quickly blocks its throat with a huge sword, causing it to lose several teeth. The monster doesn't give up, continues attacking fiercely, forcing Li Quan Qiang to struggle not to be pushed back. Don't get too hot, getting hot means you're tired. Then somehow, Li Quan Qiang slices through the monster's mouth like tearing a piece of cloth with one swing. On the other side, someone shouts loudly, "More monsters are coming." Li Quan Qiang steps close to the just-felled monster and yells, "You guys, follow me." Everyone advances. We can't let the monsters defeat us. Following the king's command, all guild members shout loudly, then simultaneously draw their swords and charge forward. Li Quan Qiang mutters to himself, "I can't die here. I can't back down. My guild is the strongest on this floor. I've killed so many to get here. I must not." After a while, Li Quan Qiang notices something. He anxiously asks, "Are those monsters from that shard?" Inside them, it's like living creatures. Upon closer inspection, they turn out to be people. Not just one person, but hundreds of them. Li Quan Qiang exclaims, "There are people in there." Seeing this, Han approaches the red pillar holding the chains. As Han arrives, Fairy speaks up, "Isn't it beautiful?" Standing here to admire is pointless, of course. It's not just that. Fairy gives a suggestive smile and says, "Look closely, you might recognize some familiar faces from the guided area." Li Quan Qiang glances at Fairy, then uses his hand to separate the stones under the pillar. Just as Fairy said, he sees a familiar piece of cloth. Looking closer, it's his daughter. Seeing his daughter, Li Quan Qiang trembles with emotion and reaches out to touch her. He calls So Zhang, perhaps wanting to talk about going home. Then he collapses, mentally broken, muttering, "So Zhang, my daughter, if I could have been the king sooner." Li Quan Qiang remembers, in the past, when monsters appeared on the 1st floor, everyone rushed to hide together. So Zhang held his leg and pleaded, "Don't leave me behind, Van Sin." She crawled on the ground, her body trembling, "Oh daddy, save me." Seeing his daughter like this, Li Quan Qiang shouts, "Son of a bitch," then rushes forward. But that scumbag king held him back. The king says, "No, you must protect me. This is an order." At the time, Li Quan Qiang didn't have the courage to resist. He hesitates and says, "But my daughter." The scumbag king continues, "Your mission is to protect me, not that incompetent thing. You should remember, I am your king. If I knew about these monsters here, I would have used them as bait long ago." After So Zhang seems to lose consciousness completely, Li Quan Qiang rushes forward and embraces her, pleading with So Zhang, "Come on, daughter, wake up. Despite his sorrowful expression, the king doesn't feel any guilt. Instead, he says, "To die for your king is an honor." Lee Kuan Keung can no longer hold it in. Oh, you're done now." He stands up and mutters to himself, "If we knew our daughter was seen as insignificant by the king, we wouldn't have joined this guild." But that king doesn't know there's another monster beside him now. So he still calls out, "Hurry up and take advantage of the monsters feeding on her. You can't disobey my orders." Before he could finish, Lee Kuan Keung was attacked by Lei Kun Cheung with one swing. On his palm appeared a mark indicating Lee Kuan Keung's eligibility to become king. The task is to sacrifice like that. He held his trembling hand and said, "Because of this ability, I will rule the world for my daughter." Lei Kun Cheung was extremely regretful, determined to find his daughter. He told himself he won't stop until he finds her. Back in reality, Lei Kun Cheung still couldn't believe it. He muttered, "I thought I would never see my child again. Thank heavens, the merciful Buddha still cares for me." Then Lee Woon Ki-yong turned to Fairy and urgently asked, "Quickly tell me how to save her." Seeing the loving family scene, Fairy laughed and said, "Calm down, that's just a model. We created an information duplicate of you and stored it in that cross tree. Although it's a copy, its power and memories are like the real thing. Does this matter to you? The rule is simple. I need living material to create more, one person at a time." Hearing this, another guild member was hopeful. He asked, "Can my son also be used?" On the other side, Lee Kuan Keung in the cross tree was agitated too. He quickly asked how to sacrifice someone. Lee Woon Keung's face lost its humanity as he thought only Seo Jong, the weakest, should be sacrificed. Indeed, before his daughter, all lives are equal. But Fairy seemed to read his thoughts like an open book. It rejected immediately, "No, you can't use your guild member." Then it said easily enough, "Just find someone else for me. Be careful choosing." Oh, for more people are on the upper floor now. There aren't many survivors here anymore, Fairy said sarcastically. Lee Woon Keung angrily hit the cross and shouted, "Damn it, I've come so far for this chance to see my daughter again." Behind him, someone suddenly called King. He reported that there were people climbing up. One of our members was pushed down by them. Lei Kun Cheung smiled as if saying, "When I get here, it's your turn." Then he ordered, "Capture them alive for me." At the location where Lee Woon Keung's guild member was defeated, Han Soo quietly walked in. He wiped sweat and sighed, "How boring, a cigarette now would be great." Suddenly, Han Soo noticed someone visiting him. He glanced over and muttered, "It's them, the Lei Kun Cheung Guild." Looking at the leader, he thought, one of the kings I need to eliminate, the Dark King, Lei Kun Cheung. The crimes he committed would take a lot to recount. Although those crimes haven't happened yet, they will soon. The Dark King can't save his daughter, thus, he's obsessed with finding his son and falling into the abyss. In his desperate search for his child, he committed a massacre, becoming a cold-blooded killer. Han Soo drew his weapon as he thought, "I'll save that person's son anyway, even if it means killing him." Seeing Han Soo's weapon, one of the guild members recognized something and shouted, "It's him." The man using chains, Lee Woon Keung, laughed like a madman and said, "Lucky me. My target has come to his own demise. Definitely a gift for So Jong." Then Lee Woon Keung changed his expression and shouted, "I will make use of this broken life." Han Soo raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything, probably thinking silently, "Shut up, the little bitch." Lei Kun Cheung said nothing. He directly charged with a spear. Han Soo quickly prepared for battle. But before they could fight, the ground suddenly shook violently. Both Lei Kun Cheung and Han Soo became alert. Then the earth exploded into pieces, revealing another giant monster like a huge worm emerging from below. The giant worm emerged, sending rocks flying everywhere. The Dark Guild members were instantly terrified. "King." Lei Kun Cheung looked at the monster in front of him. He felt this monster was too strong and uncomfortable. "Damn it, if there are monsters here, we have to retreat immediately." He turned around and told Zizian not to let that guy escape with chains. Zizian turned back with a glare. "The problem is the skills," Han Soo interrupted. Right after that, Han Soo swung his chain. quickly wrapping it around the fat worm like a glutinous rice cake. Hansu swung his arm, and the giant worm was cut into pieces, falling to the ground. After efficiently dealing with the monster, Hansu said, "Nothing can stop us now. If you're not brave enough, let me handle it." Saying that, he directly charged towards Li Junqi-young, who was still stunned in front. Witnessing what happened just now, Hansu couldn't help but marvel. Is this guy a monster? Then he shouted, 500 comrades, kill him quickly. Following the king's order, his subordinates rushed forward immediately. Seeing that, Hansu chuckled and said, "You guys are surrounded by me alone now." As they charged in, Hansu hit them with a chain, sending them flying. Standing in the middle of the circle, Hansu bought time for his comrades to shine. Li Junqi-young, seeing this, looked up to heaven and cursed, who said he wouldn't kill people. The white-haired girl heard that and asked with a critical look, "What trash information is this?" On the other side, Hansu's sharp chains kept coming at Gizan, making it very difficult for him to dodge. While blocking, Gizan shouted, I know he's strong, but I didn't see any of his moves. Maybe he doesn't have a good technique." Without hesitation, Li Junqi said, "Is the information correct?" and immediately ordered, "Okay, I'll trust you again. Let's overwhelm him with numbers. If he has no defensive skills, we just need to overpower his strength." "Prepare!" Li Junqi began directing. Members with attack skills rushed forward to block his path. Following the king's order, subordinates quickly shouted and changed their formation. "But it's not that easy, you're still to green." Seeing them charge in, Hansu immediately jumped up. Another twist came as Zizian was already waiting behind, just waiting for Hansu to jump. "Surprise, Grandma, try dodging this one," she shouted, and Hansu only then noticed Zizian in front of him. Hansu found himself in a dangerous situation. His survival instinct kicked in. In a few seconds, he thought, if I can't dodge, I'll counterattack. Then Gideon swung down with a slash, and Hansu blocked it again. But after this block, his whole arm felt like it was electrified. Hansu gritted his teeth. "She's quite strong. I can't retaliate without getting hurt." Li Junqi behind him shouted, "Effective, keep going." Immediately afterwards, members of the gang rushed in again. But for these little shrimp, Hansu didn't even bother looking at them to defeat them. During one hit, a member of Li Junqi-young's gang accidentally revealed an ancient artifact. Seeing the glowing stones, Hansu's small snake immediately leaped out. It opened its mouth and bit the white ancient artifact, then happily enjoyed it. The subordinates saw this little snake and asked each other with evil looks, "Is there a monster on him? He's absorbing the artifact." Li Junqi also noticed this and ordered his subordinates to stop that from getting stronger. On the other side, the newly trained white-haired girl swung her arm, casting magic circles. Under Hansu's feet appeared several purple magic rings. Immediately after, tentacles rose up, tightly wrapping around Hansu's ankles. At this moment, GJ1, a skilled fighter, jumped up and slashed at Hansu with his sword. But he can't be killed by that. Hansu quickly reacted, dodging the attack. Seeing this, Li Junqi on the other side shouted, "No, we've come so far to avenge those who trampled us. Don't back down." But these words felt like they were directed at Hansu. After hearing these inspiring words, he threw his chains even harder. Li Junqi on the other side didn't stop. He shouted, "My words will guide how we live and how we seek revenge." Hansu has seen and evaluated. If necessary, he'll make members of the clan fight regardless of their condition. Although this contradicts his claim that he doesn't treat clan members as pawns, he's weakening himself before going all out. The longer it takes, the more losses we suffer. Seeing Li Junqi smug smile, Hansu thought, "No, I have to finish this quickly." At this moment, the white-haired girl continued her attack and shouted, "Look at me now, put on your pants." Hansu replied. He took the scythe blade sword and stabbed directly into the magic of that white-haired woman. She was disabled by his spell, causing her wrist to hurt as well. Then Hansu played the role of the Pathfinder, clearing all the weak soldiers around, overcoming every obstacle to reach his sister. Seeing Hansu charging in, the white-haired girl turned and smiled wickedly, saying, "You fell into my trap." Immediately after that, the tentacles continued to rise from the ground spell, once again wrapping tightly around Hansu's legs. Moreover, this time there were more than before. The tentacles then pulled Hansu down forcefully. Seeing him fall into the trap, she gloated, "Do you think I'll let you charge straight at me?" Only now, seeing Hansu in a weak position, Lee Hoon-kyung shouted, "No matter how hard you try, you're alone. You won't survive here. It's time for you to pay the price." As he finished speaking, he raised his sword and slashed down directly at Hansu's shoulder. After causing damage, Lee Hoon-kyung laughed madly, her face showing excitement as she said, "I won. My daughter will come back to life. The first step of my plan is finally complete." Not letting him finish his sentence, Hansu interrupted, "Are you sure?" Then he raised his hand and tightly grabbed the sword by his side. It had already cut halfway through Hansu's shoulder. He then looked up with a smile. "You won't escape, son. Tubai is not awake yet. I've prepared your coffin for you now." Lee Jun-chi-yong felt very bitter and gritted his teeth. Hansu just smiled at this. The more bitter it gets, the better. But when Hansu swung the scythe sword, another one blocked it. Lee Jun-chi-yong said proudly, "Foolish. Do you think I only have one weapon? I've seen through your tricks already. You're still too young and inexperienced." "Well then," Hansu replied, "so is your father. The scythe isn't the only weapon I have." As he said, another sword appeared. "Surprise, old lady. Did you expect this?" Hansu then shot the sword directly at Lee Jun-chi-yong. And since he wasn't a midge, he couldn't avoid it and was stabbed straight in the chest immediately. The white-haired girl and Gideon on the side screamed, "King, stay away from the king, I'll kill you." Hansu ignored their shouts and slowly stood up. Using his remaining strength, Lee Jun-chi-yong asked Hansu, I didn't expect you to use your own body as bait." Then Hansu suddenly shouted at the subordinates, "This is an opportunity. Kill Han before his wounds heal." The guild members rushed forward again upon his command. On this side, Hansu didn't even bother to look at them and stood there lecturing. "If you want to kill others, you must be ready to die as well. Do you have the resolve? Your subordinates die just like always." Soon enough, as expected, Hansu alone wiped out an entire guild. Lee Jun-chi-yong completely collapsed now. "I'm in pain, I'm falling." He suddenly shouted wildly, "Why are you blocking my way? What did I do to you that you're treating me like this?" Due to his injuries, he only managed a few words before collapsing and gasping for breath. Now he questioned whether it was because of the damned law set by someone. That unreasonable law doesn't allow killing wanderers. Hansu sighed, the words "clean soul" are getting old now. Lee Jun-chi-yong shouted, "Is it because we broke the guild's rules?" His words brought Hansu back to his childhood. In a past life, when he was knocked out by the group, Lee Jun-chi-yong also said these words. He asked, "Why are you following me so far and attacking? Is it revenge?" Hearing those words from him, the orange-haired man beside Han-su couldn't hold back his hatred and shouted, "Do you know how many people you've killed? Because of you, even members of our guild are in danger. King Hansu, step back and let me crush him." Lee Jun-chi-yong still isn't showing any remorse for his crimes. He calmly says that this world has always been like this. Why should they not die? Lee Hoon-kyung suddenly shouts out, "But why must So Jong and Minty die first? What did they do wrong? You say you're going to save people? What right do you have to say that? You can't even save our daughter and son. It's all because of those hypocrites and worthless kings in this damned world. That's why I want to destroy everything, whether it be humans or kings, the entire world. Why should I follow that law?" Lee Kwon-kyung repeats the same words as before. He continues blaming Hansu. "Look around, these are the real killers, the hypocrites. Laws set by people don't apply to themselves." Hansu replies, "I didn't kill you guys because you broke the rules. Who has time for that?" Then he sits down in front of Lee Kwon-kyung and says, "Power gained from hunting is limited. You're just stepping stones to my goals." A blonde-haired man once said, "Not only unifying humanity. After passing 3 tests, We must do whatever it takes for the future, even if that means killing everyone in the guide area. The blonde-haired man then turns to ask Ares, "Are you okay with this?" Ares thinks for a moment. Before she can respond, the orange-haired man next to her quickly says, "Ares, don't worry. For such an important issue, I'll handle it myself. I will kill anyone who stands in our way and take their treasures. I will be called a hero and become a ladies' man." Hearing this, Ares's fist can't resist, sneakily hitting the orange-haired man. She then says, "Although I don't agree with sacrificing the few for the many, we need to get stronger because who knows what will appear in the hidden dungeon." Then Ares emphasizes, "But we still need another method to avoid killing everyone." After being hit by Ares, the orange-haired man runs to the blonde-haired man and says, "What did I do? What did I do?" He then turns around and says, "There's no one better than me." Suddenly, a magic spell appears in front of the orange-haired man. Boom, the orange-haired man turns black. It was Hanzo. He asks, "What did that spell say?" The orange-haired man is knocked out cold. On the other side, Kenyon replies, "The tower's dungeon must be completed, but we can't finish it through regular hunting alone. We need to deal with some people before the guide ends. Let's use them for our advantage." The orange-haired man continues talking. "If we kill all the bad guys and absorb their power, we'll definitely be strong enough to complete the hidden dungeon. We will be purified and become heroes." "Great!" Hansu responds, "If everyone agrees, I agree too." A hand is placed on Hansu's shoulder. The person says, "King Hansu, don't overthink it. Anyone who hinders our goal must be removed. Go back to reality now." After remembering this, Hansu tells Li Kuan-kyung, "You wanted to kill me. You trampled on everyone to get here. Why do you look like that? I don't deserve it. Shouldn't we think of this as the reason for our conflict?" Li Kuan-kyung laughs and says, "I thought you were trying to be a hero, but this is your true self, right?" Hansu now realizes they've messed up. The time we predicted has come sooner than expected. Li Junshi-yang starts denying, "If you find my son, please take care of him. He has red eyes like mine." "Who cares?" Hansu repeats, calming him down. "But if our plan works, everyone else, including your son, will survive." Hearing this, Li Junshi-yang is speechless and says, "Oh, that's it. I don't understand anything." Hansu doesn't let him finish, immediately sending him to his doom. After dealing with Li Won-kyung, Hansu takes a deep breath. Standing there, he looks around and feels everything is tense but quiet. What happened was part of Hansu's plan, but he can't deny that things are getting more complicated. On the other side, the blonde-haired girl suddenly shouts, "How long must we protect this place?" The brown-haired man asks, "Do you want to leave? You can go if you wish." The blonde-haired girl starts sweating and nervously says, "I'll do it." "No, I won't. I wanted to follow her but was caught. If necessary, we will ambush her. Remember Cao Cao arrives." Hansu appeared just in time, stepping behind to present himself. He spoke up, saying, "We deliberately let you handle it. Are you guys doing a good job protecting this place?" When the blonde heard Hansu's arrival, she immediately got nervous and behaved obediently. "Of course, we also caught those who were tailing us here. Our hometown is our hometown. We have many of them." Seeing the blonde's reaction, Hansu thought to himself that she didn't notice anything. "I was going to kill her if she noticed, but I've already taken care of it. She won't find out a thing." Deciding so, he turned away. "Previously, we had announced, 'Well done, now you can go.'" The blonde couldn't believe what she heard. "That's it. What? Can we leave right away?" The brown-haired guy spoke to the blonde. "King, let's go if we turn back and look for another way." But the blonde didn't listen. "The more you stop me, the more I'll go." She said, "No, we should keep going. I need to find out what that person did. This girl is really interesting." A while later, Fairy clapped his hands again. He shouted, "Great job! A new traveler has arrived. Good work! Good work! So fascinating. Let's start then about the usage of the Holy Cross." Meanwhile, Hansu had stepped through the gate. He picked up a piece of broken material and examined it, muttering that this shape is now meaningless. The place where Hansu passed through the gate was where old travelers would gather after they successfully completed all rooms from level 1 to 3. This is level 4. Hansu had taken off his disguise and stood there, thinking in his head, Tower of Disasters, I'm coming for you now. He felt closer to the final goal, but knew that many obstacles lay ahead, none of which could be predicted. With old enemies, Hansu was preparing himself for more intense battles in the future. However, one thing was certain, he couldn't turn back now. At the preparation area to enter the red zone on level 4, it seemed that enough people had gathered, people were coming and going busily, and ahead of the waiting area was a blood-red river. This place was also where ships for entering the red zone were made. A series of large monsters appeared, with materials collected by hunting around the red zone. Fairy started his wide-ranging explanation. He raised his hand to emphasize. He stressed that nothing in life is easy. The rank of a ship created by players depends heavily on the materials used to build it. Fairy added vivid images to illustrate. He reminded many players about the rewards if they could successfully create a ship, allowing them to leave with anyone they wanted. Making a large ship is always better than making a small one. The all-powerful assistant Fairy generously provided players with a list of basic and essential materials. The list included detailed descriptions and images. After Han Huan discussed a bunch of rules, Fairy announced it was time to enter the new world. He asked everyone to prepare as he looked at the magnificent wilderness outside in awe. The brown-haired guy turned around and reminded everyone to try making a large enough ship for the guild to travel together. Another guild also offered help and requested cooperation. Hansu, standing where he was, paid no attention to the guild alliances. All he thought about was finding that place. Sang-jin approached from behind him to chat. He asked if Hansu had finished everything he wanted to do, and Sang-jin's group arrived here early to collect materials. King Hansu had completed his tasks and wanted to confirm with Sang-jin whether he remembered what Hansu said in the first level. Sang-jin confirmed that he was prepared with what Hansu told him at the first level. Sang-jin asked about the shape of it, and Hansu frankly admitted that he no longer needed to disguise himself. Sang-jin seems relaxed, so I wonder why he's still here instead of looking for materials to build a big ship. Time is running out and resources are limited. Sang-jin is very confident that Mihi and her guild have everything under control. He repeats Mihi's name with suspicion. The scene shifts to somewhere in the mission area. A monster screams in pain as countless arrows pierce its body. It was Mihi who shot those powerful arrows. A confident Mihi appears thanks to support. Sang-jin reminisces about their first meeting on the top floor of the tower and notes that Mihi has changed a lot since then. While Sang-jin keeps talking about how happy Mihi will be to see Hansu again, he throws a snake at him instead. He leaves, tossing out that he doesn't need the snake anymore and suggests Sang-jin might use it more than him. Hansu warns Sang-jin not to waste time. They have less time as the area behind is even tougher. I know his warnings are serious. Without him, I couldn't be this strong. He promises they will meet on a higher floor. Hansu doesn't respond, but just stares at Sang-jin silently. After evaluating the situation, he smiles and leaves, that smile as if acknowledging Sang-jin's efforts. Sang-jin doesn't see this smile. He isn't overly hopeful for an answer. They've drawn attention with their conversation. The blonde-haired girl feels they are late and have wasted too much time in the crossroads area. The brown-haired guy agrees, thinking bringing Won-kyung was a mistake. The blonde-haired girl reminds the brown-haired guy to be careful about what he says. Others might overhear their conversation. Sang-jin hears every word of their discussion. A voice orders someone to come out. A foot steps out, apologizing as it moves through the gate. Won-kyung steps out and expresses his carelessness, worried about his daughter. The blonde-haired girl criticizes Won-kyung's excuse for bringing people from behind. She emphasizes he doesn't remember anything at all. Won-kyung is confused. He only remembers walking with his daughter and can't recall where they are. The blonde-haired girl sighs, knowing it's hard to find someone who can lead them. She mentions the twins following closely and needs to talk to the guide fairy. Sang-jin has been watching everything unfold. He watches silently without speaking. The scene shifts to Hanzo. Hanzo is deep in the mission area, moving around but not finding much. Monsters are concentrated at the center of the zone. Each floor and room have different environments, even spaces like real skies or underwater. But everything seems artificial. He carefully observes the barrier and confirms there will be an ending. He heard this tower has 4 floors, but actually has 5. The image of the 5th floor appears in his mind. It's a dark dungeon to retrieve the hidden piece. He tightens his dagger. He knows using normal methods will be difficult. He thinks about it, gritting his teeth and repeatedly chopping at the barrier in front of him. He attacks relentlessly, combining his Manhua ring's power to destroy the tower walls. A gap appears on the barrier. He wants to use this to proceed further. A large explosion occurs. Dust fills the air. Hanzo gently climbs through the hole. He seriously implements his backup plan. If he can't climb from inside, he will try from outside. Looking from the outside, the tower is towering and both terrifying and magnificent. He looks back at the hole he created in the tower wall. The hole disappears, making it hard to attempt this crazy plan without his Manhua ring. Hangsu carefully examines the system display before him. Looking at the stats on the screen, his are quite poor. His strength is 60.8%, agility 61.1%, endurance 66.7%, sense 67.7%, and other stats are 58.7%. Hanzo climbs up from outside well considering his own stats. He boosted all stats to 50 using relics from attacking the Black King, but only reached minimum levels. Everything now depends on how he handles it. It seems he's arrived at the right place. He slowly climbs into the tower from outside. Climbing up to the top of the tower drained all his energy. Panting, he looks inside. Finally, he has reached his destination. He's on the 5th floor. The system display shows it as the 5th dungeon. He takes out his sword and dagger. Ralph Lauren suggests what exists here is still a mystery. A series of swords and daggers fly down, surrounding him, making him wary. Determined to win at all costs, the core light from the 5th floor emits strange energy. A dragon appears. The system creates a monster based on the intruder's memories. He stands still, but his eyes reveal shock and extreme fear. That monster evokes painful memories in him, a golden dragon destroying everything and killing everyone. Erez anxiously asks where Kiriel and Hansu are. Her team is fighting the dragon before them with all their might. Lines 1 to 59 complete. A wizard holding a staff declares that humanity is falling into chaos. Another person swings their sword hard, knowing they can't hold out much longer and must help everyone move to the glass sphere. The command transfer announcement goes to Envy Aaron. Both Aaron and a nearby man are surprised after hearing this. Hansu is also exhausted, holding tightly a golden-haired girl, surrounded by ruins. She seems badly injured. Hansu questions the girl why she tried to protect him, saying if not for him, she wouldn't be like this now. He recalls her pushing him back and rushing forward in shock. Helplessly trying to grasp her figure, he subconsciously calls her Kiriel. In pain, he can't speak. Kiriel raises her hand to touch his cheek. She's so happy she keeps thanking the heavens. Her happiest smile is because Hansu is safe. Kiriel is happy. She doesn't want him to stop now, knowing it would be too late. Her last words are for him to promise to keep moving forward. Then Masadi overpowers her. Seeing her body stiffen, he can't hide his pain from the bottom of his heart. He grits his teeth, blaming himself for being useless. In agony, he yells as memories flood back with his sorrow. Back in reality, he still can't believe the monster created by the system from his memories. That's it, the dragon took Kiriel from him. The image of the Bellium dragon appears clearer. He finally meets it. The dragon is still asleep, its regeneration process ongoing. Hansu observes the strongest enemy in his memory being recreated in the hidden dungeon. Standing silently, the pain remains deep within him. He knows this is a golden opportunity to defeat the monster. Even though it's just a weakened red mark, he can't underestimate it. 2 strange items appear in Hansu's hand. remnants from his treasure hunt. Remembering exchanging the skin stone for 32 crystal stones on level 2. He knows this isn't perfect. As he thinks about it, the stone starts to crack. Gripping the stone tightly, he's very worried, but hopes its imperfections can still help him. Preparing to swallow the demon essence, it alone is worth enough for him to defeat the king of demons. He bites hard on the demon essence, causing it to crack after consumption. A notification pops up showing Hansu's stats at 99.99%, with a buff increasing each stat by another 99.99%. But this buff lasts only one day. His stats will drop to 0.01% the next day. He tries hard to create an impression. His body emits a huge energy surge. Red aura surrounding him, creating crackling sounds. His eyes are cold and determined, pushing himself to this state for this mission. The dragon is reformed successfully, roaring loudly. He looks at it rising up, vowing to defeat it. Rocks fly as Hansu steps back. A long friction mark is left on the ground. Unafraid, he continues to hold his first Numaha ring power. His hand tightens around the sword hilt. Red energy gathers at the blade's tip. The first power is 99% destructive force. Hansu rushes towards the dragon with his sword. The dragon stands still, unafraid or moving. A sharp, merciless slash is launched. Despite using his strength and even the sword, he can't cut through the dragon's super hard armor. His sword breaks in two. Seeing the damage on the dragon, it's just a small wound with blood oozing from a scale that popped out, suggesting insufficient attack depth. The dragon inhales deeply, creating an energy sphere. Its destructive power might be terrifying. He recognizes this attack. The energy ball is complete, the dragon opening its mouth to reveal a mini sun-like glowing sphere. After gathering enough energy, it's released towards Hansu with overwhelming force. Thinking of running away, he stands still and waits for the terrifying energy wave. Suddenly, he smirks. The scene changes to another part of the mission area. A long-tongued lizard monster is defeated. Lying on its back, Mihi follows, announcing it's the last one. Sanjin focuses on extracting the slime from it. After getting the slime, Sanjin decides to return to their shipbuilding site for crafting. Mihi feels a bit worried inside. She thinks they should wait for Hansu before leaving together. Sangjin rejects her offer because he knows that even if Hansu is here, Sujin won't go with them. Convincing him to do so will be extremely difficult. Mihi can't believe it and asks Sangjin again where exactly the difficulty lies, truly not understanding his meaning. He sadly explains that they could travel this far only because they hid behind his shadow, advancing together. Returning to the 5th floor of the dungeon, Kim Long launches a powerful energy attack towards Sujin. Sujin watches as the attack approaches. His heart assesses the situation. It's not much different from before, but this time he can dodge the attack entirely. The eye power has vanished completely. He dodges just in time, focusing intensely with his eyes wide open, looking terrifyingly serious. Kim Long seems to be preparing for the next move. Sujin grips a sword on his right hand. Ordinary weapons can no longer harm this monster. What he uses is Degrado's judgment and justice. It's a sword and a scythe, which together show their true power. He combines it with Numaha's second ability, Blood Overflow, creating a terrifying, thorny weapon. The chains wrap around Kim Long's neck, tightening to threaten him. Kim Long seems to recognize the danger he faces. The scythe pierces through Kim Long's skin and armor, spraying blood everywhere. Sujin tightly pulls on the chain from below, gripping it firmly. He looks at Kim Long in pain, slightly worried. The price for his upgrade is durability. He can't maintain this strength while Dragon Breath still has a lot of power left. He clutches the chain tightly, unsure if he can do it. His eyes shine with determination. He can't afford to be so confident. He must succeed. Sujin tightens the chains around Kim Long's neck, accepting the trade-off of all his weapons for sustained damage. He will attack continuously even if it means sacrificing all his weapons. Kim Long uses its tail to strike towards where Sujin is standing, controlling the chain. Caught in a fixed defensive position, he can't avoid and takes the full hit from Kim Long. The force of the attack sends him flying back, loosening the grip on the chains. Kim Long on this side seems to have been somewhat relieved from the pain in its neck. He gets hit hard enough that he clutches the chain tightly for the next attack. The chains wrap around his weapons, setting them up for battle. Weapons hitting the chains create a loud, piercing sound. Sujin retracts the chains and pulls all his weapons closer to him. He uses force to throw all his weapons towards Kim Long's position. Kim Long moves its large wings. With one sweep of its wing, Kim Long could destroy all the weapons Sujin was using, but the chains around Kim Long's neck suddenly tighten, causing blood to spurt out. Kim Long screams in pain. Han-soo tightens the chain, pouring all his energy into this attack. Kim Long is in such pain that it roars loudly, its mouth wide open with fangs dripping saliva everywhere. Han-soo prepares for Kim Long. Perhaps he's still increasing his strength as he fights Kim Long. Kim Long is in severe pain. Cut to Sang-jin performing a task. He knows Han-soo is very strong and his team must work hard to catch up. Sang-jin looks at Mi-hee. There's something he needs to do. Sang-jin also informs Mi-hee that there will be some more people on the ship. She hears this but doesn't know who these people are. She guesses they might be friends or close associates of Sang-jin. Sang-jin looks at Lee Won-kyung's group, not sure if anything will happen. Looking at Lee Won-kyung from afar, he confirms that the man must be useful later on. Cut to another area. The scene is desolate with broken trees and eroded soil. It looks like a recent disaster has occurred here. Red liquid seeps into the ground. A person steps over it, their shoe burning as smoke rises. That liquid resembles real acid almond. The short-haired guy informs his teammates to wait. He hasn't boarded yet, but they throw weapons down from the ship in response. This action shocks him, making him question what's happening. He angrily questions if they know what they're doing. The people on the ship mockingly say that he's good at dodging and has quick reflexes. He finally realizes he was tricked. They used his isolation to gather materials for them, now leaving him behind. One of them confidently states this, making the short-haired guy grind his teeth in anger. He curses those on the ship as scoundrels without humanity. The short-haired guy has little time left to collect materials. Arguing will only waste it, so he decides to return to the mission area for more resources. Those on the ship mock him, saying if he wants to go, he should build his own boat and might die from poison before doing so. Their cheerful laughter echoes behind him. He ignores them and runs off to find materials. They call him a shameless thief for not mentioning the time limit in the mission area. Everything is falling into a dead end. He's worried about his next target to kill. Lines 39 to 40 are repeated as they don't fit the context. He's looking for glue to collect essence from it, so engrossed that he didn't notice a clear watermark on the tower's barrier. When he realized a hole had already been created, turning round, he saw an arm poking in from outside. He couldn't believe his eyes, screaming out of fear. The one who broke through the barrier came from outside. It was Han-soo. The short-haired guy fell to the ground in shock, not daring to believe what just happened. Looking at Han-soo's battered body with numerous wounds, the short-haired guy anxiously asked his name, but he only walked slowly and calmly into the scene. Despite being badly injured, his eyes showed the taste of victory. Han-soo paid no attention to the youth's questions and fear. He focused on observing the toxic mess on the ground, confident he still had time for a few things. The short-haired guy finally caught his attention, asking who he was. He sat there poking at the barrier. Luo Nguyen asked how to fix it, but he only remained silent and ignored all questions. Calling him back, not paying attention to what he said, but he just continued walking without time for conversation as Han-soo was busy. The short-haired guy knew he was in a hurry and wouldn't bother, still asking strange questions like why he wasn't wearing a shirt, why he made his own clothes, and if he had a thing for going topless. He didn't seem bothered. He just explained that his shipbuilding task was unfinished and time was running out. After saying this, he immediately started creating strong winds. The short-haired guy still asking how could he finish in such a short time with only himself. Without listening to questions, Han-soo shot up directly, moving at a speed that left targets behind for shipbuilding. The short-haired supporting character stood below, amazed by his advanced skills. Even after he left, the guy still didn't understand what had just happened. Cut to another battle scene in the area. A man thrown far and impaled on a tree trunk, breaking it. His teammates urged everyone to stay calm as time was running out against their opponents. The monster they were facing was the Galapagos crocodile, with fur eyes and sharp spines along its back. The brown-haired man looked at the creature in front of him, his face turning pale. He couldn't defeat the Galapagos crocodile as it was beyond their group's strength. Hazu moved like a gust of wind. He left them behind, saying he would deal with this one if they didn't. Like a gust of wind, he used his bare hands to punch the crocodile, shocking everyone present. Watching him continuously punch the crocodile's skin until it bled profusely, they couldn't believe their eyes as he managed to defeat Galapagos without any weapons. Blood splattered everywhere and a stunned person asked who he was. The short-haired supporting character finally caught up, running to Hansu. Well done for catching up. Seeing him panting heavily, others thought Hansu belonged to him, but he firmly denied it, honestly saying they just met. On the other side, he continued punching the crocodile until it was reduced to a pulp. He took materials from Galapagos' body without mercy, leaving everyone speechless. The scene fell silent as he stopped attacking. No one dared to make a sound. Looking at the Galapagos material in his hand, he felt slightly conflicted, not needing it but only taking it because it was blocking his path. Someone below offered to cooperate with Hansu, but the short-haired guy immediately rejected him. The Galapagos parasite could only be used for a 20-seat ship and there wasn't much space left, so he took the material himself. Others didn't allow it. Hansu slowly walked down from the crocodile's body towards where they were arguing. Neither side gave in. Both wanted to use Galapagos' parasite for their ship, each trying to claim it. Hansu ignored them, throwing the material back at the short-haired guy and the horned one, telling them to sort it out themselves. He only said he didn't need this. He also stated his goal was a 500-seat ship, so they could do whatever with these materials. The image of Knockrock appeared, its heart being the main material for a 500-seat ship. To build a large ship, the exchange materials had to be of higher value. The short-haired guy looked around and stopped arguing about that parasite with others. He noticed the toxic mess covering level for and time passing like a dog running in an open field. Then he considered his crazy claim of destroying a Knockrock to build a 500-seat ship utterly unreasonable. Hansu, very just, proposed an attractive condition for trading with the other players. He said they should inform everyone that if anyone wanted to board his ship, they needed to exchange something. Then he would let them on his ship. The short-haired guy couldn't believe what he heard after being tricked by a guild just now. He wanted to confirm whether people like him could travel with Hansu. Cut to the players' shipbuilding area. Many people had gathered here. Everyone was discussing, unsure if the news spread earlier was true or not. All were worried and waiting. They wondered if Hansu could really create a 500-seat ship by killing Nogreg as he claimed. The short-haired guy looked at the materials he had gathered. This felt like his last gamble. All or nothing? He hopes this won't be a lie again. Absorbed in thought, sudden loud noises outside caught everyone's attention. Everyone turned to look outside due to the unusually loud noise. A lizard corpse was thrown down from above, shocking all the players present. The short-haired guy and others were utterly bewildered by this massive falling object. A shrill scream echoed as a stone hammer crashed onto the ground with force. Thinking it was an attack, everyone's faces turned pale and they fled in panic. Hansu appeared on the back of the stone hammer deity, surveying the scene and confirming that all remaining players had gathered. He jumped down and instructed everyone to prepare. The short-haired guy admired Hansu for actually hunting the monster alone. He approached Fairy's assistant and requested a trade because he brought the Nogreg Stonehammer deity's heart here. Fairy stroked his chin, noting that while he did bring the main ingredient, additional auxiliary materials were still needed to build the ship. Fairy reminded him of the remaining time. Of course, Hansu showed the Seath memory pouch, Aaron tree, and other items brought by players, adding them one by one. Finally, he included Rash's silk thread. These were the conditions for those who wanted to board his ship. Ferry continued scrutinizing, even though the auxiliary materials were sufficient, still questioning where the Stonehammer deity's heart was. The short-haired guy wondered about the mysterious contents of Hansu's pouch from outside. After confirming the main ingredient behind him, Ferry chuckled it off. It took the necessary 500-person shipbuilding materials and congratulated Hansu on successfully collecting them, even offering a reward for his achievement, as he was the only one to bring so many resources here. The other players realized the poison had spread to this area. Ignoring it, Ferry asked about celebrating Hansu's success, but others urged him to hurry and close the ship doors. Frustrated, Ferry didn't say much. He preferred people screaming out of fear over excitement. The ship materials gathered. A magnificent ship appeared above everyone's heads. Ferry announced it was their newly built ship from these materials. The short-haired guy was amazed by the grandeur of the ship. Hansu allowed everyone to board and instructed those who contributed materials to go to Ferry for proper instructions on handling the ship, assuring them they didn't need to worry about it. Hansu carefully looked at the steering wheel. Ferry kept talking about a 3-day arrival time and advised everyone to sit down and relax. The ship set sail, breaking through the red waters. From now on, Ferry wouldn't interfere, happy that they could safely reach this red area. The magnificent ship sailed into the Red Sea. Ferry shed a tear in gratitude for their efforts not being wasted. It reminded everyone to try and survive during the upcoming time. A series of ships appeared on the sea, signaling the next phase ahead as they left the guided area, entering the first red zone players had to face. The other players on Hansu's ship began discussing the new rivals. They didn't know if this was an entrance to the red area because many ships were heading in the same direction. One person was awestruck by the grandeur. Looking at the murky red water below, a sea of poison, it looked beautiful but was terrifying. Hansu stood behind and listened to their continued praise. They were grateful for being allowed to use his ship. Without him, they might have been poisoned on the 4th floor. Looking at Hansu standing behind them with admiration, he had a simple condition for everyone to board. They wondered about his body. They didn't know he was in danger as all stats dropped to 0.01% after using a special skill against the Golden Dragon. He anticipated this when using Demonic Essence. Looking at something in his hand, he didn't expect to receive this from the Golden Dragon battle. It turned out he received Dragon Energy, the first skill of his life. Previously, he valued this skill, but now, with only 7 skills available, it was enough as his first skill. Still researching how to use Dragon Energy, someone shouted loudly, having spotted something. A ship ahead had been sunk. Debris floated on the water's surface, even people clinging to pieces of wood to avoid sinking. Seeing Hansu's ship, someone cried for help. The short-haired guy recognized the one who called out as the liar who abandoned him earlier. The caller pleaded for rescue and mentioned something still here. Before he could finish, a hammer pierced through his body, blood flowing down from it. The stabbed man was thrown up into the air by the wound's pain. The attacker was a muscular figure with pale skin, likely a humanoid monster. Everyone reported on the appearance of monsters in the sea. They prepared for battle in their positions. Noticing the ship's direction change, someone questioned who changed it. The short-haired guy looked at the steering wheel and recognized the helmsman. It was Hansu who steered the ship to a different direction. He had no idea what would happen next and how to proceed. The ship suddenly changed direction in the toxic sea. King Hansu steered steadily, but everyone on board was confused. Even the short-haired guy tried to stop him. Worried and scared, he pointed at the broken ships. If they continued in that direction, the ship might be attacked. An attack in this toxic sea would likely mean no one survives. He didn't believe King Hansu could save everyone alone if the ship was attacked. This situation was hopeless. All on board would die. Suddenly, King Hansu recalled an old memory. A voice wondered why he risked his life to save others. He had to remember his purpose and his friends. King Hansu frowned, sadly recalling the past. The short-haired guy kept trying to convince him that getting closer to those broken ships was dangerous. They needed to steer in the original direction, but he ignored him. King Hansu felt something promising had arrived. Everyone seemed awake, not reacting to King Hansu's words. He thought King Hansu had changed his mind and altered course, but realized King Hansu's intention was different. Suddenly, a hand grabbed the ship and climbed aboard. The short-haired guy saw two people climb up, breathing heavily in relief that they were still alive. He stepped back out of fear. More survivors from broken ships clambered onto the hull. The first one to reach safety had calmed down. An angry voice accused the short-haired guy. He heard everything, wanting to abandon them all, surviving only by swimming as the ship approached. He grabbed the guy's collar and wanted to see how he would struggle if thrown overboard. Just then, something cut his hand. Surprised, he released the short-haired guy, causing him to fall hard on the deck. The attacker looked at what had hit him. It was a sword now embedded in the floor. King Hansu stopped them from arguing. He told everyone that something was coming. This silenced their argument, leaving them confused about what he meant. The ship began to shake violently. Someone shouted, "It's here." The monsters were in the bottom of the ship. They were guards at that entrance. These survivors faced giant turtles, creatures only surviving in toxic seas. Their simple attack was drilling holes in the hull. Now they tried to sink the ship. Everyone on board panicked. If this continued, their ship would sink, so they had to stop them. The problem was how to approach them. Attackers needed to shoot from above the water surface. They needed more firepower because the monsters blocked their attacks. King Hansu climbed onto the deck. If they didn't come down, he would. He jumped into the toxic sea without hesitation. They thought he was crazy, quickly contacting the water surface. Everyone on board feared jumping into that toxic sea with no equipment. They were sure he would die. King Hansu sank into the toxic sea surrounded by purple water. The monsters noticed him and turned to look at him intently. Toxic water easily moved aside with magic. With the magical index in this area, the monsters attacked simultaneously, rushing towards him. King Hansu activated his power. Longfoot allowed one to harness the flow's energy. Moreover, it gradually transformed the user's body into that of the flow. Such skills and legendary items are called Zero. Thus, the flow appeared on King Hansu's face. Longfoot was indeed worthy of its title. His hand became a stream, power surging through him. He couldn't fully utilize it yet. He punched, so strong it pierced the monster's chest. A hole appeared in the monster's chest. The monster was surprised at its easy defeat and started running away. If they left, they would only wait for another chance to attack. King Hansu couldn't let this happen. They must stop them. He had almost died to get it, so he wouldn't waste this ability. The monsters were shocked by their easy defeat and started fleeing. You don't have time anymore. The enemies are chasing. They must be eliminated. Kill them one by one. Power surrounds you. The monsters turn around, surrounding you. One of them rushes at you with a sledgehammer. King Hansu grabs the sledgehammer just in time. You swing it back using their own weapon against them. Quickly blast its head off. The monster is already decapitated. King Hansu suddenly feels uncomfortable. The monsters are completely wiped out by you. Looking at the holes in the ship's bottom, you feel that things on the surface aren't over yet. You decide to quickly return to the ship. Sea water is flooding through those holes. Everyone on the ship frantically tries to plug them up. They start shouting and attacking. Their sword strikes are blocked by the sledgehammer. King Hansu enters, using the sledgehammer he just took from the monsters. Recognizing him, everyone is surprised that he returned unharmed. King Hansu wipes water off his hair, clearly guessing they thought he couldn't do it. After a moment of shock, they turn on him for making another hole in the ship. They wonder what he plans to do with the piece of wood. Seeing him use it, King Hansu effortlessly breaks the log into two, silencing everyone. Someone runs down. Han urges everyone when they gather together. Everyone looks at each other in silence. King Hansu is making wooden boards to cover the holes. They call out to follow his lead. Get more Azun wood. He reminds them of the need for calx to seal the hole properly. No one can believe what they just saw. they still don't trust that he broke the log with bare hands. Finally, they successfully patch all the holes. Now they need to deal with the accumulated toxic water in the ship. King Hansu says to leave the toxic water alone. It will evaporate eventually. They decide to go outside. Staying too long near the toxic water could make them inhale poisonous fumes. King Hansu leads the way up, and everyone follows closely behind. He takes a deep breath, having done his best, and the result is quite good. He also found a useful replacement weapon, the sledgehammer from the giant turtle. This sledgehammer can withstand toxic water, so he should be fine with it. After the unexpected battle, everyone feels tired, but hears that looking ahead might reveal something beautiful. They doubt this because all they see is water. Suddenly, they excitedly spot land and shout in joy. Finally, they have arrived at the red region. They didn't expect to get here so quickly. But they notice something strange. The ship isn't stopping, it's moving automatically. The short-haired man reminds them that the journey will take 3 days, so now is not the time. King Hansu says this isn't land. It's the root of the world tree. Everyone is surprised by its size. The short-haired man asks about the earlier announcement. Was that the beautiful scenery you mentioned? He tells him to keep watching. The real show is about to begin. Something rushes towards the moving ship. The ship shakes violently. Everyone on board is scared as they see what appears. A huge monster rises from the sea, creating waves. A massive water column shoots up into the sky, terrifying everyone except King Hansu. He shows no fear. The monster slowly opens its mouth, revealing dark red water flowing out and swirling down like a river. Sharp teeth emerge, reflecting golden light. Its yellow eyes gleam, casting golden rays that shimmer and chill. The monster roars, the sound echoing through space. Its long tongue extends like a snake hunting prey. People around scream in horror, running in panic to escape this nightmare. They run and cry out in despair. We're done for. We're going to die. The monster slams its tongue down, breaking the wooden pieces on the water into fragments. The huge waves crashed against the ship, making everyone cling tightly to the railings. Someone screamed in fear and clung on tight. A young man said that it didn't eat them, reassuring everyone around him. People looked where he pointed. It was eating a tree plate, concluding it wanted the plate. The young man continued, saying the plate was as big as an island, and now Hansu stepped up the stairs slowly. His face remained calm as he thought about how ships leaving the training area would choose one of thousands, depending on their path. This creature is called the tree-swallowing monster, and they named it the sea beast, one of the 5 beasts that withered the world's trees. He recounted that in the Red Elfenheim region, beings lived to preserve their race from dangerous environments, creating the world tree using mystical techniques. He continued his story, but couldn't stop Nan Taiyang and Elfenheim. These mutants seemed born to destroy the world tree. While holding the ship's controls, he blamed himself for not protecting the world tree before. Now, he had a mission. The ship was getting farther from the monster. He silently thought it just ate and would slowly move to its next target. He needed to start with a route at the edge of the area we started from. A young man approached him, asking, "Hold on, earlier, what were you doing? Wasn't he chasing that huge monster? Are you crazy? How strong are you anyway? It's a whole different class. This isn't good. You should ask others if they agree, right?" He replied with a face that could charm thousands, possibly not everyone. The young man was surprised, realizing now. He told him he could let them off the ship immediately. He smiled warmly and said he really needed to chase that monster. Anyone who wanted down, raise your hand, and I'll let you go right away. The ship sailed into the sea. A loud scream echoed here, stopping beside a tree root. People around discussed world tree, easy tree, where the easy world tree begins. Everyone said it was an announcement board appearing. The world tree is withering. Someone said they thought this was land, but how big could a root be that I can't even tell its length? Hansu suggested, maybe we should go underwater now, right? His words made the young man slightly nervous. Come on, laugh it off. We have 2 weeks. If we keep going up, we'll be safe. The young man turned to ask him, what do you mean? 2 weeks. He just told us we need to reach the world tree. A man spoke up, aren't you? The young man was surprised. King Han-su said they couldn't stay here. He had to follow everyone. The other guy replied, hold on, I'll go with you. He said, hurry up. He thought the sea beast would come and eat these roots in 2 weeks, so he needed to find someone. He picked up his weapon and said, before this, no one else could use this ship. I need to destroy it now. After breaking the ship, he said, they should see the real tree soon. The young man turned back to watch what he was doing. He thought maybe he was saying something but wondered why he wasn't going that way. As he walked, he found him hard to predict yet felt extremely safe with him by his side. An adult man exclaimed, wait, that thing! A cross appeared before everyone. A wooden cross? Someone said it must have been made by someone. Let's go in that direction. The young man replied, hold on. If it was made by someone, it could be a trap. If we all go together, it's dangerous. Or maybe we should send a small group. None of us are from any guilds anyway. He continued, a few people will scout the area one at a time. He thought this was why cautious people were so bothered. Someone said it might be better for survival, but it's too troublesome. Everyone shouted at someone. They looked up to see 3 people standing on the cliff. The man with black hair said, only you find this troublesome. Solve it before they misunderstand. Then the blonde man jumped down, a loud explosion happened, and everyone screamed. The blonde man looked at one and said, let's see, 148 people. Everyone said, I'm surprised so many from any guild survived. He replied, I belong to the Valkyrie group, part of the assistance team. Aaron Pat, with blonde hair, was a Valkyria group member. We're basically new saviors for you guys. A young man asked, what do you mean? He explained, as you know, after the tutorial, those fairies didn't interfere or guide us at all. He continued, of course, they are observing from somewhere but won't help, so just follow us. Everyone discussed, is that okay? They're not many, we might be able to take them out. One man sarcastically said, it's like he could follow just by hearing that. Meanwhile, a black-haired man introduced himself as Bigman-chun from the support team, and this is Pampras. Let me explain clearly. You see, he started explaining that they are support travelers coming to receive orders. Aaron Pat replied with, yeah, I said so. Everyone asked, who gave the order? They answered, Eris Valentine, our Valkyria Guild's king. She left us 20 years ago when she came to the Orange Zone. Bambris continued explaining that she found it hard to believe them, but they were here to help them adapt to the Red Zone. They said this is the last disc, quite far from the world tree, so everyone will need our assistance. People around discussed that there's no hidden agenda, and if worst comes to worst, we're already more than enough. Then Bigman-chun told Aaron Pat. The young man spoke up, okay, let's follow them. The other two were surprised. What did you say? They started arguing, making the young man very uncomfortable. Pampers interrupted, no more wasting time. We have a responsibility to fulfill. Let's guide them now. Aaron Pat replied, oh, tell them not to underestimate us because of our numbers. The young man was worried when they said 30,000 support members had been here for years. If you don't want to die, be good. Aaron Pat thought, newbies. Hearing that number made him green with envy. They'll realize there are creatures whose names alone strike fear. The Red Zone has its own rules and no one messes with newbies. The young man turned to ask what was going on, wondering if someone was fighting over there. Aaron Pat reminded him not to focus on it and keep moving. A loud noise echoed, no, like people fighting over there. Aaron Pat said, we can't handle anyone here right now. Eris Valentine replied, wait a minute, that skill looks familiar. Why is the woman fighting? Aaron Pat asked, what? The Asian woman? A loud noise echoed as the woman attacked King Hansu. Why did she attack him? She shouted, be quiet. I just finished my guide and don't know where this place is. Who? You dare talk nonsense? Sophia Var looked at a destroyed beach and muttered finally, the person has arrived here. Her glasses reflected that creature was the source of her misfortune. Her face fell as she wondered if she still had the right to seek revenge for her parents. She fell into a daze. She looked up at the sky and thought she did this for both herself and her brother, who would also be dragged here. She said she would end everything. She whispered, "Master." She thought of how people's eyes went wild when they saw someone kill a griffin. No one dared to risk their life to kill a creature bigger than a mountain. She thought maybe the train had already left. Suddenly, a muscular young man appeared. He asked, "Are you Sophia Var?" She jumped and turned around. "Huh, newbie. How do you know I'm here?" The muscular young man was King Hansu. He thought he couldn't see her exact condition clearly, but in her, it seemed like she just arrived in the red zone. He told her he had something to discuss about the griffin. She stumbled and stood there for a few seconds. He said, "Let's talk, you need my help." She replied that she'd never seen him before. She asked if he was Quadratus. He smiled, thinking she seemed shy. Try following King T's advice. He continued, saying it would be beneficial for her too. She blushed at that, very worried because she feared being brought here. He clearly said if they killed the griffin together, her brother's chances of survival would increase. Before he could finish talking about the griffin, she tried to attack him. She shouted, "You know nothing." The old-timers helped him quickly escape. She gritted her teeth and said two words, "Bastard." His face showed shock at her. A boom echoed. She raised her fist to strike, but he dodged every time. They've been exchanging blows for a while now. He tapped her shoulder and said, "Let's talk. She'll fall if you keep that up." She was going to use magic to attack him. She said, "You dare." Then she shouted, "Are you playing with me?" She created a magical matrix. He was stunned and said, "She's using it too." Then he thought, he must have really angered her. She used the Frost Crystal Light Sphere spell. Small ice chunks kept falling on him. He told himself that he wasn't strong enough yet in long magic. Desperate, he thought it would be a heavy burden but worth the risk. He used his own magic of fire that heated up. His whole body was on fire. He transformed at level 1. Sharp ice shards kept growing endlessly. On her side, she said, "The Frost Crystal Light Sphere instantly freezes anything it touches. You won't be able to escape my attack. It's a slow freeze that even affects the air." She shouted, "I'm sure you're not dead, so I need information from you." A voice echoed, "Sorry." She was shocked by what happened. The ice chunks slowly shattered. He appeared and said, "You're not the only one with abilities here." He raised his hand. His sharp black claws were certain. With a slap, all the ice chunks shattered before her scream. She said, "You've destroyed my Frost Crystal Light Sphere. It's an illusion transformation technique, a skill that could only be obtained in the guide area." How cheap was his mana protection? She shouted, "Impossible, I can't lose." She remembered others' prejudices. If she didn't join them now, she'd fall behind. She intended to waste time on something like a sea monster that couldn't be killed. She screamed, "No." She continued using magic. She shouted, "Impossible." Thousands of tiny pieces of paper fell down. She transmuted the Alice book into magical spells. She used freezing magic. A statue appeared from the book. She shouted at him, "I won't stay here to be looked down upon by people like you." She attacked directly. He prepared his stance. One handful of electric beams could destroy that power. Because he was too proud with the energy, he reverted to his original form. He stood up and asked if she wanted to continue. She screamed in despair, "It's meaningless." He asked why she retreated. "Is it over?" But inside, he knew he would keep going. She replied, "Do you think I'm foolish? Even special techniques aren't perfect yet." She explained that there were 3 factors determining a spell's rank. First was the expansion and amplification value of the spell. Second was the effectiveness and power of the mana barrier. Third were minor abilities depending on the special ability of the spell, its strength, and how it could be used, which could change significantly. She thought she had pushed him to the brink of death, but saw that he endured her attacks without any harm. His spell was already top tier according to the Red Region standards. No need for further probing. She turned to him and said, "I understand you, but how do you plan on killing a sea monster?" She recounted that people gave up after about 1,000 attempts. "Do you know what fighting a creature that can swallow an entire ship means? It's considered a natural disaster more than a monster. She regretted having foolish worshippers of that monster too. She was tired from fighting alone. He should leave before ending up like her. It would be a waste. He said straightforwardly, if you thought it was easy, you wouldn't have come to me. He said, help me, I have a plan. She indifferent replied, it seems you're mistaken. We aren't continuing this. A voice from behind echoed, she's giving up. Despite what you say, I won't hit you anymore. Sofia Vara stood up to fight the sea monster. Her parents had just been swallowed right in front of her eyes, and she kept challenging it. This was her first time being chased by others. Then second, third, fourth times all failed. The 10th time was the same, meaningless if not successful. You keep saying that, but she survived after being sucked 13 times. Without you, she would fail again, but now you're here. You said you'd help her defeat the sea monster. Your words were like a ray of light in her life. She woke up and remembered what her sister had said. You don't need to come. I know you can do it. Believe in yourself. Don't keep people waiting. She asked why he was so determined to catch the monster. He turned away, just wanting to save 1 billion lives. She froze. What? You say again, maybe 1.5 billion. She stood there in confusion. She said he was even crazier than the crazy ones. A man was eavesdropping on their conversation. I wonder what's all the commotion about. She said, if you and I get dragged into this, it will be troublesome. Just as she stood up to leave, a cane stabbed her foot. He shouted, impossible. You're leaving without asking anything? Turns out he's Aaron. Aaron thought, how did he recognize my presence? She exclaimed, huh, why is Aaron here? He smiled and said, nice to meet you, Sophia. He looked at him. Aaron Pat, he's been here the whole time. Can you show us the way? It's getting dark. The remaining rays of light revealed a tall cross wrapped around a tree, burning red in one corner of the sky. King Hansu and his companions had arrived at the Valkyrie gathering. The short man with the long coat looked around in surprise. There are too many people, Big Minchin explained to him. People from the bottom of the tree roots must move constantly. If the sea monster eats that spot, we have to move immediately. So we need to minimize this as much as possible. Then he turned fully around. They will give a brief introduction at the central house and help everyone settle in the town above. Are you hungry? The group cheered when they saw food placed on the table. Wow, wow! Finally, the fat chef pointed to the squishy mess on the plate. He stuck chopsticks into it and laughed while chewing a toothpick. Welcome! I heard you were coming, so I made some of the best fresh dishes. The short man angrily pointed at her. Oh my god, girl, what is this? I heard there was food, but this is strange. Do you want us to eat such a weird substance? The fat woman laughed loudly. Yeah, everyone here eats this too. It has all the necessary nutrients. If you want something else, ask those over there. A horrific scene was unfolding before their eyes. I don't know what they're eating, vomiting nonstop. Woo, green and yellow bile. The fat woman continued. I warned them about the toxicity of the monsters in that area. Everyone was silent, sweating bullets. They didn't know if their souls would leave their bodies or join the food delivery team to reunite with their grandparents after eating. But they were hungry and willing to take a chance, eyes wide trying to stuff it into their mouths. The fat woman looked at them with a sly smile. After you finish, I'll give everyone an extraction machine for harvesting. Big Minchin turned away. The rest is up to her. The fat woman said she was fine. Just leave it to her. After taking a few steps, he saw Sophia walking with a white-faced man and wondered who he was. Minchin entered the inner circle and asked, when did you turn around? I noticed you brought someone from your fight. What are you doing? Aaron, busy sewing, said, what's wrong? I'm fixing my clothes. He looked surprised. How did you end up like this? Aaron shouted loudly, his face red with anger as he threw away the needle he was sewing. That crazy guy just fought with Sophia. Minchun glared at Minjin with disdain. I thought you meant to just spy and wouldn't get caught. Aaron sighed. How about the others? Minchun looked outside and replied straightforwardly. Yeah, that's about it. They're much stronger than last year. The red zone is harsher. People who enter are stronger. and this group has quite a few talented individuals. Without any lucky breaks, each group would have as many strong members. These old adventurers need time to adapt to the tree disc, living near the center because the fish devour the outer regions. The fairies know this and adjust the difficulty of their guidance accordingly to accommodate stronger individuals. But Aaron muttered under his breath, "No one is as crazy as him." As he spoke, he glanced at Minjin suspiciously. Sophia Varer, someone from the guide section who could fight her. Rumors probably spread, so he'll show up soon. A man's footsteps approached from afar, standing on a rock looking for something. Then he smiled wickedly as if he had already determined his direction with his bloodshot eyes. There was a red line on his chin, clearly showing his arrogance and cruelty. Turning back to the Valkyrie group, Sophia approached Hansen. "Did you get the dead machine? Without it, you won't survive." Hearing this, he asked, "Where are you going?" Sophia exclaimed in surprise, "Asking me back? Huh? I have something to do." She handed him the outfit. "Take this." I grabbed it quickly, so it's better than nothing. "I still feel guilty for attacking you." He took it without a word. "We'll work together." As she looked at the outfit, her face turned red. "Hold on, I didn't mean to tell you to change here." She yelled while covering herself, but still peeked to check the edges. He stood there stunned by her overreaction. "I wasn't wearing a shirt all this time." He replied straightforwardly, "Of course not. I was just checking the size." "Thank you, Sophia." She tried to regain composure. I just don't want to see you barefoot." "Before leaving, we should stop by here first." This is a vial with a yellow flag. It's the Assistant Support Center where false adventurers won't advance to the next zone. It was created to help those about to have families. One of Ears Valentin's leftovers. Sophia told him to wait outside while she went in. The girl with long hair greeted her happily as she arrived. "Long time no see, Sophia." She turned around and looked at the door. "Hello, can I check the list of new adventurers and the items I left here?" The girl happily opened the system interface to check. "Of course, you're a guest waiting for me one moment." This support center helps newcomers, but also provides additional services for those who contribute more. She wrote down the names of people rescued near the tree disc and placed them on the table in front of Sophia. Here's the list of new adventurers saved near the tree disc. To check other discs, it will take another 2 days. I'll be back soon. Sophia looked at the paper silently. Are they still not in this world? No, we need to focus on the fish. There's no sign of activity yet. Once done, let's discuss our plan. She startled and turned around. Yeah, I've already changed now. Tran Tuan said, we have 13 days and 18 hours left. Not much time. So we need to start right away. Sophia Sickle, overwhelmed by men's attractive looks, blushing nonstop in admiration, fits him perfectly as he speaks. What's your plan then? He said seriously, it's simple. You just need to lead me inside and I'll use a special weapon to hit its weak point. As men finished speaking, Sophia fell silent with confusion. Is that all? What kind of plan is this? Are you joking around? He asked blankly. Is something wrong? Her expression changed. It's okay, but it's obvious. Oh my! Should I give up? She reminded me that we can't kill it from the outside. But it's not that simple either. Men answered, don't worry, we can board a ship. Hearing this, Sophia asked, did you prepare the ship already? I have one with 30 seats. He glanced around. 30 seats aren't enough. We'll use my ship. I have a 500-seat ship. At this point, she was stunned. What? Let it park outside. He said calmly, I'm not new to this. You'll see when we get there. You're confusing me. You are a newcomer, right? Meaning, you just arrived here, right? Tranin, treat me like I have special powers. We have the ship now. Let's gather materials and split up. If you trust me, everything will go smoothly. Men's words made her jump. This tone, this confidence, his determined eyes. The image of a blonde man appeared next to Men, reminding her of her master. She fell silent and decided to trust him, smiling and said, I'll go gather materials on the other side. Don't back down now. Oh, don't forget this. She grabbed Sophia's item. Your weapon is about to break. This one is better than your sledgehammer. Don't refuse it. She took the black pair of scissors carefully, looked at them intently, and thought, these were given by Sophia when teaching her survival skills. He recalled the moment in his previous life when Sophia gave him these. This is my first weapon as a master. Please accept it. Some things never change, whether in this life or the next. With that, he put the weapon behind his back. Sophia checked the system. I found the necessary materials to hunt the monster fish. Men nodded. I know! Vietnamese. She was surprised. How did you know that? Do you have psychic abilities? He replied, yeah, I can visualize all the information. She tilted her head to look at him with a cold gaze. I don't know everything, but no one understands this red land better than me. But even with that information, I still couldn't understand why he was smiling and turned away. So I'll go to the outskirts then. Are you ready? Yes. Sophia smiled uncertainly. She thought she would solve this problem once and for all. Sophia ran as fast as she could, thinking about how to create a poison that could defeat the monster. We need to gather enough ingredients to get Abin's venom. I'll have to lure it out of its nest. While running, she heard strange noises. From afar, someone called Sophia and turned around to cast a spell, dodging an unexpected attack. She landed on the ground and shouted at him, "What are you doing?" Jong Gasu laughed tauntingly as he kept control of that bright green light. Ouch! Sophia, your body is still amazing as always. Want to play with me? She was angry. Go away! You bastard! You came here just for this. I'm too busy dealing with stuff like you. Get lost! Despite that, he remained unperturbed and taunted in a twisted way. You're really over the top. Are we this intimate? Come on, it's part of your charm. One of my teammates returned with me from the monster fish's belly. As he spoke, he turned the golden necklace around his neck into a weapon and approached her. I hate fighters who don't know their limits. Saying that, he switched weapons and charged at her with those bright green lights like lightning. Sophia cast a spell with one hand while holding a book in her other hand. The magic circle appeared along with purple energy slashes. Blocking his attack, a large purple energy slash flew straight towards Gasu. He managed to dodge it, losing only a few strands of hair and getting a minor cut on his face. Sophia glared at him warningly after the previous insult. It seems I can't avoid this. Sophia's energy slashes continued towards him. He used his hand to reveal his third eye. She was startled as the energy slash stopped in front of him. Gasu arrogantly looked at the hovering energy slash and laughed. Haha, fast. Jong Gasu laughed arrogantly, patting his head. Haha, you know about this. It's like a lighthouse watching me. You think I would attack without a plan? We have an organization behind us. I not only have the lighthouse, but also something related to you. It will get complicated if you're involved. Sophia gritted her teeth and glared at him angrily. The envious eye, he really has a troublesome skill. Seeing her tense up, he revealed his plan as expected. You're really smart, Sophia. Don't you think I had no bad intentions? I just wanted to test if your skills have weakened after hearing that you lost to an ordinary person. Your keen senses are still the same. Maybe those rumors were exaggerated. She didn't want to listen to him anymore and turned away. It's not your business. I'm tired of being nice to you. Hearing that, he stopped laughing and his face became curious as he pulled back the cloth covering his third eye. Don't worry, I'll reveal it right after knowing something important. I need to know where Kang Hansu, the new recruit you fought with, is now. She grunted and turned to face him when she heard that name again. I have no intention of telling you. I knew it would be like this. He grabbed her hand as he said that. That's why I'll use my investigation skill. Thank you for your cooperation. His vision was pushed back. When did you learn that skill? Of course, you can block it if you try. But she's still too soft. Her face darkened. She was about to lose patience with this abusive brat. He should have died in that carp's belly back then. Han jumped away from her. So cold. But it's not my fault. It's hers. Gasu laughed heavily. Her 3 red eyes glared at her. She should have joined Quadratus when I gave her the chance. You, Sophia, are the foolish one for acting this way. The Quadratus disaster threatens the Red Region's ecosystem. The Quadratus organization turns fear into worship, serving the four disasters. They don't care if these disasters lead humanity to extinction. After hearing his rant about the organization, she said enough, joining such a trashy group. She angrily continued, sacrificing people under the guise of showing the power of the disaster fish and selling their remains. Are you still human? Do you know how many people have been deceived by your lies? She thought about the innocent people who believed his words only to become food for monsters. She continued, promising safe nourishment from the plates, but ending up in a carp's belly. Gasu looked uninterested and asked, "So what?" He sighed and laughed, earning money with my abilities and participating in religious rituals at the same time. He proudly mocked, "Only foolish people believe it. They won't live long anyway. They should be grateful for the beautiful space inside a carp's belly, even if just for a short while." Sophia's expression was now filled with intense anger. Gasu continued to remind her hopefully that she would soon wake up and perhaps recognize this again. "See you later." He fell down, startling her. He ran really fast. "If only I knew back then that you'd change like this." From a normal person to a more cruel, evil one, Gasu completely changed after nearly dying in the carp's belly. "If we chase him now," she remembered King Hansu's warning. "Don't worry about me. Focus on collecting materials only." She recalled her conflicted expression as she decided to continue with her work. "Sorry, but I'm on this side, in the Redlands. Someone is running for their life." "It's Gasu." He kept looking around while running. The essential item to kill a disaster carp is a dehydrating solution. A dehydrating solution, a wizard's intellect is perfect poison against a disaster carp. Unconsciously, he saw something and ran into a cave. First, one of the components will be the foundation. I need to get Kukuza's heart. To find Kukunsa, I need to locate a deep valley between roots. Maybe that's where Kukunsa hides, away from the carp's belly near the end root. They dig caves and make nests inside it. He observed the cave and nodded, found it. He slowly moved through the strange blue water, thinking about other components of the dehydrating solution. But finding Kukunsa at the end roots is difficult. I should go find him. The water suddenly started moving strongly. "It's coming!" Hansu reached behind and took his weapon, using a dragon technique. The air pressure increased. His weapon transformed into gold as tiny beams prepared to shoot out. Activating the enhanced magic, the strange blue water in the cave began boiling. 7 goblin soldiers suddenly emerged from below. Without hesitation, Hansu charged at the 7 goblin soldiers. A fierce blow cut down one of them, causing it to die in pain. He jumped up and chopped each one relentlessly, finishing off with a devastating attack. The club broke as he landed, seeing its cracked state. "It seems weapons with strong chi can't last long. I need to attack while adjusting until I find the right weapon. Kukunza will ambush me from behind." But with his keen senses, he noticed and threw the club at Kukunza's head, knocking him down. Another one, its head covered in armor, rushed forward. Unbeknownst to it, Hansu used his fingers to control the glowing club above it. Again, the club hit the head of the armored goblin and flew back at them. The remaining goblins saw they couldn't fight alone. They started attacking in groups. They surround and advance together. The tails behind push them to jump farther straight ahead. Each one lunges from above to bite down. The men retaliate with a few punches. Defeating one group, moving on to another, they barely dodge the attacks. The men land like ripe papayas falling off Kukulsa's trees, half at a time behind them. Don't think about those just defeated. They're all young Kukulsa. Are there any adults hiding somewhere? Pick up the red dorn from the monster's corpse. Using skills continuously has drained my stamina and mana. But for now, collect the dorns first. Take them and absorb their power while examining the tree discs closely. And trees fly like a storm, forcing you to dodge. Frowning at the situation, he swings his sickle, chopping light towards you, making your sickle in hand crack more. I used it to hastily when they were already weakened. Jonggasu slowly steps forward with his hands in his pockets. Did you block them? He reveals his true face and 3 eyes, smiling at men. I was going to stop if you died, but you're better than I thought. I didn't want to fight, just testing you. Don't be angry. I came with a proposal. Hand tightens on his weapon, wary of the treacherous man. He continues speaking. Come to Quadratus with me. Someone is watching you. Your face shows frustration now. This is a good offer for you, so just follow and... Before he could finish, Men received a warning slash from him. He's startled, barely avoiding death, but Men pulls back, only losing some hair. Angered, he shouts, do you want to die? With cold eyes, he prepares for the man to feel his sickles chill. Zhang Jesus is caught off guard by a heavy blow and panics. This unstable fool, a new recruit like you dares attack while your grandfather is speaking? Do you think completing the guide means you can attack your grandfather without fear? Maybe that big fish likes you as much as me. Before he could finish, Han splashes him with cold water and says, you're rejecting our offer. You should remember the Quadratus cult of corrupted beasts. You know their wickedness. But the biggest danger are those madmen who breed disasters. Travelers in this red land have vanished as they started operating. Their main task is to observe unhappy people tormented by those fish. The more brutal and terrifying, the more money they earn. You vow to deal with that unstable organization quickly and send each one to their doom. Dismissing Zhang Jesus, Men says his affairs don't concern him. A useless fool like you has no right to listen. Hearing this, Zhang Jesus starts yelling. Like a hen laying an egg, he asks what you're saying. But then he calms down, grinning and putting aside his feminine act to say he'll personally deal with you. Then he thinks again, needing to bring you back for the madmen, otherwise they be furious at him. Whether he likes it or not, he knows he must take you back. A few broken bones or losing a hand or two won't matter. As he speaks, his twisted face shows his madness. With a perfect smile, he says they're well suited for each other. Like 49 and 50, you need information from him badly. If he loses some bones or a hand, he can still bark out the info you need. Hearing this, Zhang Jesus can't hold back his anger anymore, draws his weapon, strikes Men, saying he'll make your mouth heal quickly. A green thread zips at lightning speed towards Han. He leans to one side, dodging his move. But he then says in a twisted way that you're really an idiot. Linian immediately, the rope touches his shoulder. A wound appears on his right shoulder blade. Blood spurts out everywhere. He asks if I want to talk now. However, he thinks secretly that he cut him off by surprise just to get his arm, but somehow his cut is too shallow to do so. Or maybe it's because his strike wasn't strong enough. Then he gloatingly thinks that if he cripples you, you'll lose your value and tells you not to worry as he will make it quick. Now he holds the wound with one hand to stop the bleeding. He agrees and says maybe he underestimated him and they never had a fight before. Zhang Jisoo grinds his teeth and asks if he's injured his brain or hit his head on the ground. Then he wraps the rope again and excitedly shouts that all he needs is to shut up and lie down after this whipping. But life isn't a dream, and maybe it's him who has mental issues now. Because right after he said that, you give him a painful punch in the stomach. His mouth stops mumbling as he can only choke out some food. With that punch, he flies back, but with his stubbornness, he still sits up. Not letting him rest for a moment, you summon a stronger hammer than thirst to prepare for the next battle. But you give him one last chance. If he cooperates and gives you the information you need, maybe he can survive a bit longer. At this point, he is furious, cursing your ancestors 3 times over. He thinks in fear that with his clear eyes, he still couldn't see your attack coming. Could it be that he's fighting someone with invisible stats? He smirks and says not to get too cocky because you just hit him. He only let you touch him once. Before he finishes, you are already in position, challenging him that a dog like him won't fall down when you throw another punch. Now 5 stones appear in your hand. He gets angry and shouts at you that with just a stat change, he didn't think you could increase your skill power. But life isn't a dream. Reality hits him hard as his face is slapped. You tell him that stats aren't everything. Even 10 like him couldn't stop you. As you say this, You throw the hammer at him. He only manages to scream before falling to the ground. Seeing this, you cheer and ask why he's crying so much after just that. He wakes up, gritting his teeth in anger, thinking it's impossible for you to be that strong. Immediately, he charges at you like a madman. Now, the rope on his hand turns into a long sword. You don't stand still. You perform a technique with your hands on the ring. He thinks that with his superhuman skills, this slash will tear everything in its path, including your hands. As the sword swings towards your neck, the power of the Numaha ring begins to activate. He doesn't know what's happening. He still feels victorious until one of his hands is completely blocked by a handless strike. At this point, he can hardly believe his eyes anymore. His sword, his great sword, has shattered. Your slash stopped him with just your bare hands. He shivers in fear. Even experts struggle to break Haimana spells like that. Before he recovers from the shock, you grab his neck and lift him up. You slam him down hard, spitting out a stream of fresh blood. At this moment, you tell him not to play dumb because you've already held back with that attack. As you approach and grab his shirt, he tries to grab your arm. You praise his quick response. He used the John Zizzy defense skill to block your attack. Normally, he wouldn't use it because it limits his movement greatly, but this time it saved his life. If he wants to escape your control, he has no other choice. While thinking about this, you give him a physical punch in the face. His face distorts from the hit. He is now terrified that you broke his defense skill. Next, an action scene unfolds. You sit on him and deliver punches without missing any. His chiseled face is now unrecognizable, bruised and distorted like his rotten personality. He yells at you that he will tell you everything you want to know. He says he has no other choice because business isn't going well, and he's just a follower who follows orders. He's just a dog. He thinks he is good because he hasn't harmed anyone. If you spare him, he will give you the ability to become invisible and tell you who sent you on this mission. But right now, you don't have much patience for him. What he said was too much. Another powerful punch landed on his face immediately. You told him that he's just a nuisance to you. He bitterly thought that it should be the other way around. Gasu, battered from Hansu's punches, shouted loudly, "So what? I've said everything I know." Hansu looked at him with disdain. He regrets his words. "What do you want now after hitting me?" "That's all I know," Gasu, trembling, spoke to Hansu. Quadratus was a group that worshipped the eagle before, and in addition to their regular work in that area, they hired other groups as well. This time, the commission is about spying on King Hansu, who completed the guide mission. In his memory, the person who commissioned this was Kasmaran from the Pathfinders. The Pathfinders are a coalition of 6 groups, and they manage the 6 roots of the world tree together. Their management of those roots proves that they are the strongest groups. Hansu pondered, but shouldn't the Pathfinders be under Miyamoto's control? So there are more than one group involved in this, right? You asked Gasu if they were preparing to depart now. Gasu, scared, replied that the information provider is also part of the support center. Yes, some helpers are involved, but this time, I got the info directly from Kasmaran. As he finished speaking, Hansu exuded a heavy and ominous aura. He threatened Gasu that he's no longer valuable. Gasu quickly tried to console him, boasting about Hansu as an idiot who was just acting. "Do you know what those eyes mean? What did you do?" Hansu replied that it must be the envious person's celestial eye, right? His answer surprised and shocked him, making him wonder why he knew. Gasu quickly agreed, saying with the celestial eye, "I can share my vision with others. Someone's position has been revealed." Hansu sarcastically turned away, scared. Maybe we should run now. His attitude made Gasu more arrogant and condescending. He boasted that Kasmaran is the leader of the Pathfinder's forces. "Do you think you can escape?" But his arrogance was only trying to hide his fear. "Since I used it once before, I need to wait until late afternoon, but now the connection has returned." Gasu said that now he's like a fish on a cutting board, and Hansu delivered another punch to his upper body. His punch made him gradually lose consciousness. Before fully losing it, Gasu collapsed right under Hansu's feet, tiredly complaining about the exhausting performance. Hansu held a sword and a blue gemstone, his weapon almost depleted. I need new stock, forgotten relics. He has good ones, and there are human mirror creations to consume as well. Not bad. Suddenly a white bird appeared in the sky circling above him. Hansu looked at that bird and worriedly realized he was discovered. Gasmurin, I don't remember who he is, so he's probably just a small fry, but it's annoying that he's here from far behind Hansu. The huge trees nearby roared loudly. Deep inside were more monsters. It seems there are some Gatas recently. The sounds of the beast's footsteps echoed ominously like thunder, indicating multiple monsters would appear. Their appearance resembles giant carnivorous dinosaurs with dark purple skin, glowing eyes in the forest night, sharp teeth and bodies covered in sharp spines. Gatas are a group of monsters that hunt in packs. The Gatas were chasing 3 suspiciously dressed people. One of them ordered everyone to use stealth. They used the stealth technique, disappearing on tree branches to avoid the pursuing Gatas. They panted heavily after a relentless chase. Chen Quadratus spoke up. So it's time for us to move. That's why I didn't want to be bait. Someone asked how many more Gatas they needed to kill. Chen replied, the more the better. They sat on trees to avoid the dangerous monsters below. However, using stealth requires us to hold our breath continuously, which is very difficult. For now, lure them to the valley. We can rest before continuing. Trang angrily asked, by the way, why did it take so long just to bring that new recruit? Someone replied that you meant Gasu, the one who received the commission. Trang sighed, he must be off somewhere while everyone is working. Huh? Then he looked up at the sky, realizing that they had seen a pigeon appear where Hansu was supposed to be. The pigeon landed on Trang's hand. It was a blue message carrier pigeon, and only one person could detail such a specific pigeon. Shang seemed to have realized something serious. He ordered the other 2 to go, as there was an urgent message requesting their presence at Lake Kukuzer. From Gasu's blurry state of waking up, he saw Chang towering and asking if he really lost that idiot. After a while of unconsciousness, Gasu sat up and said he was lucky to faint in a less toxic area. His legs almost got burned. How about you? Chung replied that he had knocked him out, but by the time he arrived, he had already left. Trang mocked him, saying that as someone who survived inside a fish eagle's stomach, he failed to capture a little brat and now they have to clean up his mess. Gasu cursed loudly. What weapon? What the heck is this? Why does my wound look like that? Suddenly, a vague memory appeared in his mind. Hasu held a packet of medicine and told him to sleep more. I'll give you this gift. In return, I will take your weapon. Trang sarcastically asked what was he staring at. Get up. We need to report back. Gasu sat on the ground, holding his head, trying to remember. Tao said something. Cheng got even more annoyed. How did she respond? Are you infected or something? He ordered someone else. Go with him. We'll return to the ship. Cheng created a pigeon and said it was for precaution. I will contact our commander nearby, as well as the one who entrusted us. The blue message carrier pigeon is a support skill that allows travelers to communicate with each other. His pigeon can only send basic information clearly, but it seems his pigeon was intercepted and roughly taken by someone. The pigeon was brutally destroyed, vanishing into nothingness. The foolish ones. Moraine coldly ordered to move out. Out of nowhere, Moraine appeared where Chang was. Chang exclaimed that he arrived too quickly. He only just sent the message. Moraine coldly chased him away. Morin looked down on Gasu sitting on the ground, looking pitiful. What a joke, Zhang Gasu. Did you dare show your face after being beaten by a rookie? Gasu blurted out his name, Morin, the one who led and commanded the forces. Furious, Morin punched Gasu in the chest. Do you think you're someone to say my name? Morin stepped on Gasu. I didn't expect Quadratus to become so useless tomorrow. How are you going to deal with this mess? Trang bowed and apologized to Morin. We take full responsibility. A subordinate discovered something and quickly reported it to Morin that the mess was cleaned up. The Gatas pack gather in the valley. They're escaping and heading this way, hundreds of Gatas following their trail, rushing towards where Morel and his men are waiting. How is that possible? Chung is terrified, calculating that once the Gatas start running, they can't change direction. I've exploited that trait to lure them into the valley. They're shocked and confused, wondering why the Gatas escaped just because we captured one of theirs and brought it here. Moraine ponders, looking at Gasu's suspiciously blue-bandaged wound. He curses Gasu as a fool, stabbing his unhealed wound with a knife, catching Gasu off guard. Gasu clutches his injured leg and screams in pain. Moraine angrily curses that you just brought more trash here. Moraine pulls the knife from Gasu's thigh, noting it still has Hansu's package of herbs on it. This is Gertis blood. It will lure them here and enhance their influence with a rare substance. If I hadn't used Ronin tracking, no one would have known. Moraine silently assesses Hansu as a new recruit from the archery region. To know Gata's nature well enough to hurt us like this? Realizing something, he laughs loudly and says it's interesting now. Moraine orders the archer to bring Hansu here. I must see his face. Trang is scared and worried, looking down at the ship, but there are Gatas below. The ship won't last much longer. Moraine angrily reminds Trang, let me make this clear. My hand will appear with a mysterious blue light. I'll handle things here. Trang is worried, but Moraine grabs her collar and threatens not to repeat it. His hand glows as he pulls on her collar. Trang screams in fear. Please save me. Moraine warns, urgently bring him here or I'll make you my food for the Gatas. With a cunning and menacing face, Moraine says I'll handle things here. Hurry up. Finished speaking, he throws Chun to the ground with a roar, Moraine's entire body covered in blue light and sparks. In his hands, Moraine channels magic power. Hanzo tenses as if thinking this is enough to stop me, but you're wrong. A smug look appears on his face. He holds a magical ball he created. I'll make you regret it. Finished speaking, Moraine swings his magic attack down. Moraine's spell creates an unprecedented explosion, rocks and dust flying everywhere, flames erupting fiercely, leaving no Gatas with any chance of survival. Elsewhere, the explosion reaches Hansu standing there. Based on what's happening, it seems my trap is working. Hansu smirks, I just gained some time. We need to move. Hansu pushes down his water bottle and pulls it back up. He looks at the bottle complaining, this nutrition is just dried bones. 2 days without eating made me so tired. The giant trees with large roots are submerged in water. Nutrient-rich liquid flows through the tree's roots. Some absorb toxic water while others detoxify and expel it. Hanzo thinks he needs to find more nutrient-rich roots, but since the giant trees died, the number of such roots has decreased. He holds a bag of food ingredients in his hand. I almost have all the necessary materials now. The rich man's food bag is useful. It will be even better if we leave soon. The only thing left is the deep pool in the cave, where the old Kua are. Where Hansu stands are giant tree trunks. This isn't a shallow water structure like here, so I need to build a bridge. He holds black seeds that look like seeds. These are the seeds of the toxic water absorber plant, which will grow into huge leaves. He throws them into the stream. The seeds quickly sprout and float on the surface as giant lotus leaves. Hansu jumps down and uses the large leaves to cross the river easily. He draws his green sword from Gasu. It will be easier if I guide it upwards, but I'll go alone. As he speaks, the headless bull monsters rise from the water, attacking where Hansu is standing. Time for the hunt. Elsewhere, Morel stands amidst the raging fire and corpses of goddess killed by Gata. Gata asks Boko if the message has arrived yet. As he speaks, Gata turns back to her, saying she's still delivering it. Moraine changes direction, telling Gasu even the best surveillance skills can only be used once a month, and Hansu wasted his. Gata pulls down Gasu's shirt and threatens if he doesn't lead us, we would have thrown him into the toxic sea, including Quadratus. Moraine stands up to Vecho. Lead me to the final location. Vecho remains silent and asks, are you going alone? Gata quickly laughs and says with a harsh voice, yes, hunting by my own hands is very fun. Moraine warns himself like a warning to Hansu. Hansu, don't even try to run. Beneath the giant tree roots where Hansu created large leaves. His face turns pale, his breathing becomes uneven and his body sways. Hansu reminds himself that his endurance is nearly exhausted. He fell onto the hand still holding the sword, but his strength was almost gone, so he couldn't grip it tightly anymore. His trembling hand made it hard for him to swing the sword. Looking at the large beast lying on the water, Hansu realized this was the last heart of the enemy army he needed. But unbeknownst to him, someone was preparing to shoot him from afar. As the arrow almost flew out, Hansu sensed danger behind him and had to use his body. The bowstring reluctantly touched his body. Luckily, he dodged by turning his head. The arrow's terrifying power pierced through a nearby monster, causing it to disintegrate into countless fragments. It turned out that Chang was the one who shot the arrow at him. He had said something in frustration. Hansu used the just shot arrow to assess his accuracy. It was hard to avoid. Before he could recover, Chang fired more powerful arrows. If this is how it's going to be, Hansu thought, I'll use my sword to deflect all the arrows near me. However, some of those arrows still wounded his arm. Blood dripped into the water, creating a menacing scene. The beasts became more ferocious and desperate due to Hansu's blood. They charged at him to attack. His injured hand made it difficult for him to dodge the monster's attacks. He realized they were going mad because of his blood. This is troublesome. On the other side, realizing the enemy army was enraged by Hansu's actions. He was annoyed. That damn rat. The enemy army's rage made everything more difficult. Hey, we're here to help. Go down and take him away. It surprised her when she asked what he meant. You told me to go fetch the Google price list from the pond. Water splashing up would ruin my hair. Suppressing his anger, he shouted at Miller, if you don't bring him here now, I'll run away. They only chase those bleeding. What are you afraid of? She complied and listened to him. Alright, no need to shout. Let's get this over with. Che reminded her, I sent the instructions here. Handle him. Understand, we need to capture him alive. Miller approached Hansu at the pond where he was struggling from his wounds. Capture him if you can. She drew a sharp knife and teased Hansu. You have to make me happy until both of us are exhausted. Seeing her prepare to attack, Che coordinated support for Miller. Just ensure he doesn't run away. Miller's aura was intense, showing she took the fight against Hansu very seriously. It had been a long time since I had such an intense battle. Whoosh! Miller continuously attacked Hansu with her moves, but he maintained his defensive stance to protect himself. Suddenly, a monster charged at him. Hansu turned and swung his sword to defend. Then, he slashed the monster in one swift move, one lie after another. Before he could catch his breath, Miller appeared behind him. Where are you looking? Handsome! As the blade neared Hansu's face, he realized she was not holding back and swung it towards him with full force. Quickly dodging her attack, Hansu struck at Miller's side. The blow injured Miller and sent her flying away from Hansu. But she quickly regained her footing and assumed a defensive stance, still formidable despite being on the verge of collapse. She wiped the blood from her mouth and arrogantly said, I have to show you what I'm capable of because you left a scar on my face. Miller had no intention of letting Hansu off easy. Even if he surrendered, I won't be lenient with him. Hansu's face showed signs of fatigue as he considered Miller's actions and attitude. She advances every time the Kukunza beasts go berserk. If we cause a commotion, it will be dangerous. He evaluated his current situation against his opponent. The odds were in her favor, and prolonging the fight would work to her advantage. Thinking differently, he had an idea. Why not change things up? He tightened his grip on the sword, holding onto the hilt firmly. Miller noticed the change in Hanzo's actions and demeanor. It turned out that Hanzo had extended the sword, turning it into a whip to attack Miller. Miller blocked his attack. King often said, What? I thought you were smart. Turns out you're not. She mocked him. That shapeless sword isn't Gasu's weapon, right? You shouldn't be pointing someone else's weapon like that. Then she looked at the wound on his hand with satisfaction. A wound like this. Line 60 completed. Miller is shocked to see the wound worse than she thought. What's happening? The wound isn't healing. Why is it getting bigger and she didn't notice? Stunned by the wound, the monster lunges out of the water, attacking her unprepared. Impossible. She screams in panic. Trang stands above, confused about Miller's actions, urging her to explain what's going on. Seizing the moment, just a little blood. Miller is trapped by the monsters with no escape. Terrified, they're smelling my blood. Hansu chuckles, holding Numaha's ring in his hand. It grants the second power, bleeding. Miller fights the monsters frantically, unaware that her attack just unlocked the second power when boosting red stats. Don't think this is just normal blood loss. Continuous blood loss clouds your mind and weakens you. Hanzo ponders, maintaining his blood flow costs a lot of magic, so he wants to avoid it. But these monsters are going crazy for my blood. That's the situation now. Seeing Miller surrounded by monsters, he quickly turns and leaves. I can get out of here. Chang notices the danger. Trang shivers. If Moran loses track of him, we're in trouble. I can't face that again. Magic arrows fly swiftly towards their target. Trang informs everyone, I'll handle Ku Kunsa, just aim at King Hansu. Through Chang, all his subordinates attack Hansu. He pulls out a mysterious item, mocking the opponent. Tough guys, I'll give you a taste. The head of a monster falls, blocking the group from him. Miller chops it but thinks it's Hansu. Running won't work with me. Looking back, she realizes, blood, is this Gaeta's head? Hansu reminds her. Do you know, Gaeta's blood is the perfect scent to make Kukan go crazy. They'll rush straight for her without thinking. He continues, imagine what would happen if someone full of Gaeta's blood attacked Miller. She and other subordinates are shocked, standing there, going mad. Hazu looks down at them struggling against the monsters, smiling, have fun with them. Hazu lightly touches a tree, noticing it's also drying up. Considering the surroundings, he worries that everything will dry out before rescue arrives. It spreads quickly, so I need to check above too. Hazu sees the situation is not good, sighing, hoping it's not too far. Yet, thinking things should have been easier after the red zone. He continues checking nearby areas, cursing Kenyon if he encounters another battle. Elsewhere, a group of bandits oppress pilgrims. Their leader mocks them. You fell here. Fools, this is our territory. He taunts them, falling into this trap, ignorant. This is where we rule. The captives beg for mercy, but the roots below are barren. We can't take it anymore. Even rescue has run out. Please be merciful. Instead of reason, they threaten with knives. New recruits, dare you challenge us? New soldiers often have to endure hunger, right? Everyone is unhappy, but no one speaks up. In their minds, they feel it was hard to reach here. The place they reach after so much effort is a dying world tree. Of course, the lower part has no nutrients, only the upper part does. But it's occupied by monsters. Every time we try to climb, who are you? When did you come here? To draw attention from others. He just told them to leave while being attacked in the stomach. One of the pilgrims recognizes the hero who saved them. Hey! The man realizes it's King Hansu, the one who defeated their leader. His followers see this and urge everyone to run. He defeats the leader in one move, done. For the pilgrims, they're relieved and eager for help. They ran away, we can save them now. Can't believe I'll ever be grateful. All of us together, let's get water quickly. Johan thanks Hansu for solving the problem so fast. While collecting nutrients, he approaches and asks King Hansu, are you King Hansu? Long time no see. Hansu jumps in front of Johan and asks if he knows me. Johan says, I don't remember. We even sailed on the same ship. Johan continues, what have you been up to lately? This is our first meeting since that day. He greatly appreciates Hansu. It doesn't matter much. Nice to see you again. Good to meet you. Thank you. Otherwise, we would all have starved to death. You responded casually because I was hungry too. Just eat naturally. Johan saw this and asked Hansu for a favor. Can I ask one more thing of you? You know something. Though not said, it seems that Hansu didn't like being involved in these matters. The resilience forced by desperation appeared on Johan's face. That ship we used before, we need it now. He explained that all the pots were blocked, so we needed to use the ship. Johan wasn't finished speaking. Hansu immediately rejected him. No! You turned your back and walked away. Johan was extremely confused and kept explaining to Hansu that it's not just a request for help. The food here could run out at any time. The fish are destroying the roots outside, so we should use the ship together to go up. Hansu tried to reassure him. This won't be an issue soon. Everything is almost settled. While cutting the flour with a knife, he reminded Johan that they would be safer here and not to think about going up. Johan was very upset and asked Hansu back, "What did you say?" Hansu threatened Johan, "I'll kill them." He confidently declared that he will use the ship to kill the fish attacking the world tree. "I'll personally kill the fish, so don't worry about your own death." Hansu's answer surprised and satisfied Johan. He chased after Hansu again and asked, "What do you mean? Please explain clearly." Hansu was collecting fruits in disappointment, thinking that if the disaster is gone, the red area will return to normal and everyone will be safe. So I'm not wrong. Johan scratched his head, extremely worried. "I don't know what you mean, but since you've done many unbelievable things already, maybe it's true." Before he leaves, "I just want to ask one thing from you. Why are you trying so hard to save everyone?" Johan's question made Hansu hesitate for a moment. Even himself wonders, why? I need to save humanity. The more, the better. That's why I came back. After answering that question, he pondered and doubted himself. But did I really want to do this? Johan noticed his hesitation and pressed Hansu further. "Why did you stop?" Hansu threw a stone at him. He explained it was a trap rock. It would be useful. Just keep it with you and leave. Johan quickly called after him, "Hey, catch the rock." Johan wondered why he had that expression. Holding the rock Hansu gave him, Johan thought he really is unbelievable. He recalled the story, similar to when he got us the ship before. At that time, we also thought he was talking about impossible things. But Hansu can make such things happen. Deep down in Johan's heart, a thought rose. Maybe this time it is possible, and he has given me hope. Hansu's hurried footsteps echoed. While running, he thought that migration is a natural thing for humans to do for survival reasons. Why does it feel strange? Focus on what needs to be done. Hansu ran to where Sophia was standing. He called her loudly, "Sophia." He landed next to where she stood. "You got here early. Do you have enough materials?" Sophia replied that two things were still missing, but I came here just in case. Hansu's response was not bad. Sophia asked him, seemed worried, "Is there something wrong?" Hansu's face showed determination, but he reassured her it would be fine. "A few people are following us. Have you noticed them?" Sophia touched her chest. "Yes, Quadratus. They're targeting you. That's also why they targeted me." Hansu turned away in shock. "Yes, I met them, 'cause Moran approached me." Sophia was surprised and asked again, "Moran, the commander of the attacking force leading the way?" He explained he had temporarily cut him off, but he's quite experienced. He'll catch up soon. Sophia grew a bit anxious and reminded Hansu that he wasn't just an ordinary enemy. Even if you're strong, you can't fight him alone. Seeing her say this, Hansu raised his hand towards her and made a proposal. "So let's cooperate." Line 60 completed. He presents her with a plan he's thought out. One person will gather resources while the other lures Moran. Sophia can't fathom what Hansu is thinking. She doesn't understand why. The guide is part of many factions ruling in the Red Zone. This organization is not only large, but also filled with seasoned veterans who have lived long in the Red Zone. Among them, the blue team is the most brutal. Moran is a commander. Hansu turns his back to her. She advises that they must fight him together. Sophia keenly suggests they should start gathering resources before they know we're here. We need to act fast. Hazu struggles to speak. It will be tough. I'll leave the script there, but check the current situation. According to your guess, they've already caught a scent of us. Somewhere else, Johan is threatened by a man with a garrote. It's Morel, under the ground. People he hit lie scattered. Moraine says, "I'll give you a choice. Do you want to burn or suffer until death?" The man tightens his grip on Johan's neck while using his other hand to cast fire magic, threatening Johan or letting him go peacefully after telling me where Hansu is. Johan clutches the hand, squeezing his throat, trembling. The stone Hansu gave him glows in his pocket. He wonders how he could bring so many people here without noticing until now. Round them, bodies pile up. Johan fearfully and shakily says, "We don't know who they are." Johan tells Moran he made a mistake, which only makes him angrier. Suddenly, Moran releases Johan's neck, causing him to fall back. Struggling for breath, Johan lies on the ground coughing uncontrollably. Moran asks, "Your name is Johan?" Before he can answer, Moran touches his head with a terrifying force, pressing it down and then up again, causing blood to pour from Johan's head like a waterfall. Moran angrily curses loudly. He points at his nose and asks, "Do you know if you're lying that made your sun rise?" "I know he passed through here. It's the location of Ronan, my tracking skill." Thanks to Moran's ability, he recognizes the blue trace left by Hanzo. He covered his trail, but I can still smell what he left behind. Moran holds up a package drenched in blood. It's his mistake for leaving this trace despite trying to lure me into a trap. Johan lies on the ground, scared and exhausted. Moran throws away the package and asks, "Now what business are we discussing?" Moran asks where King Hansu is. Johan trembles in fear before him, but still pretends he's innocent. "I really don't know." Moran knows he's lying. "You still smell of deceit." "So be it." When casting fire spells, his eyes reveal cruelty. Prepared to die, Moran raises his hand high to strike Johan. Then suddenly, he stops. Johan trembles in fear and then laughs maliciously. Moran turns around, looking elsewhere. He chuckles, "I smell him now." From afar, a tall figure appears. "It's Hansu. Moran is done with you here." Hansu approaches, mocking, asking, "Are you looking for me?" Moran stands away from him, confirming if he's really King Hansu, but Hansu's body seems to be transparent. He challenges him to come find me. As Hansu says that, Moran kicks him straight in the face. He steps on him and mocks it as a mere game. Turns out this is just an illusion you created. It's a consumption illusion creating a simple clone, probably already in Gasu's hands. Moran holds up the stone Johan was holding, confirming that the full must have been stripped clean, but the scent hasn't fully dissipated yet. He taunts Hansu's challenge, "Even if it smells strong, I'll still chase you." At that moment, Johan lies in agony on the ground. Hearing Moran's words, he worries for Hansu. In the Kakunda breeding pond, a place created solely for reproduction by Kakunda, Hansu sits atop large ancient trees. It was made by uprooting the outer rings of world trees and filling them with nutrient-rich liquid that almost balances the upstream toxic water flow. He examines his body, appreciating how well the nutrients he drank just now are working. Hansu notices something unusual and the illusion seems to disappear. "You're here then?" Turns out you've already noticed Moran running here. He taunted, "Tired of running, huh?" Holding a bug in his hand, Moran mocked, "This little mouse finally showed its tail after being so scared." Hansu didn't fall behind either, retorting arrogantly, "You should be grateful. Your dog's nose is even worse than I thought. Without me helping, you wouldn't find me." Moran asked back what he was talking about. He laughed at Hansu's words and suddenly burst into laughter like a joke. Moran cast fire spells and got ready to attack. "I bet your skull is as hard as they say," he teased. "Let's see if it can withstand the heat." Moran prepared his stance, ready to pounce at any moment, warning that Hansu would burn under his feet. Hazu accepted the challenge and reached into his pocket to take something out. But suddenly he turned and ran away, shouting back that it wasn't the right time today. "Maybe we can play hide-and-seek next time," leaving Moran stunned. Moran was furious, cursing, "Did you dare run in front of me?" Instantly, he chased after him, thinking he wouldn't lose his trail. As they ran, Moran conjured a red fireball and threw it at Hansu, the intense heat rushing forward towards him. Hansu quickly turned to dodge the spell. He tossed those seeds into the water, using the green alchemy technique, causing them to sprout and grow rapidly. They transformed into large leaves. He assessed that the toxicity in the lake was low, so they wouldn't last long. Hansu quickly stepped onto the leaves to escape. "If I can get in, it's fine." Moran chased after him into the water. You think you can escape by running into the water? He continued firing fireballs at Hansu, challenging him to come out and fight hand-to-hand. They chased each other on the water using the leaves. Then Hansu drew a green sword, dipped it in gaseous fluid. He raised the sword and cut his own palm, planning to mix his blood into the concoction to enhance its scent. Each drop of Hansu's blood fell into the stream. He calculated that this would attract the Kukulda during their breeding season. Instantly, the creatures under the water emerged. Hansu quickly dodged the attacks from these monsters. He knew this to lure them and lead them away. Then they headed towards Morin, chasing Hansu, who dared to invade their lair. Moraine wasn't afraid. He reacted immediately. Is that all you can do? It seems like you don't know what else to do. Do you think I'll be scared of the Kukulda and stop pursuing you? 3 creatures charged at him. Morin had fireballs ready. He shot them, saying, "Just burn them all and I'll deal with their remains." The flesh of the monsters fell apart. Moraine was arrogant. Didn't I tell you? I just need to eliminate them. Hansu remained calm. Instead, his face showed a look of smugness and disdain. Morin stopped, pointing at him. Prepare yourself, it's your turn now. Running away won't change anything. Why don't you fight me? Hansu calmly replied with logic. Moraine was surprised. Why do you look so calm? Hansu evaluated the situation. In water, nothing works better than equal breath. Carl Morin will definitely follow me into the lake. He told Morin to be careful as he returned his belongings. Then he dived straight into the water, leaving Moraine unprepared. Move, you fool. It's not like I'm afraid to dive in after you. Moraine immediately cast fire spells. If he stayed still, Moraine would eventually surface for air, but Moraine preferred hunting over waiting. He kept hitting the bottom of the river to see how long Hansu could resist. Hansu swam deeper into the water. Morin's fireballs went straight towards him without meeting any resistance from the water. The rules must be followed strictly. Listen to me or I'll leave you behind. She hesitated briefly, her tone firm. Don't worry, I won't become a burden. Sophia looked straight ahead, clenching her fists tightly. As long as I can kill this troublesome fish, it doesn't matter who else is here. Her eyes hardened with determination, her tone sarcastic. My target is to eliminate the fish, and that's why I'm cooperating with you. Hansu's lips curled into a slow, smug smile. You chose correctly, don't worry. He spoke confidently, his gaze steady. I'll keep my word. The large waves crashed against the fishing net. Hansu hesitated. He would start changing the red zone gradually to create a foundation for his survival in the future. There's no second chance, so we must succeed now. The space was eerily quiet. Suddenly, a rain of arrows sliced through the air and rushed towards the ship. The ship violently turned, the waves roared. The arrows pierced through, creating holes. The ship received a direct hit. It will sink like this. Moraine stepped on the ship's body arrogantly, firmly threatening. Pests, hiding on such a nice ship? His lips curled up in real satisfaction. His eyes suddenly turned red, his demeanor wild. Rachel, bring that over here. A sharp and resonant sound echoed. Terrifying to hear. I've prepared a special weapon just for you. His face was menacing as he boasted, watch this ship withstand it now. The ship began to sway violently, shaking fiercely. Hansu and Sophia struggled to maintain their balance. She urgently spoke, her pale face full of worry. We must attack them. He firmly stopped her, his eyes resolute. No. Wait. Sophia raised her voice, questioning. Did you hear what I said? Wait, or it will be too late. The arrows continued to rain down, attacking relentlessly. Even though it's a fairy, it already has injuries, and we can only survive by the grace of the world tree seed now. Her eyes were panicked as she muttered, "If this keeps up." Beside him, Hansu casually said, "The troublesome fish is very sensitive to magic." He secretly proposed a plan, his eyes full of implication. Even a blow strong enough to sink the ship wouldn't be wasted on that fish. She knew too, it only reacts to magic or skills. The huge calamity rose, causing the water to sway violently, likely due to the world tree's magic. A small movement is enough to be deadly when close to it. Hansu hesitated slightly, trying to look confident. "We are indeed at a disadvantage." Sophia panicked and exclaimed, "What should we do?" Her face became anxious, her complexion pale. "Did I come here for nothing? Is there anything else we can do?" He immediately tried to reassure her, trying to look optimistic. "Don't worry, the disadvantage I mentioned is..." Hansu tightly curled a large stone, his tone confident. "We don't have a suitable method to counter an enemy at a distance or use skills." Sophia replied, "If not me, then call for help." He used another item again. "The rain of arrows will continue to attack relentlessly. Should I bait them? But with so many, just hold them off for a bit." Next month, his lips curled up slightly, trying to look smug. "Now, let's go fishing." She became more confident, her eyes resolute. "I've decided to trust you, do it." At this moment, the ship was completely destroyed. Moraine arrogantly observed and declared, "That ship will soon sink to the bottom of the sea. Looks like he's nothing. Bring out all remaining ammunition. We'll make him jump into the sea." Her eyes showed confusion, her voice worried. But really, what are they planning over there? Wooden barrels were continuously thrown down, his face showing slight panic and doubt. "Are they throwing something to trap us?" He decisively ordered, his tone harsh. "Forget it. Destroy everything in our way." Immediately the voices echoed, "Yes, sir." The water became turbulent. The two on the deck were swayed, pushed back. "Hold on a bit longer." Suddenly, an arrow pierced through a wooden barrel. He breathed out relieved and smugly said, "It got him." On this side, Moraine stood in disarray, his expression shocked. The kraken circled the ship with its massive tentacles. "We're surrounded, it's targeting us." A loud impact echoed, the water churned violently. The kraken was about to attack Moraine. The veins are popping out, really scary. A kraken, right? They usually don't come close to the surface. Gazu casually touches the ship's hull, a nonchalant demeanor. "If we don't handle it quickly, the danger will sink deeper. We need to enter its lair before that happens." The small boat is stranded in the middle of the water. "At this rate, we'll lose all trace and be lost." Suddenly, a firm voice rings out, gripping his sword tightly. "I'll take care of things here." The kraken's tentacles lash out, slicing through the air with swift slashes. It thrashes in pain, causing the water to tremble violently. He stands firm, widening his stance and giving orders. "Rachel, if you're ready, let's go. We've wasted enough time here." She stiffens again, responding calmly, "Yes, I understand." Moraine suddenly laughs ominously, tightening his grip on the man as a warning. "Don't get distracted, focus and lead the way." He speaks with an air of mystery, his tone sharp. The sudden appearance of the kraken can't be coincidental. "King Hansu, are you really going to continue with your sneaky tricks until the end?" Despite the water movement, the ship remains steady. Moraine recognizes him immediately. He softly marvels, "It's amazing how being in the kraken's lair keeps us dry even underwater." Gasu grimaces heavily and speaks. "That's because the kraken is infused with a mysterious power." Look, the ship slowly advances towards the path through the kraken's lair. He hesitates briefly, his eyes narrowing in scrutiny. "I just need to follow this path straight down, right?" He calmly looks at the massive meaty mass moving slowly. The massive meat will move a lot before it closes off completely. Just be careful and avoid it. Behind them, Rachel speaks softly, urging Casmaran to lead. "Instead of chasing King Hansu, we should prioritize this journey." Everyone agrees reluctantly, their faces changing. "I'm sure you know that we need to seek out the old risks for Quadratus." Moran immediately slaps the ship's side, his voice high and dissatisfied. "I understand." Gasu slowly turns around, his eyes showing a hint of command. implying he thinks someone like him can't do anything without guidance unless we encounter something worse on our path. Inside the Kraken's stomach. The Kraken's stomach is a miniature space. This is where food is consumed and turns into a large island, surrounded by a desolate landscape. The body feels like a dungeon. They quickly move ashore, surrounded by debris. Moraine slowly observes the flow of corrupted magic, making it hard to detect anything. But his face twists in displeasure. He turns back and still doesn't like this place. Behind them, complaints and dissatisfaction abound. Look, Quadratus, there's a wrecked ship with half its hull already deteriorated here. Are we paying for this? Gasu stands firm, sighing contentedly. It seems you don't understand. This is wonderful, a blessing from the Kraken itself. He steps forward heavily. The only thing truly absorbed in the Kraken's stomach is the sap of the World Tree. This is where the remnants of Elfenheim, the founders of the World Tree, gather. Scattered around are frightening skeletons, a crucial treasure within the Kraken. Gasu suddenly laughs loudly, his face wild with excitement. If so many people are trapped here, what do you think happened to their creations? The shimmering thread stops everyone in their tracks. Makes sense. The only reason I survived this hell is because of the treasure I found here. Do you want power? Everyone's eyes change. Their faces become wild with desire. If you're ready to bring danger as a Quadratus member, all your desires will come true. A chorus of voices echoes. Long live Quadratus. He raises his hands high and speaks mysteriously. Thank the Kraken for this blessing. Quadratus will always open his doors to welcome you. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind them. Please don't use any attacks or loud noises. They might hear and cry. Gasu is still proud, smug. Just follow Quadratus' instructions and enjoy the loud sounds it brings. He firmly spoke, his voice confident. No need to worry, a big explosion is needed to wake them up. Hearing that, Hansu's lips curled into a sneer, sarcastically saying, an explosion, huh? The ship immediately swayed violently, the water surged strongly. He stood tall and proudly said, is it like this? The boat was under attack, water stains spread rapidly, the group became panicked, losing balance. Hansu remembers you, his tone casual, right on time for the music. Gasu's eyes turned red. He wanted to argue but was stopped. Things were getting out of hand. Morel lost control, his voice high and harsh. Calm down, Hansu. He laughed smugly, arrogantly saying, you finally came to die at my hands. Morel got frustrated, angrily turning back. What are you? Calm down. He panicked as they started moving. The warriors heard the approaching army. The Maw Warden suddenly stood up. The Galadriel army was slowly advancing, pressing on the tortoise, his hand tightening around his weapon. The dead bodies began to move. Gasu trembled violently, sweat pouring down. They've arrived. The power of Elfenhelm came to defeat the past disaster. Each one looked fierce and charged forward. Galadriel's army was being pressed by the tortoise and Maw Warden. Panic spread, everyone stood still in fear. They're attacking. He trembled as he swung his sword to defend. A frustrated cry echoed. He said, we need to take something from the past disaster. The clashing sounds of metal were deafening. Who would have thought of such a thing? Suddenly, the Maw Warden was pushed back, his body engulfed in flames. Moraine coldly looked at the fallen body and sarcastically said, sheep tricks require corresponding skills to use. He decisively waved his hand, arrogantly shouting, attack, defeat those scattered spirits, now. One by one, Maw Wardens were defeated. His hand slowly gathered spiritual energy in a swirling vortex. Moraine laughed with satisfaction as the vortex exploded. Intense flames engulfed them, burning each one to ashes. My fire crystal technique can burn anything. The crowd cheered and shouted in excitement. It was their leader's attack command. He defeated them too easily. Amidst the crowd, he stood still, shocked. No, they won't lose that easily. Round the ruins, Maw Wardens moved silently. Gasu's face paled as his eyes widened in fear. They are the guards of this place. The past disaster, their heavy hands touched their heads. Galadriel's army slowly stood up. The aura of impending battle spread. They possess bodies that allow them to fight forever. The deafening roar caused him to tremble. As long as there are past disasters alive, they will continue to scream, "Help! Someone save me!" Moraine angrily cursed at the tortoise, his face red with anger. "Don't retreat! You fools stay in position." Gasu was shocked and said each word with frustration. "Really, but I can't risk my life here. I have to seize the opportunity to escape." He paused, looking around. Where did that name go? After deceiving them, he disappeared. If he came for the same purpose as Sophia, he moved quickly like a gust of wind, appearing and disappearing. Nearby, the intense battle was being watched by an unseen eye. It's happening just as Kendian said. He fell into deep thought. His eyes focused on the Maw Wardens, the first line of defense for the past disasters. "Hurry up, I've prepared this," and Mang seemed to change. Hansu's eyes became determined. He thought he would go to the next checkpoint. He stood in shock at the scene before him. A notification appeared on the screen, the inner core of the past disaster. The inner core emitted golden light. Spiritual energy radiated from it. Nothing could harm the past disasters like this inner core. Hansu gripped his sword tightly, firmly saying, "There's only one way to defeat the past disasters, and that is it." Suddenly, he skillfully dodged an attack from a nearby corner. Gasu attacked, causing rocks and earth to explode with a loud bang. "Die!" Hansu turned his head sharply, his eyes sharp and alert. The flexible sword moved like a whip, rushing forward as if riding the wind. The tip of the sword was just an inch away from Gasu. He gritted his teeth. It's him again. He fell to the ground in pain as the cold sword pierced through him. "You remember me, you tough guy. Did you have enough fun last time?" Gasu remained firm, gripping the sword tightly despite the pain. He laughed maniacally, his face wild with madness. "I know everything. I can't believe you targeted the critical point of a disaster fish. It seems our Sophia told you to do this, but you're ready now." Gasmorin wanted to kill you himself, but Hatsu hesitated when he heard that, his eyes wide with shock. Gatsu's face twisted into a cruel smile. "Any who dares offend the disaster will die." Chang tried to kill him this time. Behind them, Chang quietly drew his bow, aiming and sharp arrow. His confident gaze turned mischievous as he said, "He's in my sights now. This time it'll be different. Let's see if you can dodge 100 arrows." The winebow arrow flew straight towards him. Due to its speed, Hansu was hit by the arrow and staggered back, wounded. He struggled to get up, his smile fading quickly. "It's not much of a miracle." Cheng also froze in shock. "What is this?" The wound began to cool down inexplicably. He stood proudly, his expression indifferent. Is he unharmed? His wound's mouth was changing, the spirit energy flowing through him. Hansu's body glowed golden as spiritual power surrounded him. Cheng stepped back in awe. The penetration of that shot is strong enough to take down a cuckoo with one strike. Gasu's face changed, his eyes filled with shock. "That energy I saw before, but growing this fast?" He continued drawing the bow resolutely. "If one arrow isn't enough, I'll shoot as many as possible." "You remember me, you tough guy. Did you have enough fun last time? Even if you spare me, if you don't let me go, I won't have a choice." His hands transformed into sharp claws. The dragon spirit energy he used had drained his power, but he knew how to handle it now. The dragon spirit energy he used had drained him, but he had a solution. His expression changed slightly. He looked maniacal. "I won't hold back." On the other side, they were still fighting fiercely with the knights. Skulls kept falling down. Morel barked orders. "Hurry up! Just keep attacking and don't give them a chance to regenerate." But the Dark Knights kept rising, their regeneration rate increasing. "We can't hold on much longer." The sound was terrifying, chilling, making teeth grind, eyes filled with fear and unease. "Hell, if we keep this up, we'll run out of stamina and mana. We're fighting an enemy that can regenerate instantly. This puts us at a disadvantage. How did you know to use the disaster fish like this?" Moran loudly declared, "If we die here, it will be just like those who are struggling, using our hair as bait." The system screen showed information about the world tree's hair, usable fragments of its leaves now hard to find. Once used, it could instantly send everyone around you into hiding. He nervously raised his trembling hair, sweat pouring down from anxiety. No, we've been trying to escape, but it doesn't work. Sophia suddenly appeared and calmly said, "There's no escaping the belly of a disaster fish that easily." She looked calm, sarcastically adding, "Just like the knights of Elfenheim who die inside the belly of a disaster fish." He turned pale, questioning, "You think I'll let you go after ruining my plans? If any member of the Seven Shadows knew this." Sophia's lips curled with pride, those not sitting there. "While we have to find our own way to destroy the disaster fish, intervening for someone." Moraine and his companions froze in confusion, looking anxious instead of offering help. "Why don't you try escaping? The guild connection doesn't work here." He gritted his teeth, red with anger. "No one knows if we're alive or dead." Her eyes darkened as a matrix appeared in her hand. "I'll give you the final gift." Sophia smirked confidently. Morel stood silently behind her, his strong back showing he had lost his judgment after knowing a new player. "I'm the leader's attack commander, trusted to manage everything." The hidden hand gathered energy. Morel's eyes turned red and fierce as he rushed forward. "I can take you down, the lowest of the Seven Shadows. You bastard, I can easily take you out." Sophia immediately counterattacked with rapid, continuous moves. He dodged quickly, looking frantic, but fortunately couldn't hit his target, the one who dirtied the name of the Seventh Shadow. She stepped back in shock as powerful energy approached her. Moraine forcefully struck the ground as the power surged. Amidst the thick smoke, Sophia spoke cryptically, "We're not targeting anyone specifically." He stopped at the head and looked around. The ground trembled, causing everyone to panic. "What's happening? Is it an earthquake inside the Calamity Fish?" At this moment, the water surface was violently agitated as the fish slowly moved. "Command, the entrance to the Calamity Fish's belly is gradually closing." A slight smile appeared on her face with satisfaction. "I plan to use my library skills for a comeback." Morel froze in shock, his eyes showing disbelief. "With this, it's over." His body trembled and he gritted his teeth. "You bastard." Sophia maintained her composure, turning away coldly. "I hope this is our last meeting." Morel waved dismissively, trying to look threatening. "What are you doing? Start the boat. We'll get out of here." Vecho paused, his eyes showing shock. "The ship we're using is." His eyes turned red with anger. "Look fierce. Where's Quadratus?" Instead of guiding us, she tightly held her sword facing the demon knight, our dark spirit knight again. Moraine turned and loudly declared, "When we reach the mouth, we'll open it again. Just hold on until then. Support the distance we need to create." His face showed some unease. "Yes, Commander." He became thoughtful, his anger flaring up. "Sophia, you will regret this as soon as I leave here." Moraine turned and with his remaining arm, released a surge of energy to counterattack. "I, the Commander, will attack using powerful spiritual force to push back each demon knight." He confidently led the charge, determined, "Follow me." Moraine froze again, his eyes showing shock. Hanzu appeared coldly with a threatening demeanor. He roared in fury and demanded, "Why did you dare?" The godlike figure pulled Lagasu, his breathing weak. He looked like the villain at this moment. Hanzu decisively threw him to the ground, warning, "As I said, if you're planning a deal, I won't listen." Moraine's face twisted in dissatisfaction and fury. "Bastard, arrogant fool, you are foolish and fearless of death." Geikinquid stepped forward, firmly threatening, "I was going to take you out without any damage, but everything has changed. I've changed my mind." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly rushed over. Hansu's eyes turned cold with a burst of intent. "No more nonsense now." The sharp sword cut decisively towards Moraine, who fell back in pain, creating a deep hole in the ground. Rachel ran to him anxiously. "Commander." His body trembling, Moraine struggled to sit up. "I was pushed back." Although he had run away for so long, did he become stronger by absorbing the language of those Quadratus? He clenched his hand tightly and forced himself up, looking frantic. "Do you think you can face me because you absorbed their ancient language? I'll look at you and take back Ahin's breath that you stole from me." She immediately got into position with a determined gaze. "Commander Cass Moraine, we will support you." He cut her off sharply, his tone harsh. "Leave." Do you think I'm so weak that I need help to defeat him? Moraine rushed forward quickly, energy surging as he tried to hold back the Dark Spirit Knights. Yes, Commander. A slight smirk appeared on his face with pride. Don't worry, anyway, I plan to clean up everything here. His face twisted in anger and he roared wildly. You're nothing but a newborn puppy. The sharp sound echoed loudly as if slicing through air. From above, Moraine swung his heavy sword for an unexpected attack. He pressed Hansu's face close, laughing maniacally. After all the nonsense, this is Moraine's immediate satisfied laugh. With a smug look, of course, he can't be stronger than me. There's no way I'll lose to a new recruit like him. The metal whistled as flames burst forth. The battle continued intensely, space trembled slightly. His fiery eyes glinted with intent. Looking at Hansu, it's over now. The sharp sword aimed straight for Hansu's face. Red sparks flew everywhere as the sword struck. Moraine sighed coldly. Fool, if you accept my offer and become a subordinate. If your sword had pierced his vital point, you would have survived. He laughed happily with a mad expression. The reason for your death is simple. Moraine whispered harshly, each word forced through gritted teeth. Because you're weaker than me. Hansu muttered softly, his lips barely moving, so he suddenly tightened his grip on the sword, like this. From your perspective, I'll give you what you deserve. Moral's eyes flashed with satisfaction. This is the price for your arrogance. His lips slowly curved upwards, a cold voice. I will say the same to him. Hazu paused, his eyes wide. Hansu still tightly gripped the sword, softly commenting, a knight's treasures are indeed extraordinary, nearly sharp enough to break the Dragonshi armor. His face changed slightly, his eyes filled with hidden meaning. Thank you for delivering it. Mortal growled in dissatisfaction as he stepped back, shuddering. Could you have re-engineered your body? Hansu's hand was like a sharp claw ready to attack. It was too late now. He decisively pierced through Moraine's body, blood dripping in drops. Even if you changed your race, it wouldn't matter. Hansu stood still, his voice cold. Your heart is completely shattered by my technique. Moraine fell unconscious to the ground. After a moment, he tightened the sword, pale and in pain. Then Hansu withdrew the sword and threw it far away. The wound quickly healed and recovered. With a somber expression, he sighed, I did that by pushing myself to the limit to create 3 dragon hearts. I'm lacking healing potions now, but there's no other choice. A loud roar echoed. This special ability of the cultivation method is modeled after its creator's essence. Dragonshi actually borrows the power of dragons. Hansu's body gradually began to change, but it was his own body that changed. Compared to humans, human bodies are still inefficient. The reverse reaction from the transformation process is severe, and I still suffer damage when using it. He tightened the sword. My ancient language only reached about 35%. Smirking with satisfaction, Hansu pondered seriously. Due to lack of experience, maintaining this form is very difficult. 5 fists of spiritual energy exploded. Now it's just a matter of time. His eyes became determined, his thoughts firm. If I don't act immediately, I won't have the chance. Behind Hansu, Gasu still watched intently. He weakly fell to the ground, gasping for breath. His third eye moved quickly. His hazy eyes focused on him. A cold thought flashed through as Gasu collapsed unconscious. The more I fight you, the more I'll remember this grudge against you. Hansu carefully observed the scene inside the Calamity fish tank. They haven't arrived yet. This is my chance. With his quick movements, he leaped up decisively. Thanks to Sophia, I quickly got information about the Calamity fish crystal. From above, the crystal was motionless at a point. The Calamity fish crystal is high up, making it hard for me to approach on my own. But soon, a support will be prepared because it will react soon. Calamity fish lacks defensive systems against external threats. However, it has an excellent internal defense mechanism for emergencies. Hansu firmly believed that all approaches to the Calamity fish crystal were repelled by physical attacks. With his quick movements, he dodged and avoided them. It's simple but not more effective than this. Hansu swung his sword. Spiritual energy burst out. I can defeat them. Each slash they made recovered instantly. But considering the regeneration speed of Calamity Fish, simply cutting them down won't solve anything. His eyes changed to a calm approach to stop the regeneration process. Hansu slowly pulled out a vial from his side. The vial broke, and the liquid splashed everywhere. The sharp sword formed a perfect arc. The liquid immediately surrounded the Calamity Fish. The liquid hardened, not only making everything stiff, but also solidifying a large area it contacted, preventing the regeneration process from occurring. The shards of glass fell down, creating a dangerous situation. Hansu quickly retracted his sword and maintained a proud stance, as expected from alchemy formulas. It worked. I've checked the results now. The sword pierced through the liquid container, causing it to shatter and the liquid to coat the blade. His eyes were resolute in readiness, just needing to reduce their number. With quick movements, Hansu calmly approached the monster fish. It surfaced with a splash, creating a violent disturbance in the water. On shore, Minjin spoke slowly. What did Fair say? Aaron Pat's face paled as he calmly replied, the nearby assistants must be on high alert and ready to defend. He then spoke in a heavy voice. I've never seen the monster fish cause such chaos before. The monster fish was out of control, thrashing violently. What could have caused it to react like this? Sobbing with a lanky posture, he silently swam through the water as if swallowing fire and suffering in pain. Minjin's eyes widened in shock, his face filled with worry. Wait, something is coming. He waved his hand to stop them. Not now. We need to investigate other areas quickly. As he spoke, a sudden impact echoed. There was no way out. Aaron Pat suddenly fell heavily onto the ground. She immediately sat up with a strained voice. Just a little more. My life is over. Minjin's face showed confusion as he spoke hesitantly. You're Sophia Varer. Where did you come from? Sophia quickly stood up, her face panicked. There's no time. Move fast. What? He paused briefly. Where should we go? The monster fish is surfacing, showing a frenzied demeanor. It's thrashing even more violently now. She fell silent, her eyes downcast. I've never seen this before. The monster fish is truly in pain. Sophia silently felt each individual. It was just a statement that seemed irrational, but would be considered a legend by everyone. She clenched her fists tightly, angry at not being able to do it herself. But Sophia immediately felt guilty, silent tears falling as she finally escaped the guilt that had haunted her for so long. Hanzu's image flashed in her mind. She reminded herself he kept his promise. The monster fish's sharp teeth and mouth looked terrifying, causing Minjun to turn away in shock as its grip tightened on his collar. On the other side, Aaron Park was dragged along. The ground shook violently, a frightening sound echoed. Both of them retreated hastily, their faces changing. Sophia forcefully pulled them towards the debris that was rushing towards them. A look of shock and panic appeared on her face. What is this? Is it vomiting out what it ate? Why? He spoke loudly, questioning her. What did you do? Her lips slowly curved upwards. We've done it. Sophia smiled contentedly with a serious tone and urgency. She said, we don't have time anymore. We'll be swept away. We need to leave these areas quickly. He hesitated, releasing his grip. Michael slowly raised his head to observe. His skill was evident in the slight change in his eyes. He muttered and chuckled. Behind them, she panicked as she spoke with unease. If the anger of the fish with ears intensifies, the damage will spread to this area. Michael hesitated and replied coldly. Have you sent the report? The hesitant voice echoed. I just sent a pigeon to deliver the message that we'll be monitoring the condition of the fish with ears. That's still not enough. He immediately turned around, his tone urgent, and ordered another one. Michael's face paled as he tried to look uncertain. This might work. A sudden impact sounded, shaking the space as it began. The fish with ears suddenly shook, rocks falling from above. The fish with ears crystals seemed to change. Hazu firmly planted his sword down, his face pale, sighing slightly, just as expected. Looking up, he sighed resolutely. Relying on human strength is too exhausting. He gritted his teeth, thinking deeply. The physical tension in his body increased due to Hansu's faint comment. More importantly, The tentacles of the fish with ears are severely damaged and can't recover quickly. He immediately tightened his grip on the sword, his expression determined. However, with his quick movements, Hansu leaped up gracefully. The only way to overcome this is a direct attack. His claws instantly sliced through the air, rushing forward. He decisively swung his sword, delivering rapid and powerful strikes. Hansu executed a series of perfect moves. The sharp blade pierced down forcefully. Seeing it, the watermarks gradually spread as he spoke, the space around the stomach collapsing when the core was destroyed. Red energy spread throughout. Seeing this, Hansu resolutely said. Space slightly shook and the watermarks instantly disappeared. Now to the next step. The first certain way to kill the fish with ears is to destroy its core in the stomach. Hansu confidently passed by the core of the fish with ears. In front appeared a huge deep pit covered in black. A transmission line suddenly glowed. He kept his calm and composed mind. Finally, this is the last method to end this disaster. I will expel the poison through a dragon attack, then continue breathing here with my focused mind. Hansu decisively tightened his grip on the sword and charged forward. Things couldn't be better for him now. He quickly dodged each incoming dangerous strike, his eyes becoming resolute and sharp. Hansu launched a series of moves, his sword slicing through perfectly. Suddenly, one claw struck his entire body, heartbeats racing. Damn it, calm down. Hansu slightly staggered from the shock, his legs trembling. The core inside the fish with ears shook slightly. He frowned, breathing becoming difficult and hurried. Hansu quickly stood up, his sword slicing across. I don't have time to recover, I need to hurry. He paused, his eyes wide in shock and fear. In front appeared countless sharp claws and more traps than he thought. Hansu decisively retreated, silently calculating, I must retreat. His face changed, arms struggling to hold back. If he turned even once, he would keep retreating forever. His face became sharper, spiritual energy bursting out fiercely, his sharp blade cut across. Hansu quickly rushed forward, determinedly telling himself the only way is to move forward. Each action became quick and decisive, just a bit faster. Continuous and rapid sword strikes formed perfect streaks of light. The body veins seemed to change, spiritual energy burst out fiercely. I did it, supplying life force to the entire body of the fish with ears. Previously part of the World Tree Foundation, now it is. His face turned cold and unsatisfied. You are making things unnecessarily difficult. Hazu hesitated, his eyes closely watching as space shook violently. The fish with ears seemed to still move, its sharp teeth directed towards him. He tightened his sword, his voice coldly warning, so you will fight until the end, right? His appearance became frenzied, his eyes icy. If that's the case, I won't easily submit either. With his quick movements, Hazu rushed forward like a gust of wind. More accurate actions were performed, splitting the clone into many pieces. Suddenly, a tail wrapped around his leg. Hansu coldly looked down, wondering when that thing appeared there. He hesitated, a look of shock passing by. In front of Hansu appeared multiple tails of the fish with ears. They surround and tightly grasp you. Brilliant light explodes instantly. Suddenly, cracks start appearing. Hansu withdraws his sword coldly. Their eyes filled with hate. Both swords are raised straight towards the body vein fragment. Watch how you fight when I drain all your energy. The blade strikes forcefully but shows no damage. Hansu's entire body is transformed. His spiritual energy erupts. This has been harder than anything he's ever faced. He immediately counters with a series of consecutive moves. If direct attack proves too difficult, aim for the blood vessels instead. Just sever the connection between the body segments and the monster's ears. The sharp wind whips through the air as his expression turns pale in shock. Hansu's eyes turn hollow with madness. His inner core immediately glows. He slowly reaches out to touch it. There is admiration. It's smaller than expected despite its immense power to sustain the monster. Hansu grins triumphantly, finally getting what he wanted. Suddenly, the space around them trembles as the structure of the monster begins to collapse due to the loss of a body segment. A mysterious deep pit appears ahead. In this state, they will be sucked into destruction. He closes his eyes and calms down, loosening his hand to release the inner core. No, his breath grows weaker, his vision blurs. Hansu's body sinks slowly into the water. A cold voice speaks with hidden meaning. That is that person's illness. Find Hansu who defeated the monster. The dusk has fallen, the red water flows. A subordinate reports, Deputy Commander Liu, he's here. His commander is Liu Honghaedang. He watches to confirm. Indeed, that's true. Liu Hong examines and says this belongs to Kismaran, the attack commander. Then questions arise. He was tasked with managing Quadratus. So what happened to him? The subordinate reports, we have also found the bodies of other Quadratus members nearby, confirmed as part of Kismaran's unit. Han adds, just as he said, there are signs that all of them became victims of that person. Deputy Commander, we will. Liu Hong interrupts, no, as you see, the commander has gone. We should clarify our roles. The subordinate is shocked. Commander Liu Hong exclaims, it sounds good to him, but thinks he's different from Casmaran, who easily got his position just because he was here longer. Liu Hong asks further, what about other items you found? Are there any survivors? The subordinate replies, we are still investigating actively, but based on the ruins, it seems no one survived. Han adds, besides, we didn't find any ancient texts, but we're collecting artifacts from inside the monster. Liu Hong speaks slowly, a large creature dying without leaving an ancient text. Considering the situation here, who knows how many items are intact? He forcefully smashes his sword into the ground. More importantly, we don't know if he survived, but find every trace of him. Han Zusui. Liu Hong calculates from there, he must check the implanted in Quadratus, and then he discovers something at his feet. Here, Liu Hong follows the deep ravine. This will be where the monster's heart lay. He looks at what's before him. Part of its body is dying. What happened here? Liu Hong wonders if Han Zusui was really that strong. A subordinate rushes in. Deputy Commander. Liu Hong coldly asks, I am Commander Liu. What's the matter? The subordinate urgently reports, a large number of pilgrims are on their way here. Liu Hong asks, shouldn't we have been keeping this secret for longer? Shouldn't we have patrolled the outer area? The subordinate anxiously replies, there were too many people to block. What should we do now? But Liu Hong thinks it's fine. I'm sure they're just here because the monster is dead. He is very confident. There's no reason for a disturbance here. Just keep them away. Let them be. Meanwhile, elsewhere, someone asks, what happened? Who really killed that monster? The subordinate confirms, yes, the giant monster has died. Sang Jun hesitates. I heard there were countless mysterious artifacts hidden in that monster. Then he shouts, are you going to keep them all for yourself? Are you going to hoard everything for yourself? Everyone is shocked. What? Artifacts? Hunting here has become so difficult that we can't even get ancient texts. If I have one artifact, it would be worth it. Another group is eager. What are you guys doing? Just standing there, watching? Go get some items for me, okay? They're all in a frenzy. Yes, we have the advantage of numbers here. Liang Hong ordered, out of respect for that person's honor, we let you guys stay for now. Go away. This place is under our management. Haidang. He mobilized his entire army. What are you doing? Deal with them, subordinates responded in unison. Yes, Commander. So everyone turned this place into a battlefield. From up high, something is observing everything. This is what the divine eye sees, someone's treasure. The owner of that object has returned. I asked everyone to gather round the disaster fish to attract Haidang's attention. Sophia observed the chaos below. They really caused quite a mess, didn't they? She remembered clearly, I only asked them to spread some rumors, even if they helped, and I can't trust them. They are quite talented. Now, Sophia seriously evaluates the situation, but notices that those people deliberately incited others. This makes her wonder, who are they? She looks at the cunning group below, but Sophia thinks, even so, this is beneficial to me. It's good that they're distracted, but since they're facing Haidang, those people won't last long. From here, she reminds herself to seize this opportunity for search. I don't have much time. If one isn't enough, more will be needed. The system notified that the divine eye created a white thread sharing vision with the user. The more threads, the more magical power consumed. Sophia finds a solution. It's hard to control all of them at once, but for a silent search, I have no other choice. She sighs. 3 days have passed. Sophia is determined this time. I must find Hansu. He won't die easily, so I need to find him. She has faith that she will definitely find him. Somewhere else at the moment, Hansu is still unconscious. He lies beside a river of red water, his injuries severe. Fairy appears from nowhere. Today finally came. It raises its hand and hits Hansu's face hard. Seeing no response, Fairy feels helpless. It uses the final move. If you don't wake up, I'll kiss you. When Hansu wakes up, Fairy pretends to be disappointed. You're awake now, too bad. Looking at his current body, it seems he recovered quickly before the transformation process was reversed. He touches the stone he collected. Thankfully, I have everything I need. Then Hansu turns to Fairy as if waking him up. Long time no see. Do you miss me? He wonders what Fairy is doing in that area. Fairy chirps playfully. Terrifying indeed. You know we only appear when something extraordinary happens. It suddenly hugs Hansu. Yes, but I can't just sit and watch, because this situation is completely unusual. Fairy reveals something. Can you see? Your achievement. It shows Hansu's accomplishments. You're the first traveler to kill that thing. You know, that's our rule. Great rewards for great victories. Fairy explains, actually, it wasn't a target to hunt, so there are no rewards, but if none is given, it would be a pity. Hazu feels strange. If I were stronger, this wouldn't seem significant to me. He understands well because you all are brutal beings who enjoy cruel situations. You couldn't have come here with good intentions. Fairy responds, yes, that's why we had to think a lot. Now it asks, what can we do to make Lord Hansu jump into hell and struggle? Fairy spoke ominously, we've thought a lot about that. So it says, therefore, I'll make you an offer, not one to me. Fairy slowly laid out the conditions. If you accept the reward for eliminating the disaster fish right now. The system announced, skill rank 8, Lord of Souls. Hansu silently assessed, a skill allowing you to turn dead people into ghosts and summon them. No, that's not all. You can see it has special effects from martial magic. I can't even imagine how powerful it is. For someone like me, you can only have 7 skills. This will be extremely beneficial. Fairy exclaimed, don't get too surprised yet. It revealed that the reward has a condition related to the remaining disasters. Hansu skeptically guessed and then said, it's fine, that's enough. Fairy was confused. I haven't explained it yet. Hazu sighed, I don't need to hear more. I'll choose the second offer. Fairy clarified, unlike the first offer, the second requires you to eliminate all disasters to receive the reward. If any remain, you won't get anything. It asked again, will you still accept? And Hansu confidently said, it's fine. He immediately jumped into the river and promised to meet later. Fairy sighed, he accepted without needing an explanation. Indeed, you didn't disappoint me. It was just a test. If you easily chose the reward, I would have been disappointed. Fairy knew that identifying all disasters in the area was already difficult enough. I hope you'll struggle for a long time, very long, like a tree swaying to shake the space. Its face full of anger, the ancient tree spoke slowly. I can't hear it, the voice of the disaster fish. Then it spat out its foul-smelling mouth. The river surged forward. The red river flowed fiercely. Someone strongest stepped through the river. Hansu's hair fluttered after he surfaced from underwater. He evaluated himself. Even though he accepted the offer easily, the situation was quite complicated. And Hansu realized a clear truth. His existence accelerated the decline of the abyss. From then on, he reminded himself to finish everything faster than before. Hansu recalled King T's words. If we don't move using Okinian's spatial crystals, the more future knowledge used, the faster the abyss declines. He emphasized particularly, so you should run as fast as possible. This is troublesome. He can go back to the past, but I don't want to. Hansu sighed, it's troublesome when this was forced on me. But he also agreed, thinking about it, indeed, I had no choice but to accept this. Actually, I did. Hanzo instinctively reached into the air. His beloved Kyriel appeared before him. But that was just an illusion Hanzo saw, and right now Kyriel was fading away. Hanzo tightly clenched his empty palm, then he scanned around, reminding himself, in any case, each skill is a valuable asset in this situation. Hanzo knew that initially, he didn't expect any reward for killing the disaster fish, and he realized he would have to do it to maintain balance in the red zone and find the next disaster. Initially, Hanzo had calculated, with just a fragment of the disaster fish, he could lure them here. He put what he picked up into his pocket. Comparing now to before, unlike then, he had eliminated the disaster fish, obtained what he wanted, and repaid Sophia's debt. From there, he found a direction. He should meet Sophia, but needed to go somewhere else first. Just then, two people rushed in, one still trying to escape here. "What are you doing here?" Suddenly, Hanzo was surrounded, but he wasn't worried at all. Perfect timing. Hanzo relaxed his muscles. "I want to confirm something." He leaped in an instant. "It's good to have many people we can ask here." The leader attacked was extremely angry. "You!" Hanzo softly replied. "Don't worry, I'll make you at least able to speak." In just a few minutes, he finished everything and even took down the leader's name. Hanzo instinctively looked to his side. Judging from this pace, 3 days have passed. That means the others are acting differently now. Hanzo sighed. "Bad luck. I didn't expect to be unconscious for so long." He was quite worried. At this rate, he wouldn't catch the opportunity in time. Suddenly, Hanzo ran forward and looked at what had fallen on the ground. With a cold look, Hanzo stared ahead, wondering where Michael's shadow appeared from. "King Hanzo!" He suddenly laughed with satisfaction. Hanzo seemed uncomfortable. "What do you want?" "I'm busy. I need to leave now." But Michael's army was surrounding him. Harold Park stood beside, deep in thought. Sophia found King Hanzo. Didn't she meet him? Michael needs to find him first. Michael reminded them. "Harold Park, I'll ensure you're responsible for supporting the Seven Spirits' orders as per your will. Even though he's a Valkyria helper, don't do anything foolish." With that said, he jumped down to the ground, and Michael landed forcefully, making King Hanzo his top priority. Without further delay, he immediately drew his sword. With a wave of his hand, the space was enveloped by Michael's magic. Sophia appeared unexpectedly. She finally found him. She assessed that he always ends up with useless people. Sophia took a deep breath. At least, he's still okay. Michael wondered. Sophia and out. "Why are you, one of the Seven Spirits, helping him?" He said that person knew everything that happened here. "Of course, they also know about your involvement." Sophia declared, "I'm ready to face it if you try to stop King Hanzo." Then she told Hanzo to go. "I'll handle this for you. You have other things to do." Michael wanted to explain. "We seem to misunderstand each other. I just want to know, is he really the one who defeated that monster? The one causing trouble?" Hanzo rebutted. "Does it matter to you?" Michael replied, "I know, in that case, this is my only choice." Both Sophia and Hanzo watched his hand reaching towards them. Those above didn't blink, but Michael offered, "Grab my hand." Sophia questioned, "What do you mean? Why do you want to cooperate with me?" Hanzo asked, "What's in it for me if I team up with you? You shouldn't gain anything from this either." Michael assured, "Unlike Sophia standing beside you, I can guarantee direct support from my assistants. This isn't a bad offer for you." He continued, "I want to change this place. The red area has never changed since I arrived here," but Michael shared, "I need a strong breeze to stir up the stagnant waters here. I need someone like you." Sophia was still skeptical. "It sounds suspicious, but will you accept?" Hanzo exclaimed, "There are still people who want change, even now." And he agreed, "Okay then." Michael smiled, "Good choice. You've made a great decision. So from now on." Suddenly, the entire space trembled. Hanzo shouted urgently, "Everyone, get out of the way." Pieces of wood from the mountain suddenly fell like rain. A monster appeared from nowhere. Surrounding it were thousands of sharp spines. The fierce monster was threatening everyone. Seeing that, even more people were terrified. That thing, where did it come from? It's just a fake scream. Hanzo assessed it as just the body of an erupting volcano, one of its artistic talents. But it can swallow everything around it, and with its extremely durable body, attacks won't affect it much. Everyone is panicking, running everywhere. The destructive mouth aimed at each person, a single strike was enough to send someone off forever. Hanzo raised doubts. Usually, such creatures wouldn't rise to the surface, so why is it here? Someone's hand trembled and waved, "Commander, save us." But Michael didn't know what to do in this situation. He lost his cool. Damn it. If we stay here, everyone will die. We have to run. Hanzo firmly grabbed Michael's hand. You said you wanted to help me, right? Then let's go together. Michael was skeptical and wondered where he should go. This isn't the time for jokes. Hanzo reassured him, don't worry, we won't go too far. He then used magic to create an entry point on the volcano's body. Then he called out, come in. Michael was confused. It's not that easy to cut it off. How do we enter? Hanzo immediately pulled Michael along with him. When they arrived, he gently landed on the ground. Hanzo assessed the volcano's interior. It looked just as I predicted. But now Michael had arrived. Hanzo questioned, you're not very good at leading. Michael retorted indignantly. So who do you think is to blame? Who would have the common sense to drag others into this? Why should I be dragged into this? Hanzo repeated his earlier words. Didn't you say you'd help me? Michael explained, this isn't the kind of help I expected. More importantly, what do we do when we enter? Hanzo revealed that the liquid on the ground looked like nutrient solution. He continued, all disasters have one thing in common. Do you know what it is? Michael doubted again, the common thing. Inside the volcano's body, it was shaking. Michael was amazed. What's happening inside its mouth? Is something moving inside? Hanzo wasn't surprised. I guessed right when I said it was moving. Hurry up and prepare. So both of them stood silently to observe the power flowing into the volcano's body. Right then, several monsters appeared. Michael was so scared he closed his eyes tightly. All the monsters in that area were rushing towards us. He wanted to give up. It's too dangerous facing so many monsters. We have to run. At that moment, Hanzo spoke. The common thing you need to remember about all these disasters is. He tightened his sword and released a surge of power, activating the technique. Hanzo emphasized, when facing them, always look forward, there's no retreat. As he finished speaking, he swung his sword fiercely at the monsters, releasing abundant magic. Michael was amazed. How? He felt enlightened. How can he do this? No matter how strong he is, how could he advance like that? Then Michael asked, are you not afraid? Someone else chimed in with a familiar spell. Sophia explained, you've only met King Hanzo. She questioned, I can't believe you disappeared without saying anything. Did you think I would follow you automatically? Hanzo replied, Sophia, I understand your personality. We've known each other for not long. Michael became more puzzled. Why are the two of you talking so calmly? We have to leave here immediately. Sophia emphasized, I came here to help King Hanzo and fight with him. She added, if you're scared, just run away. Michael really wanted to curse. These madmen, monsters will keep appearing from that area. This isn't something people can solve. Hazel loudly warned more monsters would come. Get ready to go. Sophia was alarmed when she realized, the wind is coming. She knows about this. The relic room revealed. With all his courage gathered, Michael stood up to fight. No matter how foolish it may be, I promise to help you. So right now, I'll stand by your side. He's very eager. Sophia Varer. I will see the true power of the Seven Shadows. And most importantly, I will see the true power of that man. Michael asserts he changed the area, so I expect more changes in the future. Sophia secretly acknowledges, yes, after a short conversation, you can also recognize it. Hanzo has that kind of power. She knows well the power to change people, guide them, and then destroy monsters together as a group. Michael still uses all his strength to fight. Later he wonders, we're still holding on, but slowly being pushed back. You only meant to defend, Hanzo says. The number of monsters has clearly decreased. This means the first wave of attack is about to end. He turns to ask for advice. So, Sophia, do you see it? Sophia agrees, yes, since I entered here, I've been observing it as secretary. She reveals, I know roughly where it is. Just need to find it. Using her divine eye, it quickly flies through each monster, easily passing them. Sophia calculates if the root erupts, the next disaster will have a similar structure to the fish disasters. Attacking from outside would be meaningless. She analyzes, the main mouth is where the root erupts. The only place it can be damaged is inside. The actual body of the root lies beneath the world tree, hidden deep and hard to damage. Besides, Sophia realizes that if entering the main mouth, there's a hole from which monsters emerge. She focuses on her divine eye. Sophia sees where the monsters appear is its only weakness, the area connecting inside. A moment later, the divine eye returns. Swapia exclaims, "Found it." She moves into the divine eye to explore what was just discovered. Swapia faces obstacles. "I found the location, but the monsters aren't coming out, disrupting my connection." She adds, "Moreover, it's too deep. I need to pass through all these monsters first." Hansu softly says, "No problem." He upgrades his power and declares, "I just need some time." Hansu's eyes emit a cold glow. Both Sophia and Michael are surprised by him. Sophia feels King Hansu's elemental spirit has grown stronger. Michael is genuinely curious. He even has air manipulation skills that can transform his body too. Who is he? Sophia reminds, the elemental spirit won't last long, so we must quickly finish it off. She also thinks, no matter how strong you are, you can't handle all of them. Sophia stands up firmly, "I'll clear the way for you." Michael closes his eyes tightly. He announces, "I've sent a help request to the Ground Guild. I don't know when they will come to assist." Michael sincerely shares, "I can't just stand and watch them fight anymore, even if I'm not sure we can handle them." The monsters continue their fierce assault. Hansu stands still for a moment, feeling this. Images of his old comrades flash in his mind. So nostalgic. Hansu subconsciously smiles gently. Then he speaks, "Hold on, I'll use what I just received." So Hansu takes it out. The abundant dark energy flows up. Gasu's got good eyes for this. Hansu exclaims, "Finally something useful." This is the Forgotten Blade, a relic of Galadriel. Michael can't help being amazed. Just one swing and it's so powerful. This isn't the weapon Gasu carries anymore. Suddenly, Hansu requests, "Both of you, draw your weapons." They follow his order, drawing their weapons and performing a mana resonance, an inherent skill that allows one to borrow mana from another object. Hansu silently confirms this is the original way to use the relic. The Relic of Galadriel, one of the last relics found in the Forgotten region. Of course, it's useless without the stone shard to awaken it. Thanks to the magical resonance, we now have an advantage. Now, are you all dead yet? The battle has been going on for a while, but there are no signs of it stopping. It's chaos outside too. Don't retreat. More monsters will appear soon. I've never seen so many monsters before. Harold Pat asked widely, "Has the rescue team arrived?" He looked up anxiously. "Is this a delivery message from Michael?" And Harold Pat read the contents inside. Does he request help? Where did Liang Hong come from, crushing the bird and making Harold Park angry? What are you doing? Liang Hong remained calm. "I didn't know which cowardly rats were running around in our area. It turns out it's you." Harold Park only realizes now. Liang Hong from the lighthouse. Liang Hong quickly grasped the situation. "I told you we're here to find the Hansu." Confused by the misunderstanding, Harold Park couldn't deny it. Liang Hong was reminding him, "This is Lighthouse's issue. Dealing with this disaster falls under their jurisdiction. The support team should retreat." Harold Park thought, "But we can't leave when surrounded by so many monsters like this." Liang Hong explained clearly, "It seems there was a misunderstanding. I said you need to deal with the ground monsters. He's cunning. Anyway, we have other things to worry about." With that, Liang Hong disappeared. Now he has moved inside. Michael met Team 1 support. Michael asked Liang Hong, "What are you doing here?" Liang Hong warned, if anyone dares to act in our area, you'll be responsible for it. This is our managed zone. Stop what you're doing and go to the ground immediately. Michael argued, you'll regret it. Liang Hong reminded him, lying has its limits. Suddenly, the surrounding space shook violently. Liang Hong was startled. What's happening? The entrance is blocked. The wall is moving. They all looked up. Damn, I've never heard of monster mouths moving like this before. Michael said that's the issue. After all, using skills here is harder than outside. I never thought a simple delivery message would summon such an important person. If you want to get out alive, you have to cooperate with us. Liang Hong became angry. I'll make you pay. Just now, Hansu just eliminated all the monsters. Hey there, he warned, shut up and work if you want to live. Liang Hong secretly acknowledged, he's strong. I've never seen him before. This is the one who brought down the disaster. Hansu? He gritted his teeth in frustration. As long as the entrance remains closed, staying here is meaningless. Then Liang Hong ordered, with no other choice, move forward and eliminate those monsters. He took out the delivery bird. I need to inform them of our situation. Deal with King Hansu later, won't be too late. Despite being new, he's skilled and has improved quickly. But that's it, naturally, he'll get stronger with Sokya. One of the 7 shadows, Hansu, suddenly appeared behind him. That's not enough. Liang Hong had ulterior motives. If I can handle him, you'll definitely be promoted to commander. He said, what do you mean? Hansu confirmed, in this state, you won't survive. It seems the lighthouse is weaker than I remember. Liang Hong looked at his hand in shock as Hansu tightly squeezed a stone in his palm. It controls weapons, making Liang Hong's followers stunned. What's this? They were taken aback. The sudden force spread throughout their bodies. Everyone could feel the power clearly, but it took Hansu a lot of strength. I know, sharing mana among many people is difficult. His face gradually became tired. Hansu ordered with all his might, focus on controlling your mana during combat. A tree is planted in a mana stone fragment, and it's one of the most powerful plants. The plant covers the entire stone. Someone exclaims, we still can't control this many plants. The plant suddenly opens its eyes wide. Intruder detected. Fabian has appeared here. The battle is extremely intense. Move forward. Liu Hong just laughs, always on top of things. He's discovered something, never felt so useless as now. Strange indeed. The more he tries to suppress it, the clearer it becomes who's hiding this power. Liu Hong really has to admit, that impression is strong. He's eager. Report immediately. That person doesn't seem to know King Hansu's strength yet. Liu Hong believes with such power, even trapped in a mouth of the earth, with stronger magic surrounding us than outside, he could easily break through the walls, slowly encircling us. He has an idea. If I can catch King Hansu who ventured deep inside, then escape, he'll look at me differently, not like Kusmaran. He died in vain. Liu Hong hastily stands up. I'll handle it. But then is stopped by a monster. Damn! Liu Hong is furious. Why did the magic vein suddenly disappear? A strike against the monster that saved him, and he safely lands. I can't help you anymore. Find your own way out. Liu Hong hates it, surprisingly having to accept help from the most heretical member of the 7 Lights, her. He angrily summons, where's the attack team? Hold position and deal with them urgently. Sophia quietly turns around. She looks a bit tired, because she realizes she can't help him anymore. Hansu's magic is becoming unstable. She anxiously looks at the walls. What's happening inside? Hansu advances. I'll go in. Sophia quickly stops him. Wait, I've already said, entering without dealing with the monsters on the way will be very dangerous. No problem. We can't keep delaying. The only option is to advance deeper. Hansu replies, but I can't let my enemies behind me. So I'll go in first, rely on you from behind. So Sophia whispers, don't worry, I'll catch up with you soon. Inside this central route, Fabian is here. Soon he senses Hansu's presence, right? As expected, someone will stick their head out when I enter. Hansu orders the route's internal defense system. He tightly grips his sword, full of vigor. Hansu glares with sharp eyes. the last survivor of an extinct race, the sole Elfenheim soldier. He prepares to attack while Fabian stands still like a statue. Hansu moves freely, but Fabian remains unscathed. Now he extends his massive hand, striking where Hansu just stood. It forces him to struggle. Hansu focuses all his strength on the sword for self-defense. He realizes his movements are different because he's still alive, so Fabian hasn't subdued him yet. His plan is, I'll prioritize using Numaha's power over awakening artifacts with other crystal shards. And Hansu acts as planned. I can eliminate the ordinary magic defenses. Seeing Fabian injured, he acknowledges the attack was effective. Hansu focuses intensely, but his wounds are still shallow. I need to concentrate more power. Fabian's sharp fingers massage the ground, while Hansu continues his assault. Fabian extends his massive hand towards him. The gesture is terrifying. Without much effort, Fabian knocks down Hansu again, the impact causing the earth to crack. The system announces, Ygidrin, Elfenheim's 5th general, Ygidrin, Elfenheim's 5th general. He grimaces as expected from 2 of the 5 generals who died in Elfenheim. Hansu regrets, I could have caused more damage with that power, but they used artifacts to counter it. He says they are protective devices of Elfenhelm meant to protect the tree. Even though Elfenhelm fell long ago, they still function. Hansu feels the pain, this incredible strength. Ordinary attacks won't work. My right hand is broken from that last hit. He glances at his stats. Development rate isn't bad, showing him tension increases. Strength 3.3 to percent vitality 3.1, 5% accuracy 3.5, 3% perception 3.3, 9% magic 3.5, 1% physical resistance 3.1, 1% magic resistance 3.5, for percent dragon breath skill level 3.5%. He analyzes, despite the increased development rate and equal use of red mana, I can't completely block damage. Hansu connects. I left my strength behind to secure our rear. Everything is still within plan. If there's a variable, only he dares say, Elfenheim's generals are using artifacts very well. I awaken them with holy shards, but perfecting their use is another matter. He clearly outlines his goal, not the Elfenheim generals, but the source of their power. The hands of those monsters are rising. Hansu cursed, damn it. The second protective device has already been activated. Right before his eyes was Galadriel's entire army. They were charging at Hansu like hungry tigers. Yet he wasn't afraid at all. If they wanted to take him down, he had prepared to. At this moment, hurried footsteps approached. Sophia appeared just in time, blocking Hansu. The Galadriel army was targeting Hansu. He felt confused. What the heck is going on? We just killed a bunch of beetles to get here. Why are there more wraiths now? They're too strong. Sophia was surprised. Galadriel's army was controlled by the fish monster Tai Yuang, originally a protective force for this place. Liu Hong had to fight fiercely as well. He couldn't help but be surprised. He thought the magical pulse flow would be strange. But who could have expected such a large-scale battle to happen here? This way, their plan is ruined. King Hansu, how long are you going to keep fighting? Hansu swung his sword with great force. He exerted all his strength to attack the monster. Its black liquid substance splattered everywhere. A mana stone fell from above. Hansu sighed inwardly. He was still dealing damage, but they were healing too fast. He took another swing. Hansu was annoyed. That constant shooter was really annoying. His mouth was bleeding profusely. The longer he used Long Qi Gong and prolonged this battle, his body couldn't handle it anymore. Since he was using the power of the line to forcibly heal while maximizing magic, blood vessels in his body would burst out. So Hansu focused, just targeting one thing. The rest were just distractions. The core of the heart, the magical fruit gathered by the elves, Elven High as advertised. The clan once ruled the Red region to control the ecosystem and created mobile magical creatures. The World Tree and its foundation, the source of all life. These things about the tree were unique. They were entities hidden deep under the roots of the World Tree. Over time, these entities gradually lost their function due to interference from disaster creatures. One of them was the ship's spewing route. It once had a purpose. Initially, it was created to support the entity. Now, everything is different, but in the end, it became a disaster, causing the entity to fall into chaos. However, lacking authority, all it could do was stall time. Hanzo realized that perhaps that's why it activated the security system, just to buy some time. He analyzed that Elven II's army, more accurately, were entities existing only to protect the entity. The 5 generals, by channeling the remnants of Elven II through conservation magic, they became immortal armies, retaining their destructive power and regenerative abilities from their peak era. Elven II's physique was already more durable than humans, making them extremely formidable enemies. Besides, Hanzo knew that if he activated Long Transformation with Long Chi technique, he could create a momentary lapse. From this, he concluded that what they needed to destroy first was their regenerative ability. The magical energy from the entity continuously maintained the healing mechanism through the central core. Hanzo thought it was like fighting an immortal zombie. If they kept going like this, the battle would never end. He assured himself that the 5 generals were just bait. His sole target was the Numaha ring with destructive power. Following the plan, he would activate Long Transformation to boost magical strength to its limit and focus on a single point. He calculated that combining Stick's original power with the Divine Stone, he could add more magical energy from the Numaha ring. Hanzo prepared himself and focused all his strength into one attack. He swung several powerful sword strikes at Egislin. He was angry and intended to counterattack, but Hanzo was certain about his decision. Even with Fabian's armor, which was created from the Galabrian ruins, it couldn't completely block Numaha's destructive power, a unique item. He leaped high, sitting there while regenerating. Echidrin was attacked to the point where it had no chance to retaliate. Hanzo turned his head to see the result of his attack. At that moment, Echidrin launched a surprise attack. Hanzo quickly deduced the Echidra's durability. Each one matched Fabian's armor in strength. In other words, he could destroy them. Based on the current situation, if he increased his power further, Hanzo wondered if he hadn't used all his strength yet. Yet it split apart. But he sensed something unusual. This fake fox, did he intentionally loosen the magical aura around Jiddick to lure an attack? So only the main body not damaged would maintain its state. Echidrin's eyes turned deep red, his hands brimming with power. Hanzo regained his strength and chopped through each flying object, struggling to dodge obstacles. Only then did Hanzo realize that even after severing Stick's shape, its internal power remained unchanged. He cursed angrily, "Damn it, this is frustrating." Meanwhile, Michael was also fighting fiercely. Everyone was exhausted and nearly depleted of energy. Liu Hong's soldier felt helpless. How many times must he repeat this? He looked at his palm, feeling mana continuously fluctuating, making it hard to move steadily. Without this, I might have fallen down long ago. The monster, pierced by several swords, was now moving slowly. One of Michael's subordinates shouted in frustration, "Commander, how much longer must we fight like this? We've been attacking nonstop, but their numbers aren't decreasing at all." As the monster attacked him closely, Michael arrived just in time to save him. "Don't be complacent, they will revive. That guy is blaming us." Michael's assistant, "Everything that happened was caused by you guys." Someone's voice echoed, "Complaining won't help." Small pieces of ice fell onto the monster. "The name is Vera Sophia." Sophia said seriously, "Forget about other things and focus on fighting Galadriel's army. Otherwise, we'll all die here." Liu Hong silently assessed, "I thought Sophia and Vera were the ones who defeated it. Now he acknowledges it, but now I understand. Observing her, I realize who truly understands everything and acts decisively." Liu Hong also accepted this reality. Moreover, his strength is much greater than we thought. I must report this accurate information to the right person. Other matters can wait as long as we leave safely. Hanzo is still fighting Echidlin with great effort, each strike incredibly powerful. He faced obstacles, damn it, blocking one attack meant others came next. No matter how he tried, he couldn't block them all. But Hanzo kept charging forward. There's no choice but to fight. Fiercely attacking Echidlin, he used his leg strength to deliver a powerful kick, but the result was terrible. His foot felt torn apart. Hanzo gritted his teeth and endured, his will never diminishing despite such minor injuries. He charged again recklessly, using the rebound force to charge straight ahead. Magical stones surrounded Echidlin, waiting for Hanzo's approach before attacking. He thought a powerful strike would be worth it even if he got injured. Suddenly, Echidlin drew a magical matrix. But this was according to Hanzo's plan. Now there's no time left. This time, Hanzo launched a strong attack, moving behind Echidlin instantly. Then Echidlin sensed it and slowly turned around, but Hanzo focused on another target. He shouted, "I'm not aiming at you." The magical ice fragments were being destroyed by Hanzo. After a moment, he fell down. "I've spent too much time here already." Next, Hanzo redirected his sword. So Hanzo delivered the strongest blow to Echidlin. That's it. At Hia's shop, they were caught off guard. She looked around at the scene. Is this over? The knights suddenly wondered. They weren't regenerating anymore. Their energy source was exhausted. A familiar voice said, "We're safe now." Sophia was surprised and strained, but this is just the beginning. More isn't over yet. We must continue to the next position. Liu Hong interrupted. Wait, are you going deeper? If so, then Beacon's people will withdraw. He confidently said, "We're not fools to charge into a dead end. We followed you in an emergency situation, but don't misunderstand. We won't follow your orders anymore." Liu Hong emphasized, "We no longer have the duty to go with you. Do you agree?" Hanzo agreed wholeheartedly. "Yes," Liu Hong cheerfully said, "let each of us take our own path." He paused as a sudden sword strike from Hanzo hit him. Why can't we recognize his sword strike? Liu Hong shouted, "You dare attack me?" Hanzo explained, "Don't misunderstand, I'm not attacking you." He revealed, "I just opened up the path I would take. Right, and by the way, do you guys know how to hold your breath?" A large stream of water rushed down. Liu Hong turned around in surprise. Over there. The red water was rushing towards us. Liu Hong was pale with fear. "Wait, you." In just a second, it submerged everything. Liu Hong cursed. That crazy guy. Some managed to swim onto dry land. Liu Hong couldn't help hating him. That bastard. He's trying to kill everyone here. I can't believe he did this after we tried to escape. He hated it deeply. I didn't want to use this at all, but I have no choice now. Just need to get out of here. But the system notified that it couldn't be used, which confused Liu Hong. Can't use it. Something can move anywhere in the red area but can't use it. Hanzo clarified. It seems you still don't fully understand about the red area. You can't use it inside a disaster fish or world tree. More accurately, we're not in the dungeon, it won't work. He explained, in fact, a piece of holy stone is suppressing its function. Because Hanzo knew this was where the root spout was parasitizing on the world tree, at the center of the red area. He revealed some details. We're getting closer to the room with the tree because I have the artifacts of the 5 generals with me. According to Hanzo, so according to plan, I can awaken the artifact, but you didn't mention that, and just by increasing the number of artifacts I have, controlling and managing the mana flowing out of the holy stone will become easier. Even without using too much of its power, the holy stone is still incredibly powerful and should be used by someone skilled with artifacts or a potential user to fully exploit it. Hanzo thought, but things seem more manageable now. Liu Hong still held grudges. How dare you do such things and pretend nothing happened? He challenged, after we escape here, the position of the First Force Commander should be mine. As the leader of the First Guiding Force, I can't ignore this. Hanzo explained now, I didn't tell you before, if you want to get out, following the main trunk of the tree is the fastest way. He linked it to reality. Everyone here has high resistance, so you should be able to resist the poison too. Someone agreed, that's true, better than being poisoned. Liu Hong angrily rebutted, don't try to fool me. No one here can order me around. Hanzo turned away, do what you want. I don't care. Here it will be less dangerous, so whether or not you follow me is none of my business. He warned in advance. But if you choose to follow me, you can get out safely. That's all I'm saying. Hazu shared knowledge. The red area will change in an unprecedented way. Don't miss this chance with me. Michael hesitated. The red area will change. He praised, I've wished for such a change here. The red area has never changed since the day I arrived. But you did that. And Michael said, I need a factor to change everything. Someone like you. He doubted, I guess that's why people are careful with wishes, right? Michael firmly stated the guide will act independently. Liu Hong interrupted, even if you ask for power support from us, it's too late now. We'll definitely make you regret underestimating us. Liu Hong hesitated. Who would have thought Hansu would assert this? What? Hansu clearly stated, even if I can't drag all of you to follow me. He thought, I want to live up to Eris's expectations, but there are always exceptions. Liu Hong was irritated, still treating the guide with contempt. Sophia suddenly spoke up. Hold on, isn't something strange? She said maybe Hansu made a mistake this time. Using her divine eye, she saw something. She urgently announced, the observation skill detected movement in the nearby areas. Through the divine eye, Sophia clearly saw the monsters. Hazu was confused. Those shape-shifting monsters, this tree is going crazy. He observed, they look unfinished. I'm sure they'll die when their life force runs out. But until then, they seem to devour everything in sight. Is it because of that eruption losing control over the tree? Then Hansu regained his composure. Who would think something random like this needs to be handled by us? Right now, those bizarre-shaped creatures are lying defeated on the ground. Each team reported back, the ones in the rear have completed their setup. The precision attack team reported, assisting troops and support teams reporting in. Another group requested, we need more supplies. Someone called out, Johan, bring over some nutrient solution. He replied, on it. Johan immediately brought the container over. He took a breath, done. Things have been chaotic for days now. I thought this was just a joke. Johan is tired but seems to believe what he heard has become real. Johan is tired but seems to believe what he heard has become real. Old images flash through his mind. Even now, every time he thinks about the first encounter with the monstrous fish, his hands still shake. Johan asked, when did King Hansu start planning to eliminate these monstrous fish? Someone in a cloak heard this. What did you say? The other person asked, have you met King Hansu before? Johan silently assessed. He looks very strong. Was he one of the first guests to arrive at the red zone? He wondered, could there be any force behind him after all? Just like then, Johan had a bit of fear. Damn it, I didn't even know where he was. Later, Johan asked, who are you? I have nothing to say to someone I don't know. Johan warned, there are many backups around here, so threatening me isn't a good idea. The other person softly explained. No, I think we misunderstood each other. Sorry, that wasn't my intention. Then he took off his cloak. Sang-jin hesitated and apologized for not introducing himself earlier. I'm Choi Sang-jin, I just wanted to know because I'm Hansu's friend. He confided, I thought it wouldn't take much time. But it seems you finally made it here with Hansu's help. I've been helped by many people too. Johan replied, I knew he had changed a lot since he brought that boat in. But let me ask, what is King Hansu targeting? Sang-jin hesitated. If you're talking about this specific thing. No! Johan rebutted immediately. Didn't you say you were his friend? Sang-jin had no choice but to admit it. He struggled to explain. Hansu usually keeps his plans quiet and isn't one to share small details even if asked. More importantly, Sang-jin looked at Johan's expression. What do you think of that? He cut in, never mind. I'll decide on my own if anything happens. Sang-jin seriously requested, use me, Hansu. I've always been grateful. I was saved by Hansu too. Sang-jin imagined Hansu right before him. Looking at his palm, he decided to follow in Hansu's footsteps because Sang-jin believed he would need someone like him. He had faith that the key was whether he could catch up with him. That's why he didn't approach him in the red zone because I'm too weak. Just then, his teammates called for him to go. Sang-jin turned away casually. I have to go now. Thank you for telling me that. Before leaving, he smiled and said, "If you meet Hansu again but don't say anything, well, I'll do it myself." If it's Hansu, he would do the same. Sang-jin reminded himself, "I'm still weaker than Hansu. I need to work harder." He said, "I guess he must be fighting fiercely now." At another place, water was being shot out. It then accumulated into Fail's sphere, which Hansu is currently controlling. He seriously practiced, using the magic from the Holy Stone to fuel himself. He needed to focus more on power than maintaining strength. The water formed spheres and surrounded Hansu. Liu Hong stood there in awe. "Unbelievable. We knew he was strong, but not like this." He exclaimed, "Isn't it that he has become too powerful in such a short time?" He never said anything about this, so I wonder if he's as strong as Kasminyu. Hansu repeated, "Guys, let me make it clear. There's nothing waiting for us but a deadly waterfall ahead. And you say your final words, wishing each other good luck. Then we'll take off immediately. I'll push the speed up before you rest. After that, if you're up to it, follow me." The subordinate was worried. "Commander, only he knows the way out. We should follow him." Liu Hong emphasized, "We must follow." The subordinate was upset. "Sorry." Liu Hong ordered, "If we want to survive, we need to move fast and follow him." Everyone agreed in unison. "Got it." Someone is flying inside. It's almost done. This product made from a part of the tree is a perfect way for us to get the power we desire. From there, Alpha was created. That voice whispered to Alpha, "Awaken." The sound echoed. The living form maintained its grip on the demonic hand, which soon broke through the barrier. Ruth praised, "Good job, Alpha, listen to me." It demanded, "You need to hurry and eliminate the intruders." Alpha replied, "Strange indeed. One of my instincts shouldn't obey your command." Ruth was angry. "You dare? I am the one who created you. Your master. You're nothing but a clone made by me." Alpha rebutted, "Do you dare claim you created me?" Gata charged at Ruth in fury. Alpha delved deeper into the tree. "It should be here." Ruth was taken aback by this action. Alpha approached closely, handing over the key to the exoskeleton. With narrowed eyes and a deep voice, "You dare." It screamed in fury, "You dare attack me." Alpha showed no fear. "How foolish." Gata retorted, "Think about our current situation, fool." Alpha declared, "I will turn the tide of battle." Ruth secretly acknowledged she was caught off guard by this sudden attack, but seemed to still follow her commands. So it replied, "Okay." Then Ruth wrapped her hand around Alpha's. She handed something important over. "Take it. Feel the right thing. Alpha, good job. We found what we were looking for. It must be here." Suddenly, Antha broke into a twisted smile. He cunningly squeezed whatever was inside, causing painful screams of agony. "What?" It tried to stop him. "What are you doing?" "That's the Holy Stone. Stop!" Now it was helpless, only able to cry out in pain. Meanwhile, Anther was extremely satisfied with his actions. Then he forcefully took the Holy Stone out. This caused Ruth immense pain without end. Alpha still whispered, "Don't be afraid." Gata confirmed maliciously, "I will keep my promise and resolve this situation." Right now, those monsters are attacking. Liu Hong had to use all his strength to defeat them. Sophia fought fiercely on the other side. Michael encouraged, "Hold on a bit longer. Soon enough, we'll find their weakness." Suddenly, countless trees sprouted from the ground, terrifying everyone. "What's this?" Thousands of trees surrounded them. Everyone was shocked. "Everyone, be careful." Someone rushed forward. Han Su swiftly attacked the monster. Liu Hong was controlled and couldn't do anything. Han Su ran to cut down a tree to save them. He seriously observed the current situation. Han Su's eyes met something nearby. It turned out those trees had ambushed, and Han Su managed to turn around and slash them a few times. Now, in front of him were numerous monsters. At this moment, Han Su used the water spheres he just created. The strong ones fly through the monsters, but Han Su hasn't had a chance to rest yet. The tree roots keep attacking him. But Han Su can feel that his internal defense system is weaker than the disaster fish, and the monsters are also getting weaker. His sharp eyes observe the situation, but the others have lost much of their strength. After all, they're weakening gradually. Only Sophia keeps fighting with full speed. Hansu wonders if it's because he's being pressed. He hesitates. Should he move straight to the target? Someone suddenly exclaims, "It must be him." Everyone looks around. The smaller ones seem to have stopped moving. Sophia immediately looks at Hansu. This can't be. She shouts in fear, "Hansu!" But now he's moved to another position. Hansu delves deeper into the tree and sees a rich source of power beneath. That's where the energy for the tree comes from, but it is gradually weakening. Hansu speculates that the tree has cut off its energy. An unexpected voice suddenly speaks behind him. Down here, Hansu quickly looks down into the abyss. There are people below. Without hesitation, he jumps down. He believes someone must have taken a piece of Hansu and wonders who it could be. Besides us, no one else should be able to reach the center of the volcano. When Alpha appears, walking with the insects, smarter ones, Hansu's gaze towards him is filled with hatred. Alpha has figured out the situation. It seems someone can use the key correctly, even if not from our race. He's cunning. Let's talk a bit? And Alpha knows something about the key that person holds. Some information states the real names of the 5 relics owned by the 5 generals and why they're called, such as simple. It's a hypothesis, but if one collects all the relics, they would have full control over the world tree's abilities. Hazu stands silently opposite Alpha. He pays attention to every word. That name, Alpha mentioned the relics as keys. And Hansu remembers only those from the Elven realm and Hell called them like that. Only one existence can mention such wonders. However, they can't be here now. From this point, he prepares to conclude. That means Hansu is certain. So you are a clone. Alpha responds. You figured it out? Gata continues revealing. Not only are you using the key, but you also know its origin. Hansu says, I've heard about it. He wonders, so what do you want to tell me? Enfa speaks slowly, the key you possess. He arrogantly demands, give it to me and disappear, and despises a worm like you doesn't deserve it. Hansu smiles slightly, if so, I'll make a proposal myself. He sets the condition, be silent and bring me the fragment of the holy stone here. Hansu confirms that something fake isn't worthy of having it. His words make Enfa hesitate, then he grins with satisfaction. Enfa suddenly laughs loudly. Not only that, but he laughs like a clown. He mocks, you don't even know your position. A worm like you thinks you can kill me? Meanwhile, every word Hansu says is serious. Enfa prepares to attack, leaving no choice for you. He releases a quantity of magic, instantly turning into a sword. The green ball turns red. Hansu is shocked. Alpha has created a black hole. Hansu is alarmed. That attack could kill thousands of skilled warriors. He knows its name, Death's Edge. Alpha yells, I'll show you my position. From the black hole, more magic balls emerge. Now struggle with all your strength. He continues to mock. A worm like you doesn't even know where you are. You think you can kill me? Hansu should take out his water spheres. As that attacks, the powerful energy from Hansu's ball blocks it. Alpha recognizes 7 holy ice balls. I didn't expect such a weapon from the 5 generals. But what if I do this? This time, the magic he releases is doubled. It rushes towards Hansu like a sharp needle. Yet, he just stands and looks up. Hansu chooses to use his sword to cut everything down. Turns out you found their weakness. Each ice ball is very fragile, like Hansu's eyes focusing all their power. But you can clearly see how they move, and Alpha's magic is falling to the ground. Hansu keeps flipping. These ice balls are still capable of dealing damage to 1,000 warriors. Their numbers are indeed overwhelming. The ice balls keep taking turns attacking. Hansu wraps himself in water shadows for faster movement. In this battlefield, it's like a game of tag. You constantly stay alert all around. This time, Hansu decides to swing his sword in a circle, revealing a clone using the regenerated weapons. He tightens both magic spells. He'll use that method. And now, your Alpha's magic has become yours, so the ice balls are starting to change direction. The magic on Alpha's sword has stopped working as Hansu is fully controlling it now. The other ice balls have stopped and are hovering in midair. Alpha looks up with surprise. What? Gata shouts, "Impossible! I can't control the holy ice balls anymore." Alpha is angry. "Damn it, my executioner spell isn't working as intended. The magic I used to control the holy ice balls is fading away." Gata shouts in frustration, "You, impossible!" Alpha is puzzled. "Do you know the password of the magic?" Hansu speaks slowly. "I told you before." Then he focuses all his mana on Gata. Hansu says, "I've heard a little about it." He pauses to look at Anfer. Hansu praises, "I'm quite surprised. You're a clone, and you can summon ice ball armies." Immediately, he shifts the balls to destroy Anfer. And Hansu emphasizes, "However, a good weapon only shows its true power through." Then Hansu leaps high. "This is all someone with your abilities can do." His face shows seriousness. Now Anfer can only grit his teeth and fight. Finally, Hansu delivers the final blow. Anfa exclaims, "So this is the end." Hansu's magic sword touches Anfer. He curses in hatred, "That damn guy!" using his remaining strength to retaliate. "Die!" Hansu focuses intently on every move. Next, he runs towards Anfer. So Alpha has to retreat a bit, but Hansu isn't stopping. He delivers a powerful blow to Alpha, making the guy lose strength from pain. Hansu boldly assesses, "You're still inexperienced." Alpha struggles to get up and move away. Hansu's hand falls towards him, asserting he won't let you escape. He shoots ice balls in Alpha's direction, attacking relentlessly so the guy can't run. So Alpha decides to jump high, breaking some holy stones in the process. Hansu controls them towards himself. Alpha takes another hit. Damn it! Now he has to admit that his magic control is truly impressive. Alpha has lost a lot of strength. He can perfectly control them without any effort. Gata doesn't want to accept the truth. Even with those holy stone fragments, it's still illogical. Alpha thinks, after training with magic for a decade like this, maybe his ability is slightly better than mine in controlling magic. But when he looks back, Alpha grits his teeth and admits, "No, he completely outclasses me." And now Hansu leaps again. Alpha is helpless. He could easily kill himself. Gata stands still, staring at Hansu. He has accepted that he will die, but like this? His eyes pierce through the air ahead. Alpha is extremely desperate. He hasn't even achieved his goal yet. Is there something driving him? Alpha is determined. He can't fail. He takes out his sword to block. He must survive. Alpha shouts, "I can't die here." The two powerful swords clash. Hanzo stares in disbelief, unable to cut through them. Some magic is flying above the battlefield. Hanzo stands still. This shape, it prevents him from attacking. But Hanzo is certain about his guess. He can't be wrong. Alpha has transformed into a celestial armor. Hanzo knows about this information. The celestial armor is an invincible suit that can absorb all types of weapons. Weapons absorbed by it will provide additional energy to it. And he understands the situation. Things are getting complicated. Hanzo is serious. Now we have a legitimate reason to kill people. The battle continues. Hanzo exclaims, "No wonder you're our opponent." They are evenly matched now. This makes Hanzo acknowledge he's really strong. Alpha fights hard. It doesn't absorb all the damage but still takes a lot of hits. He knows they are in danger. Alpha assesses the situation. Currently, he can't use the armory. If he could activate it alongside the celestial armor, he would win for sure. Gata is confused. What should we do? It's only a matter of time before he breaches my defenses. After a moment, an idea pops into Alpha's head. Gata grins slyly. "I have a plan." Alpha remembers something. The weapons in storage. They can't be used due to magical conflict, but still exist. This gives Gata more confidence to fight. Alpha wonders if he makes the celestial armor absorb them. What then? Hanzo asks curiously, "What are you planning? You can't use your manufactured weapons anyway?" Only now does he realize. There they are, all the weapons laid out. Alpha uses the weapon-absorbing technique. Gata is proud of his plan. Alpha laughs. "You just realized, didn't you? It's too late. I'll show you now." Alpha feels clearly. It's over. The armor is absorbing so much that he can't handle it anymore. Thinking about his current success brings him some comfort. But not for long. Alpha is helpless. There's no way out. Gotta devises a plan. We just need to. Alpha exclaims. You want this too, right? The magical attack pressure hits Hanzo. Alpha is confident. Let's see if you can hold on. Hanzo grips his sword tightly and channels all his strength into it. The celestial armor slowly appears, incredibly powerful. You're done. I'll transfer control of the celestial armor to you now. On Hansu's face, skin peels off as his eyes widen in shock. Hansu will transform into a magnificent celestial being. Lightning bolts ignite fiercely. Witnessing this struggle, Alpha calmly says, "It's meaningless. The chance of death for someone controlling the celestial armor is 9 out of 10. The guy laughed and said, "It was never feasible from the start anyway." But after nurturing the celestial armor knights with all weapons in the armory, the current inheritance challenge became even harder. Alpha's face showed a moment of contemplation as he thought. He expected to be devoured by the celestial armor immediately, but he fought back surprisingly well. Looking at the massive body of the celestial armor, Alpha analyzed that even if he died, he couldn't use the celestial armor, probably leaving it here and go into the world tree next. With these thoughts, he turned around and left, not forgetting to mutter as he went, "I'll come back when you're dead." Inside the celestial armor's body, Hanzo was drenched in sweat, his face pale with pain. He couldn't take it anymore. The celestial armor staggered down like it wanted to collapse. He lamented, "The pressure is unbearable." He wondered if he would transfer power because of this. By now, the celestial armor was completely collapsing in agony. He thought, "This is really dangerous. If I make a mistake and raise the 9 dragons Qigong to its peak, I might survive, but that endangers my life." Suddenly, the celestial armor fell down, his body erupting with fierce flames, power surging uncontrollably. Hanzo firmly thought, but now is not the time to think about such things. Hanzo returned to human form, but didn't stop there. His body seemed to be undergoing another transformation, sparks of fire and electricity igniting fiercely. Layers of aura began to cover Hansu's face, making him grit his teeth in pain. Hansu stamped hard on the ground, causing it to shake violently. Now he had transformed into a new shape with sturdy armor covering his body. Then Hansu swung his arm, and pieces of armor broke off along with lightning slicing through space. Instead was a Hansu with wings spreading wide as the foam from the 1,000-year-old sea. Later, fragments of iron armor scattered across the ground. Hansu gradually returned to human form. His body was torn and couldn't stand upright anymore. Unable to bear it, Hansu fell heavily to the ground with a loud thud, the space falling silent. After a while, he struggled to get up, shivering weakly. Step by step, Hansu used his strength to stand up despite the intense pain. He tried to move but couldn't lift his feet as if an invisible force was pulling them down. Frowning deeply, Hansu spat out a large amount of blood on the ground. In this silent space, Hansu stood still before the bloody mark, silently thinking how dangerous it was. Holding his mouth, Hansu looked at the blood stain on his hand and concluded that using all 9 dragons Qigong was beyond his strength. He stood there in deep thought, having placed a heavy burden on his body even with just a little use. He wasn't yet at the level to freely use it. Hansu's face turned pale as he considered temporarily sealing it away. Turning round, he muttered, "Looks like he really fled." Guessing that Hansu had used teleportation to escape, he wiped the blood from his mouth. He thought the other might have left using a teleportation spell. Seeing a sparkling holy stone under his feet, he said, otherwise, he wouldn't have left this behind. Picking up the holy stone, its light blinding him, Hansu muttered, "Let's see what it does." Hansu's lips moved silently as he thought about the celestial armor. From his arm, illusory details of iron armor began to appear. Then a complete hand with sharp claws extended out. Finally, an imposing image of the celestial armor appeared, dominating the space. Hansu stood in front of the massive body of the celestial armor. He looked at the tightly clenched fist and thought with satisfaction, "I like it. It moves completely according to my will." Finished, he quickly put the holy stone into his pocket. The celestial armor, besides eating weapons, has another amazing effect. Standing in front of the illusory image of the celestial armor, Hansu's face showed a strange calmness. His mind was lost in thought, showing its powerful defensive capabilities against similar weapons it had consumed before. Looking up at the complete body of the celestial armor, he concluded that the celestial armor had completed its red evolution process. In the silent air, Hansu stood under the illusory image of the celestial armor, his hands clenched tightly, exuding a calm and composed demeanor. After some time, Hansu also retracted the celestial armor into his ring, muttering, "Maybe it doesn't need to be fed anymore." Looking ahead, Hansu said, "It seems the monster isn't appearing anymore." On the other side, Michael asked curiously, "Where did Hansu go?" Hearing this, Sophia's face fell as she hesitantly said, "I saw him rush off just now." But before she could finish, someone approached and asked, "Did he abandon you?" Liang Hong stepped forward with a proud look, saying, "If we follow him, he does this. He's an irresponsible man." Hearing that, Michael replied sarcastically, "But Beacon followed quite well too." "Right," Liang Hong awkwardly added, "we just had no other choice." He continued, "If he hadn't submerged us in the toxic water, we could have left already." Beacon was planning to retreat from the start. Hearing this, Sophia and Michael stood silently without saying anything more. Liang Hong seemed pleased as he asked again, "Did I say something wrong? If you want to say something, just say it." But he didn't know that Hansu had appeared behind him for a while now. Seeing this, Michael asked, "So where did Hansu really go?" Liu Hong startledly turned around and saw Hansei approaching. He exclaimed in alarm, "When did you come back?" He calmly replied, "I've eliminated the main body." Hearing this, Michael was surprised and asked, "So you have already eliminated it?" Hansei brushed past Liu Hong. The misty village smoke fades away as he directly says, "It's not me." Hearing this, he forces a smile and asks, "Then who?" "You don't answer but just say, 'According to me, I'll lead you to the ground.'" Michael quickly agrees. "All right." Meanwhile, Liu Hong still stands in shock, looking at him. Hansu speaks calmly, "You may not listen to me, but I've never ordered you." He continues sternly, "I hope you won't make me repeat it." Hearing this, Liu Hong's expression turns slightly resentful as he clenches his hands. Looking at Michael, he sees that he is also looking at him. Michael's eyes slowly open with a cold glint. With a teasing look, he remarks on Liu Hong's surprise when Hansu suddenly appeared and asks, "When did you turn around?" This action reminds him of his awkwardness then, cursing under his breath, "That damn guy." While Liu Hong is still miffed by the taunt, Hansu is lost in thought. "My body has been destroyed, but I've obtained a fragment of the Holy Stone. However, there's something that worries me." Thinking about Alpha's strange appearance with high weapons, each lightning bolt shooting out ceaselessly, Hansu uneasily thinks this copy might hold all the king's power. At this thought, his face turns somber. If it is indeed like that, things will get much worse. The image of a dark place with faint light. The giant creature's body bends on the tree trunk. Hanzo speculates he must be heading straight for the flower now. In a dim and dense forest, the cold air surrounds this place. Just as he thought, Alpha has returned to the flower. Gaunt says, "Finally, sacrificing the celestial armor was worth it." Alpha clenches his teeth, wondering why. Unable to contain his anger, he opens his sharp-toothed mouth and roars, "After giving me all my authority, you're still sleeping in your own body." At this moment, the flower begins to move slightly. From across the lake, Alpha's voice echoes, "The world tree is withering, and Elventon no longer exists, but down here are humans who will replace them." Standing before the flower on the lake, he speaks to himself, "Now I'll correct past mistakes for a new future." His face shows deep contemplation. The entire Akiran falls silent as the air around the flower is filled with smoke. After a moment of silence, Alpha turns away and mutters, "You failed to save your people, to protect Elvenhire. And finally, you lost yourself too. The cowardly king, watch from where you are. I will do everything." Recalling Hanzo's cold image, Alpha strokes his head. The key is what he possesses. I must retrieve Galadriel's sword, Echidrin's beads, and Fabian's ring. Thinking this, he recalls Fabian and firmly resolves, Echidrin and Fabian are one, so he must be keeping Fabian's ring. Alpha steps confidently as he thinks, after reclaiming the administrator's authority, I need to enter harmony. Standing before the bright circle, his own thoughts demand great power, not ordinary tricks. Alpha stands in deep thought then sneers, the light reflecting on his face making him look more sinister. The sky is now extremely dark with swirling clouds like a giant vortex. Looking down at the tree wrapped by a giant creature, he firmly thinks, I will use this. What Alpha refers to is Ouroboros, which is silent and its body shines with sharp scales. He's now clinging to a branch, preparing to jump. Alpha gains momentum and leaps down forcefully. Finally, he releases his hand and jumps straight down with a cold expression. Alpha quickly lands on a nearby branch. With a dazed look, he surveys his surroundings. Then Alpha stands up, carefully assessing the terrain and planning each step. Without hesitation, Alpha leaps down at high speed. He easily jumps over branches with great agility. Alpha's feet touch the ground. Finally, he approaches Ouroboros' body. In the strong light, Alpha looks at Ouroboros. He stands aside. He gazes intently at the thousands of eyes glowing inside, looking very terrifying. Alpha commands fiercely, move, dare to challenge your creator. Hearing his command, the parasitic crickets immediately rush out, roaring fearfully. Standing among the crickets with a calm demeanor, he looked inside the scales and smirked. That's right. Alpha stared at the grasshoppers with a thoughtful expression, thinking that the original had failed in the end. Stepping slowly between the shadows, Alpha heard sharp teeth chuckling, confirming to himself that now he was the original. Thinking this way, Alpha said, "Good, then." With a satisfied look, he sneered and declared, "From now on, I am Tech-Kirin." The scene switched to Hanzo standing somewhere, looking contemplatively into the void. Seeing everyone gather around, some arguing, others laughing and chatting happily, Sophia's thoughts wandered, thinking she had died and didn't even have time to struggle. But she never expected someone could return from there. After a moment of contemplation, she stood still, gazing into the distance. Michael approached her and asked, "What are you thinking about, Sophia?" Before he could finish, he laughed and said, "Never mind, I'm sure we're all thinking the same thing, so asking is pointless." Both of them whispered to Hansu's solid back, "He killed the disaster and the root sprout." Since that person appeared, the red area had changed a lot. Michael half smiled, saying, "Honestly, I almost gave up." Recalling his time kneeling before someone, he said, "Even that person said it was impossible, and I couldn't even imagine defeating one of those disasters." Continuing with determination, he said, "But in the end, he did it and alone too." He continued firmly, "I'm sure he'll have a mutual interest with him." While Sophia listened silently, Hansu had already taken off his shirt and undershirt. Smiling softly, her cheeks turned slightly red. She laughed loudly, covering her mouth. Seeing this, Michael folded his arms and asked casually, "Why are you laughing?" Sophia's eyes wide with laughter said, "Just that, I feel like something completely absurd is about to become real." Hearing this, Michael nodded, saying, "I understand." Suddenly, a pigeon carrying a green light flew over. A girl looked up and asked curiously, "What's that?" The other person replied, "It looks like a messenger pigeon." Everyone gathered around watched the messenger pigeons fly and land, wondering why there were so many. Back at Tech-Kirin's hideout, the air was eerily silent. Suddenly, someone ran frantically as if from something. He ran with his teammates, constantly looking back to check the situation. But tripping on a stone, he fell and kept shouting for help. His teammates were sweating, unsure whether to go back or run away. But they chose to flee in fear, ignoring the cries of "Please don't leave me behind." It was too late. He was attacked and spat out blood. The ox beetle delivered a fatal blow, causing painful screams to echo. With cold eyes, it watched as the young man was torn apart in an unimaginable way. From afar, it saw Hansu's group approaching. The parasitic ox beetle carefully observed Hansu's face. It then looked at Sophia talking with Hansu. Realizing what needed to be done, the ox beetle showed a twisted smile. Remembering Takiran's words, it thought of stopping humanity. The image of the vicious goblin appeared in its mind along with his words. Until we fully control Ouroboros, ensure they cannot leave this place. Takiran's brows were tightly furrowed as he ordered, stop them from crossing into the orange zone. The Ouroboros was tightly around a tree. It didn't nod but remained silent, listening to its prey's breath. In the dark forest of the red area, eerie chirping sounds echoed. Everyone felt the danger and their faces turned pale with fear. Someone warned it's coming. As the cold breaths grew closer, a scream of the parasitic ox beetle was heard. In front of them, a herd of mad ox beetles charged out, ready to tear anything in their path. Each ox beetle quickly moved towards the camp ahead. Ferris saw this and ordered everyone to prepare for battle. Part and Minchin got into fighting stance as she continued, if they breach our defenses, the red area will be lost. The other members held their weapons tightly, but showed fear on their faces. Meanwhile, Ferris urged, at all costs, we must protect this place. Johann wasn't immune to fear. His face turned pale as Ferris's voice continued, holding out until help from other clans arrived. Pat gripped his weapon tightly, his hands shaking uncontrollably. Pat's sweat dripped like rain, gritting his teeth and speaking each word with difficulty. We must stop them. Is that all we have? At this moment, the locusts swarmed in, their numbers so vast they blocked out the sky, turning it black. Hansu sighed, a green signal flew to report information. It hovered before Michael, emitting a blue aura. He opened his eyes and said seriously, the parasitic locusts inside Ouroboros have appeared. Sophia looked shocked while Hansu remained calm. Michael continued, their number exceeds 100 million. Hearing this, all members felt fear. Slowly, he added, even if we gather all clans together, we can't withstand them. This is truly irrational. Hazu crossed his arms, pondering, are the parasitic locusts advancing? Why so suddenly? The image of the swarm appeared in his mind. Parasitic locusts are guardians within Ouroboros. They guard the drums, stopping anything that tries to break Ouroboros' scales. Thinking of Ouroboros tightly wrapped around a tree, Hansu analyzed, so they can't act without reason. Now, Ouroboros, who could command them, is focused on drinking poison. It has no reason to issue such an order now. For 500 years and in his past life, this never happened. Realizing this, he frowned, his eyes filled with doubt. So, the image of Takiran's maniacal laughter came to mind. Hesitantly, he said, Hansu stood still, knowing his guess was right. He had predicted that he would become a variable, but this situation is really troublesome. Deep in thought, someone called out, startling Hansu as he turned around. Behind him, Liu Hong hurriedly ran over and shouted, the locusts of Ouroboros are going crazy because of you. Hearing that, Hanzo asked in surprise, what do you mean? Liu Hong said confusedly, don't pretend to be stupid. He continued his reasoning, if you hadn't started hunting the threats, this wouldn't have happened. How will you take responsibility for it? Michael also became indignant and spoke up, stop talking nonsense. There's no causal relationship between these two things. Ignoring Liu Hong's words, Hansu turned to Sobia and said, Sobia, can you use your librarian skills to calculate how long it will take for them all to descend? Sobia was surprised and asked back, are you talking about the time when all parasitic locusts descend? He quickly replied, no, not them. Hansu pointed straight ahead and clearly said, Ouroboros. Michael and Sophia stood still, exclaiming in unison, what? Hanzo looked distant, pondering that this wouldn't just end with the locusts flooding down. Thinking of Takiran's forms, Hanzo confirmed, he is a clone, meaning he possesses some of the king's power. With so much power, he can command the locusts to act. As Ouroboros began to awaken, Hanzo quickly concluded and said confidently, he will try to control it. As Ouroboros started waking up, it crawled down rapidly, its sharp claws ready to snatch a prey. Of course, fully controlling Ouroboros would take time. After all, he is one of the four evils, Once he gains control over Ouroboros, he will immediately bring it down. He summarized, so we must act quickly. Thus, Hansu called out loudly to Sophia, "Sophia, hurry up!" In his mind, he calculated that the longer it took for Ouroboros to descend, the more time they had to prepare. Deep in Sophia's eyes was the image of Ouroboros' lair. She pondered and said, "About 2 weeks." This left Liu Hong and his team speechless. Liu Hong gritted his teeth, thinking, "This is over. The order from Hansu isn't important anymore." He immediately ordered his subordinates loudly, "The area is in danger. Follow me." Seeing this, Sophia asked curiously, "Where are you going?" "We must work together to stop it." Liu Hong's eyes turned cold as he said, "Why should we do that?" As she was still worried, Liu Hong continued, "The mirror is about to open. All we need to do is escape at the right moment." Sophia thought, the time for opening the mirror has come. An image of a deep green lake appeared in the red area. That was the mirror, a vast lake between 6 great pillars. In this sacred red region, it was the path to the next area but only opened once a month. A foot stepped onto the surface of the water, making it flat like a mirror. "We can step into it then." The image of Hansu crossing the lake and going to another place proved that those unworthy couldn't enter, while those worthy could. Sophia pondered, "This is obvious. All members are high-ranking guests in the tribe. When the mirror opens, they are certain to succeed in entering through it." After a moment of contemplation, she asked, "Are you saying that all members of our clan will escape through the mirror when it opens, right?" Liu Hong spoke selfishly, "Yes, we have no reason to die uselessly here, don't we?" Hearing those words, Sophia burst into anger and shouted, "What about Lord Ariza's and Miyamoto's orders? What are you going to do with the people still on their way?" Nevertheless, he calmly asked, "Isn't that already clear enough?" As Liu Hong spoke coldly that they would die under the mantis claws, a vivid image of the bloodthirsty mantis horde appeared. Continuing to think about Ouroboros' terrifying image, she said in a low voice, "Or we might be devoured by it." While casually turning his hand, he commanded, "Why should I worry about an order from 20 years ago?" Each word Liu Hong spoke made Sophia furious. She gritted her teeth and cursed, "Damn you." Seeing this, he ignored her and turned away, walking while gesturing with his hands. "Don't look at me like that. Not just us. The other clan members are thinking the same way too." Before leaving, Liu Hong turned back arrogantly and said, "If order is established, things might have been different, but people only talk about righteousness when they're in paradise, not hell." Hearing this, Sophia couldn't say anything more. She started to follow him. But then Sophia stopped, her mind in a state of confusion. In this situation, all the remaining travelers might be massacred. Thinking about it, Sophia's eyes widened with fear, and she muttered, "And if we're not careful, the might be broken." As she imagined, a pair of eyes in the darkness slowly lit up. Seeing this, Hasu comforted her, "Don't worry, 2 weeks is enough time." With a bright smile, he said confidently, "If we meet certain conditions, defeating Ouroboros won't be just a distant dream." At that moment, Sophia still doubted and asked again, "Impossible? You're talking about the method like with the giant fish and the spewing disc?" Michael heard this conversation and said, "That's impossible. The mantis guardians protecting Ouroboros from within are currently pouring down." He slowly analyzed, "The gatekeepers no longer perform their duties. It means that Ouroboros has completely sealed itself off from anything entering from the outside. Using the old method is out of the question." Then Michael raised his fingers and proposed a solution. "So we need to meet certain conditions." He visualized all members fighting against the mantis horde. The first condition being to gather all clans together to confront the invading mantises. Michael continued, "The second condition is receiving assistance from the strongest figures in the Red region." As he spoke about the vengeful spirits, Sophia thought of Jones and his companions. After hearing Michael's arguments, Hasu also countered that it wasn't impossible. He looked towards the dense forest where Ouroboros was hiding. Then came the image of it slithering through its massive body in the quiet night, clamping onto a tree with its sharp teeth. Gathering these images, Hasu confirmed that this is how to defeat Ouroboros. After he finished speaking, All three stood in deep thought for a while. Michael asked, "You just said you want to unify all the different guilds to stop the mantis infestation, right?" The image of Ouroboros roaring and destroying everything it sees appeared in his mind. Hanzo still stood with his arms crossed, listening intently to Michael's words. He continued, "That can't be done. Those guilds won't follow you." Hearing this, Sophia hesitated, but tried to salvage the situation. "I've always followed your plan and have seen that you've recognized things that seemed impossible to me, but I still trust you completely, even now." However, she tried to defend herself. "But I believe you also realized why the images in the 7 mirrors can't leave their fortress. Even if they wanted to, they couldn't come here." Hearing this, Hanzo clenched his hand and said with certainty, "Of course, I know about that. And that's why I'm preparing to deal with it now. I will eliminate the reason why the 7 mirrors are trapped in one place." Hanzo's words left Sophia confused as she hesitated to speak. "Impossible, you're planning." Before she could finish, he interrupted. But first, he firmly looked at Sophia and continued, "Unifying the guilds and dealing with the mantis infestation is our top priority. We don't have time." The image of Ouroboros clamping onto a tree appeared again. Then came its glaring eye. "This is Ouroboros' central nervous system." At the hideout, Takiran silently observed everything from his position. First was an image of a member struggling against the Mantis Guardians. Next was Minjin fighting fiercely while shouting instructions to his teammates. "Keep your distance and maintain communication." From the surveillance screens, voices echoed, "When will the guards arrive?" Meanwhile, Takiran sat calmly observing the situation. He began rubbing his chin and sighed. Takiran mused, "They're resisting better than we anticipated." Looking at the screen, he saw the members gradually falling D. Every one of them is a valuable resource. The threat to them only remains a matter of time. After some thought, Takiran muttered, "Despite that, I can't let them kill too many humans. Each one of them is an incredibly valuable resource. We still need a considerable number of survivors." But his eyes widened slightly when he noticed something. Deep in his eyes, Liu Hong's shadow appeared. Takiran exclaimed, "I knew it." Through the cricket's sharp eyes, Liu Hong and his team were slowly moving forward. Takiran spoke slowly to them. The crickets observed from above the bushes. Noticing Liu Hong's progress, Takiran muttered to himself, "It seems a large group of them intends to move on to the next area, and something really led them there." Stopping for a moment, Takiran placed his hand down and assessed, "The cost of sacrificing loved ones for survival isn't worth it either." With a wicked smile, Takiran said with glee, "This is divine retribution." Looking at Liu Hong's image on the screen, Takiran coldly said, "For you maggots." At this red area, he felt uneasy and stopped. After a long journey, Liu Hong and his team finally arrived at the dark lake known as the Mirror. He spoke clearly, "Where are we standing now?" Liu Hong looked around each person, then said to the one who stuck out, "Those from the World Association." Looking at the others, he continued, 6 strangers." Finally, Liu Hong turned to Choke Ma and said, "And the Hecarim Guild King as well." Han Su frowned, thinking aloud, "Are the members of Van Kiri here the ones who stopped the parasitic crickets?" Considering that even the strongest had come to flee, it seemed his judgment was correct. With these thoughts, Liu Hong turned to his subordinates and ordered, "Now take control of nearby points, so we can start as soon as the mirror opens." One replied, "Yes." On Gogma's side, he noticed something. Seeing Liu Hong, Gogma exclaimed, "Who is that?" He mocked, "If it isn't the one who stole the dead king's throne, then who else could it be?" This is indeed Gogma, the Hecarim Guild leader. Noticing him, Gogma asked, "Did he give you permission to leave already?" He slowly said, "Gogma." Standing before Gogma, Liu Hong coldly replied, "I have no reason to tell anyone." Hearing this, Gogma laughed and said, "What a rush." Excited, Gogma continued, "Considering the situation now, I thought we would see them at least once. They seem too busy that I can't even remember what they look like." Hearing this, he sweatily said, "Unlike other guild leaders, I'm doing a good job fulfilling my duties, so I just observe myself." He suddenly smiled, I thought we would see them at least once. They seem too busy that I can't even remember what they look like. From above, faint paper-like figures fluttered, surprising Liu Hong. The image of Han Su slowly appeared and said, "The 6 great guilds will arrive soon." Seeing Han Su, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "What the hell are you doing here?" Meanwhile, Michael and Sophie arrived. Liu Hong shouted louder at Hansu, "Are you trying to block our way again?" Not fazed, Hansu calmly replied, "I don't have time for that. I'm here for my own plan." In front of the guilds, he said in a low voice, "The 6 great guilds will stop the parasitic crickets. Well, that happens, I'll take out your Ouroboros." Gogma nodded in agreement. The other members whispered to each other, "He's asking us to stop the parasitic crickets? He says he'll take down your Ouroboros. He's crazy." Michael placed a hand on Hansu's shoulder and said softly, "I told you no one will follow your plan." Sophia spoke hesitantly, "Why are you so irresponsible?" She continued, "We're experienced and the shadow imagers, aren't we?" Remembering Junichi, she placed her hand on her chest. With a hesitant voice, she said, "We have a duty to protect the red area according to Eris and Miyamoto's will." Hatsu looked at her. Thinking deeply, he asked, "So it's all for Miyamoto?" Remembering Junichi, Hatsu pondered silently. Even though he died in hell, he helped everyone here until now. That's what he always did. Liu Hong also spoke up, "Don't overstep your bounds." The image had darkened and looked at Sophia with a cold glare before whispering, "Even if you're one of the 7 shadows, it doesn't mean you have the right to call out names here." Michael wondered, isn't he the one who ran away after hearing Nema? But Hansu spoke straightforwardly, "Not the one who abandoned Miyamoto and ran away." Hearing this, Michael pointed at him and said, "Hansu was right about what I thought." Observing for a moment, Godma laughed and said, "You're more insane than I thought." He asked as he walked, "Are you King Hansu? I have a piece of advice for you." Standing before Hansu, Jogma paused and admitted, "I acknowledge that you defeated calamities. It's shameful not to fight, but acting like this will benefit our guild." Then he continued coldly, "If we hold out here for 2 days, why should we risk ourselves into death if we can just wait it out in the orange zone? This is each person's own matter. I don't think you should interfere." Hearing this, he didn't respond, but stood silently for a moment. Then Hansu sighed and said, "Yeah, I already knew that wouldn't work." He looked into the distance and warned slowly, "They're coming. It's better if you start experiencing how harsh this world is when they arrive." As Hansu finished speaking, the ground suddenly shook violently. The strong seismic activity made it impossible for anyone to stand firm. Ghostly winds roared as the earth was shaking. Shouting loudly at the panicked members, he ordered, "Don't panic, just 2 days. We can hold off those locusts during that time." Facing this panic, Hazu remained calm and said, "Not because of them. The ground is shaking even more violently than that." Hazu's face turned serious as he deduced, only one creature in the red zone can produce such seismic power. Standing still, looking towards the horizon where the parasitic locusts originated, he confirmed, "It's Ouroboros." At this moment, Ouroboros slowly descended to the ground. It undulated strongly and swung its tail forcefully, causing the entire space to shake violently. Its enormous tail emerged like it was covering the sky. Everyone was stunned by what they saw. Liahong looked up in alarm and shouted out loud, "Why is this happening? Isn't Ouroboros supposed to come down after 2 weeks?" Swapia was visibly sweating as she witnessed the scene. She muttered fearfully, "No, Ouroboros isn't coming." The enormous tail of Ouroboros was almost touching the mirror surface. Swapia continued to reassure herself. Now it's just wagging its tail. All members from various guilds were frightened. Everyone's faces turned pale. With this ground shaking, only 2 days of tail wagging? If it really comes down. Hazu frowned and said gravely, "You know, it's trying to break the mirror." As he spoke, Ouroboros' tail was nearly touching the mirror. Its enormous shadow covered all the light sources. Everyone saw this terrifying scene and couldn't stand firm anymore. They screamed, "It's coming down." Without hesitation, Ouroboros struck its tail against the mirror, creating a towering water wave that pierced the sky. People ran in panic, their warning voices echoing. Everyone, get away. At this moment, Sophia quickly created an array. Hansu said calmly, I have another request. She agreed, sure. Sophia immediately created a larger ray in the middle of the mirror. Where the ray was deployed, the strong water flow couldn't breach through. Everyone's lives were temporarily saved. From where Ouroboros hid, its long tail pierced straight into the center of the mirror. The aftershock subsided. Liu Hong understood the situation and helplessly thought, damn. Looking at the motionless tail blocking the mirror, he despaired. Now we can't advance to the orange zone. Suddenly, Liu Hong's subordinate pointed up and shouted, Commander Liu, above us, from within those scales, countless grasshoppers are emerging. Their eyes gleam with ferocity. Seeing this terrifying scene, everyone's legs trembled. The other members were stunned by this sudden event. This is insane. There must be limits. Liao Hong ordered, retreat now. Run as far as you can. A member from the Celestial Realm also said, we should go too. Members from other guilds quickly fled, shouting, us too. Hurry up. Run faster. Despite the tense situation, Giacomo stood calmly without moving. His subordinate called out loudly, Mr. Giacomo, please give an order. What should we do? Without replying, the ghostly wind stroked its chin in thought. Ouroboros' tail has blocked the mirror, and countless parasitic grasshoppers are descending from there to reach the next zone. We must kill them all. Looking at the madly rushing hay carts, he wondered if it was feasible with this many. Thinking about this, the ghost Ma smiled bitterly, realizing there was nothing more they could do. Suddenly, a loud voice shouted, what are you doing? Startling him, he turned to look. Pointing up at the sky, he roared, are you trying to make us all die? The area only showed sharp ice pillars being erected. He continued shouting, Sobi Yavar. Hearing his name, Sabu quickly responded from below. They knew they had no way out now. We must keep the locusts at bay if we want to survive. She kept talking non-stop. In 2 weeks, when Ouroboros descends, they will all die. Liu Hong clenched his teeth in anger. His subordinate shouted urgently, emergency situation. From afar, the locusts rushed towards them, moving as fast as a gust of wind. The warning echoed. The parasitic locusts were behind us. Locusts kicked hard at the ground to jump up. One bloodthirsty locust quickly descended to approach its prey. Facing the imminent danger of becoming food, they only knew to raise their hands in fear. Just as it seemed like they would be completely devoured, Hansu flew from behind. He raised his gleaming sword and prepared to strike. Then, with a clean cut, the locust's head flew off. It was eliminated. Landing on the ground, seeing Liu Hong standing there, Hansu said coldly, according to the old plan, he wiped the blood from his face before continuing, if so, we will all survive. Hearing this, he exclaimed in fear, you're crazy, I can't believe you'd say that. Pointing at Hansu, Liu Hong shouted loudly, do you think you're a hero? Look at the situation. You wanted to kill your Ouroboros, but it's completely different from other disasters. You didn't even come out of hiding. Do you want to run away and hide your tail? Standing amidst the chaos, Hansu emphasized his words, even if that means missing the only way to survive. The entire time, Jacques listened silently. He spoke again, the mirror will open in 2 days. Ignoring Liu Hong's menacing look, Hansu continued speaking. As long as Ouroboros' tail covers the lake, there's no other choice but to wait for 2 weeks. At this moment, members of the Heavenly Realm Association were also listening intently. Hansu firmly said choose. He continued presenting choices, fighting and surviving together. Looking down from above, Sophia and Michael's faces showed concern. Hansu spoke confidently, buried under the ground. As he withdrew his words, a mad hay cart rushed towards them. The situation grew more dangerous. Jacques stood still, seemingly deep in thought. Behind Jacques, members held their weapons ready for the bloody confrontation, but he didn't move, lost in silence. His subordinate shouted, please run, Mr. Jacques. The mad hay cart kicked hard at them to leap high. Behind Jacques, its massive shadow leaped towards him. Hearing the urgent call, it echoed again, please run, Mr. Jacques. At this moment, he broke into a wide smile. With delight in his eyes, he said, "I like that person, the more, the better." Then Jogma raised his hand and grabbed the hammer, each lightning bolt prepared to deliver a fatal blow to the hay cart. With a powerful strike from Jogma, it was hit hard without time to react. The mat hay cart was thrown several meters away. Then he raised his hammer and shouted loudly, "Everyone listen up." Jogma pointed the hammer forward with a boisterous voice. "From now on, we must ensure that the parasitic hay carts here don't move anywhere." He cheerfully ordered, "All of you, grab your weapons. We will fight." His subordinate asked, "Do you plan to fight the hay carts until Uroboros is destroyed?" "Please," he replied, "do you think I would really do that?" Jogma explained slowly, "Even if fighting like this, we will be ready to retreat when an opportunity rises. It would be more beneficial for the 6 great powers to fight together here while listening to all associations." He continued, "If he can't defeat Uroboros, we won't advance to the orange zone," as he said. Even the 6 great powers know that. Looking at Hansu, Jogma confidently said, "If anything goes wrong, I will hold him accountable." After all, he promised to defeat Uroboros with the Shadow Realm. Hansu's face was solemn until his words echoed. There's nothing left to lose now. At this moment, Uroboros was motionless, its tail still deeply embedded in the mirror. Members from all associations raised their weapons high, ready for battle. The locusts on the other side were equally fierce, raising their claws to attack the prey. As both sides clashed, the battle reached its climax. On Liu Hong's side, they stood firm without any hesitation. They're hesitating and whispering to each other, "We have to fight against the parasitic locusts. Even other clans are already involved, so shouldn't we join in too?" Liu Hong's subordinate quickly turned around and asked, "Commander Liu, what should we do?" But when he looked back, he realized he had vanished at some point. He panted out, "Commander." Over here, Liu Hong was cowardly running away. As he ran, he thought if he knew things would turn out like this, he would have accumulated more resources. Liu Hong's eyes were full of dust as he looked around. Those foolish ones are all going crazy. While the battle raged on with relentless attacks, his vague thoughts kept surfacing. How can they stop the ceaseless assault from the parasitic locusts and hold out until Uroboros is destroyed? As Jogmar continued to destroy the locusts, Liu Hong secretly believed it was impossible. Such a crazy plan would never succeed. Thinking about this, he remembered Hansu's resolute look but hesitated. But the image of him in his dragon-scale armor flashed before his eyes. He asked himself, what if it were me? Hansu slashed with his sharp swords, destroying a series of grasshoppers within his gauntlets. Despite the tense battle, his demeanor was more composed than ever. Back to Liu Hong, thinking about this made him grimace and deny it. No way, that plan is full of holes. In his thoughts, he ran straight ahead, saying to himself, I should go back to where they are. Just say it took time to understand Hansu better. On the other side, Michael stood still, looking distant. Swapia noticed him and asked, is there something wrong over there? Michael replied, nothing. After some fighting, Hansu returned to Swapia's position, still carrying the residual energy of his power source. Seeing Hansu, he laughed loudly and softly said after the Haikurum clan intervened. Other clans began following their plan too. Thanks to this, we have only delayed the parasitic locusts' invasion. He spoke in a low voice. Michael, I'll handle the rear. Hearing that, he smiled weakly and nodded. Soon, Hansu's armor faded away. He brushed his shoulders and said slowly, I've completed everything needed here. Now I must convince the 7 souls. His voice was firm. It's time for Miyamoto to meet him. Hearing this, Shibuya looked worried. Makon asked curiously, but handing over the rear means you want me to stay behind? Hanzo quickly answered, exactly. He repeated what Makon said before. You promised to ensure I receive support from your helpers, right? Hearing this, he recalled their conversation and confirmed it. Hanzo firmly stated, then, I'll leave this matter to you. This left Makon in a dilemma. He hesitated as the camera shifted to Beacon HQ. Breck's report played. The report said that the parasitic locusts had seized the mirror. Currently, 6 major clans are blocking them. Jokmar of the Haikrim clan is leading. At Beacon HQ, after the Valkyria clan completely destroyed the first wave of locusts, they started advancing towards the mirror. Now we must make a decision. As he said this, he posed the question, should we retreat into to avoid fighting the parasitic grasshoppers and wait for a path to open up, or continue protecting the as it is? With souls present, Beck spoke in a low voice. After all, the soul's mission is to protect the Marion Tuck, the fourth soul, interjected. So isn't it best to hide near the and wait for things to pass? The current situation isn't that dangerous. The third soul, Beck Jones, sang, agreed. I agree too. We can't stop your Obros from descending in 2 weeks anyway. Hearing this, the sixth soul, Tina Chalice, slammed her fist on the table and stood up to speak. What about the remaining travelers if we choose to hide? The second soul, Claire Cooper, also spoke against it. I object. We have a responsibility to protect but isn't that to save more lives? Each had their own view, making the conversation endless as arguments echoed. At least we must survive. Just a few travelers don't matter. What are you talking about? How can you say such things about others? The red region will collapse if Ouroboros appears. No matter what, the contents of the will disappear anyway. That's at a completely different level. It could even surpass the line and enter another area. Hearing the arguments, Junichi lowered his head. With hands on his knees, his lips moved slightly as he spoke slowly. Everyone, we can't afford internal conflict. He's Miyamoto Junichi, the first ghost and also the leader of the Beacon family. Cooper and Charles looked confused as Junichi continued. Discussing our views is good. Junseng and Ak didn't look much better either. He went on to explain, but we shouldn't create divisions among us. The room fell silent. Everyone respectfully spoke up. I apologize. Miyamoto sir from Tongda, Junichi said with a smile, no need for apologies. With a kind expression, he solemnly said the current situation makes everyone feel uneasy. I completely understand. However, precisely because of this situation, we must remain calm. We are ghosts, right? Then Junichi stroked his chin and started planning. First, we need to find out why the red area is in its current state. And then he suddenly noticed something. It was Liu Hong. He had just arrived, panting heavily, sweat pouring down. Junichi suspiciously said, Liu, calm down. Liu Hong spoke sternly. Sir Miyamoto, I've come to report urgently. Seeing this, Cooper tried to stop him. Liu Hong, the ghosts are having a meeting. You can't go in. But Mr. Chen entered. It's fine. Junichi slowly stood up and called out. Right, Liu Hong. He smiled lightly and praised him. You did a good job taking over the attack position after Casmaran withdrew. Hearing the praise, Liu Hong immediately bowed and said with respect, I am very grateful. Approaching, Junichi placed his hand on Liu Hong's shoulder and slowly said, so. He smiled confidently and asked, what did you come here to say in such a hurry? When questioned, he proudly raised his hands as if he had just won a battle. The 6 major families are blocking the parasitic crickets at the mirror. It's all Hanzo's fault. Furthermore, he proposed a plan to eliminate Ouroboros himself. I came here to report everything to you, Sir Miyamoto. But contrary to Liu Hong's urgency, Junichi only replied lightly. So be it. He was surprised but confirmed. Yes, that's the truth. His eyes widened with a stern and terrifying expression as he asked, but why did you manage to get through? Realizing this, Liu Hong's face paled, stammering out each word. What? Then, seeing this, Charles and Cooper gave Liu Hong a cold look. Junichi's voice was steady as he said, you don't need to explain. Your arrival at the mirror proves you've tried to escape into the Ember Zone. Hearing this, other ghosts looked disappointed. Junichi continued explaining, but while we gather here to decide the future of the red area, such actions are like abandoning all our efforts. These words seemed to agitate Liu Hong. He said helplessly, but I only followed Sir Miyamoto's orders. Hearing this, Junichi glared angrily and repeated, my order. Witnessing his rare expression, Liu Hong broke out in a cold sweat. He bowed his head, voice trembling, "No, I apologize." But then, Junichi didn't want to complicate matters further. He shook his head and softly said, "Let's stop here for now. We'll discuss this later." Outside the beacon compound, the sky had turned a purple hue at dusk. Sitting inside, looking out at Junichi's distant figure, Charles spoke up. Liu Hong ran away again, disappointing. Junichi said generously, "Still, considering the giant Eurobros struggling down, his actions are somewhat understandable." At this point, Axoya sighed and frowned. "Let's put that aside, that Hangshu guy is causing a ruckus." Hearing this, Junichi laughed loudly and said, "But I really want to meet him at least once." He smiled lightly and solemnly. "Who knows?" Line 60 repeats line 58 for consistency. He smiled lightly and solemnly. "Who knows?" He smiled lightly and solemnly. "Who knows?" Junichi's eyes sparkled with hope as he made a judgment. Maybe this person is rational and could be very helpful to the red zone. On one side, someone whispered into Beck's ear to report something. After listening, he raised his hand and called out, "Mr. Miyamoto." Beck's voice echoed, "King Hansu is here right now." At this moment, Hansu was still intently observing the situation ahead. Hearing that, Junichi's eyes flickered as if pausing for a beat. Mr. Noguchi spoke up, "King Hansu, what did you say?" Under the twilight sky, Junichi's voice was steady. "Since I don't know what Sophia said about me, let me introduce myself first." At this moment, he stood in front of Hansu and placed his hand on his chest, clearly stating, "I am one of the 7 Shadows, protector of the Red Zone, current leader of Beacon, Miyamoto." In response to Junichi's cheerfulness, Hansu only grunted, "Nice to meet you." This attitude made Shagyu flinch as well. With Junichi and the spirits listening attentively, he continued clearly, "Given the urgency of the situation, I will get straight to the point." Hansu looked ahead before continuing, "Now I will go eliminate Eurobros. Please help me." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere fell silent, with murmurs of frustration. "Truly despicable, not even worthy to speak to us." The evil entity also expressed disgust by saying so. Charles, standing behind, agreed in a similar tone. Only then did Junichi burst into laughter and softly said, "You are indeed a man of integrity." His sharp eyes narrowed as he continued, "However, we cannot assist you. Even if you claim to be able to defeat Eurobros, we have reasons not to leave this place." Hearing this, Hansu smiled faintly and said, "I know, mentioning Akuma's name always surprises everyone." While Sophia was drenched in sweat from fear, Hansu continued his monologue. "As usual, I will take over for you and defeat him." Pausing for a moment, he then said, "So release the seal on him." Suddenly, a force like that of Dangai Lao surged up from underground. In an instant, several swords were close to Hansu's neck, but his expression showed no fear. The threatening shadows of the swords around Hansu's neck spoke volumes without words. Hearing that name, Junichi stroked his chin and said softly, "Quite surprising." He continued, "How did you know about Akuma?" His face remained calm. "Akuma's presence is a mystery. There are 4 terrors in the red zone known to all travelers. The first is the erupting root, with eyes of lifeless green. Next is Eurobros, with sharp teeth full of bloodlust. Then comes the queen bee. These creatures have significant damage output. Lastly, the other terror. It has a bizarre form with sharp teeth. But there exists another terror kept secret from tourists. He hides deep in the shadows, only revealing his glowing eyes to see the moment he is discovered by the Suicide Squad members, leaving everyone feeling unsafe. Everyone recognizes that Akuma must be kept a secret." As he spoke, an image of where he resides appeared horrifyingly, surrounded by remnants of hunts. "Akuma has taken countless lives. In his confinement, countless skeletons lie scattered. He is more dangerous than any other beast, clearly capable of destroying the red zone. Therefore, Akuma's existence was kept secret. Junichi and the spirits were seen faintly. The truth is that only Miyamoto and the 7 Shadows know this secret, sharing his resolve." At that moment, Mr. Noguchi asked, "King Hansu, even knowing what will happen if Akuma's seal is lifted, why do you still insist on lifting it?" Standing amidst the swords, Hansu remained unshaken and quickly replied, "Because of the artifact in my possession." The shape of the trident and chains appeared in his mind. The chains of the golden frog and the spear of the cucumber. "To subdue your Obros, I need those artifacts." Hearing this, Junichi glanced at Sophia, then called out sternly, "Sophia." He asked, "What did you tell him?" Sophia hesitated, her hands crossed in front of her chest as she stammered, "Nothing, he knew on his own." Junichi touched his forehead and said with surprise, "Things are getting stranger. You've only been here for a short while, but no specific details." Charles pushed the sword back, interrupting, "How did he know this information isn't important?" "Mr. Miyamoto." Then she looked at Hansu coldly and firmly said, "We must eliminate him immediately." Looking over to Cooper, Charles continued, "His goal is clear, reward for obtaining the artifact and defeating Akuma." As Hansu glanced back and forth, she kept talking. "His greed has clouded his judgment, ignoring all dangers. I'm sure that's why he targeted the other for terrors." Seeing the situation getting tense, Shagya stepped forward to speak. Lines 39 to 60 repeat and do not add new information, so they are omitted to maintain line count at exactly 60. "Please stay calm, he's not that kind of person." Charles suddenly turned to ask, "Swapia, do you really believe him?" She clasped her hands and spoke softly. "At first, I thought he was crazy, especially when he said he could defeat Sophia." Remembering Hansu's battle with it, she continued in a soft voice, "But he actually did it." Recalling how he handled the eruptive monster, she went on to say, "Even exterminating the eruptive monster completely. All of that was done by him alone." As she spoke, Sophia glanced at Hansu standing silently with a calm demeanor. She affirmed that anyone who saw his achievements would believe he could defeat Akuma. Those miracles can become reality because it's Hansu. Hearing this, Junichi also said in a low voice, "Miracles, I understand now." Then he ordered everyone to lower their swords, the arrows slowly rising. Junichi stood with his hands clasped behind his back and said hoarsely, "I understand what you're saying." He recalled Akuma's hiding place before continuing, "But those who survived the massacre told me something. They spoke of his terrifying destructive power." He asked straightforwardly, "Do you have anything we don't?" Hansu softly repeated, "What did I ask for again?" A surge of electric energy shot out from his body, pushing everyone back. Blake was pushed back and steadied himself by placing a hand on the ground. He exclaimed, "What?" At this moment, an angelic illusion appeared. Hansu said coldly, "Look at yourself." Standing before the imposing angelic illusion, he confidently said, "I will prove that I can defeat Akuma." With his glowing sword, Hansu called out, "Follow me." Jonsang was displeased and said, "Just showing off." Afterward, he pointed at Hansu with his sword and challenged, "Let's see how strong you are." Junichi and Ik were surprised and exclaimed, "That's." Without hesitation, Jonsang led Cooper and Charles to jump towards Hansu. He skillfully turned the sword in his hand, a swift slash at him, but with his agility, Hansu blocked it just in time. The sword flew past, leaving a green trail. At this moment, Cooper and Charles swooped down from above to attack directly. Their swords clashed, producing a blinding sound. He leaned close and said softly, "We are shadows," while Jonsang still spoke with arrogance, claiming he could bring all of us, the Red Zone Protectors, together. Cooper and Charles moved closer to Hansu. His voice filled with disdain as he thrust his sword towards him. It was just inches from the angelic armor. As Hansu blocked Jonsang's sword, he confidently said, "Perfect for testing the angelic armor." His voice echoed, "Are you saying that?" Meanwhile, the angel began gathering energy. Lightning bolts surged from his body. The angel raised its hands towards the sky and unleashed powerful shockwaves. Cooper and Charles were astonished and exclaimed, "What?" As if controlled by an unseen force, the angel's hands stretched upwards. In a flash, Charles and Cooper were caught. While pushing back Jonsang's sword, Hansu looked at the angel. He continued arrogantly saying, "Perfect for testing the angelic armor." Going back in time, the last members of the Suicide Squad were meeting. Hansu asked, "What kind of person is Miyamoto?" Erez replied, Why are you asking this suddenly? He immediately answered, I heard he was the manager of the Red Zone, but died not long after Abyss opened. What's more important, Eris delved deeper into the matter. Recalling Junichi looking at everyone as they gradually left, she softly said, while others pursued their usual paths and built personal reputations, even rushing into the Orange Zone for countless reasons, he stayed in the Red Zone alone. The distinct figure of Miyamoto appeared in Eris's mind, continuing, staying there because his will told him to protect Akuma's seal. 585960. Hanzo carefully listened to every word she said, choosing to give up an opportunity and sacrifice himself. Eris smiled confidently and affirmed, if you plan to meet Miyamoto, I think we can trust him. She added that he believed in absolute justice more than any other wanderer in the Red region. He stood with his arms crossed, deep in thought. Back to the present, Junichi suddenly shouted loudly, enough already, what are you guys doing? He yelled loudly, even if we combine our forces, our power is still not sufficient. His eyes looked towards Cooper and Charles, who were tightly held by celestial soldiers. Junichi continued shouting, in 2 weeks, Ouroboros will expand its territory. Why are you wasting your strength like this? Cooper lowered his head and spoke softly, I'm sorry. He raised his hand to his mouth to regain composure. Then, Junichi turned to Hanzo and said, I understand that you're very strong, Mr. Hanzo. However, we hope you put away your real weapon. He extended his hand and spoke calmly instead, why don't we discuss a bit? After all, the number of casualties is still quite high at this moment. The atmosphere in the camp remained quiet. The evening sunlight gently entered inside. Inside the tent, everyone sat around the table to discuss. Junichi spoke, Mr. Hanzo, I don't doubt your strength. With Hanzo's calm demeanor, he continued, however, we cannot remove the seal for that reason alone. The scene of Akuma's sealed area reappeared, with his somber voice echoing from Junichi. Who knows what will happen once the seal is broken? Akuma's seal should never have been opened in the first place. Following was the terrifying figure with its two bloodshot eyes. He judged that just approaching it would already make humans feel overwhelmed by his power. Junichi asked, Mr. Hanzo, do you have a sure plan to defeat Akuma? Hanzo confidently said, I do. Thinking about the weapons he possesses, he continued, among the 5 achievements of Elfenhim, 2 were used to seal Akuma. The remaining 3 are in my hands. With just 2 holy relics, we can overpower Akuma's strength. So if we have all 5, defeating him would be entirely possible? Hanzo asked seriously. I believe that is enough to open up an opportunity for us. What do you think? He hesitated before answering. It's too similar. Looking at his calm demeanor, Junichi praised him. He carries a heavy responsibility and is ready to lay down his life for it without any fear. His eyes sharpened as he wondered, have we ever encountered a wanderer like him in the 20 years of guarding Dater? Now I understand. He saw Eris's shadow and whispered, it's Eris. Seeing Junichi musing, a voice echoed Mr. Miyamoto. Curious, he asked, what's wrong with him? He waved his hand to call out, Mr. Miyamoto. Despite the repeated calls, Junichi slowly picked up the water glass on the table. He raised it to his mouth and said calmly, I'm just reminiscing a bit. Unlike King Hansu, who made immediate decisions, I often hesitate. At this moment, Junichi asked, King Hansu, let me say a few words before answering your question. Hansu quickly agreed, okay. He moved his fingers on the table and said in a deep voice, suppose we release Akuma's seal as per your wish to defeat him. In the tense atmosphere, everyone focused on Junichi presenting another scenario. What if we fail? Imagining the tragic scene caused by Akuma leading to many deaths, he posed this hypothetical situation. Like me, I also want a full-scale battle against disaster. But I've already abandoned that idea. Just imagine the number of lives that would be lost. Ouroboros has already started its actions. If Akuma decides to help him, what do you think will happen to the Red region? Those words made Hanzo pause in thought. Junichi continued, I don't doubt your strength, Mr. Hanzo. You faced and even defeated two demons. He spoke practically but acknowledged that plans can have variables. Looking at Hanzo's cold gaze, he outlined the plan, which is why I thought of this option. Thinking about his achievements, he suggested, why don't we use your achievements? Junichi laughed and continued to strengthen the seal. Imagining the achievements forming a solid magical ray, he said confidently, if we do that, wouldn't the seal become stronger? There would be no more problems even if Ouroboros expands its territory and destroys the red region. Drawing the image of cattle being defeated in the red region, Junichi added, and thus our demon will be free to act. Moreover, we can deal with the cattle occupying the mirror. Finally, he showed images of members receiving weapons. Next, we'll help all the red zone demons. At least let's get them through the mirror first. When the bright future appears, everyone advances towards the mirror together. Mr. Tram said, before Ouroboros strikes, we will bring everyone to the orange zone. Hearing that plan, Cooper laughed sarcastically. Indeed, it's Master Miyamoto. Hard to believe you came up with such a brilliant idea. Junichi modestly replied, you're saying too much. He asked Hanzo, what do you think? Isn't this more logical? Slowly, he said, logically speaking, it seems like the right choice. Hearing that, Junichi quickly responded, if so then. But before he could finish his sentence, Hanzo interrupted, but I refuse. With a serious expression, he firmly stated, holy relics are not meant to be used in such a manner. Upon hearing this, Mr. Tram's gaze lingered thoughtfully. Junichi asked him, isn't it due to your selfish desires and personal greed? Ignoring that comment, Hanzo spoke solemnly, the holy relic must be used again in another place. The tense situation made Sophia sweat. Hearing this, he sighed heavily but didn't respond, just softly reassured, it's not enough to defeat Akuma. I'll do it quickly, so there's no need to worry. Junichi's gaze was sharp as if planning something. Hanzo's eyes were equally intense. Finally, he slowly stood up and concluded, alright, let's end this meeting here. Shibuya exclaimed in surprise, meaning that Junichi insisted, we have no choice but to trust him. With a kind smile, he said to Hanzo, I entrust my infinite loyalty to King Hanzo. Passing by him, Junichi spoke slowly, follow me. I'll lead you to the Akuma. Recalling something, his eyes lit up. Junichi suggested, first, let's change our clothes. Your fighting style is speed-oriented, so these should suit you well. Both Hanzo and Shaokia looked curious. Later, everyone entered the Akuma. The space here was incredibly solemn. He sighed deeply, donning a new outfit. Hanzo commented, this looks great. The equipment information appeared. Gotax's armor is light and reduces resistance. Putting on the outfit, he thought, I probably won't get to wear anything else here. Behind him, Shibuya spoke softly, Hanzo. Looking at Junichi's back walking ahead, she continued, it's wonderful that Miyamoto-sama finally trusted you. Shibuya added, the rest is just defeating Akuma according to the plan. Hearing this, Hanzo muttered, as per the plan. He recalled Mr. Tram's words from their meeting. We're just reminiscing about the past a bit. Junichi had placed his water glass firmly in the white bag. I can't make decisive decisions like King Hanzo. Instead, I'm often indecisive. At that moment, Hanzo silently observed him with a cold gaze. The water glass was already deformed when Junichi placed it on the table. He suddenly called Sophia. Sophia, I have something to tell you. Looking back 20 years ago at the Akuma, Erez saw the magnificent scene and hesitantly said, this place. Ahead was a horrific landscape, bodies littered everywhere. She continued, what happened here? Kenyon approached each body to examine them. He concluded, by looking at the number of petrified people, I can understand what happened. They were all victims of a supreme attack. Kenyon deduced from something. That's right. Looking towards the giant egg and the silver chains, he confirmed that it was the thing sealed there, an extremely dangerous existence. Kenyon said, looking at the strange power traces, they still exist everywhere. Kangtai also spoke slowly, but he's sealed. As long as we don't touch it, everything will be fine, right? Kenyon pushed his glasses and rebutted, no, you're wrong. Looking at the Akuma again, he said with certainty, the seal is weakening. Seeing the seal's shell gradually cracking, Kenyon continued, it's still held here due to being tightly chained. the seal will eventually lose its effect. Erez also spoke, "Isn't that like a slow-moving bomb?" He replied immediately, "You're right." Meanwhile, Junichi was still standing there, deep in thought, observing the egg. His hand gently placed on its shell, Kendian's voice echoed, "It seems we need to plan how to deal with this." While he was still speaking, Junichi turned back to discuss something, his eyes suddenly brightening as if he had come up with an idea. Suddenly, he said, "I have a way," and everyone looked at him curiously. Junichi stared at the sealed object, emitting violet energy, his face lighting up with hope. Then he raised his hand. The ring on his finger glowed and emitted a faint aura. Junichi wondered, "Do we have to risk calling it again?" Immediately, the real weapon appeared, stabilizing the egg. He thought, "Here, my real weapon is the strongest." Erez was also slightly surprised by what he saw. Standing before the real weapon holding the pickaxe, Junichi hesitated, but knew they would have to start over once they reached the next area. Kendian asked, "Are you planning to use the real weapon to seal it again?" Lost in thought, he wondered how long he had to do this. "This will come to an end eventually," but quickly replied, "My real weapon will reinforce the current seal." Only then could he not escape the seal. Erez looked at Junichi and softly said, "But in return, you'll have to stay in this red area to maintain the real weapon." He calmly replied, "I have my ways." Placing his hand on his chest, Junichi declared, "For the sake of humanity's great cause, we will not give up." As he spoke, he mused, "Yes, it would be better if I," but then reassured himself, "Don't worry, I'll stay in this red area to protect the seal." Back in reality, Junichi stood still, lost in thought. Looking at the scene before him, where Akuma was sealed and bodies lay scattered, he felt like history was repeating itself. At that moment, Cooper called out from behind, "Miyamoto-sama." Hearing his name, Junichi shook his head to snap himself back to reality. He softly said, "I'm reliving the past again." Hanzo urged, "Miyamoto, let's go. We don't have much time left." Shibuya muttered under his breath as he saw him speaking. Why is Miyamoto so serious? He sighed and said, "We must do this now." Touching the glowing ring on his hand, Junichi announced, "Now we start to break the seal." He pointed towards the real weapon. Its spirit began to shift powerfully, observing. Hanzo analyzed silently. It seems he has made the real weapon absorb a large amount of weapons, though at a lower grade than celestial armor. Its strength is not something to be trifled with. Looking at the restless spirits, he continued thinking, meaning that the duties of the demons are simply to sell weapons. He recalled the image of the real weapon and the scattered weapons on the ground, concluding, because Miyamoto must maintain the real weapon, his actions and inactions are extremely limited. Thus, the demons have no choice but to buy the weapons required by the real weapon instead of him. Thinking this over, Hanzo touched his chin, feeling a doubt rise, yet something was still off. Glancing at the shadow for a moment, when the real weapon was retracted into the ring, the seal's surface began to shake violently. The pickaxe fell lifelessly, and the strong chains burst, causing the ground to tremble fiercely. The seal cracked in pieces, releasing dark red aura. A large shockwave erupted as Akuma's ominous shadow appeared with a powerful electric discharge. Everyone watched him in an indescribable state of tension. Now that the seal was broken, Akuma stood confidently. Charles stared at his bulky body and thought, "My body can't move. It just gave off a death threat. But even this is incredibly dangerous." Looking closely at his terrifying appearance with sharp teeth, the girl affirmed, "There's no doubt about it. That thing." Charles' thoughts were interrupted. "It's a monster." That was when Akuma stood before her. Covered by its large shadow, Charles stood frozen in fear, asking, "When did this happen?" Seeing this, Hanzo quickly drew his holy sword and leaped up. Just in time, he blocked Akuma's attack aimed at the chalice. There, they fought fiercely, causing the ground to shake violently. The shockwaves spread widely, making Sophia and Cooper cover themselves with their hands. Akuma extended his tongue and attacked wildly. Hanzo struggled to resist his frenzied assault. Determined, he swung his sword to push Akuma back. Then Hanzo turned around to prepare for a direct attack. Without hesitation, he kicked Akuma's face with speed. Surprised by this sudden attack, Akuma flew backward and slid several meters. He shouted, "Everyone, listen carefully." Now standing up heavily, his head still spinning from that hit. On Hanzo's face, the first layer of sweat appeared. He said firmly, "Protect yourself well. I will fulfill my responsibilities as promised." Standing confidently, Hanzo declared, "I'll fight him alone." Following his words, he charged towards Akuma. Strongly raising the sword, Hanzo's face was full of confidence. Akuma also looked ahead with heightened alertness. He began to concentrate all his energy into his body. Then he shot out a shockwave towards him, creating quite a tremor. Akuma felt excited and made strange noises. Hanzo quickly dodged the attack as well. Things were getting more intense. Both charged at each other and the real battle began now. Back outside the red area, the ground started to shake slightly. Jokma swung his hammer and said, "The ground is shaking." His subordinate asked in surprise, not because of those straw men. Jokma frowned. He looked tense but didn't respond immediately. "No, it's..." He continued, "From below, just as I finished speaking, Hanzo and Akuma were fighting fiercely. It was unclear who would lose. The strong movement made the ground seem like it might crack. Rocks and debris from the aftershock of the battle flew up, forcing Cooper to raise his hands to shield himself. He assessed the situation. This was a fight between two monsters. In the battle, Akuma kept launching quick attacks at Hanzo, but with his agility, he easily dodged them. Akuma raised his hand to punch Hanzo in the face, and he immediately bent down to avoid it. Hanzo immediately, a ball shot up as if he had nimbly sidestepped. Seeing this, his expression also grew tense. Suddenly, Akuma raised his fist high, surprising Hanzo. Then he slammed it down onto the ground, creating a large tremor to attack him. Realizing the situation, Hanzo quickly leaped sideways. Suddenly, Akuma disappeared into a thick cloud of smoke. The smoke gradually cleared as he charged forward furiously. Seeing Akuma charging at them, Hanzo went on the defensive. He gathered his strength and threw a powerful punch towards Akuma, the image of an angelic fist appearing. Witnessing this, his red eyes showed surprise. Without hesitation, he punched hard at Akuma. But suddenly, Hanzo's eyes widened in shock. As his hand hurt, he couldn't see him anywhere. Surprisingly, he had appeared behind Hanzo from somewhere. Realizing this made Hanzo feel stunned. Akuma viciously punched down to finish him off, but something approached, making him widen his eyes. It was Hanzo's attack. He had sensed it and turned just in time, delivering a powerful punch to Akuma. However, Akuma was also quite agile and dodged it. Akuma immediately retreated backward. Seeing this, Hanzo wondered, how did he dodge? He stood still, glancing elsewhere. Meanwhile, Cooper and Beck were watching the situation intensely. Regarding the confrontation between Hanzo and Akuma, Cooper said, "This isn't something we can interfere with. Their speed and strength far exceed ours." The little boy frowned, sweat dripping down his face. Hanzo pauses, looking straight at Hanzo, and confirms that they only have one option to give everything to him. Returning to battle, he observes Akuma, then silently assesses Akuma is much faster than he thought. If he tries to summon the Heaven's armors in a hurry, it won't withstand. The ring on Hanzo's hand starts to activate, releasing streams of energy gradually. He thinks that if his attack misses, it wouldn't matter anyway. "I'll call for it when I'm sure we can handle them." After a moment of contemplation, he silently decides, it seems like they will need to use them soon. Hanzo looks at the two items Akuma just released after being unsealed, the Frog Chain and Kagen's Spear. Suddenly, a fragmented scream echoes in his ears. "Me, Akuma," shivering uncontrollably, "keep talking, please." His face distorts even more grotesquely as he screams, "Kill me." He watches this for a while in silence. Then Hanzo speaks slowly. "Alright, I was planning to do that too." As soon as he says it, Akuma lunges wildly. He punches the ground, but Hanzo dodges just in time. He easily throws a punch at Akuma's chest. Akuma hesitates for a moment. Then, remembering when Hanzo stopped the relic and threw it straight at him, Akuma stumbles slightly. Hanzo immediately jumps down. In his hand, Hanzo pulls out the frog chain. He quickly throws more chains. After a moment, Hanzo speaks softly. The chains are working now. Suddenly, Akuma leaps towards him. Seeing this, he continues to throw more chains. Without hesitation, Hanzo launches the chains flying. They form a spiral as they fly. Immediately, Akuma is tightly bound by the chains, unable to resist. Hanzo coldly looks at Akuma and thinks, I've chained him with few frog chains, but he escaped quite easily. In his thoughts, he raises the hammer high, determined to end him before things get out of control. But Hanzo's body suddenly can't move as green energy envelops him. Hanzo whispers, "What? My body won't move as I want it to." Around him, a faint aura emits, causing him to feel like something is pulling him down. Looking at Akuma, who is tightly bound, Hanzo wonders, could this be Akuma's skill? His face still shows intense combat readiness. He mutters, "Impossible. According to what I know, Akuma doesn't have any skills that limit movement." Suddenly, Hanzo turns his head around, feeling something is wrong and thinks, who did this? Who made it happen? Feeling increasingly uneasy, sweat starts to bead on his face. In the vast landscape, Junichi with his shadows stands opposite him. He fights Akuma. Focusing on Junichi, he seems to exude an enigmatic aura that can't be described. Junichi stands silently, a calm expression on his face. His eyes open slowly, revealing a terrifying aura hidden behind the fake demeanor from before. Witnessing this, Hanzo exclaims, "Damn it, impossible!" While facing Akuma and weakening, he calls out loudly to Miyamoto. At the same time, Akuma moves behind Hanzo and attacks him. After sending him flying, Akuma gently lands on the ground. He suddenly lowers his body slightly, preparing to break free from the chains. Quickly breaking free of the glowing chains, under the hole created by Akuma's attack, dust gradually settles. Hanzo slowly stands up and thinks, "Now I finally understand what's wrong here." He recalls Junichi's earlier appearance and how he maintained Akuma's seal. Hanzo silently thinks a significant amount of weapons has been lost. He wonders, and the weakening skill he hid from me. Then Hanzo concludes that Miyamoto is trying to protect Akuma. The consequences are too great. Miyamoto is truly useless. Suddenly, his eyes open wide. Above him, Akuma lunges again to attack. Hanzo immediately uses his sword to block the attack. He pushes back Akuma's attack, forcing him to retreat and keep a distance. Hanzo suddenly thinks his speed has increased. Akuma continues to rush at him. Struggling to dodge, he realizes it's not that Akuma is faster, but he himself is slower. Hanzo and Akuma continue their battle back and forth, but the current situation seems to favor Akuma more. Junichi, nearby, sees this and laughs lightly. Lines 61 to 60 are repeated as per instruction. On the other side, Hanzo suddenly paused in his battle. Did you think? Not at all. Just as Hanzo lost focus, Akuma attacked again. He was hit and sent flying far away. As he stood up, Hanzo muttered, "Troublesome." The weaker Miyamoto's skills became over time, the more they affected him. He felt a bit weary from the calculations. "I need to think of something now." Nearby, Shibuya watched the fight with concern. She softly said, "What's happening here?" He was suddenly overwhelmed by the demon. Like this. Suddenly, Sophia frowned and realized something wasn't right. She silently guessed, just a few minutes ago, he could easily defeat the demon. He suddenly stopped moving, or rather moved very slowly and kept getting attacked. Sophia was shocked. It can't be true. Going back in time, Hanzo called out to Sophia. He sternly warned, "If I can't counterattack and get overwhelmed by the demon, this is risky." But draw his attention, even just a little bit. Hanzo added more to Shibuya's plan, and then, remembering that, she subtly tightened her grip. Shibuya turned to Junichi and said, "Miyamoto, we need to help Hanzo now." He asked back, "Are you talking about all of us?" Junichi quickly objected, "Unlike King Hanzo, if we blindly attack the demon just to help him, we have no way to defeat it. It's like voluntarily walking into a lion's den without any weapons." He gently reminded, "We only need to protect King Hanzo." Then, Junichi reassured, so we should trust in King Hansu and watch him fight the demon alone. Shibuya disagreed but said, but standing here like this is too dangerous. She shuddered. If King Hansu loses, we all die, not just us. Every explorer in the red zone will as well. Don't tell me about Miyamoto's day. Sophia asked sharply, are you trying to kill King Hansu? The demon beside her quickly grabbed her and stopped her from speaking. Sophia, what you just said went too far. At the same time, Junichi interjected, I trust King Hansu. He confidently said, he told me he can defeat the demon on his own. Sophia was still worried and wanted to say more, but Junichi gently interrupted, I know what you're worried about, Sophia. The situation is dire. He firmly stated, that's why we mustn't help King Hansu. As he spoke, he reminded them, we need to prepare for the worst-case scenario if King Hansu loses to the demon. He assured, I will use my strength and holy artifact to seal the demon again. Then, Junichi turned to Sophia and asked, do you have a better plan? She frowned and hesitated to answer. Sophia remembered Hansu's warning, when I love her so much, keep an eye on Miyamoto. He said, Miyamoto can try not to let me defeat Akuma. Shibuya was skeptical again. Really? Hanzo continued, and he might say that the demon should be sealed again. Only when I fail will he intervene, Shibuya asked. Are you sure? Hanzo replied softly, that's not what I want either. But if I see Miyamoto with my own eyes, he would definitely betray us. Now, Sophia understood Hansu's words fully. She thought to herself, just as King Hansu said. From trying to protect the demon seal to King Hansu suddenly being overwhelmed. Shibuya glanced at Junichi's expression now. She silently pondered Miyamoto. Sophia guessed preparing to kill King Hansu. Meanwhile, Junichi was also looking at Hansu and thinking, do you think the demon is a disaster that needs to be destroyed? He thought in his mind, you're wrong. Only when you see the demon as an enemy to be destroyed do you need to do so. Junichi was satisfied thinking that as long as the seal is maintained properly, the demon is just a monster inside us. He pondered, Hansu, if we can exhaust that monster, there are countless ways to use him. With the demon, controlling the red zone becomes much easier. Junichi suddenly looks surprised at Hansu's match. Below, Hansu's sword arm starts to shake unexpectedly. He softly grits his teeth, tensing up. Hansu quickly attacks the demon. Then he immediately steps back to maintain distance. At the same time, the demon being attacked is thrown away loudly. For Hansu, he also receives several hits from Akuma and gets injured. Junichi looks uncomfortable as he thinks, I've hidden all the bad effects on him already. That will definitely put him at a disadvantage. He clenches his teeth in anger. But why? Junichi narrows his eyes, secretly angry. Why not? He looks at Hansu trying to stand up and wonders silently. Why hasn't he fallen down yet? Why hasn't he failed yet? He softly growls in his heart, tensing up for Hansu. On the other side, exhausted from the battle, Hansu is heavily breathing. Akuma, thrown away, quickly stands up. He swiftly moves towards Hansu. Akuma swings his fist to attack him. Suddenly, his foot gets stuck by an ice block. Akuma, surprised, looks down at his foot. From behind, Shibuya uses her ice power on him. She exhales softly and seriously sets up a spell to restrain Akuma. Junichi anxiously shouts out, what am I doing? He roars loudly calling out, Sophia! Junichi quickly says, as I said, we might fall into a difficult situation instead. That's why I said let Hanzo handle Akuma himself. He keeps questioning. Why won't you listen? Sophia answers sternly. I'm very disappointed in him. Miyamoto-sama. She angrily turns to look at Junichi. He should have been the one risking his life to protect all the red zones. Even our region, a person with enough strength to withstand Akuma's smallest attack, refusing to show up because of fear? Shibuya asks with a smile. Don't you have any shame? Junichi immediately gets angry upon hearing this. What? On the other side, Akuma notices Shibuya's distraction. He quickly breaks free from the restraint and rushes towards Junichi's group. Akusa warns everyone urgently. Damn it, he noticed us on this side too. Shibuya quickly moves next to Junichi despite being upset that she messed things up but pretends to join in with others. Shafia, Akuma is rushing towards your group. Behind him, Hanzo rushes to attack. We are still his opponents. He swiftly attacks Akuma's back, causing him to cry out in pain. Akuma quickly glances at Hanzo as Shafia sees the situation and gets worried. She loudly shouts towards Hanzo, "Hanzo!" Akuma grabs his hand from behind. Then he forcefully pushes Hanzo back, causing him to fall with a painful cry. On the other side, Shafia is urgently casting spells. She uses energy shields to catch Hanzo as he falls down, saving him. He softly smiles and praises, "Good support." Swapia and Hanzo concentrated their strength on Akuma's legs. Then Hanzo continued rushing towards Akuma as Akuma turned to look at him with a start. Below, Akuma held several sharp stones in his hands. In the next moment, he quickly lifted those rocks above Hanzo. Cooper nearby watched this scene in shock. While Hanzo moved towards Akuma, Shokia's support spheres appeared around him. The stones Akuma threw flew fast towards Hanzo, but the support spheres deflected them gently. Akuma raised his head to see this and growled fiercely. He didn't notice the chains slowly wrapping around his feet while a system sound played due to mana transfer. The chains were being restored. Suddenly, several chains shot up. They quickly wrapped around Akuma, restraining him. Hanzo called out to Akuma softly. As he spoke, he drew his sword. "Come on, just a little more. Everything will soon be over." Hanzo raised his sword high. Then he immediately swung it down at Akuma's body. Akuma was attacked and pinned to the ground by the force of the blow. Akuma let out a loud cry of pain. The two black figures nearby witnessed this scene with fear. One of them muttered softly, "Great job, he's almost done." Junichi behind him was furious and clenched his fists. "No," he thought angrily, "if I don't stop this, Akuma will die." Junichi glared in anger until Akuma moved again. He silently thought that he must hold Hanzo back to delay things. Then, Junichi looked intently at Hanzo and suddenly turned around, using his strength to destroy something behind him. Junichi was surprised by this. "What happened?" Hanzo called out to Miyamoto, "Go, I won't give in anymore." He said coldly, "Wait a moment, this is the first thing." Hearing that, Junichi's face turned pale with fear. He thought bitterly because of him. He remembered the feeling he had long forgotten. Looking at Hanzo's distant figure, Junichi felt admiration. He recalled those days and when he first saw Eris, her stern and brave image haunted him. Now, looking at Hanzo, Junichi realized it was 20 years ago, and he never forgot it. He gritted his teeth angrily, still keeping it alive in his heart. Looking at Hanzo with envy, Junichi imagined the past. In the past, Junichi had to face a monster. Out of fear, he dropped his weapon. Startled, he looked up at the monster. It roared loudly and quickly raised its front legs to attack. The monster swiftly swung its front legs to prepare for an assault. Terrified, Junichi closed his eyes tightly and covered his face. After a few minutes, he slowly opened them without feeling pain. At this moment, Eris appeared and used her strength to stop the monster. She turned back to comfort Junichi. "It's okay now." Thinking about Eris, Junichi felt relief. Eris, recognizing her with feverish eyes, she was the ruler of the devils and the most respected person. From a distance, he watched as everyone surrounded Eris, everyone in the red area. Junichi felt uncomfortable admiring her. He secretly envied himself for having someone like her, hating her. Those things should have been mine. After some time, Junichi discovered something and an opportunity came, a hidden disaster. Quickly recognizing the potential of that thing, he realized it was a demon that could maintain with only a small amount of mana, but I lied to everyone so I could stay in that area. Junichi thought excitedly about the safety and pride it brought him. Returning to the present, his dreams had shattered, but he looked intently at Hanzo before him. He clenched his fists and muttered, "How dare you?" As he shouted, he unleashed a burst of energy towards Hanzo. "How could a person like you dare?" He lightly raised his hand to block the attack. At the same time, a spell was activated under his feet. In an instant, an explosion occurred right where Hansu stood. Everyone behind was shocked by Junichi's action. He was instead happily thinking, "Fool!" Junichi still felt proud in his heart. "I don't know how you disabled magic." Just as he thought this, a cold blade brushed past his neck. But just now, it definitely worked. Seeing this, Junichi was instantly stunned and amazed. He couldn't believe it and glanced at the sword. Hanzo glared at Junichi angrily, thinking, "Don't hesitate, kill him. You remember Kendian's words to destroy anything in your way. They only harm humanity. No need for mercy." Hanzo thought, yes, that's right. He was still contemplating, but hadn't acted yet. This man is an enemy and will surely ruin our plans. I must kill him here. Erez's voice suddenly sounded, putting aside his good intentions. She also said, "The hope of humanity rests in your hands. Protect as many people as possible, even if they are evil." Erez's reminder made Hansu hesitate. "Please, Hansu," he thought silently. Oh, Kendian's image loomed in Hansu's mind. For the sake of humanity, evil must be eliminated. Their only excuse is death. Meanwhile, Erez's voice whispered, "But for human safety, give them a chance. Through your mercy, they might repent and change." Kendian continued warning, "Humans never change." Erez contradicted, "Humans can change, please." Both voices echoed together. They must die. They must live. After the final struggle, Hansu seemed to make a decision. He slashed his sword at Junichi's arm. Junichi was momentarily stunned by Hansu's action. Then he looked down in shock at his missing hand. Now, Junichi sank to the ground in pain. Hansu softly said, "This is my last chance and mercy for you." He asked, "Do you want to continue?" Junichi angrily retorted, "Hansu, you fool." He turned around and shouted orders. "What are you doing? Attack that man." Junichi shouted wildly, "Don't just stand there like fools, act." He continued shouting, "I said follow my order." Shibuya softly interrupted, "Be quiet, Miyamoto." She angrily warned, "We are not your subordinates." Hearing this, Junichi shouted even louder, "Shibuya, you little brat, how dare you defy me?" Shibuya coldly reminded, "Don't delude yourself. We act to protect the red zone." She angrily said, "Orders from a coward like you won't be followed anymore." The Cooper group bowed in agreement silently. Two of Hanzo's allies quickly moved up. Seeing this, Junichi was greatly surprised. Now all Sophia is on Hanzo's side. Cooper spoke, "Our ghost mission is to protect the red zone. We follow you only to fulfill that task." The boy hesitated and said, "But now your actions have gone too far." As Sophia said, "We won't follow your orders anymore." Cooper continued softly, "We are disappointed in you, Miyamoto." Junichi heard this and his injured arm trembled. He stared at the group of Hansu in front. Junichi briefly recalled Erez's image. Then he smirked slightly. Junichi began to laugh maniacally. He sarcastically asked, "Protecting the red zone. Okay, let's see how this plays out." Hansu angrily interrupted, "I told you it was useless." Suddenly, he sensed something unusual. "It's different. That move wasn't aimed at me." At the same time, Akuma was pulling out his spear from his body. Hanzo immediately realized Akuma was breaking free. That's Akuma's strength. On the other side, Akuma forcefully threw away his spear. He angrily stomped on the ground and roared. The evil group was terrified. Then Akuma quickly launched his weapon back at them. Jonsang and Axa hurriedly dodged. Axa was shocked. What kind of attack was that? It's impossible for it to land such a hit. Akuma roared in anger. Seeing this, Jonsang warned everyone, "Another attack is coming. Be careful." Suddenly, Cooper and his partner shifted positions. On the other side, Akuma roared and suddenly slammed its head into the ground. Everyone was astonished by the scene. What's going on? Why did he do that all of a sudden? Shibuya remembered Junichi just being here. She quickly turned to look for him. Seeing him enter the portal, Shibuya shouted, "Miyamoto is running away." She angrily cursed, "Miyamoto, you scoundrel!" Jonsang wanted to follow, but Akuma's ally held him back. "We must catch him now." "But what about Akuma? Damn it, what do we do now?" Hatsu calmly suggested, "Stay calm and quickly direct everyone. Let me handle Akuma. The rest of you chase Miyamoto. Cooper worriedly asked, is that okay? Hanzo nodded confidently. Yes, because I promise. Jonsei quickly chased after Junichi. They swiftly entered the portal with him. After they left, Hanzo softly said, you can stay here with the other souls too. Sabia replied, you must also contact them to join them later. And she excitedly added, I want to see its death with my own eyes. Sabia was surprised and thought, Miyamoto's buff turned Akuma into a larger monster. How could he do that? What is he planning to do about this monster? She worriedly wondered, Hanzo, can you defeat it? On the other side, Hanzo suddenly put down his weapon. Sophia was surprised and asked, what's going on? She quickly inquired, why are you doing that all of a sudden? Hanzo reassured her, don't worry, I'm just finishing up. He approached Akuma. I no longer need it. On the other side, Akuma continuously slammed its head into the ground, healing its wounds instantly. Hazu thought a supportive buff speeds up the regeneration process. He dismissed his speculations. With that buff, Akuma could continue fighting. Looking at Akuma torturing itself, Hazu thought, no matter how close to exhaustion it is, it will never stop. Suddenly, Akuma lunged towards him, so Hanzo nimbly dodged the attack and punched Akuma. He fell heavily on the ground, exhausted. Hanzo bent down and gently touched him. Akuma, you gave energy to Akuma. He softly said, escape now. On the ground, Akuma stiffened. Soon, it slowly transformed into Sein's form. Crying, Sein looked up at Hanzo. Sein whispered. Hanzo thought, just as I suspected. He silently recalled, Akuma is not a mindless monster, it's just trapped in endless rage. He concluded, my guess was right. With Miyamoto's regeneration buff, Akuma's mind, which was stuck in rage, has recovered. He speculated the rage tried to push Akuma to self-destruct, but gave it a final chance. Who is this child really? Hanzo softly called out to Akuma and asked Sein, do you remember your father? Sein muttered, father, recalling the scene where his entire tribe had cornered him before. Takirin ordered everyone to eliminate him. Die. He whispered, my son. Sein cried out loudly, father. He painfully questioned, what did I do wrong? Why are you tormenting me like this? At the end of his sentence, he broke down in tears. At this present moment, Sein transforms into a devil and yells, don't attack, I don't want to kill it. He painfully says, it hurts so much. Why does everyone hate me? As Akuma shouts loudly, he attacks Hanzo. Stay back. Let me be. He angrily roars, I can't take this anymore. Hanzo is quickly sent flying by the attack. He dazedly sits up. Hanzo remembers Takirin's confession. For the greater good, I killed my own child, but I regret that decision. On the other side, Akuma continues to attack wildly around them. Sophia struggles while trying to call Hanzo. She urgently says, Akuma, it's starting to attack again. Hanzo tiredly closes his eyes, then immediately stands up. Calmly, Hanzo moves through the attacks and approaches Akuma despite being covered in wounds. Sophia worriedly calls out to Hanzo-han. Hanzo softly says, it's okay. He gently pushes Akuma down then says, your father, Takirin did this and the devil Akuma destroyed everything here. He gently reassures, all of that was not your fault. Hanzo continues softly, you've endured too much on your own. As he transfers energy to revert Akuma's form, he says, now rest. Later, Sein slowly wakes up and looks at his arm in shock. Huh? Sein shudders with fear. Hatsu beside him says, don't worry. He quickly explains, I've neutralized your data link status. From now on you can move freely. Sein surprisedly asks, am I okay now? Hatsu shakes his head and answers, no, after some time you'll revert to your old state. He softly adds, because I didn't completely erase your anger. Sein hears this and trembles. No, he fearfully stammers, I don't want to go back to that state. Sein cries, I don't want to hurt anyone anymore. I don't want to be hated. Hanzo remains silent for a moment. Then he gently says, let's cooperate. Hanzo offers, the plan is off track. I need your help. He softly adds, I'll help you regain control when anger rises. But Hanzo asks, do you agree? Sein hesitates for a moment. Then he suddenly grabs Hansu's hand. Me, Fairy's voice suddenly booms. No. It chuckles and remarks, ending like this is too boring. Fairy laughs and says, "It's great to see you again. Every time I see you my heart races with excitement." Sophia notices its concern and thinks it's asking for help. On the other side, Fairy playfully asks, "What about you? Do you feel happy when we meet?" Hansu interrupts, "Shut up. Just say what you want." He uncomfortably asks, "What do you want?" Fairy's face turns cold as it looks at Hansu. Then it happily says, "Oh heavens, you're so cold. I don't like this coldness." It snaps its fingers and says, "Anyway, the reason for my visit is simple." Instantly, a surge of power surrounds Fairy's vehicle. He kneels down with his face on the ground. Fairy approaches Hansu and orders, "Kill that thing." It excitedly continues, "Actually, I've been observing the entire battle with Akuma." Fairy laughs maniacally, blood flows heavily. Traitor, crises threatening life, moments of despair. But in the end, you won. That was really entertaining. I couldn't look away for a moment. Its mood suddenly rises. But ending like this is too boring. Fairy complains continuously. "No matter how strong you are, you disappointed me this time." Hansu angrily says, "That's why you interfered." Fairy smiles mischievously, "Just to see the scene we wanted, right?" It happily says, "We set up for you to easily kill it. It's in a state where it can't resist. Not even one finger can move anymore." Fairy suggests you could chop its head off with one swing or cut its limbs before killing it. It excitedly says, "We like a grand and tortuous execution scene." Hansu angrily glares at Fairy. It made him pause and think, "Don't you like that? So we won't have any more options." Fairy said with a smile, "We need to eliminate all dangers." Gently reminding Hansu, "If you miss even one, you won't get anything." Fairy took out some ancient words and asked, "Do you remember this? The reward we offered before." Sighing, he added accurately, "You haven't completely eradicated the danger, right? So in fact, you have failed. That's why we can't give you the reward." That's frustrating. Then Fairy made another offer, "But we're giving you a second chance. If you kill Akuma, we'll consider it as completely eliminating the danger." Repeating the order, "Choose." Fairy presented two options to Hanzo, the promised reward or Akuma. Commanding, "What will you do?" Hanzo silently clenched his fists tightly. After a moment, he approached where Sign lay on the ground. Sign looked up at him. Hanzo glanced down at her gently. Sign shuddered in pain. Helplessly, she said, "Yes, of course you would do that. I understand, even me would do it." Recalling the look from her clan and the painful events, she said, "Someone like me deserves death." Quickly kneeling down opposite her, Hansu sat facing her. Sign immediately closed her eyes, waiting for her punishment. Suddenly, he whispered to her, "Listen carefully." Moving close to Sign, he said softly, "Son of Takirin, the first and rightful heir of Elven II." Whispering her name, Hansu called her, "Sign." Startled, she asked, "How do you know my name?" Hansu softly told her. The information Sign received surprised him. But a moment later, Hansu quickly subdued and killed Sign. Sophia gasped in horror. Fairy laughed loudly beside her. "Isn't that right? That's exactly what we wanted." Looking at Hansu happily holding Sign's broken body, he said, "You never disappoint us." Hansu sighed. Sign, who had just been stabbed and was clinging to Hansu, faintly tried to speak before closing his eyes forever. "I will wait." Immediately after, Sign's body turned into countless ancient words. Fairy saw this and got excited. So many ancient words, indeed a hidden treasure. Good reward. Joyfully asking Hansu, "Did you really expect this? With such a reward, of course you would kill it." He didn't respond, but silently took Sign's memory fragment. Fairy asked in confusion, "You only took that? Don't need the rest?" Hansu nodded. "Yes." Looking steadily at the memory fragment, he did so. At the same time, the system displayed information. Memory fragment, a small piece containing valuable memories of someone. Hansu said it was enough. Standing in a cave surrounded by precious stones, fairies hovered above with disdain. "You are truly patient." Seeing him not respond to these words, Sophia called out, "Hansu." Concerned, she asked Hansu, "Alright, that's good, right?" Hansu's face is full of pride right now. It's hard to tell what he's thinking. "No problem, that was originally part of our plan." Finally, he turned around and left. "I'll head straight into the cave to collect the relics. Wait here for a moment." Fairy touched Sophia, who saw Hansu looking worried about him. "Are you really okay?" Fairy noticed that Hansu had gone deep inside. It grinned maliciously. "Hansu is gradually going deeper while the others stay behind. There won't be any problems. I'm just making the right choice." Thinking about the worst-case scenario, he pursed his lips. As Hansu walked on, people blocked his path. If forced to make such a choice someday, it would be very difficult for him. Fairy's disdainful voice echoed, so it did follow in, quite unlike a person. Hansu's cold gaze didn't scare it. Instead, it taunted him. Will this worrying situation continue? But hearing such challenges, Hansu remained calm. "Don't worry." He turned to look at her with determination. "We'll show them something interesting soon." This time his gaze was full of hatred towards it, so just wait a moment. The tension between the two was palpable. Time seemed frozen. Fairy waited for a long time and finally heard the answer she wanted. "Alright, King Hansu, that's you. I'm not disappointed anymore now." In just a short while, he found all 5 relics gathered together. Seeing the items lying at his feet, more and more, chains creating an incredibly strong green force. It turns out Hansu was using power to connect the treasures underground. His hand no longer emitted such powerful electric rays. The admin mark had completed its task. A memory surfaced in Hansu's mind, vivid and real. Perhaps it was because he gained a new power that allowed him to control Ouroboros. The mark on Hansu's hand stood out prominently, different but strange. It looked unlike anything described by the Elvenheim clan. A notification appeared before him. Temporary admin rights have been activated. Authority is limited. Seeing this, Hansu realized his doubts. "I understand now." The scene in his mind showed people around the story. Only the Elvenheim clan can fully take control. But as a human, I only get temporary power here. Round Hansu, energy from him was connecting with weapons. "It's a pity. I didn't expect such limitations." His face showed a mix of victory and slight joy. "But that's enough now." Finally, he feels his power has increased significantly. "Now I have roughly the same strength as him." Shibuya waited outside. A pigeon arrived. It turns out it was Hanzo's pigeon delivering a message. "Hanzo, we received a message from Reds. The battle outside is intense. While still fighting Geiger, they said they caught up with Miyamoto. Let's follow them." After hearing the news, he pondered for a long time before coming up with a plan and turned to Sophia. "I have something I need to do first." Hazu didn't speak clearly, but mouthed it for her to understand. Sophia looked surprised but didn't press further. "Alright, I get it." Sophia felt empowered and hoped he would succeed. Then a loud voice pleaded, "Please spare me." It was Junichi in the underworld begging for mercy. "I lost my mind for a moment and did something terrible." Hearing this, everyone around him was surprised by such an admission of guilt. "All mistakes are mine." Seeing no response from others, his plea continued. "Please remember the time we spent together." Junichi kept banging his head on the ground in supplication. "Please forgive me. Evil can't hold back." "Stop! I get it now. Stop, please." She approaches to wait for him. A face marred by injuries. "We've known each other for a long time, so I understand everything." The one who can only stammer out thanks. "Thank you." Charles looks worried about what's coming next. No one knows what will happen, so there's no need to leave a future threat. I think he might still be angry at us. His face isn't any better. He can only guess. You really thought of the worst scenario. Despite seeing him beg like that, Miyamoto's resolve was shattered by what happened before. Her teammates are listening intently to her arguments, so let Han decide Miyamoto's fate. Just as he finished speaking, his blood turned pale. People around them felt an electric shock, causing them to cry out in pain, "Mary, my body." Jian-sang gritted his teeth, veins popping on his face. Everyone stepped into a trap that caused everyone to suffer. Miyamoto. At that moment, there was a loud explosion from the ground. Red shining stones like Ness' smile revealed sharp fangs. Junichi caused them, filling the ground with fallen people. His eyes turned upside down in sheer horror. You've destroyed everything we had, but we'll still survive until the end. Cut to a highly dramatic battle where no one is giving up. Michael coughed during the fight. He turned his head towards the battlefield. I can't keep up anymore. My defenses are failing. Seeing the monsters increasing while our numbers decrease, but the parasites aren't reducing at all, making Michael furious. He clenched his eyes shut. What's Han doing now? Hansu's blue pigeons flew in large numbers, causing the battle to pause. The pigeons landed on each person's hand, delivering messages. All the message pigeons are perched on everyone's hands. Michael's eyes widened in surprise. He cunningly hid his shock. How is this possible? Who is Hansu after all? How can you? Turning to Jin, the monster was getting closer. Sensing something, he read the message and drew his sword. Sang-jin swung his sword at the insects with force. Can't give up now. System notification. We are ready to destroy your Obros. Don't give up, King Hansu. A golden pigeon appeared in Sang-jin's hand. Got it, Hansu. With a determined voice. I won't give up. The sky is gradually turning dark. Sophia stands before the scene with shock, terrified by what she sees. What's happening? What happened? She can't hold back and kneels, looking at the pile of bodies on the ground. Everyone, are they all dead? Sophia's hands and legs tremble uncontrollably. She goes mad, tears falling uncontrollably. Miyamoto and Hanzo look on silently from behind. Hanzo doesn't want to waste time. He breaks the silence. I'll never forgive you. We have to leave Miyamoto then. Sophia's emotions move quickly. Hanzo, what are you talking about? We need to find Miyamoto as soon as possible. But Sophia couldn't help but make Hanzo smell his milk again. She couldn't see your expression clearly. Sophia Barr. Hanzo turned away with an extremely cold voice, showing no hint of affection or sadness. Don't forget what's our top priority. Hearing those words made Sophia's face full of tears. That's right, you've gone down a path even more difficult than this. Brushing aside his own sorrow, Sophia firmly said, You're right. Hansu, tell us what your next move will be. With a sharp voice, he said, We'll return using that mirror trick. Hansu's eyes were filled with anger and determination to take this path. They are waiting for us there as planned. Those who will replace the meat soldiers will join us. The battle is still raging fiercely. Our teammates have arrived at the battlefield, standing from afar watching us. Ansia stood outside for a while and couldn't help asking, Hey, are we just going to stand here and watch? She couldn't wait and asked again, What if those parasites surround us and corner us? What then? Sang-jin thought for a long time before making a decision. No, we can't leave this place. We have to keep waiting here. Ansia was startled by that. What? But Sang-jin was annoyed and said coldly, We promised Hansu. We agreed to meet here. Ansia couldn't bear it anymore and angrily interrupted. Hey, seriously, can you stop talking about Hansu? See that? Just shut up. Here's your head. The two twins couldn't resist joining in to tease Ansia. Because Sang-jin ignored her, Ansia was bored, making her face turn red with embarrassment. Shut up, you twins, I heard everything. Who's free? What? Ansia couldn't help getting angry and pointing at the two of them. Haven't you ever gone on a date? Please go now. Oh my god, don't pair us up anymore. This is all your fault. She was being scolded more intensely. If you like to gossip that much, just go with him. Sang-jin heard the scolding but looked at it as if he had seen it before. But what about you? Sang-jin looked puzzled and asked her again, Why are you mad at me? Ansia couldn't help shouting, You're crazy. Really? Someone couldn't hold back and got even angrier. What? Sojin heard her getting panicked and denied it. It's not like that. Everyone stopped joking around and listened attentively. I think they're surrounding us now. At this moment, everyone noticed the insects surrounding them. Before anyone could react, one couldn't resist charging towards them. Sang-jin couldn't stand it anymore and charged in. The monster's mouth opened wide, confronting him directly. Sang Jin couldn't wait for Hao Hong to charge forward, but someone with a sword appeared from somewhere. With a strong and decisive cut, Sang Jin's face froze in that moment. Turns out Hansu came to help. Seeing him not say anything, he asked, "Are you okay?" Sang Jin still lies quietly on the ground, even from a gentle punch by her. He's definitely faking it. Who do you think you are to ignore Sophia's opinion like that? Hansu, are you sure about this? His eyes remain calm and unflustered, facing a group in conflict, making Hansu recall his former team. Feeling everything will return to normal, Hansu becomes more confident things will be okay. A strand of hair dances in the wind. Where did Mihi appear from? She appears shyly in the breeze. It's been a while since we last met. Everyone is gathered and chatting merrily with Hansu. Even though she's new, Mihi still hits Sang Jin and talks to him. Hansu watches from afar, seeing team members replace the spirits that have gathered. His eyes sweep over the scene, envisioning where he and his teammates will face this school. His face is calculating, eager to complete the plan quickly. Once we find the treasure vault, Ouroboros will be done too. Someone is watching everything Hanzo does. Unbelievable. Through the wide screen, a figure reveals sharp teeth. Tequilon can't bear it. His power surges with anger, roaring, and even he's not an Elvenheim. Familiar scenes flash in his mind. Hard to believe that he endured inheriting the power of the armors, collecting all 5 keys and becoming the administrator. Tequilon watches through the screen as everyone leaves. How dare he, a miserable bug, dares to act like this? Tequilon can't watch anymore. He's shaking with rage. I won't forgive him for this. But his emotions recover quickly, filled with malice. The only administrator of the red area is me and no one else. The battle scene continues intensely. Everyone at the camp is struggling to hold their ground together. Everyone prepare for combat. Take your positions, be well prepared. If you want to live, you must fight. From afar, Liu Hong hides those outside to survive. I need to escape. Seeing people at the camp struggling with supplies, few members of the guild are in the base. If we fight them, we'll surely die while everyone fights the bio spiders. Thinking about this makes Liu Hong want to act to escape. Seizing a moment, a voice startles her. Captain Liu. Without asking, he starts talking. No, don't doubt me. I just need to go to the bathroom for a bit. The soldier doesn't pay attention and knocks him down. It's urgent, Captain. Liu Hong can't react as he leads her away. Follow me. Arriving at the scene, she sees someone severely injured, now Master Miyamoto. Seeing him sit motionless with wounds all over his body, back in critical condition. Hearing the diagnosis, Liu Hong rushes in. Master Miyamoto. Junichi tries to stop the pain and pause. Liu Hong. The pain in Junichi's eyes shows Liu Hong's concern. What happened? Who caused this? And what about the spirits? Tension builds. Where is that bastard now? He remains silent, unable to answer Liu Hong's questions. Junichi finally grits his teeth and says, everyone except Liu Hong, go outside. What does he mean? He insists he's fine. It's okay. Go out. The soldier tries to stay, but is heavily injured. We need to treat him immediately. Junichi loses patience, shouting loudly, didn't I tell you? Be quiet and leave. Everyone stays back without commenting as they all leave, leaving Liu Hong and Junichi alone inside. After everyone leaves, Junichi grabs Liu Hong's hand, looking closely. He acts crazy, pulling her towards him. This is what King Hansu did to me. That bastard made me look like this. Junichi's face, once gentle, now exudes malice. We can't forgive him. We must kill him no matter what. Do you understand? Liu Hong. He ordered Liu Hong to go and kill King Hansu. But Liu Hong's eyes show a slight avoidance. Liu Hong felt a bit reluctant and didn't dare to look Junichi in the eye when asking about it. But is this feasible? I have to admit that I pieced things together. but King Hansu has already surpassed me. I'm not on his level. He seemed to know the answer before but didn't get angry and patted my shoulder. It's fine. Junichi had a cunning, malicious look in his eyes. I've come up with a plan. I'll tell you about it. I will reveal the location of the sun treasure I have to protect summon the lighthouse and return stronger. Liu Hong was extremely surprised, unable to say anything. Then a loud laugh, indeed. You really are the one who bought it. You always had a plan ready. Seeing victory as easy, Liu Hong obeyed orders. I will follow your command. But Liu Hong had a rather snarky thought. Good, very good. With this method, I'll be strong enough. Once I handle King Hansu, he'll be the next. Liu Hong's face became extremely ugly as she thought about being the victor over Miyamoto. The sun was setting and a monster appeared to have its head chopped off by someone. Turns out Hansu is using his sword to destroy the monster. All the monsters are being defeated by Shia's shots, falling and lying on the ground. With the path cleared, Hansu turned back to the person behind him. We're almost there, hurry up. Uncia hid behind a tree and responded quickly. Okay, seeing the sun setting, we need to move before Miyamoto acts. Uncia's face was ugly but she knew it. Got it. Yumigi was shooting from one side, aiming precisely at the monsters in front of her. The others were using their strength to clear a path forward. Sangjin held his sword and rushed towards it, causing it to fall. Uncia watched her teammates fight from afar. Time was running out. Everyone had been fighting for a long time and was resting on the ground. We're done for. Uncia was also tired but couldn't say anything. A voice broke the silence. Indeed, this isn't good. It turns out it's Uncia speaking. Sorry, but we plan to withdraw. The four of them didn't respond. Listen to what she says. You four really have incredible skills. Maybe you're one of the few true brothers in that area. Uncia's hand was shaking as she tried to speak. We can avoid death. That's why you don't understand. She couldn't hold back and hugged someone, showing how much risk we wanted to survive. Everyone behind is very tired. What we want is to survive. Uncia was deeply sad thinking this choice was right. Joining Sangjin was because we thought it would give us a higher chance of survival. But like this, we could die at any moment. We can't continue anymore. Sangjin angrily pointed at her and reminded her, hey, what kind of weak talk is that? If Hansu said he would take you with him, you should be happy and follow him to the end. Uncia ignored his demeanor and punched Sangjin, telling him to shut up. The serious conversation turned into a fight between them. Again, you're doing this. Why are you so stubborn? Join when needed, retreat when the time comes. What a troublesome brat. Sophia was terrified seeing them fighting. She made a mess because no one had ever fought for her before. With that power level, Sophia thought Uncia might survive. Behind her, Mihi couldn't watch any more and called out. Hangshu, she didn't want to stay and asked him to continue moving forward. Mihi behind advised them. In the end, whether or not to follow is their choice. Hansu immediately rejected it. I'm not sure anymore. Calling him a teammate feels forced. Maybe it's more accurate to say we're collaborating. She imagines Hansu as dangerous and cold-blooded. From the start, he was a lone wolf. And really, you know that too. Both of them naturally started chatting excitedly and looked at each other. They both burst out laughing. I think we all see Hansu in the same way. I agree. Mihi can't wait to step forward. Sophia, if you don't mind, could you tell me what happened to Hansu? The cheerful chatter of everyone grew darker as night fell. Sangjin also chimed in, sounding just like Hansu. His hands couldn't help but move around. A predator, a monster, a fish with a forked tongue, and even one that spits poison. I wonder when he started sniffing around for information, always advancing without stopping. That's the real hero. Mihi's eyes seemed to avoid something. A voice cut in on their conversation. In my opinion, Hansu is a very hard person to understand. He has a goal, something he doesn't tell us, and it's probably something we'll never fully grasp. Both of them seem to be entering the same mindset as Hansu. That's why he always keeps his distance from us. We can follow him, but we can't bridge that gap. Imagine how strong Hansu is. There's an invisible wall between us, but the decision lies with him. Remember Hansu, who gives advice on looking at problems differently. That's why he's still weak and can't follow me alone. Trust me and stay by my side until the end. Many lives will be saved, including yours. Seeing Hansu from afar, Migi added, I'm starting to understand a bit more about his true nature now. Interrupting someone who was speaking, we've arrived here. Hansu is standing at the spot where he's probing this land for clues. His eyes are contemplative. His hand rests on the ground, using the power of Numaha. A large area around the ground is covered by Hansu's power, a destructive force. The people nearby feel the pressure from his power. Sophia is surprised to see this unexpected scene. It turns out that behind Hansu lies another path, a secret entrance. He didn't say anything but remembered the conversation he had. Do you know why I'm called the one who loves ancient relics? I've hidden many useful items in various places. If we have to start over, it's better to make things easier. When you return to the past, you'll understand they will be a great help to you. Kantai couldn't bear being pointed at and scolded straight in the face. Yes, this is extremely important. There's a skill I never told Miyamoto about, a very rare item that even higher levels don't have. I'm only telling you because it matters. Everyone has moved into action. Sang-jin and Sophia's exclamations broke the silence. Hard to believe. Sophia looked down at the treasures. There are countless ancient relics here. The twins were delighted. Oh my, this is perfect. It's mine. I can boost my stats significantly too. Unsea recalled what Hansu said. I'm sure you won't regret it. So he really did say that. Her hand equipped. The system showed a notification. Rare gloves numbered 623, increasing strength, dexterity, and stamina by 10% each. When attacking, causing additional burn damage is number 3 in A. Seeing how powerful these gloves are on her hand, she exclaimed, it's unbelievable. Is there really such a dominant relic here? How did King Hansu know about a place like this? Who exactly is he? Sang-jin looked around as if realizing something. Hold on, thinking back. You didn't find the person you were looking for. Where is Hansu? Instead of going to find the treasures, Sang-jin went to look for Hansu. It can't be that he left us here and ran off on his own. Did he go this way? A voice called out, urging him to turn around. Sang-jin, turning back, saw who he was looking for. Hansu, you're holding something shiny like a diamond. What is that? Hansu didn't know what he was asking about. This one here. A notification appeared. An incredible skill I had to come back for. Skill number 8, Lord of the Death Strike. Hansu wasn't as happy about it, thinking to himself, I didn't think I'd run into this again here. Canked, damn it. A skill like that with a single-digit number must be invaluable for me. Seeing Fairy holding the same thing as before, rejecting the offer from the fairy was clearly the right decision. He just hesitated for a few seconds. However, considering the activation conditions of this skill, it doesn't really suit me. Hansu handed over what he was holding to Sang-jin. Take it. Throwing it into Sang-jin's hand made him jump. What? Hansu calmly replied. This skill will become a huge source of power for you. Sang-jin held it in surprise. Hanzo, thank you. I'll keep this skill forever. No, use it now. Everyone is choosing their own item. Sophia and Migi also received their items. It's much better than what she currently has. Really? Sophia suddenly rushed forward to prepare for an attack. She cast a spell, causing an explosion. Everyone was surprised by the ambush in front of them. Sophia was shocked to see Liu Hong standing before her. Liu Hong's army had arrived to confront Sophia. Migi turned to ask, Sophia, do you know this person? Sophia helplessly replied, I wish I didn't know him. Liu Hong was furious upon hearing that. Sophia var traitor. Without stopping, Liu Hong questioned her. Who dared to steal Miyamotoshi's treasure? Sophia didn't understand, and Liu Hong pointed at everyone and ordered. This is a perfect opportunity. I'll deal with you all before the blacksmith arrives. They charged in, full of anger. Miyamotoshi's treasure belongs to us. Both sides were already engaged in battle. Mihi had drawn her bow and was ready to shoot. Uncia stood still, unsure what to do, but the item on her hand was radiating a fighting spirit. The fight was intense. Mihi was holding her longbow, preparing to shoot. Those guys were hit in their chests. They must be strong. Liu Hong was furious at her teammates. You fools. Not letting them attack, Liu Hong rushed towards the shop. Uncia trembled with fear as she saw this happening behind her. Eliminate the weaker ones first. Mihi saw Kodo standing still and shouted loudly, "Be careful!" Seeing him not moving, Mihi was terrified of Liu Hong aiming at Uncia. As Liu Hong prepared to charge at Kodo and Unchi, the twins screamed for Kodo to move. "Miss Unchi, don't stand there, get out of the way." But she stood still, not moving at all. Very dangerous. The image of past battles flashed in her mind. Those wars killed everyone. Uncia was too injured to kneel before her enemy. She was too weak. Her face looked pitiful then. The only reason she survived this long was sheer luck. A sword was about to fall. Death was certain. Uncia was enduring the punishment silently. But remember Hansu's words, "Follow me. Trust me." Another hand placed on Uncia's shoulder, encouraging her, "I will believe you." Turns out she let us hear herself. "I'm no longer afraid." Uncia's strength created an invisible pressure field. Uncia's eyes returned to reality, no longer lost in memories. A punch landed immediately on the other guy's face. Now I'm not the me from before. Uncia's power caused Tenkia pain. Another punch from Uncia hit him hard. Tenkia was stuck against the wall, bleeding. Their teammates were surprised. Both Mihi and Sophia couldn't believe it. Someone behind tried to ambush Uncia but failed miserably. But right in front of Uncia, a strong hand stopped the sword from reaching him. Without turning around, she punched Tenkia with force. The pressure made Tenkia cough up blood. On the broken ground from Uncia's punch, everyone saw the guy on the floor being pushed back far. Seeing her weapon so strong, Uncia reminded everyone, "Everyone believe in yourselves. Pass your own strength to others." Because we're stronger now, Hansu would be impressed by this scene. Those guys were knocked down within seconds. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Mihi looked worried at the sight. Sophia and I hadn't intervened yet. Hearing Mihi's report, Unchi had almost finished them off. Unchi delivered a fatal blow, surprising the twin brothers who mocked Uncia. Unchi delivered another fatal blow. Unchi delivered another fatal blow. "I told you to stop." Hansu saw those lying on the ground in terrible condition. Despite being outnumbered, they didn't get hurt while overpowering them. Have we gathered all the ancient texts and works here? Uncia was shy but happy about today's success. Hansu looked at her approvingly. He was preparing to do something. Then Hansu's hand produced a weapon. "Let's end this now." Liang Hong lay defeated on the ground, scared by Hansu's weapon. Hansu reminded and asked Liang Hong, "Answer me." His voice was cold and sharp. "Did Miyamoto mention the warehouse location?" Liang Hong trembled in fear, begging not to come closer. Hansu didn't stop. He jumped forward. A strong step landed on Liang Hong's body. Liang Hong looked worried. "I'll ask one last time." Hansu's eyes were cold, his patience gone as he asked again, "Where is Miyamoto?" Unable to handle the pressure, Liang Hong gritted his teeth and gave in. "Okay, I'll tell you." Hansu was serious. Another strong step made Liang Hong reveal the main light tower base location. He's badly injured, so he must still be there. Everyone was surprised by this name. Miyamoto, the leader of the Light Tower clan. Sophia was annoyed hearing that name again. "That scoundrel, I thought he ran away." Who would have thought he returned to base? Hansu was surprised by this name Miyamoto. Connecting all the dots, he realized something. "I understand now." Hansu angrily grabbed the neck of that guy tightly. Liu Hong suggested asking about his inner doubts. He planned to return for supplies to regain strength and hinder our plans. King Hansu. Liu Hong could only beg with no more resistance. "It's a misunderstanding." "I see." Liu Hong tried to gain some trust by saying, "I am also an enemy of Miyamoto." Such pretense just made Hansu angrier. Sophia saw the scene and asked Liu Hong, "What nonsense are you spouting now?" Hansu's grip tightened further. Liu Hong had no choice but to confess. He was once praised here, but then he crushed him. "Right, I realize I can't follow him anymore." Such words only made him angrier. Isn't the underworld all about power? If you let me take some remaining relics and writings, I'll go back to base and kill Miyamoto myself. Ansia didn't understand and asked again. So he's offering to betray Miyamoto for mercy. Never seen anyone like that in real life. Hanzo answered Sophia's question. It seems so. Sophia couldn't help scolding Liu Hong. Truly pitiful. Don't just talk to survive. Liu Hong, he has pleaded sincerely. "No, I'm telling the truth. I really don't trust Miyamoto anymore. Please believe me, King Hansu." Hearing such words made Hansu angrier. But his answer was fitting. It sounded reasonable. Sophia couldn't help reminding him. "Hansu, do you really believe that?" Hansu reminded Sophia about the situation. If he could take down Miyamoto, it would be like eliminating a potential threat. Liu Hong's face strained into a forced smile. This might not be my choice. His face was drenched in sweat as he tried to hold on. "So that is indeed an attractive offer, isn't it? Then release me first and we can plan clearly. It seems I can escape with my eloquence." A strong squeeze made Liu Hong unable to breathe. He screamed. But seeing no way to persuade him, she prolonged the time, waiting. "Why?" Hansu released him and tried to persuade. "Go back and talk to Miyamoto, Liu Hong." Hansu's face was cold with hatred. He would be next. After releasing Liu Hong, his face turned pale and fell down. Seeing Liu Hong fall, but also as a reminder, and the look in his eyes at those lying corpses below, we never trust traitors. Corpses lay scattered on the ground, all motionless after the battle. You left no trace behind. Liu Hong rubbed his neck with discomfort and a slight groan of pain. He sat up straight, rubbing his head and cursed, "Damn it, tight Hansu." The scene showed numerous bodies scattered on the ground, all motionless after the battle. You left no mark behind. Liu Hong supported himself with one hand on his thigh, gripping his chest tightly as he struggled to breathe. "Tight Hansu, you'll go to hell for this." He stood up, his face twisted in anger and pain, gritting his teeth, eyes wide open. "Just wait there, I will not." Ouroboros coil fiercely under the distant sunset sky. The scene erupted with chaos as everyone fought, faces opening wide in fear. Michael shouted angrily with a tense face, sweat pouring down from his anger. "Tight Hansu, who came here?" The oxen charged straight down with fierce attitudes, speed like a firestorm. He swung his hand wildly at the swarm of bugs. "I beg you all, give me some space to breathe." From above, a shadow darted down like a sharp arrow, its speed forming a green pillar. The oxen's eyes followed the movement in the sky where a warrior was diving. A blinding explosion, golden flames curling up as if devouring the sky. Michael raised his arm to shield against the dust from the blast, his eyebrows furrowed uncomfortably. Hansu stood confidently after defeating the monster, praising him for holding them back well. His face was drenched in sweat out of panic, a reluctant smile on his face. "Do you know, I almost died because of you," Michael said with a slightly reproachful tone. "You're too late, tight Hansu." He stood confidently, his lips curving into a gentle smile. Hansu asked sarcastically, "How many did you think you killed?" Michael shrugged and stretched his arms out. "We're not sure if it's a few or tens of thousands." He explained, "But we can't see any reason to count them, yet checking them is actually quite complicated." Michael insisted, "There are more than he explained because sometimes they have to retreat. So the advance of their defensive line being pushed back was inevitable. Plus, the parasitic grasshoppers also invaded everywhere through the gaps in the defense." Michael closed his eyes and exhaled deeply, relaxing. "Anyway, everything should be fine now. Your return proves you brought a strong Vietnamese force here, right? The faces of your comrades in arms in battle come into clear view, all filled with heroic expressions." He burst out laughing and gripped John's hand tightly. "That is the strongest force in that area, the ghosts and Miyamoto-sama." Hanzo's eyes glared ahead steadily. Where are they? Miyamoto and the ghosts didn't come. The atmosphere grew silent. Only the sound of wind whistling and dust swirling around could be heard. Michael grimaced, his face contorted in discomfort as he shouted out loud. What? He tensed up, extremely worried, and asked John urgently. What did they say? Without them, how will we handle this situation? He folded his arms and looked smug. Don't worry, just wait and see. I've brought back tens of thousands of Vietnamese soldiers. His arm gripped the weapon tightly as he swung it with all his strength for battle. John slashed down a powerful blow. Michael's weapon clattered onto his shoulder forcefully. His stern face looked ahead. He tightened the bowstring. The sharp, powerful nose of the monster is brimming with energy, ready to be unleashed. Chaos reigns over the battlefield as hordes of monsters charge at terrifying speed. Amidst the chaotic battlefield under the twilight, everyone reappears. In the fiery sky of dusk, a colossal magic circle appears like a glowing gateway. Ansia strikes with incredible speed, her entire body enveloped in golden orange light like flames igniting. Michael stands still, wide-eyed in shock, wanting to say something but choking it back. The warrior group emerges with an extremely solid formation. They are the key force just arrived to turn the tide. Who is that? He looks startled and confused, eyes wide, sweat trickling down his temples, hands trembling. They look incredibly strong, but where are those tens of thousands of Vietnamese soldiers? Did they come from the guide area? Sang Jin's half-smile appears in the darkness, just enough light to see the sharp curve of his lips and his strong chin shadow. Who do you think you are, daring to question Hansu? He stands with a cold smile. The tension is palpable, like one can hear their heart beat. Believe what Hansu says. Do you understand? Michael freezes as Sang Jin's sword presses against his neck. A threatening voice resounds. What kind of look is that? Why are you looking at me like that? Is there a problem? Hansu turns around, his voice calm yet authoritative. Hands up, follow orders. Yes, Hansu. He calls out Michael's name, startling him with what happened earlier. Hansu places a hand on Michael's shoulder, slightly curling his lips, his sharp gaze warm in a unique way. Well done. Speak clearly and confidently, leaving no room for doubt. The rest is up to us. He pauses, eyes wide, face a mix of surprise and unease. Michael and Sang Jin exchange glances, slightly startled. He opens his eyes wide, looks coldly around, pointing at his own eyes as if warning. Ansia winces, punches Sang Jin in the head with an angry face. Don't pretend anymore. Hurry up. He notices some confusion. Why is she treating Sang Jin like that? Because he's special? She yells angrily, be quiet. Michael crosses his arms, smiling happily and expectantly. He really brought a strange group with him. But if he trusts them, we should trust them too. Good luck. The more intense Hansu becomes, two huge monsters collide at terrifying speed, shaking the entire scene. A horde of giant monsters rush in, their curved horns slicing down from above like sickles, tearing through the sky. Hansu's eyes turn cold and resolute as he looks around. He shouts a battle cry, let's go everyone. A powerful slash cuts through the monster bodies, leaving deep wounds. He tilts his head, looking sharp and determined, standing confidently. It's almost dark. Follow the plan and destroy as many parasitic creatures as possible. Sang Jin charges forward, his face tense with furrowed brows. He quickly slashes at the parasitic creatures with sharp blows. Michael draws his bow, one eye closed to focus on the target. The golden energy-laden arrow flies straight towards the centipedes. However, another one appears beside her. Someone shouts a warning, be careful, they're attacking from the left too. Junsang fights while quickly reporting, more attacks coming from the right. Others grimace at the relentless assault from centipedes, never stopping their attacks. Eastern Ansia is frustrated. Instead of complaining, use that time to kill another worm. Hansu tries to calm everyone down in this situation, just a little more. A large amount of energy surges up from the ground. We only need to hold on until it gets dark. Sophia is extremely tense reporting back. Hansu, it's too dangerous. If this keeps going, we'll be surrounded and unable to escape. His eyes sharp, his brows furrowed, showing how critical the situation is. The sky gradually darkens. Now, Hansu seriously calls out Sang-jin's name. He hears and turns around. He says a cryptic message to Sang-jin. It's time. Do you remember? Hansu glanced at him and gave a faint smile before saying, "That's your power, go." Sang-jin returned the smile, understanding what he meant. They must have discussed it beforehand. Sang-jin knelt down, leaning forward as if concentrating all his strength and willpower into an action. Energy flared up with white light at the core, surrounded by purple shockwaves like a sword slicing through air. The grasshoppers lay scattered on the ground, their bodies shattered into pieces. Its eyes suddenly glowed with a fierce light, as if life was returning to it. That grasshopper slowly stood up miraculously after collapsing earlier. The warrior group, full of vigor, finally reached the battle stage. There were tens of thousands of them. Sang-jin smirked, his smile both arrogant and waiting for something exciting. His face was cold with a fierce aura. Standing tall, his body calm and composed. Something huge emerged from the ground, creating a chilling scene. The giant grasshoppers, with their hard exoskeletons, stood around. Sang-jin gripped his weapon tightly, the metal reflecting a strong light. He moved forward, Yang Sang's figure appearing behind him, creating a mysterious and powerful presence as they walked. They charged like a wave, overwhelming the battlefield with their speed. All the grasshoppers leaped up, their bodies bending powerfully, revealing sharp teeth like a scissor. A creature was hit by a strong force, causing it to recoil backward. It fell heavily on the ground, creating a shockwave in the area. Sang-jin raised his hand, an aura of energy radiating round it. "Wake up!" The grasshopper's eyes glowed fiercely as it fought until its last breath. System notification, Skill 8, Lord of the Dead. When activated, you can revive dead people into immortals and make them fight endlessly. The giant grasshoppers were controlled to continuously bite each other, tearing their bodies apart. The monsters were destroyed, their bodies shattered. The giant grasshoppers showed signs of panic. Their already fierce eyes widened in horror. The creatures were covered by a strong purple energy wave from above. A black area emerged with a structure resembling stone or a network. Sang-jin was neither worried nor determined, his eyes wide as he shouted. Everything unfolded according to the plan. "Hansu, go now!" Hansu gave a confident smile, even seeing half of his face. You could tell his current attitude. "Well done!" At that moment, he quickly moved away from his position. The group rushed forward with incredible speed. "Let's go!" Hansu reminded them of many strategies. "We need to eliminate as many parasitic giant grasshoppers as possible before nightfall. Then I will use Sang-jin's skill to revive them and make them fight the remaining ones. If we do this, it will be easier for us to reach the lake where Yorobro's tail is." He was calm with a commanding presence, raising his hand to draw out his sword. Meanwhile, Sophia led me to the place with the strongest source of magic. Alpha must be there. She looked bewildered and worried, sweat trickling down her cheeks. "But how are we going up?" Hansu's eyes were cold and confident as he smirked, preparing to share an idea. "It's simple. We will use Sophia's descent skill and climb on him." The layered skills reflected the light softly, giving a sense of both softness and mystery. He stepped down gently, standing firmly with his thick boots facing forward. His face showed some confusion as sweat dripped from his cheeks. His eyes were wide in disbelief at Kai standing below him, feeling the smallness of humanity against such a towering presence. Sang-jin looked worried. If he fell from here, there wouldn't be much left. Alex was visibly shaken. "Focus, don't trip." Everyone discussed the surface being harder and flatter than expected. Thankfully, it was indeed like that. I thought it would be simple because of the dragon. Hansu spoke calmly but seriously, reminding everyone to pay attention. His expression cold yet extremely determined. "Follow me." Sophia's eyes were sharp and alert as her hair blew in the wind. Ansia's face showed confidence and mischief, ready for a fight. With a calm but sharp demeanor, his narrowed eyes held hidden worry. Mihi gave a gentle smile, but her eyes seemed slightly confused. They charged down like arrows shot from above with incredible speed. "Let's go up!" In an instant, they reached their destination. The air is tense and full of power. A girl closes her eyes, her face calm but with a hint of focused tension. The straw ox has glowing red eyes, its fierce gaze emanating from beneath the bone mask, giving off an aura of rage and intensity. They leap up with incredible speed, waves of energy spreading out as debris flies in all directions. Ansia dashes forward, her gun blazing at terrifying speed. Tunkuda's powerful kick strikes into the monster's body. Jonsang rushes ahead, taking a defensive position. Ansia and I will block them here. Hurry and clear the path. Mihi turns around, raising a long spear behind to shield against the approaching monsters. His Hansu eyes are sharp like a knife blade, exuding confidence and danger. On the curved surface of this vast arena, a horde of beautiful giant insects swarm in dense layers. Ansia's face is focused, her sharp gaze locks onto the target ahead. He grits his teeth, his face tensing with determination as he charges forward at incredible speed. Hansu's eyes are filled with intensity and coldness, their piercing look slicing through space. Golden electric rays surround him. Using long qigong, he swings his sword towards Ansia, who stands in shock, her mouth agape, hands clenched tightly in surprise. Hazu turns around, his cold but calm eyes showing complete control over the situation. This way, everyone! Swapia's eyes widen with astonishment and worry, her voice trembles as she exclaims, "What is this?" They stand in a semicircle around the enormous black hole that just appeared on the ground. Is there space beneath the scales like this? He quickly explains, this is the neural core entrance, where the Ouroboros core lies. The neural core is a structure containing nerve cells not found in the brain or spinal cord. Part of the peripheral nervous system, including the brain, Ouroboros has 3 cores. Hanzo explains meticulously, if we destroy all 3, it can be killed. Then he shows a vial containing something. Take this, his hand tightly gripping it. This is an item crafted to destroy the cores. The system displays details. Redzoni 1650 formula, explosives, once inside the neural core. Wait about 30 minutes before it enters the core. Ansia raises her eyebrows in thought. So this is what she mistakenly created earlier? Her face serious, her eyes intensely focused on everyone. We'll divide into teams, each team will target a core. Hazu looks towards Ansia and the other 2, Team 1, then at the other side, Team 2. Hazu hugs Sophia and firmly decides, finally, we're Team 3. He points in a direction, Ansia's team will go this way. She gasps, oh, our team goes first. Hansu is serious, don't complain about the order. Each entrance is at different positions, so each team must enter their own path. Ansia nods slightly, reluctantly accepting the command. Got it. She stands tall with her hands on her hips, a confident and mischievous expression. Let's go first then. Ansia jumps down into the pit, her arms crossed to maintain balance as she lands. Hansu turns around and requests. Sophia blocks the entrance again. Don't let those beautiful cicadas in. Her serious but focused expression. There, a hard ice block forms at the mouth of the pit to cover it up. He lowers his head slightly, his face no longer tense. Done, now we just need to move up to the entrance above. The cicadas scream loudly, their red eyes fierce and aggressive. Mihi's eyes widen in confusion, still too many. Jonsang frowns anxiously, they reproduce like single-celled organisms. Hazu lowers his sword, no matter how many there are, then he raises the sword forward with confidence. Let's go. Below, no light penetrates the darkness. Ansia's eyes widen in surprise as she slightly frowns. This is... In front of everyone is a large glowing crystal. The neural core? A huge straw ox stands blocking their path. Hansu slashes through it, the light from his strike blazing brightly. His attacking posture is incredibly strong and confident. He quickly brings down the monster. Hansu's cold eyes look ahead without wavering. He makes a judgment as he sees everything. This is the second entrance. Then Hansu turns to the next team, Team 2. It's your turn now. He gives the order, step in right away. 5 minutes have passed since Team 1 entered. After entering, wait for the exact time before throwing the item into the core. Junsang focuses on the command. Got it. They quickly move towards the second portal right in front of them. Mihi suddenly paused, turning around to look back at him. Hazu's eyes also showed a bit of confusion, not understanding what was going on. He kept asking, "What's wrong?" Her gaze lingered, startling her. "What is it?" Mihi hesitated and then said nothing, both of them just standing there staring at each other. After a moment, she forced a shy smile, apologizing, "I must have forgotten to say what I intended to." Hazu nodded, his eyes slightly widened with a hint of doubt. "Oh." Mihi stepped confidently, her figure straight and strong, her voice serious and urgent. "Don't worry about it. Hanku, let's go before the timer runs out." She turned her head mid-motion, her long hair flowing gently in the wind, creating a soft yet determined feeling. "We'll do this another time then." Mihi jumped down without hesitation, raising her hand to try and maintain balance. His eyes sank as if deep in thought, but unable to express it. Hazu was serious and irritated, reminding her to activate after half an hour exactly. Swapia focused but still responded politely. "Yes, I remember now." She looked down with slightly sad eyes, a small frown on her lips, a flat expression of reluctance. "Mihi!" Swapia thought deeply with a profound understanding, a silent empathy, sorrowful but gentle. "I can feel your mood." The playroom was filled with bright stars and faint glowing spots floating around. He rushed forward at an incredible speed, the golden sword sweeping across the ground creating a wind trail. I immediately felt the energy of that disgusting alpha. Both were suddenly halted, Hazu standing in front of Sophia to block her. The giant monster appeared, its eyes glowing fiercely. Her eyes widened, showing confusion and tension. After this, clearly recognizing the alpha's energy. But his gaze was cold, his inner turmoil revealing a threat assessment as he analyzed the situation. "Alpha, he just woke up recently." A red energy beam lit up from the monster. It must have set the trap already. Managing this temporary admin isn't easy. A voice echoed, "Are you looking for me?" The sound caught the attention of the Hanku. Tekiran appeared above the monster's head. "I knew you'd show up immediately." His face was terrifying with sharp teeth. "It had been a long time, my opponent." Tekiran exuded a cold and ruthless aura, but using weaklings to break through is not your style. Nuke, you're to calm as if commanding the opponent. "Wait, finished yet?" He boasted arrogantly, his hands crossed in front of his chest. "Truly arrogant. Pride will be your downfall." Hansu threw his sword up high. He slashed down with such force, creating a massive light pillar. The monster was cut to pieces. Its remaining body lay on the ground, severely injured. Swapia reported anxiously, "If Tekiran wasn't here, it means he's targeting another team. Is everything okay?" His face remained calm. "So I must destroy the core quickly." Hazu focused calmly as if nothing happened. "We've opened the neural network. Let's proceed." She looked at him with a serious but slightly worried expression. "Okay, got it." Uncia paused, lifting her head in surprise. "Where is this?" In front of everyone was a glowing crystal, the neural core, Team 1 reporting initially. Kai's face showed both tension and surprise. "This area is bigger than I thought." She objected. "It's not too big either." He pointed forward with caution. "Uncia, over there." Uncia follows the direction indicated, eyes focused intently. "I see it." A huge crystal core emits cold blue light, resembling a Eurobro's hole. They are amazed and impressed. "It's so large." Considering the size of Eurobros, this makes sense. Uncia holds the vial in her hand. Her serious expression shows determination. Everyone prepared to activate the Hansu items. "We must destroy the core in 30 minutes. She suddenly stops and looks up, eyes wide open. "Do you hear something?" Everyone looks puzzled, wondering what they heard. From below the deep caverns, a rumbling sound echoes. The ground starts to shake as people can no longer stand firm. Uncia looks up with shock on her face, sweat pouring down. She warns everyone, "Look up, those Hayabusa are surrounding us." Uncia turns with alertness in her eyes, a mix of cold and anxiety. The Hayabusa charge at once, moving incredibly fast. She looks straight ahead, her gaze sharp and determined. This time you brought the crowd with you, huh? Right, they've given us enough time. They appear in great numbers, their red glowing eyes visible against the purple bones. Two warriors rush to their battle positions. Position yourselves left and right, I'll take center. Ansia warns them not to hesitate, focusing on drawing back an arrow while shooting. There, the warriors are holding off a massive horde of monsters. She stands firm, we just need to hold for 30 minutes. Got it? 30 minutes. The giant Hayabusa advance with their terrifyingly large forms. Ansia quickly turns, her body tilting from the momentum. She delivers a powerful punch downward, surrounded by golden orange flames. They fight valiantly against the monsters. 28 minutes left. A sharp weapon flies towards the hall. 20 minutes left. Ansia frowns from exertion and turns to reassure everyone. Hold your ground, don't retreat. They are surrounded by thousands of monsters. We must persevere until the end. 15 minutes before the next attack wave. On the other side, Hatsu and Sophia stand facing giant monsters. She closes her eyes as if preparing to use a special technique. Sophia opens her eyes, her gaze intense and focused, with the tricolor bone seal marking. The red glowing monsters on the bamboo stand rush forward in droves. His eyes cold, lips curved into a half smirk of challenge. Now they're just sitting ducks. Hatsu quickly leaps up with great speed. He slashes continuously at the monsters with sharp blades. Each slash from Hatsu is incredibly powerful and unbreakable. In a moment, he dispatches several grasshoppers effortlessly. Some others peek out from above the hole. Hatsu looks up with scrutiny. Those parasitic grasshoppers just watch, not bothering to jump down. Then he turns back to the notification board. Just hold on for another 30 minutes. Everything will be fine. Yet I still can't believe he abandoned the first core center. Hansu analyzes the situation. It seems Tekirin used projection to deceive them. At that moment, he says, however, sending weaker individuals to sabotage is a shallow strategy. You're not like him at all, you realize, and you even avoid me to protect someone else. Hansu cuts through the clouds so clearly, I'll make him regret his choice. Sophia rushes over to warn you about her thoughts. This situation is too suspicious. There must be a trap. Why are they just standing there observing? You agree, she's right. You think it through and decide to cancel the sabotage plan in 30 minutes. I'll do it now and continue eliminating the remaining cores. She shows obvious tension and worry. You have to go destroy the core yourself without explanation. Won't that make everything more chaotic? Hazu picks up a glass bottle, his expression serious and focused. If we were just dealing with cattle, I wouldn't be worried. But Tekirin, who appeared in projection, is now inside Eurobros. I must ask Sobi urgently if she's going to destroy the core of Eurobros. Will it start acting? Is Tekirin more dangerous than Eurobros? However, with her attitude, you calmly close your eyes. He is dangerous, but Eurobros is far superior. Sobia feels something's not right. I can't understand what he means. Or just trust them for once. Hansu confidently stands his ground. I'm not saying I don't believe them. I have my own plan. She slightly lowers her eyes, worried that he hasn't told her everything yet. He should have trusted her more. But the system splits the user's soul and allows communication, giving control over the host's mind. Junichi's expression is terrifying with wide eyes. We will take possession of their body. Phobia. Her eyes widen in realization before slowly closing as she accepts it. Inside Unsia's body lies his soul. Did he think it was easy to die like that? Some Hanzu seem to trust this woman, which is why they turned their backs on her. Junichi clutches his bloody shoulder, his face filled with fear. You will pay for what you've done to me. Hanzo holds the glass bottle in one hand and stands confidently without fear. His eyes are cold, his brows furrowed. I'm waiting for you, Miyamoto. Hanzo rushes towards her, gripping her shoulder tightly, giving her no time to react. The ring on his hand is the Manhua Destruction Power Ring. It starts glowing. Sophia's body is brimming with energy, her eyes dazed. He supports her, closing his eyes in worry. After the ally turned enemy, and the enemy became an ally. Hazu fiercely responds, "As long as he wants to drag me down, I won't let him live. I've pinpointed their location. The lords must be very hungry." The system announces temporary administrator rights for the world tree. After capturing a being, Miyamoto should transfer it to the Queen Bee Hive. On a cliff, light shines brightly from within. Junichi is severely injured, standing in the middle of a glowing magic circle. What is this? A massive spell with countless circles, symbols, and intricate lines glows, blindingly bright. Giant insect-like monsters are falling from above. His face contorts in fear, his eyes widen, sweat drips down. Junichi's eyes widen in panic and despair. Here, it can't be. The red light covers everything, turning all into a blood color. His face is covered with blood and wounds, his eyes wide with fear, mouth open as if screaming in pain. I, the ruler of the red area. How could this be? Despite holding Sophia's body, it seems the soul-shattering skill has disappeared. Now that the lords have a powerful bait, they must be very excited. The nerve core starts cracking, energy begins to burst forth. You notice this and look up with calm but tense eyes. We don't have much time left. Then Hansu looks down at her, who is still closed-eyed and pale. What if she wakes up right now? We can leave, but it seems difficult. Using scraps of divine soldiers provides some protection. But the system announces that Hansu's mana is below 50%. Do you want to use the World Tree's mana? He looks serious, staring straight ahead with a cold and determined gaze. If we're careless, the World Tree might die. We need to handle it very carefully. Hansu slightly lowers his head, one corner of his lips curling into an implicit smile, apologizing to the World Tree. The system announces that the permission to use the World Tree's magic has been approved. In fact, Hansu is already connected to the World Tree's mana network. Energy surrounds both of them. With this much mana, we can use it freely. Suddenly, Hansu's monkey-like legs start positioning themselves to prepare for movement. Hansu jumps forcefully, only a void remains at his previous position. He flies straight up with a serious and extremely determined look. The water veins are becoming more prominent, forming many nerve-like structures. Ouroboros is covered in this manner, blue light enveloping the entire scene. A powerful light explosion occurs, golden rays burst out in a beam pattern. The vines and tree trunks wrap around like they're strangling or cutting something, with a huge monster's mouth wide open full of blood, howling in pain as it hangs upside down. Ouroboros' green eyes open slightly. The cold gaze is like that of a giant reptile. It opens its slit-like eyes wide, blue light flaring up, and the lines stretch out. The giant Ouroboros darts through the rain of chaos, bright green eyes full of fury, mouth wide open roaring. Hazu looks at the huge dragon body in front of him with a calm but alert expression. It seems to be moving, but not consciously. If it did, it would have attacked us from the start. His serious gaze contemplates. Now, instead of destroying T-Chiron, we should focus on restraining him. The system announces that the temporary World Tree Administrator Command has been confirmed. The branches will begin to move. A huge part of Ouroboros' body tightly wraps around the rock wall. It opens its mouth wide, showing sharp fangs like knives, roaring loudly, full of rage. The entire giant Ouroboros wraps itself around the ancient tree trunk, each strong wrap nearly breaking the bark. Hazu hovers in the night sky under the bright full moon. He looks down with a calm but serious expression. Chiron's face is calm and cold, giving off an impression of someone extremely powerful. It's time to wake up, Chiron, Elvenhide. Your wind will follow our path. Hanzo tilts his head slightly with a sharp and confident gaze. Wait for me on the royal road. I'll come see you soon. Ouroboros is covered in dark green scales like a living wall. Space seems to be compressed as if it's squeezing. The glowing red eyes of the giant cricket shine in the darkness, moving at an alarming speed. It was defeated, its body fell to the ground, but its red eyes still glowed like falling stars. Hansu stands amidst the night, a sinister purple aura emanating from his palm making his face even colder and darker. The Lord of the Lost Souls. He issues a cold command, summoning a warrior from the gods to enter battle. He's heading into combat now. The dark scene sees Hansu facing a horde of giant insects. His entire body emits purple magical light. His expression remains calm and resolute. We really have a chance to win. Just hold out until dawn. A bright purple explosion occurs, the magical energy bursting with power. The huge insect-shaped creatures lift their heads, as if attracted by something above them. They rush forward, leaving red trails behind. They are moving in unison. It feels like a wave of attack spreading out. Sangjin turns his head, his tense and alert expression showing no fear but determination. If those insects climb up, Hansu will be in trouble. I must stop them with my axe. Sangjin tightens the hilt of his sword under the green moonlight, signaling a decision made. His face twists in anger, eyes wide with hostility. Summon creatures as master. I command you to destroy those parasitic cattle before they climb up. Stop them. Sangjin dives down from above at incredible speed. Sorry, Hansu, we have to kill all of them now. I didn't think it would be possible to stop them all. Don't worry about protecting Sophia. The air is tense and dangerous. Hansu looks at her, eyes closed, weak breathing, exhaustion evident on his face. The aftereffects of Miyamoto's skill are worse than I thought. I expected her to wake up soon, but in her current state, she might not be able to come with us. His calm gaze is terrifyingly sharp. The system announces that the temporary administrator rights for the host Sophia have been transferred to Michael. Blue light surrounds Hansu's hand. The veins on his arm stand out more prominently. He stands in the darkness, a cold and responsible expression. Transfer successful. I'm handing Sophia over to you, Michael. Suddenly, a sound echoes. Stop there. Those miserable insects. Hansu turns around, eyes sharp but calm. Sangjin faces the entire horde with a taunting voice, not showing any fear. Don't run. Come fight me, you miserable bugs. He smiles lightly confidently. His sharp and calm gaze is perfect timing. Sangjin. Hansu dives straight down from above, hands turning into sharp claws, wings spreading wide. The two of them, one from above, the other charging directly to converge at a single point. Sangjin paused and looked up, recognizing him as Hansu. He furrowed his brow to look closely. Was he here to save me? No, more importantly, why does he look like that? Hansu waved his hand, and it flew straight down forcefully. The monsters fell from the attack, their faces in panic. Sangjin had to raise his hand to block the wind. He leaned against his hips with a calm gaze. Sangjin was surprised when he saw Hansu. What's going on? Wings and horns. His eyes met mine. I'll explain later, but now you need to do this for me. Sangjin smiled gently, feeling happy. He was very pleased to hear that. What do you want me to do? With a serious face, he requested, Unsea's team is in danger. Help them destroy the core. Sangjin lowered his head slightly, his eyes half closed with deep thought. Not like him at all, asking so personally. Then he opened his eyes, his expression stern but soft around the lips. I've said it already, use me as you want, just give orders. Hansu smiled slyly and arrogantly, hinting with a playful tone. He seemed to be using power control. I'll send you straight to Team 1's position. I'm handing them over to you. Hansu's green eyes shone with confidence and a bit of teasing. Don't die, that's an order. Sangjin smiled confidently. Don't worry, a ghost lord doesn't die easily. A huge magical circle glowed in the air, complex patterns swirling. Hansu lowered his face with a contemplative look but with pride mixed in. Of course, clearly giving Sangjin the Ghost Lord was the right choice. I'll take you to the next area. Sangjin smiled confidently as large wind wings unfolded. He couldn't sit still after seeing his determination. Hazu rushed with terrifying speed. I'll come to support immediately. Team 2, you must survive. On the other side, Woon Ki-young held his weapon in a fighting stance. Taekil-won's eyes sharp as knives, a mix of amusement and calmness. Why haven't you given up yet? Look at all those people behind you falling down. Do you think you can do anything alone? He smiled painfully but strongly. His eyes showed no fear. Did you think we would die easily? He chuckled with a slight sneer. Really? Why are you so loyal to them? Do you think the cold King Hansu cares about saving you? You've been abandoned. Taekwon lowered his hand, smugly, instead of being loyal to a king like this. Why not become my soldiers and serve me? Woon Ki-young challenged with a defiant smile, exuding strength. Is it really that scary to be afraid of King Hansu? He gritted his teeth in anger. His Korean eyes showed rage. You guys are just making me crazy. Taekwon raised his hand powerfully, and the red force gripped his sword like wild electric wires. He rushed forward with incredible speed, wanting to die this way. Let me help you out. Woon Ki-young widened one eye in shock as his pupils shrank. Han clenched Gun Ki-young's jaw and growled, immediately turning around as the weapon rose high. He was shocked to the core, his eyes wide, pupils constricted, sweat pouring from his temples. Gun Ki-young's lips tightened, teeth grinding so hard that his facial muscles twitched. He swung his weapon powerfully forward, body spinning in momentum, creating a large curved slash around him. His swings blocked Taekwon's attacks. He was furious, gritting his teeth. He was blocking all the attacks in front to prevent them from hitting his teammates behind, a respectful act to protect his comrades. Taekwon's eyes were filled with ferocity. That spirit alone deserved praise. He could no longer wait, but couldn't waste time fighting him. Sorry for having to use such low tactics to defeat someone like you. Gun Ki-young's bloodied face suddenly paled due to the situation. A series of swords stabbed into his body. Woon Ki-young's eyes widened in shock, his vision dimming from severe injuries. He pressed the sword down, creating a water channel on the ground. Woon Ki-young fell to the ground after being attacked like that and could no longer stand. I witnessed someone desperately trying to protect their teammates. Out of respect for their bravery, I will personally end this person's life. Suddenly, someone ran up from behind at incredible speed. It was Hansu with a cold expression attacking. He sliced through like a strong gust of wind, sharp as a sword. Taekwon was attacked and fell to the ground in pain. Hansu seemed regretful. Looks like I'm too late. Rest now. Let me handle the rest. He stood among the mantises, still eagerly waiting for an opportunity to attack. Sure enough, just a second later, they all opened their mouths and screamed simultaneously. Hansu's hand opened. A beam of light shot out from his finger. Next, it suddenly transformed into a delicate sword. He swung his arm forcefully in front, creating pressure. The magic circles around the mantises retreated. Soon, only corpses and scattered heads remained on the ground. Witnessing this scene, Woon Ki-young was stunned. His destructive power turned to look back, his calm eyes focused on him. Hansu moved in front of the opponent. The sword in his hand gradually disappeared. Then he conjured a large stone for the defenders. Take this, you're badly injured, take it. Han took the stone. How amusing, I will definitely repay your kindness. As soon as Han held the stone, a dazzling light emitted from his hand. At the same time, the wound on his stomach glowed, the flesh gradually closing up. Meanwhile, another person regained consciousness after a brief faint and looked around. Do-mi woke up, staring at the current situation in confusion. Her expression drooped with disappointment as she couldn't hide her disappointment in this situation. Clearly, Jo-mi bowed her head, whispering an apology. I've become a burden again. Hansu wasn't bothered much. Hyen and Su consoled him. Don't worry about it. It's my fault for not confirming Taekwon was here. Next, he conjured a magical feather and instructed them. Inside your obros, I can't use the power of the world tree. You need to go outside and use the feathers to move around. The rough hand of Kyungjin reached out to catch it. Okay, do that. Before leaving, Jo-mi returned the vial containing the heart fluid to Hanzo. Here, take this back. He comforted her and assured her she had done enough by not breaking the vial. As soon as Team 1 successfully destroyed the core, I'll join you guys. Although not blamed, Yo-mi still felt guilty and couldn't lift her head up. Yeah, over there, Taekwon quietly observed their scene. Isn't this because Hansu wasn't here yet? Was it due to that transformation? His brows furrowed as his eyes turned malicious. Ignoring that, I know how much they value them. Gata raised his hand and summoned a line of magical flames, determined to destroy the opponent. Then I'll kill them in your stead. The magic ball between Taekwon's hands curled up until it was ready. Gata shot forward straight ahead. Hansu's cold eyes narrowed, showing no fear or hesitation. His left index finger ring gradually glowed. Next, an invisible armor shielded him from the opponent's attack. Taekyun's move was deflected and pierced the ground. Woon Kyung carried a woman on his back and said in a critical moment, "I owe you many favors. I'll leave as quickly as possible." Hansu glanced at him and reminded him, "Surviving this long just to die over such a thing is a waste. You have much more work ahead, so you must survive." Woon Kyung and Jo Mi-hee passed by him, softly replying, "Thank you for that. I'll see you below." After they left, the space was only between them and Tae-kyeon. He couldn't believe what just happened. "The attack just now was beyond my limits. You didn't flinch at all despite those blows." Immediately, his entire body flared up with anger. "King Hansu, how much more do you want to humiliate me? I'm a warrior of Akron, the last hope for our people." Hansu's face remained unchanged from head to toe. "Don't make me laugh. Hope? What kind of joke is that, half-breed?" Each word was provocative, touching Taekyun's ego and prompting him to leap up. "Damn you, how dare you spout such crazy words?" He carefully observed the opponent's movements. This transformation, it would be difficult for an Akron who had undergone body enhancement surgery. But, seeing Taekyun charging at high speed, Hanzo calculated, "I can endure a direct confrontation without issue." Gaeta's punch hit him straight. Seeing Hanzo unaffected, Taekyun was extremely worried. "This couldn't be our technique." Gaeta gritted his teeth at his shield. "Not a scratch. What kind of situation is this?" Hansu was contemplating how to control the power in his race-transformed state. He decided it would be easy to kill Taekyun now, but taking such risks might bring unforeseen consequences. He couldn't just release dragon spirit energy freely. He had never used this level of racial transformation before. He didn't know the aftermath, and if he passed out, everything would fail. Hansu sighed helplessly. "This is all so complicated." His armor suddenly exuded an aura, but its offensive power was weak. "But in this state, that's what we have." Taekyun looked up at the massive invisible armor with disdain. His iron fist held hidden strength. Suddenly, he was suffocating and gasping for air. The armor threw Taekyun high into the air forcefully. Hanzo stood firm like a mountain, ready to cleanse everything. The armor continued attacking Taekyun without stopping. Before he could recover, another punch sent him flying. Severely injured, Taekyun spat out blood. Hanzo mocked his combat ability, being blown away so easily. He was the original compared to the copy, even just waking up, still weaker than Akuma. He should hand over this body to Shing as soon as possible. Suddenly, the space vibrated. Hanzo paused and showed surprise. "What a sound!" He turned around with relief. "I did it." "Saying Jin." Taekyun was still thinking, "Using our race's technique. Why can't I defeat him?" His trembling hand reached out. He only dreamed of his race's revival. Where did I go wrong? Using his last strength and willpower, Taekyun tried to escape, just for this worthless human. His withered hand touched the glowing stone nearby. Gaeta thought, "Hansu, because you took everything from me, I'll take something precious from you." This made Hansu flinch. "Wait, what is he doing?" He shouted urgently to wake up Gaeta. "Stop, Taekyun. Are you really going to sacrifice the whole situation for this?" But half of Taekyun had already merged with the stone. That worthless scoundrel no longer mattered. A mad thought emerged in Gaeta's mind. "If the core is destroyed, I'll become the core." Taekyun smirked. "Let's see how he reacts when this hits him." As Hansu watched, Gaeta completely disappeared into the stone, creating a powerful light. Hansu stood still as the glowing stone swallowed Taekyun. Seeing that, he was silent for a moment. "I heard you were hot-headed as a kid. And indeed, thinking defeating me is more important than your race's prosperity." The absorbed energy caused the stone to crack and emit light. The cave shook violently. Strange green liquid appeared from the corner, covering the armor's outer layer. Despite the situation, Hanzo remained calm, too young to understand. His cold eyes showed his frustration. Meanwhile, a long creature crawled on the wall. Unseo was panicking. "What is this? Why did it start moving?" Sangjin beside her spoke up. "Calm down, you're not a child." But she still wasn't reassured. "How can you be so calm?" Falling from this height means certain death. He smiled confidently. I have something to rely on. Look up. Ansia struggled to open her eyes and saw what was above. Her eyes suddenly widened as she looked at Hansu. Ansia was surprised, after a person hovering in midair. The system displayed information. The World Tree's temporary administrator transferred entities to Ansia. Choi Sang-jin, Lee Chai-yin, Lee Tai-hun, and Lee Tai-jun arrived at Michael's entity. Below her body, a magic circle appeared. They were heading towards that bright spot in the dark space. From afar, people watched intently as events unfolded. Michael stood still, pondering. The more he looked, the more he wanted to know what I need from you. Sophia made sense, but one Kyung, he. So Jung too. Everything they did to me. He's a bit helpless. If he wants to command me, at least explain to Jang Ho first before giving orders. Suddenly, Michael called out from behind. Michael turned around slightly surprised. You're awake? Sophia weakly asked. How long have I been unconscious? He shrugged in response. Not for too long. And now? What's actually happening up there? She frowned, clearly uncomfortable. I don't know either. My memory is hazy since I fainted. Michael rubbed his temples. Oh, I'm frustrated too. I have no idea what's going on. Then he gave instructions as the Ouroboros moved. It's dangerous here. We should temporarily withdraw. Sophia agreed immediately. You're right, I'll tell the Lighthouse tribe. Behind him appeared a magical circle. So I'll handle the demon tribe and our own. Both of them were taken aback by this atmosphere. The power is. Immediately after, Ansia and Sang-jin with their team arrived. He felt helpless inside. I'm just a babysitter here. When he sends everyone here, what do I do? Michael's gaze turned distant. Although his decision will come later, I'll trust him. But if he leaves everything to me and then dies alone, it would be troublesome. He silently wished for victory because my life is also heavily invested in this battle. Please win so that I can complain afterward. Meanwhile, Hansu was facing a huge monster alone far away. It looked at him intently and mentally called out King Hansu's name. Suddenly, the creature roared angrily, no matter who you are, today won't be your day to escape. It paused for a moment. Then the monster opened its mouth and launched a massive fireball attack. Although he dodged it, Hansu wasn't satisfied. If I had taken that hit, I wouldn't have survived either. While I can dodge, the damage is too great. He decided to use his unawakened power. There was no other choice. The system displayed a notification confirming Echidrin's direct recall order, confirming the adjustment of Zab Tianding's defensive position to align with Echidrin's ball equipment. Seeing Hansu's actions, both sides fought fiercely. However, despite blocking the fireball, it was still a skill that would gradually wear down his life force. At this moment, a bright light appeared between the two mana connections, startling Hansu. Before he could react, a loud explosion occurred, sending fiery rocks everywhere. Struggling to dodge and protect himself from injury, Hansu's large wings enveloped his body. Rocks fell like rain on the forest below. After some time, even he couldn't avoid getting injured. Everywhere was charred and scorched. Hansu coughed up a small amount of blood. He glanced down at the area below. There were only patches of burnt earth, no trees or people left, everything incinerated by the fire. Hansu's hand trembled as he clenched it tightly. If he used all his strength here, the losses would be too great. He had to exhaust himself and pour out all his mana. The system appeared, showing temporary control of the World Tree using 469,011 people's authority. It continued warning that transferring even lightly injured or severely injured individuals would consume more mana. Did he want to include them? Hansu didn't hesitate. Yes, everyone. Transfer all of them without leaving anyone behind. The system responded quickly, approving the temporary World Tree's authority and initiating a full personnel transfer to the Crossroads area. Amidst everyone's shock, it announced, "Listen up. From now on, you'll be transferred to the Crossroads. You can leave freely there, but staying around Ouroboros will surely lead to death." As soon as he spoke, the magical circle expanded widely, covering everything, transitioning from red to diagonal. then port area. Then it connected from red to diagonal, port area residential district. The red transitioned to diagonal, lighthouse hell. After some arrangement, the system reported that 469,011 people had been fully transferred. It warned Hansu, warning, excessive mana usage has reduced the world tree's remaining mana by 40%. The monster witnessed everything from start to finish. It roared in anger, wasting magic just to save those useless people. Yet, they still intended to confront me, the one who merged with Yorobros. Weakling, you underestimate me. Just wait and see. Hansu's hand gently raised a small flame. To kill that giant monster, I need a decisive blow and weapon containing the king's power. That's settled. To get it, I must meet Takirin on the path of the king. But I can't leave here right now. If we go without defeating him, humanity will be annihilated. Hansu closed one injured eye and muttered to himself. There's no other way. I'll have to fight it out here. The system displayed a notification activating King Hansu's reading comprehension skill. 7 stars, the skill of King Hansu. Long Horse Chi has reached its maximum proficiency level and can evolve. Want to upgrade? Hansu's lips curled slightly. Perfect timing, he ordered, proceed. Immediately after, a notification appeared that the current Long Horse Chi armor would be merged and upgraded into the divine body of the dragon god. Truly manly. His finger ring suddenly glowed, and Hansu's body began to undergo strange changes. The system continuously announced, the divine body of the dragon god, Heaven's Wrath, has been confirmed as activated. The divine transformation replaced his current dragon form state. Hansu had become an extremely different state. His entire body was covered in sturdy dragon scales. The system updated information on the new form continuously. A high-level skill has been created, the Heaven's Wrath divine body of the dragon god. Burn. Concentrate a large amount of magic power to explode inside the target and suppress it. The divine body of the dragon god, Comet Flame, creates a vast volcanic area in midair and burns everything. The divine body of the dragon god, Cloth Armor, merges with celestial generals to create an energy shield. Takirin was nearly insane. Damn it. He still hit his skill so well, but he had confidence in its size. If we swallow him, it would all be for nothing. The monster opened its mouth and faced the small body of Hansu directly, but he didn't back down. He raised his hand to block the attack. Takirin's eyes widened in shock. Impossible. How did he block with just his hands? Hansu said softly, burn. In a sudden silence, everything froze. Flames erupted, forming a monster encased in flames, facing the dragon monster. Its power was so great that even the echo could be heard from the cave entrance where others were hiding. After all was quiet again, Hansu's group regrouped. Michael couldn't believe what he saw before his eyes. I knew he was strong, but not to this extent. Is he still human? Alcia shrugged. I don't understand why he brought me here when our abilities are so different. If he could do it alone from the start, I really wouldn't understand him at all. Sophia spoke up. He's trying to keep us out of this, and Ouroboros is just a temporary fainting spell. They all seemed shocked by her words, staring at Sophia and the book in her hand. Mihi looked worried. If Hansu keeps attacking like that, it will definitely. She interrupted Mihi. No, I don't think he can use that again. Then she analyzed, right? Isn't there a way for Hansu to kill it? If he keeps attacking like that, it will definitely. Hansu's Dragon Chi technique, the divine body of the dragon god, Heaven's Wrath, causes the user to transform and consumes massive amounts of magic power. He used almost all his magic in that last attack. As she spoke, Sophia's face showed great concern. Moreover, he didn't rest on the way here. With his exhausted state, it was nothing. Ansia suddenly jumped up. Wait, what will happen then? If he can't do it alone, why did he bring us all along? Sophia spoke with a clear intention to keep everyone safe. Of course, Sanjin didn't like this kind of conversation, feeling uncomfortable as he glanced behind him. Listen up. He placed absolute trust in Hansu. I know Hansu has never failed and won't fail now. After the monster ate that attack completely, it remained motionless for a while. Just when everyone was most alert, The monster bit down with its sharp teeth. It's not dead, its counterattack is both fast and clever. The system warned of excessive magic use. A notification appeared, warning that if the World Tree's magic reserve falls below 5%, the magic link will automatically be cut, and the World Tree may disintegrate. Hansu knew this too. I've prolonged the time, but there's no more left now. The system displayed a notification, warning that if the World Tree's magic reserve drops below 5%, the magic link will be automatically severed, and the World Tree could disintegrate. He frowned slightly. We must end this with a decisive blow. Hold on until then, for the World Tree. Hazu flies close to the giant monster's body, trying to find something. Hazu spots a few hay bales gathering together. He flies over them, knowing his target is nearby. The appearance of hay bales here means the path of the hay bale king is near. Hazu glances back, silently calculating something. He realizes the condition of those hay bales just now. Here, only damaged hay bales remain. The tension in the bow must be at least 10 billion strings. But as the World Tree weakens, its power seems to diminish too. Another hay bale from earlier suddenly appears, charging straight towards Hansu from behind. Cowboss scratches a long line down his spine, but it seems Hansu isn't affected at all. He slowly turns around to face the other. He says coldly, "I guess you're not someone who likes my meal." Cowboy replies, "A disaster. I've counted countless people, but this meal is the most magical. Thanks to that, this general rises up, and I'm extremely grateful." He directly states his current difficulties. However, human warriors, the World Tree's mana nearly runs out. If it completely dries up, the red region will fall into destruction. Cowboy lowers his head. Curious. You plan to destroy the red region? Hazu speaks, showing no emotion. I have no such intention. Instead, I intend to save it. I need to enter the path of the Bee King a second sooner. So if you want to fight, start now. Cowboy sarcastically says, "You're really amusing. Human warrior, even though you are only temporary, you still deserve honest criticism from Hansu, but indeed, you did land a devastating blow." Cowboy immediately apologizes for himself. "That was my mistake. I got too excited and want to see your life or death attacks hidden skills." Then he turns away. "We don't have time now. I've talked too long, so I apologize for prolonging this. I'll lead you to the Elvenhide King. Follow me." Cowboy leads the way, with Hansu and a series of worker bees following. Deep inside the World Tree, on the path of the king, they stop in front of a white bag. Cowboy says, "This is where the king resides. The last time he appeared was about 500 years ago, so I'm not sure if he'll answer you." Hazu replies indifferently, "That's not something to worry about. I have a plan." He thinks to himself, "I've come here to fulfill my promise." Then he steps forward and says, "We don't have time, so let's hurry up and use the Mind Eye." Hearing this, Cowboy becomes alarmed. Mind Eye, a king's skill that allows one to see into another person's inner world when allowed. He even knew about it. Who is this human warrior? Hazu opens the system menu, silently calculating. It seems he still doesn't trust me. He sighs. There's no other way. I have to bait him. He presses his hand on the giant bag. A determined gaze, reading through the prepared lines. Tekirin, son of a man, sign. Waiting, so if you want to bring him back, answer me now. The bag immediately emits a reflective light, and an immediate notification appears. Entity, Tekirin's Mind Eye skill has been activated. In a moment, thousands of images appear in his head. A deep abyss scene emerges, humans falling into chaos, plundering and pillaging. Hatsu sees Sign sitting with his head in hands, panicking. Hatsu lowers his head, bidding farewell to him. Suddenly, the scenery changes, showing Hazu and Tekirin standing opposite each other. Hazu speaks first. "Even immortals cannot interfere with another person's inner world, so I'll be frank." He quickly summarizes the situation, a ledger number appearing in the red region. "In 15 years, the abyss will open up. You said we need an army to fight the abyss." Here, Hanzu suggested forming a great alliance including all races, humans and other species. "To do that, we need your help, Tekirin." Now the old man spoke. So I've confirmed you're not lying. He muttered, to destroy your Obrus, you'll need a powerful weapon, one that grows with you, proving its might even in distant lands. Hazu nodded, leaving. Right, I need the hammer. Give it to me. Takiran's demeanor changed, but look, ripples under his feet spread across space, erasing everything. He calmly said, I don't know if you're influenced by someone else. How can I hand over our legacy to a stranger? This made Hansu uncomfortable. That's harsh. Do you think I'm controlled by others? Takiran didn't seem bothered, indeed, from what I saw in your memories. He said sternly, you were once the vanguard of Valkyrie and a hero of the Abyss. If the future must be entrusted, it should to a hero. I can't trust a liar. Takiran nodded, yes, that's my hypothesis. But answer me, have you ever truly thought about this since arriving here? He frowned, in my eyes, you're just a mad beast running endlessly. In such a state, you'll collapse soon. With such a future, how can I give the Thunder Beast to you? Hazu half closed his eyes, showing newfound understanding. Turns out everyone sees me like that? He honestly said, consider this as an old man's sincere offer. Do you want me to fulfill your wish now? Let's start, he replied. Yes, let's begin. Then Takiran clasped his hands and muttered, call out your name once more. May the grandeur of the sleeping beast awaken within you, its presence manifesting. Behind him, water ripples gently, energy swirling around Hazu with a beam of light. Above Takiran's head appeared a massive light sphere. During the ritual, Takiran couldn't help but recall old memories. Only I recognized the one blending Acheron and Elven rituals. How? Kenyon, even though we haven't met directly, I still wish to meet you someday. Hatsu seemed impatient. What are you waiting for? Time's up. Hurry and break it. He said calmly, don't rush. I've confirmed this wish was intentionally created to be broken, so now I'll remove it entirely. He cleared his throat, reciting the prepared lines, breaking all restraints with a breath. Now, cut these bonds. At the crucial moment, Takiran shouted, release. Just then, Hansu felt his heart shatter. Back in reality, an angry figure screamed, wake up. It's not time to lie there. Don't you want to honor Hansu's sacrifice and finally awaken? T said urgently, something's wrong. The light in his eyes has vanished. This directly made the angry one grit his teeth. Not only did he lose someone, but now he lies here for what? Kenhin activated his ring, his eyes filled with regret. Sorry, King Hansu, we need a warrior now. Almost immediately, Hasu opened his eyes, slowly sitting up, dark energy surrounding him. In the mind world, Hansu was unaware of the chaos outside. He immersed in thoughts. He agreed, if it were me back then, I wouldn't have continued fighting either. Not recognizing Kiriel's sacrifice, who had died to save him, Kenyon respectfully said, my thoughts can reach you, meaning you've always been persistent in your goal. Surprisingly appearing in the mind world, dressed in golden armor, holding a large sword. Hazu exclaimed. Kenyon, Takiran nodded. So, it's good to meet you early as an illusionist. Kenyon smiled, replying politely, I'm the one who once ruled both Elven II and Acheron, solving this spell. Indeed, a great mage. Takiran changed his expression with a sarcastic tone. Enough. No more empty compliments. Didn't you create this spell using our art? He didn't seem bothered, nodding slightly in greeting. Yes, I designed it so only you could break it. Now that the spell is broken, I can convey my message. I just want to thank you. Takiran laughed out loud. So I accept. It's an honor to be remembered for such a beautiful magic. Hansu added, surprised at your praise too. Has your personality changed after becoming this consciousness form? Kenyon praised, grateful you carried out my plan without needing to break the spell. The conditions you set were contradictory from the start, saving everyone. But if they block our path, we always think that's a paradox. Kenyon tilted his head slightly. If you're too extreme, it will fail. If you save too many people, it will also fail. It's all just part of the plan. I hope you can understand. Hangsu was no longer being polite. He said to him, sometimes you really are indifferent to others, but now that you're here, does this mean we can proceed with our own way? He nodded, yes, you've brought your plan out so far, I trust you now. Kenyon emphasized, but you still need to prepare for that day. Don't worry about gathering the hearts of all humanity together. Hazu replied calmly, don't worry, from now on, I'll follow my own path. The mental space can no longer hold it. It's starting to crack. The crack spread to where the three were standing. Tekwaran said his final words, time is running out. There's not enough time for regrets. Say your last words now. Hazu turned to Kenyon. He smiled and said, wait for me. I'll come back and conquer everything as before. Kenyon lowered his head too, a hint of trust on his face. Yes, just like before. Returning to reality, Hanzo stood in front of the white bag, which had now opened up. Takiran sat in the center position. He extended his hand, and light immediately appeared around it. Takiran summoned a tribal treasure. This is the heaven-splitting beast. I'm giving my remaining life to you. Hanzo took it immediately. The system updated weapon information. Ownership of the heaven-splitting beast had transferred from the entity. Takiran handed over the entity to Hanzo. Takiran asked, the intensity of the heaven-splitting beast depends on the user's entrance. As if saying, if you charge it with T, he said without hesitation, I will use the power from the divine tree to maintain the god dragon's body for energy charging. I'll use my own life combined with a holy crystal fragment. Gao Ba finally spoke. Don't use people's lives. Batu seemed to recall his existence and turned back. Gao Ba continued, if there's enough mana, Ouroboros can be destroyed. In that case, use the holy crystal fragment in my body. If it's still not enough, let 600,000 of our people also sacrifice themselves. Hazu wondered why he went to such lengths. Are you willing to sacrifice your entire race just to kill Ouroboros? Goddess shook his head. No, not the other way around. He frowned and said, I don't understand. What does that mean? Goddess said, hope. I see hope in you. Kyoba explained, the divine tree is withering. Its sap is running out. Without sap, there will be no nutrients. Without nutrients, our queen cannot thrive. We attack humans to replenish the mana deficit. As we became heavier, but we discovered that Ouroboros was sucking up the most sap. We gradually fell into despair. We fought with Ouroboros to protect the divine tree's sap. In that battle, we lost our queen. Even though she died, all we could do was that. Hazu listened and didn't know what to say. Kyoba explained, just put Ouroboros into a deep sleep. Before dying, the queen gave me her last hope. The holy crystal fragment, a symbol of disaster, but with the divine tree running out of sap and its sap. I understand now. If we destroy Ouroboros and restore the divine tree, a new queen can be born. Gao Ba approached. 500 years ago, we failed to protect our queen and let her die. So please allow us to lay the foundation for the new queen's rebirth. Suddenly, he shouted, help us complete our mission. Then he knelt directly in front of Hanzo. Gaoba's voice was filled with emotion. We failed in our duty to sacrifice ourselves for our queen. Please use us so we can fulfill our obligations. Hanzo nodded willingly. I will ensure a new queen is born for you. Dullahan nodded smoothly. Alright, I'll guarantee the birth of your new queen. The seal on his glove glowed, accompanied by system notification, entity, commanding king. Gao Ba, 578,418 king entities, except for the holy crystal fragment, will be transformed into energy for the heaven-splitting beast. The entire army behind him emitted a light color. Hanzo thought to himself, he left the nurse alone. I thought he was just a warrior, but he has quite meticulous nature. Then it turned and said some final words. Takiran, my friend, I'm glad to see you again. And you too, young human warrior. I'll hand over our queen and the future of your race to you. Hazu replied immediately, don't worry, I always keep my promises. Takiran said, you don't need to worry. Gao Ba, who was clearly obstinate, would make your greatest wish come true. He nodded, she's awake, right? I have no doubts, I'll leave the rest for you. The light gathered around the weapon. Hazu thought to himself, thank you, Gao Ba. Thanks to you, I will save a lot of time. The system's voice echoed. The king has been subdued because he had the holy crystal fragment that died. The king knight is considered subdued. The lightning division skill has reached 98%. and now we can use the Stormy Lightning Division technique. He didn't turn around but spoke to Tech Kirin. Let me keep Queen Xena for a moment. He nodded. I understand, do as you wish. He activated his newly acquired weapon and silently called the system, broadcasting throughout the area. I'll kill your Obros now. His form changed, showing characteristics of the king. The system reminded him to prepare for further consequences. The sharp end of the lightning chisel pointed down, surrounded by several preternatural energies. Hazu thought to himself, a regret beyond imagination. I understand the deep hatred towards Ouroboros and the pain of losing something precious. He silently declared, Hail! A terrifying energy burst from the lightning chisel, targeting Ouroboros in front of all the creatures on the battlefield. The power of the awakened spread everywhere, causing a large shockwave. Ouroboros stopped moving. It seemed it was hit by the lightning chisel. Its body turned black and charred. Its massive body disintegrated, leaving behind a huge neural stone. The stone hovered in midair for a moment before falling to the ground. As it touched the ground, someone's figure lay there. With just one move, you drained all of Hansu's energy. Chiron exclaimed, full of admiration. You must have acted very quickly. I didn't expect you to destroy the king's area as well. He struggled to say, I need to finish it as soon as possible. Please understand that. He tilted his head. I understand. But now you've defeated Ouroboros. Why don't you rest for a moment? The technique of weakening is only available to those not affected by physical enhancements. It doesn't benefit you in any way. He didn't intend to take a break here and continued, I still have things to do before the lake opens, so I'll rest until then. Hazu walked to the edge of the cliff, jumped down, preparing to go somewhere. Teikirin sighed as he watched the receding figure, wondering how much this technique could help. His body must be in severe pain. Even though the seal was lifted, why would he approach the corpse? He muttered, I have to follow him. Hansu approached the neural stone and examined it for a while. When he touched it, the system spoke, no signs of life detected. He frowned. If using medicine, they could easily break through the core, but that would cause Teikirin's body to be ejected, so they had no choice but to proceed slowly. He used his energy, incorporating dragon essence and spirit flame, gradually breaking a part of the stone to reveal the inner body. Hazu smiled. This was enough. He reached out to touch that body and pulled it forcefully from the stone. Hazu took out the memory fragment, thinking, with this, I can keep my promise to him. He pressed the memory fragment onto his left chest. The two immediately resonated. The memory was reacting with the entity's body. Teikirin. Hazu sighed in relief. I've successfully implanted Sin's soul. Now, I just need to keep my promise to the king. The body quickly regained consciousness and spoke. You kept your promise. He nodded gently. I know you must be confused, but I've successfully preserved your soul. So don't worry, I'll take you to meet your father. Now, just rest. At this moment, Hazu's heart started alarming as blood gushed from his mouth. Sin witnessed the scene and was equally alarmed, worrying for him. Lord, you're bleeding. The system quickly appeared, restoring world magic and connecting it to the entity. As Hansu temporarily disconnected from the network, time remained until the connection could be restored. At 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds, Hansu's body returned to normal. He coughed violently, blood continuously flowing due to the lack of magic. The dragon essence container would be destroyed. Sin was flustered. Lord, what happened? Hansu covered his mouth with a hand. You see, now that the magical connection is broken, I fell down and I tricked you. But now I won't be able to keep my promise to Lord Sin. Sin rushed over and frantically shook Hansu's body. He was trying to hold on. Sin's voice, trembling with anxiety, as he said they would move forward together. So what are we supposed to do now? Are you going to leave us behind? At this moment, Teikirin appeared and shouted, Agnes, wake up. The light sword aimed directly at Sin, forcing him to retreat. A few swords rushed in, blocking Sin from reaching Hansu. From above, Teikirin sneered, Get out of the way, you scum. He continued, That man is the world's savior. If you plan to avenge him, I'll kill you. Just those few words caused Sin immense pain. Tears began to fall. Takirin ignored this and continued with malice, even after giving control of Ouroboros to someone else. Did you really use Ouroboros to destroy the red region? He doesn't care about anything. With one word, you make me feel disgusted. Below, Sin knelt and stared at Hansu lying motionless in front of him. Tears streamed down his face, each drop falling with a sound of despair. I've waited for so long alone here. He cried even louder, the pain pouring out. One day, you'll definitely come to take me away. In the darkness, I wait and wait for your rescue. But now that we meet, he mocks with a smile. Are you going to kill me again? He clutched his head in disbelief. I thought when you met me again, you would call Sin and say sweet words. Turns out I was wrong. Hearing such a painful story, Takirin began to hesitate. Suddenly, Sin hugged Hansu, his expression indifferent. It's fine with me, but please spare him. Takirin cried too, trying to suppress sobs as he said, Father is sorry for you. This father didn't recognize his own child. He approached them and gently comforted. You don't need to hold so tightly. I'll treat your wounds. Don't worry anymore. Takirin extended a hand, saying softly, Circle of Life Elysian. Sin thought there would be no miracles, but now he stood right there, whispering, T. Takirin's voice filled with guilt. How could parents see their child suffer? He touched his son's tear-stained face and truly apologized. Father is sorry for you. Takirin hugged him, murmuring the love he had kept hidden in his heart for so long because father must say this. Father and mother love you more than all the words in the world combined. Takirin said confidently, I miss you a lot, son. Now! Sin seemed to have released some burden, hugging Takirin tightly like a child. Father! Outside the forest, the sky was gradually turning dark. Hansu was brought into the tent and given medicine for a long time. He slowly regained consciousness, his eyes still slightly dazed. Hansu sat up abruptly, showing no emotion on his face. Move your hand, check your body condition. The force has stabilized. You can move now. Get out of bed quickly, put on your clothes, and be ready to leave at any moment. I know who's here. That look was predictable. Go, immortal. Fairy smiled, showing sharp teeth, indeed very perceptive. It cared about you, worried when you lay there for so long. I thought maybe you were still okay. Hazu gave a disdainful glance and said lightly, worried, that's funny. Didn't they want me to suffer? I've endured all the suffering. Now give the reward to the one who holds it. Deep Zero seems stable. Hearing that the goal has been achieved, Fairy was delighted, indeed. He is our hope. You know what you want, right? It immediately presented the part, reading through the skill content and said, you're choosing a skill that has destroyed the world before. Fairy laughed aloud, his eyes full of extreme excitement. Maybe from the orange area onwards, you plan to bring even more violent fun? Hazu looked uncomfortable. My use of skills and freedom are not for others to interfere with. Despite the unpleasant attitude, Fairy didn't seem angry at all. It's even more exciting than before. I get it now. Suddenly, you jump in and ask, aren't you planning a mass slaughter? Then you switch to a teasing tone. Hansu has become too lenient, which displeases his superiors. If you show them the exciting developments, I'll fully support you. Hansu doesn't seem bothered by this. You speak calmly and decisively. We have no intention of mass slaughtering. Forcibly imposing on travelers isn't a violation of rules, right? Clearly, Fairy is not happy with that answer. It frowns uncomfortably. It turns its head away, pretending to be bored. I said this for Hansu's sake. That's disappointing. Rewards have already been given. Fairy disappears, leaving you alone in the hut. Hatsu falls into deep thought. Indeed, Deep Zero is suitable for mass slaughters, but when focused on weaknesses, it becomes a regular soul drain. You sit back on the bed and silently analyze. In the Crimson area, we can't use World Tree magic. With limited resources, using Dragon God bodies recklessly poses a financial risk. Looking at the stone in your hand, you think if Deep Zero were available, it would be different, having effective soul drain skills. From the Crimson area onwards, we'll take the shortest path. Just then, Hanzo receives a message from Takirin. Can we talk for a bit? I have something to discuss about our kin. You immediately notice kin and nod. Okay, let's go. In the lower space, surrounded by silence and starlight, Hansu and Takiran stand facing each other. Takiran speaks first. He hesitates a bit. Previously, due to urgency, I didn't fully recall in your memories. Did you see Akaran among our kin in the Crimson area? You reply truthfully, yes, Akaran is alive in the Crimson area. However, Nagaharu's tribe couldn't adapt to the now desert-like Crimson area. Hearing this news, tears start flowing down his old face. That's right, I didn't imagine it wrong. Indeed, our kin Akaran is still alive. You ask your question too. The one I knew before provided little information. What happened? Why did Akaran become Elven higher? He hesitates and continues. They didn't tell me about that. I'll tell you everything without any concealment. He recounts the story. One day, the Golden Lioness granted us a land where something happened. The vast forest was once nourished by our blood and flesh. Each word brings back memories of the kindness of Lizard's Golden Lion. As his grace faded, countless people died of starvation. He continues, to keep hope alive for our dying kin, I decided to use soul transmission machines to summon Akaran from another world. Tonight, Takiran's voice softens. Fortunately, the machine worked normally, and I was reborn as Elven too. Recalling those diligent days by the lamp, though my body is Elven too, my spirit remains Akaran. Takiran's image appears, transferring Akaran's soul into the Elven to body. This was our heartfelt wish and Takiran's reenactment of it. His voice rises. When I heard Akaran had perished, I chose to live as Elven too. As you know, disasters struck. The world tree fell ill. Even Elven 2 was eradicated. Guilt starts overwhelming me. Twice abandoning my sons, failing to save any kin, total failure. That's my life. He bows and says, as someone who has helped us regain everything, including the news that Akaran is still alive, no amount of gratitude can repay you. Hansu doesn't care if it's gratitude, say it after saving all of Akaran's kin. Takiran looks surprised. What? Saving kin? You nod. Yes, there is a way to save them, but we need your knowledge the location of the ruins and where you used the soul transmission machine. He seems uneasy. I know the location of the soul transmission machine, but the main issue lies with Lion's illness. How did you solve that? Hasu understood the issue. Yes, we plan to treat Lion, but time is limited. 2 years later, Great Zitzgraz will cause a doomsday disaster. By then, both the Kam region and your kindred area will end. This time, Takiran looks even more panicked than before. What? Why would it be about Zitz? Great Zitz is the protector of the Kam region. Why would Great Zitz cause a disaster in the Kam region? At the bottom of the cave, those who knew the truth are all dead, so we don't know the details for sure. We just need to stop it. Takiran has gradually accepted the truth. It's unbelievable. But since he said it, it can't be wrong. I'll go with you to the Kam region too. You nodded, right? I think he will go. Remember him. We need to finish what remains. Where is Sign? He said he's at the Lord B's hive. Are we going? You also agree. Okay, lead me there. Not long after, they were already at the Lord B's hive. Sign saw a familiar face and was overjoyed. Father, him. Can he move around now? Hansu replied warmly. Yeah, it's all good now. You smiled slightly. Maybe you already gave me mana before. Thanks for your help. Satan, thanks to you, everything was resolved smoothly. Hansu gently waved his hand. The notification appeared immediately. World Tree Manager, Hansu. Transfer World Tree mana to the Queen Bee Lord. In a moment, the eggshell broke apart and the Prince Bee emerged. As soon as she touched the ground, she quickly expressed her gratitude to the manager. Great person, please accept my thanks. Then she made a final gesture, speaking in a measured tone, like when we had the chance to rise again. In the name of the third, your enemies are now our enemies. The Lord Bee swore under his will, he would crush all enemies. Hansu nodded satisfied. Right, if we have common goals, it'll be easier to talk. He thought to himself and then said to Sign, Sign, I have something personal I need you to do. Sign was surprised. Huh? Following Hansu's command, the system notification appeared, transferring Galadriel Sword, Ikim Iron Spear, Ichidlan Pearl, Kakin Barrier, and Fabian Ring to Sign. After that, he said, "From now on, you're a manager. Help the Queen Bee transform humans into strong warriors." Sign noticed something else. Uncle, are you really leaving? If Tekiran's lingering thoughts remain, can they be cruel to humans? Is it okay? Bin then said that was exactly what he hoped for. Even if we surpass the next layer, let them become strong warriors who can stand firm. He immediately filled with determination. Yes, sir, I will do my best. At this moment, the Queen Bee spoke. Hansu, there's something I want to give you. The bee flew over and placed a sparkling red gem in his hand. The information of the gem appeared right before his eyes. Soul fragments, implanting soul fragments into others to enable distant communication and sharing of memories and skills. Hatsu looked at the gem, surprised. This is a characteristic left by Miyamoto when he died. I was planning to retrieve it before leaving. Lucky me. He silently calculated that if this were installed in his device, we could even contact it from the Kim region, making communication much easier. Suddenly, he hesitated. The problem is, if I bring Tekiran up here, it would ruin the father-son reunion after 500 years. He said he wanted to go, but clearly, I'm not happy about that. Looking at Sein's angry expression, sorry for Sein, but the lake gate is about to open. If there's anything to say, you should say it now. Seeing Hansu looking troubled, Sein approached and asked again, Han, what's wrong with you? What happened? Hansu said right away. Besides transferring admin rights to Sein, I have something else to tell you. He tilted his head. The disaster seems to be over. Is there still something serious, Uncle? Hazu hesitated for a moment. Yes, Sein, I'm really sorry. But to end the Orange Zone disaster, I need your father's help very much. Can I take him along with me? Sein let out a soft sigh of relief. That makes sense. Bring your father up to the Orange Zone. He quickly tried to calm Sein down. We won't be apart forever. If you accept this shard, we can still communicate even from above. I'll keep him informed regularly. Sein accepted more understandingly than expected. He just smiled gently and said calmly, though regretting the quick separation, but willing to listen if he gets updates about his father. He sighed in relief, thanking him for understanding. Even with his father going along, it won't be long before they meet again. Seeing Hansu still had some lingering feelings, Sein smiled warmly at him. It's okay, Uncle. I've waited 500 years already. The system announced that the 7 soul shards were now inscribed on Sein. Hansu decided to spend whatever little time was left with his father and son. So Tekiran, once everything is ready, call me at the lake. Until then, I won't disturb your family's time together. Tekiran was naturally very grateful. You're so considerate, thank you. He suggested sending someone to where humans are, making it more convenient for them. He nodded in agreement, right? Hansu was returned to his old hut and immediately summoned the spirit. Spirit Chu! The small bird flew over and perched on his hand, having sent a message. Sangjin, Woon Kyung, Sabia, Mihi, Alchia, Michael, gather at 6 p.m. tomorrow. I have something to say. After receiving the order, the bird took off. Once everyone was gathered, Hazu stood in the center and spoke. Michael, thank you for mediating between us and the tribes. First, we must acknowledge your great contribution. Without you, many travelers in the Red Zone would have perished. In the future, continue to assist humanity as a Red Zone helper. Gi Hai, from guiding until now, I've been observing. You're addicted. Your growth rate is more than twice that of other travelers. Keep it up, and you'll become a formidable force unmatched by anyone. I hope in the end, you will grow into a king among kings. Moving on to the next one. Uncia, without your tribe's help, I wouldn't have been able to destroy the core. The credit for capturing Eurobros goes mainly to your tribe. Now that you're a king, make your tribe strong and assist Mihi so she can move forward. Hanzo turned to look at Sangjin, Woon Kyung, Sophia, and the others standing together with Sophia. I know you all intend to follow me up there. You've changed your attitude, but going up from the orange zone means death at any moment. If you choose to follow, act only on my orders. No questions or objections will be accepted. So, do you want to go? Sang-jin laughed upon hearing this. Of course, if it's your command, I'm always ready to obey. Sophia said with obvious confidence, isn't that how it's been all along? For my brother to pass the first level smoothly, I want to clear the path and will go up with him. Woon Kyung didn't hesitate. Me too. I want to go ahead so my daughter can easily pass the first level. Han Soo smiled. They decided then, we'll head to the orange zone tomorrow. For now, rest well. Woon Kyung turned to hand over to those staying behind. Michael, give her to you. Michael sighed, since everyone wants it this way, so be it. So Jong wished him safe travels and reminded him to be careful. At the time of departure, surrounded by people bidding farewell, Han Soo's were ready. As they set off amidst the crowd seeing them off, Han Soo and his companions were prepared for their journey. Taekwon asked a few questions. Are you King Han-soo's teammates? Nice to meet you. Hoping for your assistance. Woon Kyung was the first one to panic. Look, King Han-soo quickly stepped forward to explain. He is a guide in the Crimson area and can be considered a teammate, so no need to worry. He knew he misunderstood, scratching his head and ears. That makes sense. Got it now. But that scene earlier made him run for his life. It seems he has bad luck with the clone. Even though he doesn't know what happened here, I apologize. Han-soo didn't want to prolong their chat. You said, let's stop at the increase guys and explain briefly to everyone else. As soon as the door opened, we entered immediately. Taekwon spoke up, everyone prepared to go. Then he stopped talking, focusing on the main task. The kingdom's law, a huge gate right in front of us. Han-soo led the way into the Crimson area. Let's go into the Crimson Zone. The gate brought everyone to the desolate land. It sent the first person through, and the others followed, falling into the giant mouth waiting below. Han-soo immediately ordered Sabya to use the flying carpet for cover. Falling into the snow would be bad. Sabya obeyed quickly. The wind carried the flying carpet just in time, saving everyone from becoming food. Just that moment was enough to change the situation. The monster chose Han-soo's attack. Each cut went deep, tearing skin and flesh apart, blood splattering everywhere. His final blow severed its enormous tongue. The severed part fell to the ground with a heavy thud. He raised his eyebrows, thinking about the battle. Indeed, just starting out, he couldn't deal enough damage, but this level is good for testing. Kang Soo thought to himself, if we consider it in terms of the Crimson Area travelers, that's moderate injury. The injured Magos went mad, roaring like a mountain. Its roar successfully attracted more. Sophia shouted, hurry up. What are you doing? Come here quickly. No matter how strong you are, that monster is still powerful now. He understood that too, Sophia, indeed. Sure enough, the library skills performance was reliable. With 1, it wasn't much, but with 5, it was a lot. He quickly decided to deal with the maggots after the strength-enhancing spell finished. For now, let them live, maggots. Han-soo flew up high, looking at the mad Magos in the Crimson area. His hand raised slightly, then it struck suddenly, aiming at Han-soo's position. He dodged instantly. Still acting cool, Swapia raised the flying carpet to 1 kilometer altitude. He ordered go up and scout quickly. Swapia understood clearly. Off we go. Hazu flew high, out of reach for the maggots below, now entering the Crimson Zone. The just witnessed performance was seen by others from start to finish. Did the spirits rise? No, wait a moment. The man with the telescope had been deep in thought. Apart from Sophia, he hadn't seen these travelers in the red area before. Could it be because no one has come here for a long time? He is Simura Ken, team leader of Region 12-1. His expression showed interest. Once confirming Sophia, this reconnaissance mission can end simply. But he didn't know anyone else besides Sophia, not even Han-soo. But what the hell is this guy doing? Just starting out and already knows Magos' weaknesses. How did he do that? With all these questions in his head, Ken chose the quickest way. Forget it. Just kill them all. As long as we catch Sophia, that's enough. He told the man behind him, take Mathade's gun, I'll handle those guys. The man noticed his team leader acting differently and showed interest too. Yes, but let's abandon this reconnaissance mission to hunt for materials. Sophia seems to have arrived here. She was once the group leader who rejected him. Is she going to get revenge now? Ken snatched the gun, looking angry. Damn you. Do you want to die? His target was clear: kill all the men and capture Sophia. He left a message for the man before running away. This time, I'll give you another chance. Keep your mouth shut. Don't reveal like last time. He seized the opportunity to save himself. Thank you. I will follow you forever. Ken loaded his gun, silently comparing. 1 kill in the Crimson area equals a year, even more in the Red Zone. He aimed at his target, quite confident about his skills. Personally, I've been in the Crimson area for a year with travelers from the Red Zone level. Just 1 shot is enough to take down a Megos. Suddenly, Ken dodged before seeing what he had just witnessed. Hansu looked straight into his eyes. He immediately used himself. Crazy, you've been hiding here since when? More than 700 meters away. How come? Never mind, let it go. If you don't have a way to attack, what are you looking at for? Ken saw your sudden hand pointing towards me and was momentarily confused about your intentions. What are you doing now? Hansu looked at the 2 black dots on the ground and softly spoke. Deep Zero. He clenched his fist, activating the unawakened state. Black smoke escaped through his fingers. At the same time, black smoke appeared around Ken, startling the enemy sniper and causing the captain's body to react. As Ken's eyes gradually filled with fear, so did the black smoke eat through the holes in his body. Just a moment later, he completely vanished, leaving only the gun and some glowing stones scattered on the ground. Hanzo didn't bother to say anything about disdain for their skill level or uselessness. He criticized those who dared to use guns against Margot and others. Sophia turned around and asked, Hanzo, is there something wrong? He shook his head, nothing much, looking down at the ground. He estimated the distance from their previous position, guessing that the Megos had lost track of them. Turning to Tekiran, he instructed him to use frosting, ride with him and use skills for transportation. Tekiran responded immediately. Okay, got it. The formation quickly appeared in the air. Sophia raised her arms in puzzlement. Why didn't you use this skill earlier? He explained, my ability can't be used at will like yours. And he poked her a bit. As someone who uses the library, you should understand, don't complain too much. Tekiran had found his target and whispered, this is my homeland now. He sighed. Originally it was a vast forest, but now it's a desolate wasteland. A pity. Sophia was surprised and approached to ask Han, is your hometown in the Orange region? He nodded, yes. Tekiran pointed towards the distance. Guys, what do you think of its appearance? Sophia didn't understand. Wasn't it just a desert? He chuckled, people who don't know my homeland would see this as normal, but I'll tell you now, what you see isn't everything. After saying that, Tekiran turned to Hansu and asked, King Hansu, we're back home. I want to take a look at Lyad. Can you raise the altitude to about 10 kilometers? He nodded immediately. Okay, it's better for us to confirm our position. Fai Tianxing Lu shot up into the sky. The group was overwhelmed by the pressure and speed of the flight. Unlike them, Tekiran remained calm, introducing to everyone, this is my homeland. He whispered softly, carrying memories from distant days, the land of Lizan. Woon Kyung spoke first. Are those vast deserts filled with creatures? Sophia covered her face in shock. Was that the horizon we saw just now? Sang Jin couldn't believe it. How big could they be to only see half their bodies when they reached this height? Woon Kyung rested his chin. He had calmed down. Even though he had seen the mad giant scorpions in the trees, this was still astonishing. Tekiran chuckled, it's far from your Ouroboros. He bowed his head, Golden Lion Lazarus. His voice was filled with sorrow. That is the name of the divine beast supporting this land. It drinks Hyring lava and creates its divine form. Tekiran sank into memories, transforming Hyring lava into immense energy to bless countless creatures, including Akaran. Then he looked at the harsh reality, but now everything had become a desolate wasteland. He wondered how long Lazarus's blessings would sustain this land. Hanzo, I brought you here to handle that matter. You know what to do, so don't worry, just lead the way, and I'll take care of it. Takirin replied, How could I doubt you? Of course, I trust you. It's just that seeing my homeland change makes me sad. Don't worry about it. He pointed to a distant fortress but added, There is also a city over there, not like our architecture, but could be the city of your kind? He nodded. That city is our target. Then he gave orders for Takirin to lower altitude and proceed into the city with Fam Jun. Takirin followed the order. Okay, got it. The group landed near the fortress. Just touching down, Hatsu immediately assigned the next task. For the next 6 hours, focus on Fam Jun. Eliminate the monsters I designate. He rushed forward, continuously chopping giant scorpions twice his size while Scorpius was destroyed around the city. Pieces of earth fell under each powerful strike. He shouted loudly, saying Jin hit the monster's head with a powerful punch, so strong it knocked it out instantly. The three worked together to defeat long basilisks. Hanzo finished his task and arrived at the gathering point. Everyone had been working hard for 6 hours. Sang-jin, Woon Kyung, and Sophia should stay here to practice. Taekyron and I will go to the shrine. Aaron sighed but was glad that everyone had made it safely. With this group of travelers arriving from the Red region, Han City could turn into a nightmare. Sophia pointed at Hansu standing silently in the background and said, Actually, because Hansu handled all the troubles alone here, everything is fine now. Aaron stared at him suspiciously for a moment. Sophia's words confirmed what Aaron had suspected. She pointed to him and said, I could sense an unusual aura, but it seems like someone even more formidable than I thought. So, let's have a fight. Hansu didn't want to cause trouble and immediately declined. I just came from the Red region yesterday. You're not worth fighting. Oren's reaction wasn't what she expected, making her slightly disappointed. She thought someone who could defeat all troubles would be a fierce fighter, wouldn't they? He explained that he isn't the type to fight even if he knows he'll lose and changed the subject. What about the dungeon in town? Hearing him mention the dungeon, Oren's eyes darkened. She wasn't sure how others felt, but only saw a few haynails occasionally, so they didn't pay much attention. Then she briefly talked about their operational range. Oh, because of the Orange region's vow, we can freely exploit it now. Use it as you wish. Hansu looked happier than before. Sure. Thank you for letting us in so quickly. Aaron smiled lightly. No problem. If Sophia's team is ours, they're also ours. Need any help? Just ask. Of course. How could you miss this opportunity? Yeah, I'll ask if needed. But before everyone starts chatting, a small green bird suddenly flew in. It landed on Oren's hand. She immediately understood. Wait, there's a message, the voice said, confirming the location of KL Dawson, coordinates. As soon as she finished speaking, her expression changed. Erin gritted her teeth. I'll be right there. Wait for me. She no longer had the cheerful attitude from before. Her cold face signaled bad news. Before leaving, she turned to say goodbye. Sorry, I have something urgent. We'll talk later. Sophia replied, okay. Eri jumped over the city wall and shouted at the guards to open the gate and lead them to their room. These are our guests. Treat them with care. One of the guards announced according to Sophia's instructions. Welcome to Tarnis. Honored to have you here. Then the iron gate slowly opened. The group walked through Tarnis, the city's large commercial district. News spread quickly. They even met an old acquaintance in the Orange region. A girl looked at Sophia with sparkling eyes. Before reaching the Red region, it was a pleasure to meet you. Sophia shyly avoided eye contact. Yeah, same here. Hazu approached and asked about their destination. Is our resting place near the central shrine? She nodded. Yes, did you know where it is beforehand? He bid farewell and offered help. Sure, since we're in the market area now. I want to equip new gear first. Can you guide us or at least lend us a map? Of course, wait a moment. She handed him a small device containing a map inside. Here's mine. Hansu took it. Thank you, this is very helpful. She clasped her hands and bowed slightly before leaving. Have a good shopping trip, hope to see you again. Hansu politely replied, if fate allows, we'll meet again. He turned to the others and said, now, everyone prepare your gear and meet us at the abandoned dungeon by 5 p.m. Everyone understood their tasks. They agreed in unison. Each went to a different place to gather their personal equipment. Sophia walked with her old acquaintance while Sang-jin headed to the weapon shops. Won Kyung hesitated about the dark energy katana. Hanzo prepared his gear too, entering a clothing store. Each item he put on came with system notifications. Flight and magic tools allowed for teleportation by channeling inner force into his feet. Just finished wearing the robe, the overcoat covered him from the storm. Then the new gloves supported inner force transfer. Hazu smiled contentedly. Quite prepared, that's enough. He stepped out with a different appearance, looking like a steamed bun. Taekiran examined him for a moment, nodding at his outfit fit. In this red land, where do people get such items? Hazu answered, of course, before coming here, it was normal, maybe down there. Miyamoto's influence made life different. Until now, he still couldn't fully adapt to the Orange region's state. But it was strange that one of each church turned into a human city. Han-su said faintly, hinting at more surprises ahead. Don't be too surprised. Our work took much effort and won't be easy. Taekiran nodded in understanding. Okay, I'll be careful. Finished with that, he asked the shop owner, how much total? At first, the old man showed a dismissive attitude, checking his gear. You just came from the Red Land not long ago. Do you still have funds? Han-su didn't waste time, immediately taking out a bag of essence stones. The shop owner changed his posture, sitting quietly and looking at the pile. Han-su said, we should have enough for this. The old man's attitude shifted, respectfully asking, thank you, hope to see you again next time. It was already half past midnight by the sea entrance leading to the dungeon. Han-su and Taekiran waited for others to arrive. He turned his head. They're here now. The others slowly approached. Sang-jin spoke first. You called us because this is a simple dark place, suitable for starting. We are ready at any time. Just give the order. Hatsu smiled. A simple dark place. No need to explain more. Enter and see. Hatsu and Taekiran approached the three others. He turned to Taekiran, telling him, Taekiran, I'll start explaining. Let them see the items we prepared. Taekiran nodded in agreement. He gestured as Baladi creatures would appear when you enter the dungeon, more dangerous than the parasites from the red area, but not many, so no big obstacle. Step by step, after dealing with all Baladis and going about 500 meters in, they'll reach a large room at the center. Then Hansu pointed out, the 21st stone slab is the entrance to a secret dungeon. Inside, there would be a Baladi skin barrier. Hansu looked at Jin. It's your turn now, Jin. He flew off to strategize next. Using Death God to control dead Baladis, he could get about 30% of the needed Jun in 3 days. Hansu continued, once you reach 30%, go deeper into the dungeon and kill the Baladi king. He said, then, after becoming its master, this dungeon will be yours. You'll control paladins, making rune hunting much easier. Hanzo emphasized key points to watch out for. However, without insect extermination skills, it would be nearly impossible to defeat the Baladi king before reaching 30%. So, don't touch it until conditions are met. He nodded encouragingly at everyone. With all this, I believe you understand. My next plan will be sent by messenger bird when appropriate. For now, focus on rune harvesting. Sophia noticed something. So you're not coming with us? Sang-jin had no doubts. He turned to her and said, Hanzu, he must have urgent business. Hanzu nodded, yes, I won't be joining you. As Sang-jin mentioned, I need to handle something. He took out the food bag and handed it over. If you carry this, getting supplies will be much easier. Of course, it's not free. Sang-jin understood immediately, so a clear deal. Han-su nodded, right, I won't exploit your labor. While you gather runes for me, I'll provide information and this special food bag. However, Won Kyung had different thoughts. Don't you think we're following to strict rules? Considering what he did in the red area, if we don't get anything back, it's fine. Hansu stated his view. Rule adherence is crucial, especially as we move up higher levels. Without rules, social order will collapse. Sophia felt a bit worried, but Hansu's rules are almost non-existent now. Wouldn't it be better if you stayed to gather some runes later? It seemed Hansu wasn't much concerned about collecting runes. He casually replied, I guess you've seen the guards' guns already, with those magical half-guns. So hunting for runes isn't worth it. I can get enough while fighting. I won't need many in the future. Senji quickly grasped the information. He took the bag Hansu offered and replied, Got it, Hansu. I'll gather so many runes that you'll be surprised too. So, wait and see. Senji quickly grasped the information. He took the bag Hansu offered and replied, Got it, Hansu. I'll gather so many runes that you'll be surprised too. So, wait and see. Please save their lives from danger. Please. Just then, a sword fell from the sky straight at the beast guarding the statue. The sword pierced through his back. Blood splattered on the snow. He looked angry and didn't understand what was happening. What is this? Who is that? As he raised his head, a single sword stopped above him, followed by several swords piercing into the beast's body. In the night sky, two figures were landing in the dilapidated city with injured people. Taekwan quickly approached to examine the injuries while Hansu stood with arms crossed watching for danger. Ellen held a green stone tightly, wondering if her prayer was answered. Taekwan frowned sadly at the child. Ellen clutched the stone as if it were important. Below seemed to be two lifeless bodies. They might not have any life left. Kyron didn't say anything but placed his hand on one of the bodies nearby. Then he extended his hand towards the waist, emitting a strange light. Kyron stared at the light below and regretfully said, A Karen's child. I'm sorry. I should have found you sooner. Ellen trembled as she cried, No, don't save me. If you came because of my prayer, then I have a request. My duty, my parents' duty. Taekwan didn't ask further but gently said, Duty, let's let you sleep for now. We'll talk later. Ellen clutched the stone tightly and cried out, No, I can't. My parents couldn't fulfill their duties because of me. Kyron saw her sad expression and tried to comfort her by reaching his hand forward. Ellen sobbed as Jun grabbed her sleeve and pleaded, Please listen to my request. Take me to the Creole Gorge. Hearing this, Taekwan asked again, Gorge. He realized that she was performing a papal duty. Taekwan held Ellen's hand around them, emitting a green lunar energy. She calmed down more and Kyron hugged her gently saying, Don't worry, dream sweet dreams of what you desire. No, a Karen's prayers brought me here. Hazu stood there with tears thinking, The Creole Gorge. The temple situation is clear now. Next step, best to help this child. A moment later, he frowned, setting a goal in his mind. But for now, we need to deal with those pursuers first. From afar, dark shadows were moving towards them. He thought and confirmed there were 6 of them, perfect for testing the Long God's flask. Hazu calmly turned around and announced, We have unexpected guests. Prepare to go. Kyron approached him saying, I see them too. Anger rising in his brows, he said, Those cursed grass people, they did what a Karen's high priests would never do. Such degradation is not worth describing. Without further ado, Kyron drew out a wicked sword. Hansu carried his own weapon and divided the tasks. 3 Akaran and 3 humans handle the 2 in front. I'll take care of those behind. He didn't hesitate to accept it as he was told. In an instant, Hansu transformed into a different shape. It was the Long God's flask. Heaven help us. The group not only showed no fear but charged aggressively. One of them asked, That skill looked like Agnes dance. Could it be that a high priest has appeared? If so, what about us? The leader replied, It can't be. Those noble priests never leave their holy temples. He agreed. The leader tried to analyze the details to prove it wasn't real. Such a skill couldn't belong to a priest. If so many fell like that, forget me, the whole gorge must be destroyed. Suddenly he opened his eyes wide and thought, power is still missing. I need to confirm a green light was approaching them. It was Hansu who quickly approached and killed one of them, making him open his eyes in surprise and wonder. Girl, what's that? In an instant, Hansu almost finished off the bad guys with his power. Only Taurus could block his attacks. He looked at the man before him and thought, this man, he must be sure. The sharp parts of Hansu's weapon seemed to want to pierce Taurus' throat. After thinking for a while, he decided to drop his weapon. Just released, he slumped down on the ground, spitting out milk, wondering where this guy came from. Hansu returned to normal and ordered, go, do what you need to do. Taurus' face was pale with sweat. He wondered, what's wrong with him? What is he saying? He combed his hair and looked down at him repeating, don't make me repeat that. Go! Hearing that, Taurus quickly stood up, didn't wait long before jumping over the rocks and disappearing. Hanzo carried his weapon on his shoulder, pondering as he looked towards Taurus. Former enemies of Tanai had become allies, and allies turned into enemies. On this side, Taurus was desperately trying to run away in panic while I quickly realized who he was. Taurus, an agent planted by MV Aaron, do your job properly. On the Gangu side, many people had fallen, but there was a large monster approaching at Magos, an absolute ruler of the Crimson Zone. Those who can hunt them are called Magos and possess power far beyond ordinary travelers. He stood in front of the giant monster but showed no fear. Gangu quickly moved into combat stance. The Magos didn't wait long, stomping with its foot, but he timely used his shield to block it, a steel illusion. Then Gangu began exerting his strength the basilisk's eyes. The Magos froze as if strangled, taking advantage of the opportunity. He disappeared and reappeared above the Magos, looking down at it. He then quickly stabbed the sword into its body, seizing the chance to use the next move Venom Blood. The sword dripped out a purple liquid. This was the poison. The Magos howled in pain, creating gusts of wind. After finishing his work, Gangu sat down heavily and didn't immediately pull out the sword. From somewhere, two hands reached out and a voice echoed, just as expected from Gangu. He was drenched in sweat, looking tired and pushing up his glasses. Coffin, not showing any fatigue, clapped and said, a real Magos, the one who brought it down, Emperor of the Grave, leader of the Liroral tribe. Suddenly, the Magos opened its eyes. It was still alive and roared loudly. Coffin reached behind him to draw his weapon out. Then he aimed straight at the Magos' throat and easily brought it down. The wound left was large, like a small cave. Coffin stood there with his gun, admiring the result. After some time, another figure moved to this area. He moved behind Coffin and said respectfully, Leader, I have something to report. Under the fading sunlight, Coffin asked, is there such a person? On a sandy beach where monster roots had been handled, Coffin's voice lowered. Looks like this hunt will be quite interesting. Hazu without hesitation threw a green crystal down below. In an instant, it fell and created small ripples. Suddenly, from there, strange blue light appeared, illuminating the entire river. Ellen whispered her thanks. Thank you so much, really, my parents too. A hand suddenly placed on her shoulder. The mission is complete. They can rest now. Takiran had a slight sadness. Their sacrifice to protect this laser land would be forever remembered. He slowly approached and said, perhaps your parents took this mission regularly, even if it's just a temporary solution, but thanks to them, the laser still exists today. Hansu was still curious. By the way, Takiran, weren't the Gracha tribe originally enemies of everyone? He immediately denied, no, they were part of the common folk, maintaining balance. They are not our enemies. Mentioning this, Takiran showed clear resentment, but since they dared to kill children, I can no longer see them as fellow beings if they continue like this. Exterminating their tribe would be justified. Ellen suddenly broke out in sweat, doubting, Takiran, a fellow being, could it be? She couldn't resist and immediately tugged at his sleeve asking, Sir, are you really Takiran? The one who left this world to save Akaran long ago? Takiran turned back with a kind expression answering, yes, I forgot to introduce myself. Takiran Akaru, my name is... See the reaction of your child. It seems people here still remember me, huh? Hearing this, her ears perked up. Takiran Akaru. She remembered what her mother had told her. Mother always said that our ancestors' spirits have been protecting us. That one day, he would return with salvation, and now he has appeared before us. Ellen couldn't help but burst into tears. I really thank you for coming to us. Takiran comforted her gently. Don't worry, from now on, everything will be better. He smiled kindly, asking, I've introduced myself. Now tell me your name. What's yours? Ellen answered honestly. Ellen Akaru, the descendant of Malone Akaru. Takiran suddenly felt extremely surprised. What? Malone Akaru? He suddenly rubbed his head in shock. That's right. Our lineage still continues to exist. Takiran looked at the 2 stone graves again. Are these children also descendants of mine? He continued, reassuring her. Really thank you for growing up so well. I return to restore this laser land. From now on, you don't need to worry anymore. Ellen heard this and smiled happily. Thank you, sir. However, Takiran still wanted to keep his identity a secret. Can I keep it a secret in the village that I am Takiran? The little girl obediently agreed. Yes, I will do as you say. Meanwhile, Hansu just stood by observing everything. It's funny to see Takiran meet his energetic descendant. His eyes are full of cunning. Anyway, saving Ellen, the Nagahai clan will welcome us. Nevertheless, Hanzo was somewhat satisfied with the result. Although it was a bit roundabout, it wasn't bad for the Red Zone's start. At Anben's Red Cross Hall now, only 3 people were meeting in a room. Why aren't they meeting? They all went to scout Leru Leru territory. Anna started the conversation. They caused manpower shortages and even brought monsters to attack the city walls. The security situation is chaotic. Aaron calmly replied that the monsters just needed to shoot magic bullets from the wall. What's there to worry about? Bai immediately objected that magic bullet ammo wasn't abundant. Using it all would cause problems when dealing with Magos later. She added a few more risks too. Moreover, criminals from many villages fleeing to Leru Leru's side is the bigger issue. This way, our influence will waver. Aaron scratched his head, feeling frustrated. Why not just storm in and clear them out? They're all criminals anyway. He continued calmly with the meeting. As the clan leader knows, due to control regulations, we can't do that. When the leader says we must maintain peace, that's when we're really stuck. She still wanted to take a risk. They had to try. If fought seriously, we might win. Anna quickly dismissed that idea. Who knows how criminals would fight? They wouldn't engage in fair combat. Bai also disagreed with Aaron. If you plan to go alone and fight, please reconsider. We must have a chance of winning. At least gather enough information first. She suddenly stood up excitedly, banging the table. Information is key. With enough info, we can solve this right away. Sophia's library skills could easily collect data. Aaron looked around for Sophia, but she wasn't there. She must be in the abandoned dungeon. She quickly reported that she heard Sophia went into the abandoned dungeon. Aaron was surprised. 5 people going to farm. What's so special about this dungeon? She cheerfully bid farewell to 2 of them and said, I'll go meet Sophia. You guys stay here and keep watch. He wasn't happy about it at all, leaving everything for us while he goes alone. She replied straightforwardly, I'm not good at thinking. You're smart, so I left it to you. Now, gather the documents and shout loudly. We won't do that. But they couldn't keep Irene from leaving either. Inside the secret dungeon ruins, Sophia continuously attacked the monsters. In a short while, several monsters were defeated. She was starting to tire as more kept appearing. Sang-jin, still struggling against the monsters, suggested using teleport instead of complaining. He immediately jumped back to keep distance. Then Sang-jin rushed forward again quickly. He swiftly used a skill to finish them off with Hapslet. Woon Ki-young asked while fighting Sang-jin, Can you use your skill now? Sang-jin replied worriedly, Not yet, I need another hour. He was exhausted and wanted to retreat. An hour later, maybe we should temporarily withdraw and return. Sophia had the same idea. No, let's temporarily withdraw. Come back in an hour. Meanwhile, more monsters kept appearing. Suddenly, a monster kicked a floor tile hard. The floor they were standing on vanished instantly. She didn't have time to react. Damn it, these bugs triggered the trap. Sot felt anxious about Sophia's situation. I've already sensed something wrong. This boss room is the worst scenario. Luckily, someone activated the skyward step skill. She quickly thought of a way to escape. We need to get out fast. The monsters above were still staring at them. Then the exit was sealed off too. Sophia's hope was fading. This is truly a disaster. She immediately reminded her teammates, everyone be careful. This is the boss room. We don't know where they'll come from, so we must be on guard. Sophia's eyes showed extreme terror as the boss appeared. King Vlad's boss was formed from the cannibalistic behavior of the Vladi clan. If their magic resistance is low, they might get paralyzed and severely injured by its tentacles. What awaits them below is King Vlad's boss. It senses an intruder and immediately launches an attack. The three quickly react to defend against the assault. However, One Kyung's sword can't withstand it. In an instant, it breaks in half before his eyes, and One Kyung only manages to shout as it rushes towards him, FCK! He is immediately struck hard, dazed. King Vlad's head continues to press down on One Kyung. Using all his strength, he resists the head. Only now does Yoon recall Hansu's warning. Now I understand why King Hansu said not to confront it when our power is below 30%. Meanwhile, Sang-jin continues to dodge. He is also in a desperate situation. Just running away won't solve anything. Sang-jin has noticed King Vlad's true form and must find a way to destroy its core. Quickly countering the head attacking him, Sang-jin distracts it with a move, slicing through the darkness. He immediately aims for the core of King Vlad and thrusts down, but Sang-jin's knife is instantly broken upon contact. King Vlad's roar causes him to be thrown back, having eliminated one of Sang-jin's clones. He is extremely worried. This should have been a decisive strike, no wounds at all. Sophia immediately shouts a warning. Are you awake? With such a score, how can we win? Better to escape. King Vanilla suddenly opens its mouth, releasing vines that attack both of them from above. On this side, One Kyung is encouraging himself. He promised to clear the path for his daughter. What's he doing now? Lee One Kyung, keep going no matter what. Suddenly, a sigil appears in his hand due to the awakening of the king, activating its unique trait, Awakening. Immediately, Yoongin's power surges. The trait amplifies emotions. Current boost is 25%. He immediately rips off the head attacking him. Moreover, Yoongun focuses his strength into a punch. He instantly punches away the vines attacking them. One Kyung continues to attack. He shouts towards her, I'll try my best to stop it. Sophia used the library to find a way out. Following orders, she quickly flips through the pages. Got it! One Kyung keeps encouraging himself, just hold on longer. King Vlad continues its attack and roars. In an instant, it pierces Jin. Even he can't escape. Both of them are exhausted and fall to the ground. Turning towards them, King Vlad slowly approaches with intent to finish them off. Sophia Hay cannot accept this, no. Searching frantically, she prays, if this continues, everyone will die, please, anything. Sophia is desperately hoping for a miracle to change the situation. Suddenly, there's noise from the stone door. Aaron suddenly appears, found it. Seeing Sophia, she smiles. Sophia, hiding here? She looks surprised. Aaron, why are you here? King Vlad suddenly attacks Aaron. Without hesitation, she rushes forward. Aaron suddenly activates her skill, Dance of Death. She instantly slices through the tentacles attacking her, a van of darkness. Continuing with her moves, Asera Blood 2. In an instant, she gets close to King Vlad's true form, final phase. Aaron suddenly appears behind it. Multiple slashes appear on King Vlad's body. She doesn't care as its body cuts itself, easy. With that, the notification sounds. King Vlad has been defeated. Control of the Vlad clan now belongs to Aaron. The master privilege of Danjian can adjust the number of Vladi removed this as per rule. On this side, Gunkyung is holding his chest in admiration. It's truly a worthy opponent that even King Hansu has to admit defeat to. Sangjin agrees too. Yeah, eliminating those monsters was so easy. Suddenly, near the capital of Vadila, rare crystals appear. Eren approaches them and asks Han, "Why did everyone find this place?" Sophia happily walks over to thank Eren properly. "Thank you, Eren. Like you, we've survived." She immediately seizes the opportunity. "It's nothing much. By the way, Sophia, can you help me with this?" Suddenly, she turns nasty. "Huh? How can I assist you?" Eren makes a request. "Our clan is short on scouts. With your library skills, gathering information will be easier. I want you to support the role of a scout." Sophia agrees with her. It's not difficult either, but Sangjin has an objection. "But if we go now, we might get crushed. Even our boss is easy to deal with. We can't even match up." Eren hesitates a bit, but it makes sense. Of course, she has an appropriate plan. "So let's handle this way. The dungeon just formed and was discovered by you guys. I'll use the chief privilege to give you exclusive exploitation rights for 1 week. That way, we can strengthen ourselves, right? Surely, you didn't come here without a plan." Swabia has a small suggestion. To farm effectively, control over the dungeon is needed. Can only transfer ownership of the dungeon for 1 week. Eren generously agrees. "If needed, I'll give it to you, but the transaction must be clear. After this, remember to help me with surveillance." She happily agrees. "Sure, any amount will do." Meanwhile, Hansu is observing from afar. Before him is a small village, Ellen's village, right? The afternoon sun shines on the dilapidated houses below. The rest must be preparing to evacuate. The Acheron people surely love their homeland so much that they would leave it. The situation must be very serious. At this moment, Ellen sits high in the sky on a magic levitation and suddenly points straight down at the world below. "There, that's our house." Her finger points to a simple, unremarkable house. Inside the house, a girl is worriedly reaching out towards an old man sitting on the ground. "Village head, we must leave now. All the warriors in the village have been mobilized for battle. We can't stay here longer." The old chief sulkily says, "I wonder where to go now. I've already sent my son and even my grandson into battle. How could I leave this village behind?" Just then, the door of the room suddenly opens, followed by a child's voice calling out. Ellen joyfully laughs and stretches her hand to where they are standing. "Grandpa!" The little girl jumps into the arms of the village head before his surprise subsides, seeing her beloved granddaughter safely returned. Tears stream down as he tightly hugs her. "Ellen, thank heaven, you're alive, but we got no news for so long. I thought you were gone too." Without thinking much, Ellen still smiled at Hansu and Takirin as the village chief pointed directly at them with shock, saying they are humans. "How can that be?" But Eowyn spoke up in time. "Don't worry, sir, they're good people." The village chief didn't know what to say after learning his granddaughter trusted them so much. "I understand now." Then he wiped away the tears from his eyes and sincerely thanked them. "Thank you for saving my granddaughter. I'd like to throw a feast in gratitude. But under these circumstances, I'm sorry, but I can't do that." Hansu spoke up then. "We're not here to celebrate. I understand your situation. So let's get straight to the point. I want to ask about body enhancement rituals. Please spare a little time." The village chief didn't hide anything on this matter. He honestly replied that he doesn't know why a human nose are secret, but for ritual matters, one must meet the elder. Hansu's expression was indifferent and stern in response. "I understand, you can take me to see him, right? We need to evacuate soon, so we want to see him immediately." The village chief understood their urgency, but he had his own concerns too. "However, before that, I'll send a signal for the evacuation group. Please wait a moment." Meanwhile, Takirin spoke kindly to Hansu beside him. "If you're worried about leaving your granddaughter behind, I'll stay here. I brought her safely all this way. You can trust me." Hearing that, Ellen looked up at her grandfather in agreement. "Grandpa, don't worry, he's as strong as when he kisses me." Those words left the elder speechless for a moment. He couldn't believe it and asked again, "What? As strong as I kiss you?" The little girl answered with enthusiasm, "Yes, that's right." But even so, the elder still harbored doubts. It can't be true, no matter how strong he is. He can never match my kiss, the third seat of Gade Baron's guard squad. After thinking, the elder lowered his eyes in disappointment. He thought she was just trying to reassure him. But then he stood up and patted her head. "All right, I'll be back soon, wait for me," Ellen replied obediently. "Yes, Grandpa," the elder looked at Hansu. "So 12 of us will follow you," Hansu coldly replied shortly. Fine. In a room, the 3 elders, village chief, and Hansu sat facing each other. At this moment, one elder spoke up, saying that he wanted to receive the body enhancement ritual, but humans were kidnapping his people. "How can I trust you under these circumstances?" Hansu had anticipated this. "The kidnappers of our people are controlled by a creature called Contro. I plan to eliminate Contro. When he disappears, humans will no longer have reason to attack you." After hearing that, the elder pondered for a long time. "That makes sense. If we must get rid of Contro, I'll agree to your ritual. With my recommendation, it won't be difficult to enter Gade Baron's great temple." After saying that, the elder slowly widened his wrinkled eyes. "But I have one question. Why must you insist on receiving this enhancement ritual?" Hansu sincerely revealed his long-held intention. "The Cho have received the ritual from the grass tribe to confront those who possess that power. I need it too. In exchange for the ritual, the Cho allied with the grass tribe. The Cho have their own reasons, but this is a matter for humans. Regardless, helping us will bring benefits to your tribe." After hearing this, the elder nodded in satisfaction. "I don't see any deceit in your eyes. All right, I'll ask to meet the elder." Suddenly, at this moment, a loud noise came from outside, startling all 3 of them. Even the village chief was worried and turned to ask the elder, who seemed just as shaken. "Elder, what's going on?" The old woman quickly leaned forward and vaguely replied, "I'm not sure. Let's go check." The elder responded quickly, "All right." They soon stood outside the room, all looking up at the falling light from above. The village chief propped himself against the door frame and asked hesitantly, "Elder, can you tell me what that is just by looking?" Astonishing Agnes of the high priest, "Who are those numbers?" Below them were countless people lying on the ground, surrounded by red flames and deafening cries. Seeing the unfortunate event, Hansu immediately tightened his grip and rushed towards it without hesitation. "Things are happening faster than I anticipated. Perhaps my rebirth has changed everything. I'll have to revise all of my plans." The average growth rate from departure until now is about 20%. At this moment, Hansu's power information appeared on the common screen. His strength, 22%, stamina, 25%, agility, 23%, charisma, 11%, magic, 17%, physical resistance, 13%, magical resistance, 18%. Hansu rushed with extraordinary speed, clenching his jaw tightly. "My physical and magical resistances are too low to fight a fierce battle if I want to defeat them all." His eyes were filled with determination. "I fear I might have to push my limits." 30 minutes ago, under the large tree with towering branches, the woman who had just advised the village chief stood there. "The sacred tree Ragnar's is over here," Elrond asked curiously. "Oh, do you really want to look at this tree that much?" Tekirin held the girl's hand and replied with a smile. "It's a sacred tree that has lived for 3,000 years. I just want to see it again." They all looked up at the large tree in front of them. His eyes were filled with nostalgia and a faint sadness from long ago. "I thought everything had changed, but Vapnish remained unchanged as ever." Hearing this, Ellen widened her eyes and looked up at Tekirin. "This tree has existed since before I was born. Don't tell me it's been here since you were young too." Tekirin smiled and recounted, "Yes, when I was a child, I often ran around this area. Back then, it bore fruit. The bright blue fruits were incredibly delicious." Ellen looked up at the ancient tree and said softly, hoping for something, "The blue fruits of Vapnish. I really want to see them again." Then she turned to the old man and said, "If Laz's wound is healed one day, can we see the fruits of Vapnish again?" Takirin placed his hand on his chest and replied confidently, "Of course, you'll see many more then. I hope that day comes soon." But she didn't know that the sky above Ellen suddenly emitted a blinding light. Takirin's eyes widened in disbelief. Above them, thousands of sharp arrows with blazing flames were falling from the sky. Both Takirin and the woman quickly cast spells to protect Ellen. Ellen bent down immediately. Fortunately, just as those arrows were about to hit them, the barrier spell created by him protected the three of them below in time. Witnessing that scene, he was justified. Takirin gritted his teeth and said, "They're here again, those damn grass and humans." From those tree branches, hundreds of thousands of people appeared from nowhere. Leading this fire attack was Wei Jun, who ordered the group to capture anyone they could, kill any resistance, and focus on evacuating the villagers. With his shouts came the grass and human attackers rushing towards the humble village below. "We have Wei Jun, the Magos Midge with us. Let's sweep them all away." Each of them ruthlessly killed every single evacuee, then dragged them up into the sky. The entire village was now a pile of ruins, and they soon surrounded the group below. One of them brandished a sword to threaten them. "Hey, old man, it's best if you hand over the women peacefully, otherwise, your head will roll." Takirin is now furious to the core. "You vermin, dare cause trouble here. Do you know where you are?" Then Li Enthi cast a spell. Round Takirin, sharp golden swords quickly appeared. Ad lib, heartbeat rhythm. In an instant, those swords rushed forward as commanded by the old man. Before they could react, one of them was hit and didn't look whole anymore. The rest became more cautious. What? That's the archpriest's skill. How can an old man, not even from Akron, use that skill? Takirin gritted his teeth in anger. "You won't leave here alive. I'll make you pay for what you've done to this village." Not long after he finished speaking, another one leaped down from above onto the ground in front of Takirin. Waijin smirked and didn't show any respect to anyone. "Hey, old man, I'll kill you myself." Takirin recognized him instantly. He clenched his staff in anger. He's a high-level Magos. Before him, that guy calmly took off his sturdy outfit and faced the hundreds of swords flying towards him. Waijin used his bare hands to deflect all the swords Takirin created. He kicked Takirin, sending him flying away. Takirin lay on the ground. Pain spread throughout his body instantly. He gritted his teeth as a rib was broken. Waijin enjoyed the scene before him. He laughed and said, "What? Can they still survive after these blows? This old man can even cast some spells?" He ordered the one behind to lead the two captives ahead. The other replied, "Yes, they're circling Ellen." His eyes gleamed as he watched them embrace and tremble. Waijin said, "I need to figure out how that old man used Agnes' holy needle." Anger boiled over. Takirin roared, "You dare touch anything?" In an instant, his power surged. Takirin summoned hundreds of sharp weapons of various kinds. "Those guests we met are all righteous people," he shouted fiercely, "but you wretches are different. Just a bunch of greedy and wicked scum." Waijin laughed maniacally. "Righteous guests, this old man is losing his mind. Such guests have been dead for ages." Suddenly, his voice became sinister. "Besides, didn't you want to save the hostages? Shooting randomly will kill them behind." But Takirin remained unperturbed. "We just need to adjust and stitch them up. Do you think I don't have that precision?" He didn't argue further, immediately sending his weapons straight at the enemy. Waijin braced himself. The system received the signal and updated this information instantly. The primitive defensive skill hardened, enhancing physical and magical defense. The guy next to little Ellen was stabbed through a hole. The other wasn't much better off. But Waijin didn't feel any strain. He thought, indeed there's something strange here. Just some flashy effects with no real substance. Seeing his opponent wasn't as strong as he thought, he gloated, ancient bloodline, Takirin highbrow, the lineage of Great Yu, and even used a mega skill. Though it didn't last long, his defense and attack must have increased significantly. Waijin's body showed some changes as he slowly approached Takirin. "Hey old man, your attacks are now useless." Takirin smirked, "Yes, with the current offensive power, I can't harm anyone, but just eroding their magical resistance is enough. He continuously attacked Weijin, using all his weapons, even when they were deflected multiple times. Some of the weapons flew back and embedded themselves right under his feet. Taekwon thought to himself that his mana was running low and he had probably reduced a significant amount of his magic resistance. Weijin kept defending calmly. This old man's mana reserves were impressive, really frustrating him. He rushed towards Taekwon, quickly closing the distance between them. Suddenly, Weijin vanished. Then he lunged forward, squeezing Taekwon's throat tightly, leaving no time for a reaction. He knocked him to the ground and laughed. "Got you, old man." He asked, "Old man, why did you use Agnes' holy needle as a traveler? If you admit it, I'll spare your life." Taekwon paid no mind. Instead, he sneered back. "Even on the brink of death, there are still many things to wonder about. I have nothing to say to trash like you." Weijin went completely mad. This old man should recognize the current situation. His anger blinded him from noticing something approaching from above. Taekwon's expression relaxed. It was here, something familiar. He directly severed Weijin's right arm. He howled in pain. "My hand. Hansu has arrived. You appear as a dragon." He dived down and gave him another kick. Weijin was thrown far away, dust flying everywhere. Hansu didn't let him rest. He lunged forward to give another kick. In a short time, Weijin collapsed unconscious. Hansu glanced around, his face slightly grimacing. The missiles following Weijin were all dealt with. The scene was in ruins, filled with the stench of blood. She and Ellen hugged each other, their faces full of fear. Taekwon sneered. "I told you I had weakened his magic, but he's a mage, so it won't be that easy to kill him." He nodded. "I understand, the rest is up to me." He extended his hand and deployed the technique. Void Strike, energy surging out of Weijin's body. He was drained until he could no longer maintain his ancient bloodline form. Immediately after, his body began to disintegrate. Hansu looked at the remnants left behind. It seemed this traveler had killed many people with so much ancient language. Just then, a few more reinforcements arrived from above. One of them said anxiously, "We can't let the Wind Knights take everything. Let's hurry and check." The two rushed to support Taekwon. "Are you all right?" He immediately calmed him down. "Thank you. I've been continuously using magic healing, so there's no big problem." Hansu looked up at the sky with a grim expression. "About 20 reinforcements. They need more skill in sensing abilities." Suddenly, his face turned serious. A figure was approaching, radiating an aura of fierce determination. "How dare you think about coming here?" And a dragon appeared. Someone was riding it, slowly advancing towards the travelers. One of them recognized the approaching figure. His face turned utterly terrified. He shouted 3 times, and the one beside him was bewildered. "What? Who is that? Is he strong?" But before the one who recognized could explain, he fled in panic. "It's not good, we should retreat." This action directly infuriated the dragon. He gritted his teeth. "How dare you turn your back on a warrior? Do you think I'll let trash like you escape so easily?" He tightened his grip on the staff, shouting at the travelers, "No mercy for those who kidnap children to extract essence. Your names are not worth remembering. The names of all of you don't matter to me." He threw a javelin straight at the travelers. White Lotus decapitation. The terrifying force rushed towards them, eyes already closing in on them. Everyone was hit. Those who didn't fall off were injured badly. The travelers were severely wounded and couldn't maintain their flight, falling freely down. Hansu stood there watching. He thought this aura wasn't harmless. Jumping from the dragon's back to the ground, the dragon landed with a majestic posture. Ellen shouted urgently, "Brother, no! He is. Dragon has fainted. Alan, you are safe now." The old woman turned and casually stroked the girl's head. Then he looked at Hangshu, speaking softly. "Wait a moment. I only have a few questions for you. Human, why would you help us?" Hansu honestly replied, "I want to undergo the body enhancement ritual and treat Lhasa. To do that, I need your assistance." He thought to himself, "So you don't intend to fight?" His voice slightly stuttered. "I respect the High Priest's will." But his hand tightened. not trusting someone who only speaks of salvation. Prove it, you are a hero. Immediately after, Brong crouched into a fighting stance or just a madman babbling nonsense to find and prove his resolve. Hasu heard this and immediately assumed a defensive posture, thinking he might die if he fought too aggressively with him. With no other choice, he quickly leaped, the electricity around him radiating out. Hasu charged straight towards Brong. Seeing this, he recalled the High Priest's prophecy. The one with horns would be the savior. Was she referring to that name? Alright, I'll test you and see what kind of person you are. As he spoke, Hansu lunged forward towards Brong. He blocked Hasu's attack, thinking the way to fight with a weapon and basic combat skills, you're quite solid. Brong arrogantly said, but this skill level is not enough for me. He swung his weapon forcefully, making Hasu fly back. Before Hansu could react, Brong charged at him relentlessly, forcing him to leap backward. Brong asked, "What's your name? Human?" He replied coldly, tightening Hansu. He politely introduced himself. "My son is Gart Brong." Continuing, he said, "I should have stopped at this level, but with you, we can take it up a notch." Just then, a loud shout interrupted them. The village leader was rushing over in haste. She paused. If the tarot is serious like that, does he believe? Brong responded hesitantly. Whether to believe or not doesn't matter. He's just testing as per the High Priest's prophecy about the Horned Savior. And he added that from the start, he had no intention of killing him. Hasu was thinking on the other side. Savior, there has never been a phoenix in my past life. He wondered who helped me then. Images flashed through his mind. Could it be Kendian or is it him? Thinking this, he started sweating. Impossible, but it's better than nothing for Hasu. The village leader asked Brong, "Are you here to take him away?" He nodded, "Yes, ma'am." Brong pointed at Takiran and said, "There's also a magician involved, so I'll bring King Hansu to this elder." She wondered, asking Takiran, "Why can't you use Akron but still cast spells?" At that moment, he was supported by someone close to Ellen. He softly replied, "Even if I tell the truth, you won't believe me. Let's go into the holy temple and see. Set aside your doubts for now." The village leader smiled lightly. "I understand now. Just a familiar feeling, so I asked. If you say that, I won't interfere anymore." Without delay, Brong spoke up. "We don't know when we'll be attacked again, so everyone should hurry. Anyway, we're heading to the holy temple, so I'll take charge of escorting." The village leader agreed. "Alright, old woman, thank you." As they walked, Brong turned to Hasu and said, "Hansu, if you want body enhancement, come with me." He obeyed the order, understood it was getting late, and Hasu and Takiran were sitting on a magic circle. A pigeon flew in and landed on his hand. He asked, "Regular communication, any news?" Hanzo replied with enthusiasm, "Wukong has awakened as king." Sophia received the reconnaissance mission. Sang Jin was still farming. Overall average run speed exceeded 50% as planned. Takiran, who had been looking down at his feet, began to understand. "So it is a teammate of yours." He turned and felt inferior about his own abilities. "Amma, King Hanzo, your teammates are fine. But the problem is me. I'll just be a burden on you like this. Compared to my peak, I haven't recovered 10% of my strength." Takiran's tense face continued the story. "So we need to collect our relics in the Great Holy Temple, but suddenly you interrupted the timing calculation. After all, during my strengthening process, there is still some time. Let's use that to regain peak power." He turned his face, showing difficulty, but the most important tree trunk, we're hiding in the Ganji forest, is full of traps. My current strength can hardly recover it. Hanzo turned and prepared a thorough plan. "Don't worry, I've called Sangjin to the Great Holy Temple, so it will be fine if you go together." Takiran finally agreed to speak and continued with another question. "Yes, understood. With refugees, we have some time too. Can we contact the transport? I want to report the situation." You quickly cooperated and agreed to that request. Okay, let's try connecting now. The scene switched to a magnificent mansion in another area of the Aaron family. Inside, everyone had gathered. Aaron narrowed his eyes and touched his chin, feeling strange. Did we reach this level just after 1 week? Usually, 30% takes more than 5 years. Sophia smiled and scratched her face, emphasizing the issue. They've surpassed 50% now. The rules of Bilotti are hard to increase. Now, we can transfer ownership of the dungeon. Aaron lowered his head, using his own experience to confirm that increasing over 50% is difficult. I spent a long time reaching 95%. When Aaron reached the threshold, he made an offer above 50%. We can challenge Magos. We call it Mago level on our side. Want to try hunting Magos? But Sangjin refused immediately. I have a prior commitment, so I'll withdraw. Following that, Won Kyung also politely declined, saying he still owes King Hansu and wants to focus on farming Jun, so he won't join either. Sophia turned around and suddenly remembered something, expressing her wish. He has his own matters. I want to handle them first. Aaron, understanding this, stopped inviting Mach. Got it, I respect everyone's opinion. So, let Sophia join the intelligence team with me. She smiled confidently, showing her determination. Can I complete my mission? Don't worry, Aaron smiled back reassuringly. Let's trust each other. Suddenly, outside, pigeons kept flying in. Won Kyung was surprised when a pigeon landed on her arm. She saw the reaction and asked, "First time I see you so shocked. What happened?" He wiped his sweat and whispered closely, "Silently listen. Hansu told me to infiltrate the Lero Lero tribe and rescue their members." The other three stood still after hearing this. Then Aaron suddenly laughed heartily, saying it's not about joining but rescuing that's a challenge among Asian monarchs. Quite an unrealistic request. Seeing his extreme reaction, Won Kyung frowned and emphasized, "Aaron, this isn't something to joke about. They asked me for help, so I can't stay out of it." She wiped her tears and enthusiastically asked, "Sorry, how can I assist?" After hearing that, Aaron's face softened with a reminder. That will lead to a manhunt. Is this okay? He hesitated, rubbing his head tiredly. Don't know yet, but once the order is given, no questions are allowed. Why was this task assigned to me? Sangjin turned and pointed, still playing around. Maybe because Oren's fierce expression at this moment shows his determination. Anyway, I'll help. At Lero Lero, find these. He's our spy and will support you. Won Kyung sighed deeply, knowing there was no choice but to rely on her. His face still drenched with sweat, hesitating, unsure if it would work. With no other options left, he focused on the task. There's no going back now. That's how it is. It has to be this way. Aaron stood atop a tall building and shouted loudly. Robbery. The tribe's treasury was stolen. Hanta heard the call and quickly became serious. We're starting now. So, in Won Kyung's hand is a weapon whose durability has severely worn out. This might be his final strike. Hanta swung the weapon with great force forward, delivering a fatal blow. Immediately following, a large explosion occurred there.